This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Lord World. Damn it! Why can't I quit the game? You are like this too? Is this the malicious intent of the game company? I don't dare to play games anymore. Let me go back! In the Lord World, Donglin District, more than 10 million players found themselves unable to go offline and were trapped in this world. Lord Online is an online game that integrates all ancient civilizations in the world. Its territory is 10 times the size of the ordinary world. Eastern civilization includes Chinese civilization, warrior civilization, Goryeo civilization, nomadic tribe civilization, ancient Indian civilization, etc. Western civilization includes Roman civilization, Greek civilization, Macedonian civilization, Viking civilization, etc. There are also Egyptian civilization, ancient Persian civilization, and African chieftain civilization, American Indians, Mayan civilization, and ancient Babylonian civilization. Each civilization is in a different era. The Chinese civilization is from the late Eastern Han Dynasty. The Japanese civilization is from the Warring States period. And there are many civilizations such as Greece, Rome, and Venice along the Mediterranean coast. However, on the first day of the open beta, just when players wanted to log off, they found themselves staying in the world of lords. They are inevitably integrated into this world. But the various game systems always operate normally. Eastern Han District, Shuzhou Langya Kingdom, 60 kilometers south of Langya City. On the plain beside the river, a white light flashed, and a village rose from the ground. In the middle of the village, there is a core stone tablet that records information about the village. Territory Xia Village, first level village. Lord Chutian, first class sergeant. Affiliation Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialty none. Population 100/300. Popularity 60. Security 60. Prosperity 1050. Administrative efficiency 10/100 affects the growth rate of the village. The lower the administrative efficiency, the lower the popular support, and the easier it is for bribery and rebellion. It is related to the political attributes of the lord and civil servants. Agricultural efficiency 10 out of 100 affects food production. Related to agricultural technology and civilian political attributes. Economic efficiency 10/100 affects trade and taxation. Related to the political attributes of cities, roads, and civil servants around the territory. Cultural efficiency 10 out of 100 affects the growth rate of the population under the jurisdiction of the territory. Military rating 40 rural warriors. Blessing value 5/100 increase the probability of good harvests and auspiciousness, and reduce the probability of disasters such as floods, earthquakes, locust plagues, and snowstorms. Grain production 200 units/year. 1 unit is the grain consumed by one person per year. Village warehouse 500 units of grain, 500 units of wood, and 300 units of ore. City fortification, wooden fence, better than nothing fortification. Soldier defense +1. Existing buildings, thatched cottage, wooden house, first-class blacksmith shop, first-class grocery store, first-class farmland, first-class mining field. Buildings that can be built, Xiangyong camp, can improve Xiangyong's combat effectiveness. First-level medical center, produce herbal medicine, improve people's morale, restore wounded soldiers. First-level kiln factory, produce pottery, improve trade, have a very small probability of special products. Chutian lives in the backyard of the simple lord's house in the village. It is said to be a lord's mansion, but in fact it is just a brick and wood house with tiles to protect it from the rain. This is already the most luxurious house in the village. After 3 days, Chutian gradually accepted the fact that he was trapped in the game and completed the task of building a village. Xiaozuan was built on the plains along the river and belonged to the Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou. It was not far from the two important cities of Xiapi and Xiaopei. According to the actual location, Xiaozuan should be in the Lini area, a place rich in grain. Xia village is close to the river. It can make canoes and increase food production through fishing. There is a mountain nearby. The original hillside is also turned into a small mountain range. Every once in a while, there will be refugees or wild animals nearby. Hunting. 2 source of food. On the simple wooden table lay a scrawled map drawn by Chutian. This was the result of 3 days of exploring the surrounding terrain. Ding! Player God will bless you has become the first player in the world to own a second-level village. He will be rewarded with a gold recruitment order, which can recruit gold-level ordinary heroes. There is a very small probability of recruiting special heroes. Ding! The player Jiuji Laoqin has become the first player in the Eastern Han District to own a second-level village, and will be rewarded with a silver recruitment order. System announcements sound occasionally, except for being unable to go offline. Other systems are normal, and even the friend system can be used. Unlucky. Why can't everyone go offline? Other players are developing too fast, and there are secondary villages so quickly. Chutian opened the ranking panel, which showed the prosperity of each player's territory. The first player in the ranking is Iran, a player from the Holy See district named God will bless you. And the second player is Jiuji Laoqin from the Eastern Han district. The total prosperity of their territories is 55 and 52, which are almost the same. There is only one first-level village in Chutian, with a prosperity level of 10 and no ranking. The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. Village Chief. A large group of refugees are coming outside. An old man holding a wooden staff walked in. This is elderly of Xia village. He has a very high status among the initial villagers, second only to the village chief Chutian, and is a bronze-level ordinary hero. Name, Li Ergu. Talent, bronze level, ordinary hero. Level 40. Experience, 12/100000. Identity, Elder of Xia Village. Loyalty, 70. Commander, 5. Martial Force, 5. Intelligence, 25. Politics, 30. Charm, 65. Equipment, wooden staff, no attributes. Phasiality, 40. The higher the compatibility, the more withdrawn. Feature, harvest small, E-level feature. When managing farmland, there is a small probability of increasing the probability of a good harvest. Now Chutian has no special heroes. Only elderly can use them. Take me to the village gate to see if you can recruit this group of refugees. Xia Siyun was short of population, and a group of refugees arrived. Chutian would naturally accept them easily. Ding! An error occurred in the control system. An error. You have obtained the permission of the Hidden System Achievement System, and you can obtain special rewards by unlocking achievements. Chutian was about to go to recruit refugees with elderly, when a system notification sounded in his mind. Control system error? Achievement system permissions? Chutian opened the achievement system and saw many gray achievements. Farewell my concubine. For beauties, 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. Great Wall, unified 13 states, and 7 wonders. It seems that as long as you unlock these achievements, you can get generous rewards. One of the achievements has been highlighted. I am a lord, obtain the first territory. With random, small rewards. Chutian clicked on this achievement at will. Ding! You have obtained a gold recruitment order. Is there a recruitment order? And it's a golden recruitment order? Chutian weighed the golden recruitment order in his hand. This achievement system seemed a bit unnatural. Chapter 2 Refugees and Yellow Turbans. A group of ragged refugees gathered at the entrance of Xiaozuan village. Most of them looked sallow and thin. There were about 40 or 50 people, and only a dozen of them were young and strong. The cultural background of the Eastern Han dynasty was the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Yellow Turban troops and bandits were rampant everywhere, and it was normal for people to be displaced. But in fact, these are refugees randomly generated by the system. The villages are initially built for the lords to quickly upgrade the villages. If we rely on the natural birth rate, who knows that the year of the monkey and the month of the horse can meet the conditions for village upgrade? However, there were 40 or 50 refugees refreshed at one time, which seemed to be a lot. Mr. Village Chief, our village was looted by a small group of yellow turbans. The village was destroyed. Some young men also died fighting against the yellow turbans. Please take us in. Mr. Village Chief, we are too hungry and can't walk. One of the leading young men still had a rag tied to his arm. There were condensed blood stains on the rag. He knelt down and begged Chutian to take them in. It seems that this group of villagers encountered a fierce battle. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Not to mention that Xia village really needs this group of refugees to make up for the population. Population is an important condition for village upgrading. Only when it reaches 80% of the population limit can the population condition be met. In other words, Xia village must have at least 240 villagers. Elderly, take the villagers to take out the stored grain from the village granary. Distribute it to these poor people, and then resettle them. Use the wood and stone in the warehouse and build thatched or wooden houses with them. If there are herbs, you can also heal them. Chu Tian asked elderly, the village's top administrative talent, to be responsible for resettling the refugees. Xia Xiyuan had a lot of initial food, so it would not be a problem to cope with 47 refugees. Thank you, the village chief. Thank you, the village chief. This group of refugees are grateful to Chu Tian for taking them in. There are 47 refugees in total, plus the original 100 villagers. There are 147 villagers in total. Popular sentiment rose to 67, and public security dropped to 51. When Chu Tian returned to the Lord's mansion and checked the stone tablet again, he found that the data on the stone tablet had changed due to the addition of this group of refugees. The refugees were grateful to Chu Tian who took them in, so they were very loyal, which improved the popularity of the entire village. But after all, they are new refugees who have joined the village, which has reduced the security of the village a lot. Public security can be improved slowly, but improving people's morale is not easy. Although the influx of refugees is a good thing, it brings bad news that a small group of yellow turban soldiers is haunting this area. Xia Xiyuan now cannot resist the yellow turban soldiers. There are only 40 Xiangyong in Xiaocun. Xiangyong is the lowest level soldier and does not require training. He can fight with just a hoe and sickle. No, because of the addition of refugees, there are now 53 local heroes, including one bronze-level ordinary hero. Chu Tian discovered that in addition to the changes in public sentiment and public security due to the addition of refugees, the military score had changed from 40 rural warriors to 74, 53 rural warriors, one bronze-level ordinary general. The new bronze-level ordinary general is the leader of the refugees just now. Mr. Village Chief, why did you call me here? This refugee leader was called by Chu Tian. Chu Tian tried to recruit him. Are you willing to serve me and protect this village? The villain Zhao Qi and many villagers are taken care of by the village chief. The village chief not only takes us in, but also generously gives us food and herbs, and also helps us build houses to protect us from wind and rain. Zhao Qi is willing to be loyal to the village chief. Ding! Bronze-level ordinary General Zhao Qi pledges his allegiance to you. After Zhao Qi pledged his allegiance, Chu Tian could check his panel. Name Zhao Qi. Talent, bronze level, ordinary hero. Level 30. Experience, 1342/10,000. Identity, Cheesy. The head of Shangqian village. Loyalty, 81. Status, slightly injured, force -10. Commander, 20, force, 31, intelligence, 19, politics, 10, charm, 60. Equipment, iron spear, bronze level weapon. Attack power +1. Phasiality, 45. Characteristics, Xiangyong Commander Xiao, E-level characteristic. When commanding Xiangyong, Xiangyong's attack power, defense power, and speed +1. Zhao Qi's force value is as high as 31. He is currently the person with the highest force in Xia village, compared with elderly, whose force value is only 5. He doesn't know how high it is. And this Zhao Qi is very loyal. Chu Tian asked Zhao Qi for information about the yellow turban soldiers who appeared nearby. If there are yellow turban soldiers nearby, it will be a huge threat to Xia Xiyuan now. Our Shangqian village is located near a mountain forest about 20 miles to the west. It was looted by the yellow turbans a few days ago. My father and 6 brothers were all killed by the yellow turbans. Originally there were more than 300 people in our Shangqian village, but now only 47 people were killed. Villages were destroyed, and food was taken away. How many people are there in the yellow turbans? Chu Tian was a little surprised. Shangqian village has a population of more than 300 people, and is already a second-level village. Even a second-level village was looted. How could a first-level village of mine stop the yellow turban soldiers? There were about 60 people. Their fighting power was greater than that of the Xiangyong. One of the yellow turban's small leader was very skilled in martial arts, and killed several of our Xiangyongs one after another. We fought hard and only killed a dozen or so yellow turbans. There should be about 40 more of them. Multiple people. There is a small yellow turban leader and more than 40 yellow turban soldiers. While Xia village only has 1 bronze-level general, Zhao Qi, and 53 local warriors. It seems that Xia Xiyuan has the advantage in numbers. But this is not the case. The yellow turban soldiers are more ferocious and more powerful than Xiangyong. The yellow turban leader can kill several Xiangyong in a row, and his force is even higher than that of Zhao Qi. Not easy to deal with. From now on, you will be responsible for training Xiangyong, and heal your injuries first. Chu Tian found that Zhao Qi's injury was not healed yet. and he could not be anxious. Only by letting him recover from his injuries could he increase his chance of defeating the yellow turban soldiers. After Zhao Qi left the lord's mansion, Chu Tian frowned, thinking about how to resist the yellow turban soldiers, who might appear at any time. If the yellow turban soldiers are allowed to attack the village and destroy the stone monument, Xia village will gradually be destroyed and then be recycled by the system. There are 3 ways to enhance the military rating of a territory. One is to recruit troops, and the other is to build fortifications. Xia village currently has a small population and cannot recruit troops other than Xiangyong. Recruiting troops is unrealistic. Building fortifications is also a dead end. Level 1 villages do not have decent fortifications. There is only a wooden fence surrounding the village, which can barely be regarded as the lowest level of defense. The third way is to recruit powerful generals. In the early stages of a village's development, a powerful general can be as effective as 10. In the later stages, he can also recruit and command legions. Chu Tian took out the gold level recruitment order he had obtained. Recruitment orders are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond levels. You can recruit ordinary heroes randomly generated by the system, and there is a small probability of special heroes appearing. The special heroes who appeared in the recruitment orders of the Eastern Han Dynasty were civil servants and generals from other dynasties, except the 3 kingdoms. Gold level recruitment order, you can recruit a gold level ordinary hero, and there is a very small chance of recruiting special heroes. Chapter 3: The First Special Hero. Ding! Consume 1 gold level recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the king level General H Mulan. Ding! The achievement system's S-level achievement for heroines is activated. Collect the 4 heroines, H Mulan, Fan Lihua, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying, and you will receive special rewards. Ding! There are king-level generals guarding Xia village. The public security has been raised to 80 points, and the people's moral support has been raised to 75 points. Ding! Xia Cun's military score has been raised to 520 points. A series of system prompts sounded. The reason for all this was that Chu Tian consumed a golden recruitment order. King-level general. Chu Tian was shocked. The golden recruitment order is very likely to summon random heroes, and the probability of special heroes appearing is almost like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Ordinary heroes can be divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond levels, corresponding to the upper limit of individual attributes of 0 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 to 69, 70 to 79, and 80 to 89 points respectively. In addition to these 5 levels, special heroes also have king level, emperor level, and saint level, which correspond to the upper limit of single attributes of 90 to 95, 96 to 99, and 100 points respectively. In other words, the upper limit of the recruited H Mulan's force is between 90 to 95. Name: H Mulan. Talent: King level, special hero. Level: 30, experience, 0/10,000. Official position: none. Identity: one of the 4 major heroines. Loyalty: 85. Status: healthy. Commander: 70, maximum 87. Force: 81, maximum 95. Intelligence: 73, maximum 90. Politics: 27, maximum 45. Charm: 95. Equipment: Chinese-style ring-headed straight knife, silver level weapon. Attack power +3. Very small chance of causing bleeding. Fine leather armor, silver level armor. Defense power +3. Physiality: 100 cold. Favorability: 50. Characteristic 1, heroine, S-level trait. Own army's attack power +25%. Morale decrease speed -50%. Friendly army morale decrease speed -25%. Characteristic 2, Great Wall Guard, S-level trait. Self-defense +25%. Friendly defense +10%. Special note: from the Battle of Rurin in the Northern Wei Dynasty. Protecting the home and country. Not from Honor of Kings. Special arms: Iron Eagle Scouts can be recruited, 6th level cavalry. Upper limit of 10,000. Skills: Special Reconnaissance. Advanced Mounted Archery. Advanced Galloping. Chu Tian's eyes widened when he saw the attribute panel of the king-level General H Mulan. The difference between king-level generals and bronze-level generals can be seen from the data alone. The level 30 H Mulan has 81 force, and can grow to 95 in the future. 95 force is already the peak of a king-level military commander, close to the emperor-level military commander. A military general with a Han sword hanging on his waist appeared in front of Chu Tian, with a heroic appearance. The last General H Mulan pays homage to the Lord. No need to be polite. Chu Tian could get a king-level general and couldn't ask for more. Originally, the Golden Recruitment Order only had a very low probability of recruiting special heroes. Mulan's characteristics make the legion she leads both offensive and defensive, and also has a commanding aura, which can provide bonuses to friendly forces. Friendly Halo is often a magical skill that can be used to attack or assist. It's just that it has a very high affinity, and seems a bit cold and frosty. There is also what favorability is, and the panel does not introduce its specific use. Mulan's special unit is the 6th level Cavalry Iron Eagle Scout. However, to recruit Iron Eagle Scouts, you also need to build a 6th level Cavalry Battalion. 6th level Cavalry Battalion. Now Xia Xiyuan doesn't even have a 1st level Cavalry Battalion. Chu Tian had no choice but to take his time. The upper limit of the hero level in Lord Online is 100, and Mulan still has a lot of room for upgrading. However, 81's force seems to be able to go sideways as long as it does not provoke large groups of enemies in the early stage. The NPC forces in the late Eastern Han Dynasty were already second-rate generals with a force of 81. And as long as H Mulan upgrades and her force grows to 95, she will become a top-notch general. No matter what. Xia Xiyuan's safety is now guaranteed. The addition of H Mulan directly increases Xia Xiyuan's military score from 74 to 520. Xia Xiyuan has 1 king-level general, 1 bronze-level general, and 53 village warriors. Chu Tian took H Mulan to the open space of Xia Village and gathered the 53 village heroes of Xia Village. Said to be Xiangyong, he is actually a young and strong farmer from Xia Village, who is not injured or disabled. 53 rural warriors stood in the open space, holding sickles, hoes, or butcher knives in their hands. Not much fighting power. Only the bronze-level hero Zhao Qi has an iron spear. In the world of lords, the lord can see the overall information of an army. This group of rural warriors can barely be regarded as an army. And they also have their own information. Military type, Xia Xiyuan Xiangyong. Level, 1st level infantry. Number of people, 53. Average level, level 10, recruit. Basic attack power, 5. Basic defense power, 5. Basic speed, 5. Morale, 60 out of 100. When the battle situation is unfavorable, morale decreases. The combat effectiveness of the troops decreases, and it is easy to fall into chaos. Skills, none. Characteristics, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. E-level characteristics. The higher the hearts of the people, the stronger the combat effectiveness. In short, Xiangyong's combat power is only 5. Although not Suragoya's characteristic. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Looks domineering. It is only an E-level characteristic, and is of little use. There are currently no generals in this unit, and generals can use their own characteristics to give bonuses to the unit. Chu Tian can appoint H Mulan or Zhao Qi to be the commander-in-chief of Xiansuan Xiangyong. H Mulan's current commander is 70, and the number of troops she can command is 5,000. Zhao Qi's commander is 20, and the number of troops he can command is 200. If the upper limit of the commander is exceeded, the extra soldiers will not be able to enjoy the attribute bonus of the generals, and the combat effectiveness of the troops will even be reduced. Chu Tian first appointed Zhao Qi as the commander, stimulating Zhao Qi's E-level characteristics. Xiangyong commander small. Xia Xiyuan Xiangyong's attributes changed to attack power, 5+1, defense power, 5+1, speed, 5+1. Then Chu Tian replaced H Mulan as the commander, stimulating H Mulan's S-level characteristics, heroine, and Great Wall Guard. And Xiansuan Xiangyong's attributes changed to attack power, 5+1.25, defense power, 5+1.25, speed, 5+0, special effect, morale decrease speed -50%. Chu Tian made a simple comparison. H Mulan's characteristics were percentage bonuses, while Zhao Qi's characteristics were fixed numerical bonuses. There is not much difference between the two people's bonuses to Xiangyong. In general, the higher the soldier's rank, the more beneficial the percentage bonus will be. As a first-level soldier, a fixed attack power of +1 is equivalent to a 20% enhancement. However, H Mulan also has a special effect, which can reduce the rate at which the morale of the troops declines. In a sense, as long as it is used well. This is a magical skill. It's not the busy time for farming yet. Villagers who know water can go fishing. Villagers who can use hunting bows will go hunting with me. The remaining villagers and Zhao Qi will stay in the village. Chu Tian decided to gain experience in the name of hunting. Even if personal attributes are not the most important thing for Lord players, improving personal attributes is still a good thing. The commander affects the number of troops. Force can be used to kill the enemy or protect oneself. Intelligence affects formations and military division skills. And politics affects the various bonuses of the territory. If you take H Mulan and a dozen hunters on a hunting trip, you won't be killed by wild monsters. Chapter 4 Other Players' Villages. Player. You kill a level 7 wild boar and get 20 experience points, 1 wild boar meat, and 1 wild boar skin. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10. Chu Tian sat on the ground panting. Wild boars are more difficult to deal with than wild wolves. Chu Tian first shot it with an arrow from a hunting bow, then pulled out the iron sword tied to his waist and fought with the wild boar, finally killing it. But H Mulan, who came to hunt with her, could easily use a Han sword to kill low-level beasts near Xia village, killing a level 7 wild boar with one blow. The gap between ordinary players and special heroes is too big. While Chu Tian was leveling up, he was adding some food and material reserves to the village. Beasts can drop meat, leather, beast cores, and other materials. Although it is a game, beast-type wild monsters do not have strange settings such as dropping equipment, gold coins, or skill books. Humanoid monsters may drop equipment, gold coins, and skill books. Don't underestimate the materials dropped by beasts. The furs and cores dropped by some beasts are very valuable and can be exchanged for money. Speaking of trade, Chu Tian thought of the large NPC city nearby. Xiaotun is close to Lengjia City, which is under the jurisdiction of Shuzhou Governor, as well as Donghai County and Xiapi Kingdom. The closest one is naturally Lengjia City in the upper reaches of the river. Xia Village can completely rely on the river to trade with Lengjia City, thereby increasing the prosperity of Xia Village. Materials obtained from hunting can also be sold in Lengjia City in exchange for copper coins, which can then be used to purchase items needed by the village. Chu Tian sat on the ground, exhausted. Players, heroes, and soldiers all have a hidden attribute called physical strength. When their physical strength is exhausted, they will fall into a weak state and their combat power will be greatly reduced. Chu Tian opened his own panel. A level 10 panel seems a bit impressive. Name, Chu Tian. Rank, First Class Sergeant, 21st Class Military Title. Official position none. Level, 10, Experience, 2 out of 500. Status, Weak, Combat Power minus 50%. Commander, 19, Force, 17, Intelligence, 21, Politics, 25. Equipment, Iron Sword, Bronze Weapon. Attack Power plus 1. Commoner, no attributes. Exercise, none. Features, none. Special arms, none. Chu Tian looked at his own attributes and compared them with H Mulan's attributes. He felt sad because of it and couldn't stop it. Alas, there is no harm without comparison. The points added in Lord are very different from the online games Chu Tian has been exposed to in the past. In the past, online games allowed you to add points freely. But in Lord, players can only choose the direction of growth. Upgrading to a level may get 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 attribute points, or they may not be able to obtain attributes. What will happen specifically depends on the direction the player chooses. And luck. Among the growth directions of Lord, Commander, Fierce General, Strategist, Civil Servant, Assassin, Blacksmith, etc., Chu Tian chose the growth direction of Lord. Lord, comprehensive attributes, Commander-in-Chief, high authority, and low military force. A fierce general, high in martial arts, low in command and low in intelligence. Military advisor, high in intelligence but low in martial arts. Although the Lord profession has comprehensive attributes, it also has a serious shortcoming. That is, it has no particularly outstanding attributes. The reason why points cannot be added freely is to prevent players from stacking a single attribute. For example, if the force is stacked to 100 points, then players can challenge Lu Bu in a duel. When players go crazy, they can add all kinds of points. Just like some game players add all defense or all dodge. It is precisely because the system randomly adds points in the direction selected by the player that it can ensure that special heroes are superior to the vast majority of players. Players also have a way to change their destiny, which is to obtain additional attributes through treasures. The price of treasures that can additionally enhance attributes is also astronomical, and there is no market for it. After all, everyone wants to turn themselves into an all-around hero who is more powerful than Governor Zhou Yu. more powerful than Lu Bu, more intelligent than Zhuge Liang, and more powerful than Sun Yu in politics. Chu Tian simply looked at his poor screen, thinking that after he became a great lord, he would try to get treasures to improve his attributes. More than a dozen hunter-type warriors followed Chu Tian and H Mulan out to hunt. Together, they could kill beasts below level 10. The level of beasts near Xia village is generally low, ranging from level 1 to level 20. A total of 10 pieces of wild boar meat, 15 pieces of wild wolf meat, 3 pieces of venison, 12 pieces of rabbit meat, and various furs were obtained. The group spent half a day hunting in the nearby mountains and forests, counting the results. In reality, it is impossible to gain so much in half a day. It's different in the game. Players can't upgrade without refreshing these beasts, so one hunt can yield a lot. H Mulan is already level 30, and the experience from this hunt is simply not enough to level up. Mr. Village Chief, there is a village there. It's strange. It used to be an empty land. A hunter stood on the rocks on the hillside and pointed to a small village about 5 miles north of Xia village. Chu Tian squinted his eyes. The villages that appeared out of thin air were most likely new villages established by other players. All players are trapped in the world of Lord, and after the initial panic, they can only accept this fact. Players who like adventure or want to protect themselves with their own strength will choose to become lords. Some players who are timid or do not want to become lords will choose to live in large NPC cities, or even seek refuge with NPC forces, such as the most popular Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan, or the wealthy Liu Biao, Yuan Shao, and Lu Zhang. Due to the limitations of the system, various NPC forces do not have the ambition to compete in the Central Plains. Otherwise the player lords would not have to develop. Who can resist the attacks of the princes of the 3 kingdoms in the early stage? The lord of each state was equivalent to the vassal of the governor of that state. The governor of Shuzhou was Tao Qian. Tao Qian had no sense of presence among the princes of the 3 kingdoms. But in Shuzhou Tao Qian had the largest army and many cities, making him actually a powerful prince. Lords can betray the governor, or even unite with other NPC princes to attack their own state. It's exciting in a way, with the alliance between the princes and the player lord as a variable. The direction of the entire Eastern Han dynasty is completely unpredictable. Can Cao Cao really win the Battle of Guangdu? If all the player lords side with Yuan Shao, then Prime Minister Cao will also have to flee. There is also Liu Bei. Maybe some players can ask Zhuge Liang to come out in advance, leaving Liu Bei without a military advisor. In addition to the players in the Eastern Han district, there are also other civilized NPC forces and players who may enter the Eastern Han district at any time. The borders of each civilized zone are protected for only 1 year. After 1 year, you can freely enter between various civilized areas. When Chu Tian saw other players' villages, he couldn't help but think about the future. He shook his head. He was still the head of a first-level village. There is no need to think about something so far away. Let's go back to the village. I'll visit that village when I have time to see if we can establish trade relations. Chu Tian led the hunting team back to Xia Xiyun. Chapter 5 Ranking. After returning to the village with the hunting team, Chu Tian found that the people's support had increased by 1 point, reaching 76. Presumably, the hunting team provided meat to the village, which increased villagers' satisfaction. Half a day when Chu Tian was out hunting, more than a dozen refugees appeared near the village. The number of villagers in the village reached 163, including 61 Xiangyong. The source of income for the village is taxation. The current tax rate is 20%, and the villagers must turn in grain or copper coins. The initial grain output of Xiaotsun is 200 units/year, which can provide food rations for 200 people for a year. The 20% tax rate means that 40 units of grain must be handed over to the lord. These 40 units of grain are resources that Chu Tian, as the lord, can control. This amount of food can only feed 40 soldiers. Fortunately, Xiangyong does not need to pay for food and salary from the lord. Otherwise Chu Tian would not be able to support the current Xiangyong troops. Due to the participation of refugees, the idle farmland in the village has been utilized, and the output has been increased. There are many attributes that affect agriculture, and there is a dedicated agriculture panel. Territory Summer Village. Use farmland, 60. Idle farmland, 40. Basic unit yield, 10, affected by geographical location. Seed quality. Crop type. Production efficiency, 10 out of 100. Water control, 70/100, affected by climate, rivers, and water conservancy projects. Soil fertility, 70/100, each round of harvest will reduce fertility, which can be improved through fertilization and fallow. Disaster none. Harvest none. Annual output 70 times 10 times 1 plus 0.1 times 0.6 times 0.70 equals 323.4. Annual tax 64.68. Chu Tian was a little surprised to see that there was still free farmland in the village. When the vacant farmland is full, Xia Siyuan will try to cultivate new farmland. There is no shortage of plains in the area, and there are rivers passing through it. The water and soil are excellent, so it is not difficult to cultivate new farmland. We only collect 65 units of grain a year, which means we can only feed 65 professional soldiers. Which is wrong. We also have to feed ourselves and H Mulan. Chu Tian discovered that he and H Mulan did not produce food. H Mulan was a professional military general, not a country warrior who was half civilian and half soldier. Chu Tian was a lord. How could a lord personally work in the fields? Some of them are just for show, to win people's hearts. In other words, the current tax revenue can only support 63 professional soldiers. Recruiting professional soldiers requires a barracks. There are no barracks in first-level villages. In addition to food, Xia Village's annual tax revenue also includes copper coin revenue from economic buildings such as grocery stores, and iron ore revenue from first-level mining sites. These incomes are not as high as food income and only account for a small part. Villages are no more prosperous than towns with prosperous commerce. Farmland is the most important. The collected grain must be converted into copper coins, which can then be used to purchase weapons, armor, war horses, and other purposes. From this point of view, the food collected by Xiaozuan could not even feed 63 professional soldiers, because it did not include the monthly salary paid to professional soldiers. Natsumura's development with his own strength is very slow, and other means must be used. Chu Tian sold the pieces of meat he obtained from hunting to the villagers and received several hundred copper coins, which was considered extra income. Or skin can be used to produce leather armor. It's not easy to become a qualified lord. Just the problem of money and food is a big headache. Chu Tian was worried about money and food, and also considered upgrading Xia Village to a second-level village. Several conditions must be met to move from a first-level village to a second-level village. The first condition is that the population reaches 80% of the upper limit. That is, 240 villagers. The second condition is that the village prosperity reaches 50. The third condition is that public support is greater than 50. The fourth condition is that public security is greater than 50. Xia Siyuan has already achieved the second, third and fourth conditions. The population of the first condition is still short of 77 people. As for the second condition, the prosperity of the village. The current prosperity of Xia Village is 55-50, which is very exaggerated. But when did Xia Village become so prosperous? In the morning the prosperity level was still only 10 o'clock. Apart from accepting 63 refugees, Xia Siyuan didn't seem to have changed much. Chu Tian carefully examined the source of the territory's prosperity. Territorial prosperity is closely related to agriculture, commerce, culture, military, population, roads, and buildings. According to the changes in Xia Siyuan, the prosperity level will not rise from 10 points to 55 points. No, because of H Mulan's joining, Xia Village's military score skyrocketed, so its prosperity also increased indirectly. In other words, as long as we try to recruit 77 more refugees, Xia Village can be promoted from a first-level village to a second-level village. Chu Tian's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect that the king-level generals would have a bonus to their prosperity. It saved Chu Tian a lot of effort in the early stage. Refugees would appear from time to time near the village. According to Chu Tian's calculations, it would only take 2 or 3 days for Xia Village to meet the population requirements and be successfully promoted to a second-level village. Chu Tian checked the player rankings again. All systems in the game are normal, and the ranking system is no exception. The top-ranked lord is still, God will bless you, in the Holy See district, with a total prosperity of 142. The second-ranked lord is Jiuji Laoqin, the first lord in the Eastern Han dynasty. He is further away from the first place, with a total prosperity of 70. Ranking third is Nobunaga's Ambition, the lord of the Sengoku district, with a total prosperity of 67. Ranking fourth is the lord of the Persian district, commander of the undead army, with a total prosperity of 65. Ranking fifth is the one-eyed pirate in the Viking district, with a total prosperity of 65. Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty. I just want to farm well. Rank 786th. With a total prosperity of 55. The player whose ID is I just want to farm well is Chu Tian. Because of a king-level general, Chu Tian successfully squeezed into the rankings. Ranking 786th. And there's a hero ranking list? Chu Tian saw that in addition to the prosperity ranking list, there was also a hero ranking list, which ranked the heroes based on their overall attributes. Rank first is Edward, the special imperial hero of the Holy See District, the Black Prince. The second is H Mulan, the king-level special hero of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The third one is Shiro Amakusa, a diamond-level special hero from Japan's Sengoku District. There are many lords in the world, so there are also other lords who are lucky enough to get special heroes through recruitment orders. The number 1 hero, Edward the Black Prince, defeated about 40,000 French troops with about 10,000 English troops at the Battle of Crécy in the 100 Years' War between England and France. He suffered less than a few hundred casualties and killed tens of thousands of enemies. The English longbowman became famous far and wide. The third hero, Amakusa Shiro, was the leader of the rebel army during the Tokugawa shogunate era. He set off the Shimabara Rebellion. The shogunate mobilized more than 100,000 feudal troops to besiege the rebel army for several months, and suffered tens of thousands of casualties before they captured the city held by Amakusa Shiro. Chu Tian seriously suspected that the imperial hero Black Prince had been recruited by the number 1 player in the Holy See District. God will bless you. Otherwise his territorial prosperity would not have suddenly increased as much as the second player. There is no need to envy him. The hero of Xia Xiyu in rank 2nd and has surpassed countless lords. Chu Tian closed the ranking list and looked at the achievement system he had obtained. One of the achievements, for heroines, had a completion level of 25%. In addition to the 4 heroines, there are other achievements. However, most of the achievements are difficult to complete, such as the 7 Wonders, which require collecting the Pyramid of Khufu in Egypt, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis, the Colossus of Olympian Zeus, the Mausoleum of Mausolus, the Colossus of Rhodes Island, 7 special buildings of the Lighthouse of Alexandria. This means occupying these places. Chapter 6. The Yellow Turban Bandits are coming. When Chu Tian was patrolling the village, he met the village elderly Ergu and asked him earnestly, Elderly, do we have any skill books or magic weapons in our village? Elderly frowned and thought for a long time, and finally replied slowly, We have a magic weapon in our village. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Get it quickly, he just asked casually. But he didn't expect that there was really a magical weapon in the village. Chu Tian now has no skills. As for his equipment, he only has a bronze-level iron sword. If there are magic weapons in the village, he can still increase his force even if that doesn't work. After a while, Elderly dragged a rusty iron sword over, with a strength of only 5. He gasped, This is the best sword in our village. The best sword in the village. Is this it? Chu Tian checked the quality of the iron sword. Weapon, rusty fine iron long sword, silver level. Status, corrupted. Even if it's only silver level, it's still a useless sword. Elderly, let's keep the best sword in our village as a treasure of the village. Chu Tian patted Elderly's shoulder sincerely, and asked poor Elderly to drag the iron sword back to its place. Shiatsuan is undergoing extensive construction work to build thatched or wooden houses for the newly arrived refugees. Not only the refugees, but also the recruited Hua Mulan also want to own a house in Xia village. Hua Mulan's residence is close to the Lord's Mansion to prevent the stone monument of the Lord's Mansion from being damaged. The type of house built for Hua Mulan is a wooden house. You can't let a king-level general live in a thatched house. Building a wooden house requires wood. The villagers voluntarily help Hua Mulan, who protects the village, to build the wooden house. So there is no need to pay wages. This is the 5th day. The number of villagers in Xia village has reached 200, with 40 people still missing. After the village was upgraded to a 2nd-level village, Chu Tian considered going to nearby Langia City. Langia City is a large city, and it is still a neutral zone at present. The army of Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian maintains order. If you want to buy supplies, you have to go to Langia City. Chu Tian also wanted to know how other players were doing. Mr. Village Chief, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Elderly hurriedly ran into the Lord's Mansion and woke up Chu Tian, who was lying in bed thinking about life. Elderly, why are you so panicked? The Yellow Turban Soldiers. The Yellow Turban Soldiers are here. There are 60 of them. 60 yellow turbans? Chu Tian grabbed the iron sword on the bedside and followed Elderly to the village gate in a hurry. The wooden fence at the entrance of the village was closed tightly, and 80 village warriors gathered behind the wooden fence. H Mulan, who temporarily succeeded the bronze-level hero Zhao Qi as the commander of the Xiangyong, arranged 80 Xiangyong in a queue, with the Orions as the flanks and the Xiangyong holding spears, sickles, and hoes as the center. Although the wooden fence is a first-level fortification, it is still a fortification after all. The defense power of heroes and soldiers hiding behind the wooden fence can be increased by 1 point. Commander, H Mulan. Unit, Isamu Natsura. Level, first level infantry. Number of people, 80. Average proficiency, recruit LV1. Morale, 71/100. Attack power, 5 plus 1.25. Defense power, 5 plus 1.25 plus 1. Speed, 5 plus 0. Special effect, morale decrease speed minus 50%. Characteristics, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Thanks to the bonuses of Mulan and wooden fence, Natsura Guang's defense has reached an astonishing 7.25. And he can maintain high morale for a long time. Outside the village gate were 60 yellow turban soldiers. These bandits had yellow scarves tied on their heads or shoulders, and each of them looked fierce. They probably looted the surrounding villages. So the yellow scarf soldiers, who received supplies, did not look sallow and thin. The first few yellow turban soldiers were still riding war horses. War horses are expensive. The reason why there are so few cavalry in the Central Plains is because the cost of training cavalry is high. When Chu Tian saw the war horse, he showed greedy eyes. If you can capture these horses, whether you use them to form cavalry or sell them to get a lot of copper coins, it will be a good choice. The little leader of the yellow turban was carrying a ghost-headed sword, less than 100 steps away from the village gate. Open the village gate and let us enter the village. Otherwise we will attack the village and leave no chickens or dogs behind. 60 yellow turban soldiers held up a variety of weapons and shouted, "Attack the village and leave no chickens or dogs behind." The village warriors in Xia village were sweating profusely. They were just farmers, not to mention 60 fierce bandits. Even if only a few yellow turban soldiers came, it would be enough to scare them. Don't be afraid. We can stop them. Chu Tian encouraged these rural warriors because he found that after the yellow turban soldiers showed off their power, the morale of the rural warriors dropped from 71 points to 67 points. This is also blessed by Mulan's S-level characteristic, Heroine, which reduces the morale drop by 50%. Otherwise, the morale of Xiangyong will drop to 63 points. As a first-level infantryman, Xiangyong's morale dropped so quickly. He was really not very reliable. Chu Tian looked at the bronze-level hero. Zhao Qi, didn't you say that your Shangtian village killed more than a dozen yellow turban soldiers? And there were only about 40 yellow turban soldiers left. I don't know what's going on. Maybe there are other yellow turban bandits nearby. That little yellow turban leader is the leader of the thieves who destroyed our Shangtian village. Zhao Qi's palms were sweating. His strength was not as good as that of the yellow turban leader. After finally settling in Xia Xiyuan, the yellow turban bandits came to attack Xia Xiyuan again. Chu Tian looked at the yellow turban boss again, wondering if this was a special hero or just a random ordinary hero refreshed by the system. Before the public beta of Lord, Chu Tian read the information about the NPC Force Yellow Turban Army on the official forum. The Yellow Turban Army has many special heroes. The most famous heroes of the Yellow Turban Army are of course the three brothers Zhang Jiao, the Tiandong General, Zhang Bao, the Digong General, and Zhang Liang, the Rengong General, as well as Guan Hai, Zhou Tsang, Liao Hua, Pei Yuan Xiao and others. It would be great if the opponent is a special hero. Chu Tian asked. Who is coming? I am Xiao Lao San of the Yellow Turban Army. If you are wise, hand over the food and women. Otherwise, I will tie you up and drag you through the streets with a war horse. The little leader of the Yellow Turban cursed. And when he saw H Mulan behind the wooden fence, he suddenly became greedy. That little girl has good skin. Brothers, attack the village, and the other girls will give it to you. Just give this to me. Steal money and food, and women. The yellow turban soldiers shouted some old-fashioned slogans, but their morale was rising. Nothing can boost the morale of the yellow turban soldiers more than money, food and women. The little leader of the yellow turbans raised his ghost-headed sword high, and 60 yellow turban soldiers attacked the village noisily. They don't have any formations to speak of, and they don't need formations. Their own combat power is enough to deal with the mere Xiangyong. This woman is not something you can deal with. Chu Tian shook his head. Hua Mulan, a king-level general, held a hunting bow and aimed it at the small yellow turban leader. Her strength was 81 points. Her bow was full of strings, and her ordinary hunting bow was trembling violently, because Hua Mulan was too strong. The hunting bow was almost on the verge of destruction. It's not fun to be shot by an arrow from an 81 force general. Chapter 7 Complete Victory over the Yellow Turbans. 60 yellow turban soldiers noisily attacked the gate of Xia village. Xiang Yong used hunting bows to fight back. Several yellow turban soldiers were shot by hunting bows, but they did not hit their vital points and were only injured. There were also archers among the yellow turban soldiers. They shot at the Xiang Yong hiding behind a wooden fence. Several arrows were blocked by the wooden fence, and some arrows missed. Chu Tian judged that the level of the yellow turban soldiers attacking Xia Xiyuan should be above level 10. If it weren't for Hua Mulan, it would be difficult for Xia Xiyuan to survive this crisis. Brothers, split the wooden fence! The little leader of the yellow turban had high fighting spirit and used his ghost-headed sword to fly away an arrow shot by a local hero. An arrow shot by a mere village hero would not hurt him. The village in front of them was just a first-level small village and could not stop the attack of their team of yellow turban soldiers. Suddenly, he found Hua Mulan pointing a hunting bow at him. Young lady, you can kill me instantly with one arrow. Before the little leader of the yellow turban finished speaking, an arrow had already hit his chest. No! The little leader of the yellow turban fell off his horse. Boss! Other yellow turban soldiers came over in confusion. But the little leader of the yellow turbans had already expired, with an expression of disbelief still on his face, and he refused to close his eyes. He was literally killed instantly with one arrow. Chu Tian witnessed Hua Mulan shooting a small yellow turban boss, and was shocked by the fear of a general with 81 points of force. It is estimated that in Hua Mulan's eyes, this small yellow turban leader, who may be a bronze-level hero, is not much different from an ordinary yellow turban soldier. Although in Lord, which emphasizes legion tactics and crushes the Lord's power, it is almost impossible to defeat 10,000 enemies. But it is still very easy for a king-level general to kill a small boss with one arrow with all his strength. The thieves are leaderless. Kill them! Zhao Qi, the bronze-level hero of Xia village, rushed out first. He had a deep hatred for the yellow turban team in front of him. Hua Mulan wanted to shoot another arrow, but her strength seemed to be too much, and the bronze-level hunting bow broke into 2 pieces. Even Hua Mulan did not expect that this weapon was so weak. She looked at the broken hunting bow in her hand, and was a little dazed. My lord! This subordinate made a mistake and destroyed the armament. It's just a hunting bow. Nothing. Hua Mulan, support Zhao Qi immediately. Chu Tian saw Zhao Qi rushing out recklessly, even though he was a bronze-level hero. Zhao Qi, who was only level 30, was no match for the 60 yellow turban soldiers. Yes! Hua Mulan pulled out a silver-level weapon, a Han sword radiating cold light. The whole army attacks. It's just that the 80 lowest-ranking local warriors were treated as commanders of thousands of troops by Hua Mulan. She led 80 village warriors and took the initiative to open the village gate and attack. Chu Tian pulled out the iron sword tied to his waist and went into battle himself. His current strength is 17 points, so it shouldn't be a problem to defeat a yellow turban soldier. The noisy Xiangyong armed with all kinds of farm tools fought hand to hand with the yellow turban bandits. The death of the yellow turban leader had a great impact on the morale of the yellow turban soldiers. Although Chu Tian could not see the morale of the other party, Chu Tian could know from the chaos of the yellow turban soldiers that the morale of the yellow turban soldiers had dropped below 50. The lower the morale, the easier it is to become confused. So the leader is very important. In the Battle of Galyu City, the Mongolian Khan Mengge was wounded and killed by the Song army. The Mongolian army retreated, and the southern Song dynasty continued. During the Okahazama battle, Oda Nobunaga personally led a surprise attack on the Imagawa army. The daimyo Imagawa Yoshimoto was killed in the battle, and the Oda family was able to rise. The yellow turban soldiers, who lost their leader, were unwilling to fight, and were chased by a group of country warriors holding hoes and sickles. Chu Tian held an iron sword and fought with a yellow scarf soldier. The broadsword came over. Chu Tian blocked the yellow turban soldier's broadsword with his iron sword, and sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, I have reached level 10. Otherwise, I would be killed instantly by a yellow scarf soldier. As a village chief, I would be too shameless. Chu Tian hit the yellow scarf soldier with his kicked him over, and then stabbed him with his iron sword. The yellow turban soldiers blocked Chu Tian's iron sword with their big swords, and tried their best to prevent the iron sword from falling. The iron sword still penetrated the yellow turban soldier's chest. Player, you killed a level 10 yellow turban soldier and gained 30 experience points. Chu Tian had already exhausted a lot of energy by killing a level 10 yellow turban soldier. So he chased after the yellow turban soldier with his iron sword and Xiangyong. Hua Mulan personally took the lead in the charge. She was much more comfortable than Chu Tian, and she chopped down a yellow scarf soldier with one sword. The yellow turban soldiers who attacked Xia village were generally around level 10, and they really couldn't stop the level 30 Hua Mulan. Xiangyong was stimulated by his commander, and his morale climbed all the way to 88. Every few village warriors joined forces to kill a yellow scarf soldier with hoes and wooden sticks, and they chased them until they were 3 miles away. Everyone was panting. Chu Tian found that after equipping himself with weapons and chasing for 3 miles, he had to fight in the middle, which was much more tiring than ordinary long-distance running. He checked Xiangyong's morale and found it reached 95. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiangyong could only play with the wind. After Xia village is upgraded to a second-level village, Xia village will start recruiting professional soldiers. Ding! The A-level achievement 10,000 killers is activated. Use your own power to kill 10,000 enemies whose levels are within 5 levels, and you will receive special rewards. Ding! The B-level achievement cruelty against the yellow turbans is activated. Kill 100,000 yellow turban soldiers, and you will receive special rewards. Chu Tian and a group of local warriors sat on the ground to rest, and the achievement system was activated again. The 2 achievements, killing thousands of people and defeating the yellow turbans, are not easy. To kill 10,000 people, Chu Tian actually had to kill 10,000 enemies with his own force. The current progress is 3/10,000. In the crusade against the yellow turbans, Chu Tian and the troops in his territory have to annihilate 100,000 yellow turbans. The current progress is 41/100000. Too difficult. Chu Tian saw the progress that was far away, and some achievements were really difficult to achieve. And the higher the level of achievements, the more difficult they are. Humanoid NPCs are more difficult to deal with than wild monsters, and they come in groups. Do you want to kill thousands of people? Not to mention that only if the level difference is within 5 levels, it will be counted as an achievement. Count the loot. After Chu Tian defeated a small group of yellow turban soldiers, he ordered people to clear the battlefield. This small group of yellow turban soldiers looted nearby villages, and should have a lot of copper coins with them. There are also war horses and iron tools. These are all supplies that the yellow turban soldiers brought to their doorsteps for free. Isn't the purpose of fighting a war to obtain scarce resources? Otherwise, no lord would make a loss-making business. Unlike Xiangyong, who was out of breath, Hua Mulan still had most of her strength and stood on guard. The Xiangyong, who did not have much combat effectiveness, began to clean up the battlefield and picked up copper coins and equipment from the yellow turban soldiers. No one is allowed to hide the loot. Chu Tian personally urged Xia Tsuanxiang to clean up the battlefield bravely. Chu Tian found an additional line in the Lord's log, May 5th. The first year of the Lord's calendar, the Battle of Xiaotsun was a complete victory. The Lord Chu Tian led 80 township warriors, with Hua Mulan as the general, and fought bravely. They defeated the Yellow Turban Army in Xia village. The leader of the Yellow Turban Army was killed. 67 out of 10 were injured, and the rest fled. He was speechless. The system's records are too impressive. If you don't know, you would think that I defeated tens of thousands of yellow turbans in this battle. Chapter 8 Spoils of War. We in Xia village killed 41 yellow turban bandits, and the remaining yellow turban bandits fled. We obtained a total of 4 war horses, 51 taels of silver, 15,417 copper coins, 17 swords, 20 spears, and 11 single wooden bows. Zhang! There are 5 wooden shields and 7 pairs of usable leather armors. Elderly was responsible for counting the spoils. His face was red. This was a rare victory. He also got 4 war horses. You must know that there is not a single war horse in Xia village, except for the 4 war horses and a sum of money that satisfied Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt that this small group of yellow scarf soldiers were very poor. They were so poor that they didn't even have a pair of iron armor. The best armor was only leather armor, and more common clothes. The money collected from them is really not that much. It stands to reason that this small group of yellow turban soldiers would loot nearby villages, and it would not be unreasonable for them to be worth a few hundred taels. There was only one explanation. They might have stored the loot somewhere. If I had known, I would have kept a prisoner. Elderly, if a war horse like this is taken to Langia City and sold, how much would it be worth? Chu Tian has no idea about the prices of Lord as a necessary material for training cavalry. War horses should be valuable. These 4 horses are just the most common war horses. If sold, the price of each war horse should be around 20,000 yuan. $20,000. Chu Tian took a breath. Sure enough, the lords who could afford cavalry were all great lords. In Lord, 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 coins. And an ordinary war horse is equivalent to 20 taels of silver. In one word, it's expensive. 10,000 cavalrymen would need 200,000 taels of silver just to purchase war horses, not including the cost of raising horses. Chu Tian didn't dare to think about it now. Chu Tian checked the attributes of the war horse. Name, ordinary war horse, bronze level. Load, E speed, E endurance, E impact, E. Grain and grass, 3 units/year. Description, a very ordinary war horse. Suitable for light cavalry and overwhelmed. That's the attribute. It's really an ordinary war horse. Chu Tian couldn't complain. He said to H Mulan, you can choose any of these 4 horses. Although they were very ordinary war horses, Chu Tian had no intention of selling them for money. If you sell it for 20 taels of silver, you will definitely have to pay more if you want to buy it back. If you keep it for your own use, there will be no middleman to make the difference. Can you choose your own general? Certainly. Chu Tian murmured in his heart. It was just a bronze-level war horse. Soon Mulan chose a white horse. Chu Tian found that Hua Mulan's loyalty increased from 85 to 87, and her favorability increased from 50 to 51. He had read official information before the open beta. Different heroes like different treasures. Giving the correct treasure will increase loyalty, while giving the wrong treasure will not increase loyalty or even reduce it, preventing players from messing around. It seems that Hua Mulan obviously prefers weapons to red makeup, and her loyalty can be increased by constantly sending equipment. Village Chief, there is another blueprint here, which was found from the little leader. Elderly handed a special trophy to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the drawing and his eyes lit up. This turned out to be an architectural drawing of a military camp. Name, Level 1 Yellow Turban Barracks Blueprint, Bronze Level. Use, can recruit Yellow Turban soldiers, First Level Infantry. Building materials, 100 wood, 10 taels of silver. Building time, 2 days. Training cycle, 7 days. Number of people that can be trained at one time, 100 people. Yellow Turban soldiers? Chu Tian had just defeated a small group of Yellow Turban soldiers. But unexpectedly, the blueprint of the Yellow Turban Barracks was revealed. And judging from the name, it's just a first-level Yellow Turban Barracks. Is there a higher-level Yellow Turban Barracks? Yes. Chu Tian thought that there were high-level soldiers in the Yellow Turban Army, such as Yellow Turban Chiefs and Yellow Turban Strongmen. It seems that this first-level Yellow Turban Barracks can recruit only the lowest-level Yellow Turban soldiers. The Yellow Turban soldiers are also first-level infantry, but their attributes should be better than those of Xiangyong. Should we follow the Yellow Turban route? Chu Tian was a little hesitant. He could see the attributes of the Yellow Turban soldiers through the drawings. Army, Yellow Turban soldiers. Level, First Level Infantry. Attack power, 7, defense power, 5, speed, 5. Skill, low-level plunder, when looting villages and towns. You can get more loot. Characteristics, Santian is dead. Huangtian is standing, E-level trait. When the commander is a Yellow Turban hero. All attributes +1. Salary none. Description, the peasant uprising army in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. When there are Yellow Turban soldiers in the territory, it may lower the people's support. The names of the characteristics of these first-level units are too domineering. The characteristic of the Xiangyong is, the one who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. And the characteristic of the Yellow Turban soldier is, the sky is dead. The yellow sky must stand. Unfortunately, it's of no use. The characteristic of the Yellow Turban soldier is that when there are heroes from the Yellow Turban camp, all attributes are +1, which may be a magical skill in the early stage. But for Natsamura, who does not yet have a Yellow Turban hero, this feature cannot work. The Yellow Turban soldiers have 2 more attack points than Xiangyong. But the price paid is that the people's moral support may decline. Chu Tian still remembers that before the public beta, many players discussed what route military technology should take. There are posts summarizing different routes. The Chaowei route has comprehensive development of various arms, and is suitable for players from the Central Plains. The Shuhan route emphasizes infantry and despises cavalry. which is a helpless choice for players who are not in the horse-producing area. The Suqiao route emphasizes naval forces and despises cavalry. It is the best choice for players in areas with dense water networks in the south. The grassland route emphasizes cavalry tactics and builds a large cavalry army. It is based on the Mongolian Empire and is suitable for players who have pastures in the grassland area. There is also an even more bizarre route, the peasant rebel army route. In the early stage, a large number of low-level yellow turban soldiers were recruited, and yellow turban heroes and peasant rebel heroes from other dynasties were recruited, such as Song Jiang, Fang Hua, and Chuanwang Lizicheng. Although it is also an option to take the route of the peasant uprising army. But, when Xia village is developing well, there is really no need to take such a dangerous route. In all likelihood, the peasant rebel army will collapse on its own in the later stages, or be defeated by the surrounding NPC princes. Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, was watching from Xiapi. See if you can sell it to other players, and then go to Langya City to buy a regular infantry battalion blueprint at a high price. If Chu Tian wants to go, he should take the royal route, in addition to getting the actual spoils of war. Chu Tian found that he actually had 41 points of military merit for annihilating the yellow turban soldiers. There are 20 levels of titles in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The first is Gongshi. The second is Shangjiao. The third is Hairpin. The fourth is Unchangeable. The fifth is Doctor. And the sixth is Official Doctor. It takes 100 military merit to upgrade a first-level sergeant to a second-level officer. The role of a title is still very important. It can obtain official positions from the court, improve people's moral support, and maintain the loyalty of military officers. The most important point is that only those who have reached level 20 of Cheho can establish themselves as duke, king or emperor. Chu Tian also picked a war horse himself. After upgrading Xia village to a second-level village, he would leave Xia village and go to Langya City to purchase a batch of supplies and establish diplomatic relations with other villages on the way. Chapter 9 Secondary Villages and Special Buildings. On Chu Tian's 7th day in the world of Lord, Xia Xiyun finally reached the population requirement for upgrading a first-level village to a second-level village. That is, 240 villagers. Upgrade secondary villages. Chu Tian chose to upgrade without hesitation. Xia Xiyun shook violently, and the village extended outwards. H Mulan followed Chu Tian as a guard. Ding! Xia village was upgraded to a second-level village and received a special building, first-level medical clinic, and a first-level celadone factory. Ding! The special talent system is activated. When special talents are stationed in buildings other than residential buildings, the effect of the building can be improved. Chu Tian checked Xia Xiyun's information. Territory, Summer Village, Secondary Village. Lord, Chu Tian, First-Class Sergeant. Affiliation, Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialty Rough Celadone, E-Grade Specialty. Population, 241/1000. Popularity, 81. Security, 79. Prosperity, 71/200. Administrative Efficiency, 10 out of 100. Agricultural Efficiency, 10 out of 100. Economic Efficiency, 10 out of 100. Cultural Efficiency, 11 out of 100. Military Rating, 562, 1 King Level Special Hero. 1 Bronze Hero. 102 Country Warriors. City Defenses, Wooden Fence. New Buildings, First Class Medical Center. First Class Celadone Factory. A new medical center and a celadone factory have been added. These should be random rewards for upgrading the village. And what does the special talent system mean? Chu Tian found that the second-level village had a lot more content. Because of the appearance of a special building, Celadone Factory. The first specialty product appeared in Xia Village. Specialties are special products, which can be of various types, and can be divided into special crops, special weapons, etc. These special products can bring additional revenue to the territory and result in higher taxes. As for special talents, Chu Tian discovered that there were 11 special talents among the 241 villagers in Xia Village, including a doctor. Name, Li Lan. Age, 27. Level, 35. Commander, 5. Force, 7. Intelligence, 37. Politics, 10. Charm, 75. Occupation, low-level physician, when resident in the medical center. The medical center effect plus 3%. Skills, minor rejuvenation technique. Low-level herb picking technique. Experience, the daughter of elderly of Xia Village. She has a certain talent for medicinal herbs, and is working hard to become an intermediate physician. Chu Tian instantly understood what special talents were. Special talents are to architecture what generals are to the army. I didn't expect Elderly to have a daughter with special talents. What Chu Tian wants now is to try to squeeze out the value of the surplus labor of Elderly and his family, so that they can shine for the development of Xia Village. In addition to a low-level doctor, there are 2 low-level blacksmiths, 2 low-level miners, a low-level cook, a low-level kiln worker, 3 low-level carpenters, and a low-level bricklayer. Special talents are similar to players who take the life career route. They are divided into low-level, intermediate, high-level, special, and holy levels, and they bring different bonuses. There are many players who choose to take the life profession because they can obtain a fixed economic income through life skills, and then exchange them for real Earth coins. But now all players are trapped in the world of Lord. Earth currency can no longer affect this world. All players can only survive in this world by their own abilities, and they can only use the currency produced by this world. Players in the life profession, like these NPC special talents, provide services to various princes and lords. Chu Tian found these special talents in Xia Village and appointed them to manage different buildings. The low-level doctors went to the medical center. The low-level kiln workers went to the celadone factory. And of course the miners went to dig. Elder Li's daughter Li Lan is a weak-looking woman, but she is the only low-level doctor in the village. In addition to the low-level doctors, 2 villagers also learned from Li Lan and became apprentice doctors. When a physician apprentice enters a medical clinic, the attributes of the medical clinic will not be increased. But by changing from refugee to physician apprentice, they have actually completed their career choice and can advance to low-level doctors in the future. Name, First Class Medical Center. Owner, Chu Tian. Physician, 1/2. Apprentice, 2 out of 5. Operating efficiency, 45%. Bonus, 3%. Effect, provide a certain income every month. Related to the village population. The recovery speed of wounded soldiers is plus 5%. The mortality rate of wounded soldiers is minus 1%. And the unnatural mortality rate of the territorial population is minus 0.5%. The role of the medical center is not small. It can not only bring economic income, but also reduce the mortality rate. It can be said to be a very important building. It can save a lot of people and soldiers for the village in the future. The prosperity of Summer Village has changed to 71. If you want to upgrade Xia Village to a level 3 village, one of the conditions is 200 prosperity. Prosperity comes from all aspects of the village. If you want to promote the development of the village, you can only rely on natural growth, and the upgrade will be very slow. Therefore, Chu Tian planned to go to the nearby large city, Langya City, the seat of the Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou. Zhuge Liang was born into a prominent family in the Langya Kingdom. Chu Tian didn't know if he was still in the Langya Kingdom at this time. Moreover, Zhuge Liang was still a little kid who was only a few years old. By architectural drawings, especially infantry battalion drawings, private school drawings, second-level mine drawings, etc., the village still lacks many buildings. Let's see how other players are doing. Maybe we can form alliances with some players. Chu Tian received more than 60 taels of silver for destroying a small group of yellow turban soldiers. In addition, Xia Xiyun still had an initial capital of 50 taels, for a total of 110 taels of silver. He should be able to buy a few drawings. Lord does not have its own auction house system. Otherwise players can replenish resources at any time without leaving the territory, which is extremely disruptive to the balance and would not even require a transport team. Therefore, if you want to purchase important materials, you need to go to the city's physical auction house to trade, or set up an auction house in the territory to allow NPC caravans and player caravans to station. There is no special building like an auction house in Xia Village. Even if there is an auction house, given the current prosperity of Xia Village, no NPC caravan or player caravan is willing to stay in this small Xia Village. H Mulan, you lead 2 Xiangyong to go to Langya City with me. The rest of the Xiangyong will be led by Zhao Qi to protect the village. Elderly, you continue to recruit refugees, and those who practice martial arts among them will be incorporated into the rural brave team. Pay special attention to recruiting heroes. I will definitely be able to return to the village before the harvest in June. Chu Tian carefully calculated his itinerary and made all arrangements before leaving the village. In the world of Lord, the types, growth time, and irrigation requirements of food vary from place to place. The place where Xiaochuan is located is equivalent to the Lini area in Shandong province in reality. Close to the Yi River. According to the game setting, the main crop in Xia village is winter wheat, which is sown from late September to early October and matures in early June. In the meantime, the villagers have to weed, cultivate the soil, and eliminate insects. The game started on May 1st, and now it is May 7th, which is very close to the time for the first batch of grain harvest. If there is not enough labor at harvest time, yields will decrease. In ancient times, wars were generally not launched during the grain harvest season. In any case, Chu Tian must come back before the grain harvest in June to ensure that the grain can be harvested. Chapter 10: The Alliance of Two Villages. There are currently 4 war horses in Xia village, which are trophies obtained from killing a small group of yellow turban soldiers. When Chu Tian was in high spirits and wanted to ride to Lengia City to buy supplies, the reality was cruel. Chu Tian, who was not good at equestrian skills, fell heavily from his horse. The surrounding heroes looked around, pretending not to notice the poor performance of their lord. "Uncle, you can't ride a horse without any skills." Chu Tian was a little crazy. His skill bar was empty, and he had no riding skills. It's the equivalent of a Rolls Royce. No. Ordinary war horses are equivalent to Wuling Hongguang. There is a Wuling Hongguang in front of you, but you don't have a driver's license. Are we going to Lengia City on foot? In that case, the trip would be slower. H Mulan saw that Chu Tian was suffering from his lack of riding skills. So she said, "My lord, there is no need to worry. What can you do?" Ding! The king-level special hero H Mulan is teaching you the special riding skills. Do you want to accept it? Accept? Chu Tian couldn't help but be surprised. It turns out that special heroes can also teach players skills, but there should be strict restrictions, no matter what. Since there is special riding skill, if you don't learn it, it will be useless. H Mulan spent half a day teaching riding skills step by step. Ding! Player, you have learned a special riding skill, and your current level is level 1. Chu Tian looked at the first skill he had obtained. Name, special riding skill, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, can ride horses below diamond level, when fighting on horseback. The attack power will be greatly increased. The higher the level, the greater the improvement. Cavalry's magical skills. Chu Tian couldn't believe it. This skill was not an offensive or defensive skill, but a general skill. But its effect was comparable to a divine skill. Ding! The hero H Mulan's friendship with you has deepened. Her loyalty has increased to 88 points, and her favorability has increased to 52 points. The system prompts made Chu Tian a little dazed. He didn't expect that learning skills from military commanders could also improve the friendship between the two parties. This is a hidden system similar to bonds. After learning how to ride, Chu Tian was finally able to ride a war horse and leave Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan had 4 war horses, so he took H Mulan and 2 Xiangyong with him to Lengia City, with H Mulan and 2 village warriors as guards. Chu Tian didn't have to worry about being attacked by bandits or wild beasts on the way. Lengia City is 60 kilometers away from Xia village, and there are war horses to travel with, so the speed is not slow. 5 kilometers north of Xiaochuan, Chu Tian and his party saw a village. This should be the other player's village. Chu Tian discovered this village between Xia village and Lengia City when he went hunting with the hunters in Xia village. When the villagers saw the arrival of 4 strangers on war horses, they immediately became confused. A group of country warriors holding sickles, hoes, and spears came to the village gate to be wary of Chu Tian and his party. An ordinary war horse is worth 20,000 yuan, and ordinary people cannot afford it, for war horses appear at the same time, most of which are strong men. Don't get me wrong. I am the village chief of Xia village 5 kilometers south. Where is your village chief? Chu Tian held the reins and shouted to the neighboring village. Summer village? It turns out there is a summer village south of us. Mr. Village Chief, the village chief of the neighboring village wants to see you. The villagers in this village went to report to their village chief noisily. Soon a village chief, supported by the villagers, came behind the wooden fence. He looked at Chu Tian warily across the fence, obviously not fully believing what Chu Tian said. The head of the neighboring village turned out to be a female player. Although the players and NPCs looked almost exactly the same, Chu Tian could easily tell which ones were the players based on their behavior. The female player wore a thin sword at her waist. Who are you? Why did you come to visit our little village? Chu Tian, the head of Xia village. Xia village is only 5 kilometers away from your Xiaoyu village. Maybe establishing diplomatic relations between our two villages can promote trade and thus increase prosperity. After Chu Tian upgraded Xia village to a second-level village, he needed to consider upgrading to a third-level village. The prosperity requirement for a third-level village is 200 points, and the prosperity benefits brought by Mulan are no longer enough. Establishing diplomatic relations with other villages means the circulation of goods. Xia village's specialty, rough celadon, can be sold to neighboring villages, which increases economic prosperity and income. Trade is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win situation. You should know that. Right. Chu Tian tried to persuade the village chief of Xiaoyu village. If the opponent is a player, he should understand this truth. Of course I know. But how can I trust you? You have war horses, and you might attack our village. These war horses are the trophies we captured from the yellow turban soldiers. If you are worried about letting us enter the village, you can send people to Xia village to form an alliance. I remember that if we form an alliance, we in Xia village cannot easily attack Xiaoyu village. That way you should feel relieved. Right. The female player bit her lip. And then Chu Tian received a system prompt. Ding! Xiao Liang, the village chief of Xiaoyu village, has sent you a friend invitation. Do you accept it? Accept? Xiaoyu village has issued a 12-month alliance negotiation to Xia Xiyuan. Do you accept it? Reminder. Once the two parties reach an alliance, if one party voluntarily breaks off diplomatic relations during the alliance, the people's support, public security, blessing value, general loyalty, and lord reputation of that party will be affected. It will drop significantly. And in the first month of establishing an alliance, diplomatic relations cannot be broken. Except, the village chief of Xiaoyu village is also a straightforward person and directly proposed an alliance with Xia Xiyuan. In the early stage, alliances are still necessary in order to deal with rogue bandits, promote village trade, and even jointly build roads. The alliance can be severed in the future, but there will be a certain price to pay for breaking the relationship. I just want to farm well. Xiao Liang, the head of Xiaoyu village, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chu Tian's ID. No wonder this strange guy proposed trade and alliance just after visiting Xiaoyu village. It turns out he is also a farming party. The alliance is second only to marriage, and there are certain restrictions on both parties. They cannot break off the relationship in the first month. So during this month, both parties can trust each other unconditionally. You can come in. The wooden fence at the entrance of the village opened, and Chu Tian visited another player's village for the first time. Our Xiaoyu village has just been promoted to the second-level village today. Xia Xiyuan can defeat a small group of yellow turban soldiers, so he should have already reached the second-level village. Right? Xiao Liang looked at the war horses of Chu Tian and his party, and couldn't help but envy them. An ordinary war horse is worth 20 taels of silver. She looked at H Mulan again, thinking that she was also a player. So she sent out a friend invitation. Strangeness. Xiao Liang cannot send out friend invitations. She's a hero. Chu Tian explained. The hero of Natsamura seems a bit powerful. Xiao Liang looked H Mulan up and down. She is not H Mulan's lord, so she cannot view H Mulan's information. When you came to our Xiaoyu village this time, you probably didn't come here specifically for a visit. Right? We are going to Langia City to buy a batch of supplies. We happened to pass by here on the way. Oh! There was a hint of shrewdness in Xiao Liang's eyes. It just so happens that Xiaoyu village also needs a batch of materials to attack the third-level village. There may be rogue bandits on the way to Langia City. I have a silver-level general under my command. If we join forces, we should be able to arrive at Langia City safely. Chapter 11 Langia City. The specialty of our Xiaoyu village is silk. What is the specialty of Xia village? Celadon. Chu Tian visited the villages in the alliance. The development of Xiaoyu village was surprisingly good. And there were special buildings, rice shop, and pawn shop. Two villages are in an alliance, and villagers on both sides can buy each other's products. Of course, the lord can also choose to prohibit the export of certain goods. Xiaoyu village is also dominated by rural warriors, and obviously does not have a professional infantry battalion. However, Xiao Liang, the head of Xiaoyu village, built Xiangyong camp. The Xiangyong battalion cannot recruit new troops, but after training, the attributes of the Xiangyong can be improved and turned into elite Xiangyong. Xiao Liang sent the attributes of the elite Xiangyong to Chu Tian. Xiangyong camp can be built without drawings, which is equivalent to the additional buildings in first-level villages. Chu Tian planned to go directly to the infantry camp route, so he did not build the Xiangyong camp. Name, Elite Xiangyong of Xiaoyu Village. Attack power, 6, defense power, 6, speed 5. The effect of Xiangyong Camp is attack and defense +1. And the improvement is unexpectedly good. Chu Tian still remembers that the attributes of the first level Yellow Turban Barracks are attack 7 and defense 5. The attributes of the elite rural warriors are almost the same as those of the Yellow Turban soldiers. However, the elite Xiangyong has been capped, while the Yellow Turban soldiers can still advance. Training for elite warriors takes time. There is 1 silver level hero and 50 elite village heroes in Xiaoyu Village. This silver level hero is not a special hero. There are only a few thousand special heroes in the entire Eastern Han district, even if they are divided equally among each lord. Only a few lords can get special heroes. Now that everyone can't go out, most people should adapt to this world. Go to Langia City and see how other players are doing. Chu Tian met other player lords for the first time. So he went to Langia City with Xiao Liang from Xiaoyu Village. Xiaoyu Village did not have such scarce supplies as war horses. So the two villages merged into a small team, with the war horses carrying provisions and luggage, while Chu Tian and the others walked, slaying monsters and upgrading, while heading to Langia City. Xiaoyu Village sent a silver level ordinary general and 2 elite village warriors, plus 4 people from Xia Village, to form a team of 8 people in total. Stop! I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. If you think about it. Before the bandit leader could finish speaking, a flying arrow shot him to death. H Mulan put down the single wooden bow. Xia Liang's eyes widened when he saw that the heroes of Xia Siyuan could kill a level 15 bandit leader with 1 arrow. What is the quality of your generals in Xia Siyuan? Gold level. Chu Tian casually mentioned a level. Xia Liang was a little envious. I didn't expect that there are actually lords in Langia Kingdom who can recruit gold level heroes. Gold level heroes should now be ranked among the top 1,000 in the world. My silver level heroes are still recruited from refugees. Not just in the top 1,000. Even on the 7th day of beta testing for Lords, Mulan still ranks 2nd in the global hero rankings. The first place is the Black Prince Edward, the hero of the Holy See District. A team of 8 people charged against dozens of rogues. Chu Tian was riding on a war horse, brandishing an iron sword, and slashed with the sword. Blood spattered on his face, and the level 10 rogue was seriously injured. Chu Tian, who has mastered special riding skills, can strengthen his ability when riding a war horse. The cavalry is a great threat to the light infantry. Otherwise a war horse would not be so expensive. With 4 war horses and 2 heroes, Chu Tian and the others easily defeated dozens of bandits. After the small leader was killed by H Mulan, the bandits' morale dropped drastically, and they turned around and fled. During the 60-kilometer journey from Xiansuan and Xiaoyu Village to Langia City, they encountered several attacks by small groups of bandits, but they were all resolved one by one. Xia Siyuan wants to sell specialties and other commodities to Langia City. He also needs to open the road and send local warriors to escort the goods. Chu Tian is not only gaining experience and leveling up, but is also thinking of ways to expand Xia Siyuan's connections with other towns and villages. The road system is very important in Lord. Langia City is the largest city nearby. It is classified as a large city, and its prosperity is estimated to exceed 100,000. If the road between Xiaosuan and Langia City is smooth, economic efficiency can be improved. When the group arrived at Langia City, Chu Tian's level had already risen to level 15. Commander, 25, Force, 23, Intelligence, 27, Politics, 30. Very balanced attributes. But Chu Tian didn't care. As a lord, if the territory is large enough, and the heroes under his command are strong enough, he can be invincible. Langia City is a large city with a level much higher than Xia Siyuan. The city wall is 12 meters high, which is equivalent to about 4 floors in reality. A flag symbolizing the power of Tao Qian, a prince of the 3 kingdoms, was planted at the top of the city. There is a group of city guards at the city gate, bored and looking at the players or NPCs entering and leaving the city. Chu Tian tried to check the attributes of the officers and soldiers defending the city. Name, Shuzhou Langia City Defenders. Level 50. Description, don't try to provoke me, or you will die ugly. Apart from their levels and names, Chu Tian couldn't see the specific attributes of the city's defenders. But the level of Langia City's defenders was very high, reaching an exaggerated level 50, when players are generally only around level 10. A level 50 city defender is comparable to a big boss. If you want to capture Langia City with the power of players, At least it can only be done in the midterm. If you provoke the NPC city in the early stage, you are courting death. There are many levels of difference between large cities and second-level villages. Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, and Hua Mulan entered Langya city with their war horses, attracting the attention of the soldiers guarding the city. 2 soldiers guarding the city came to ask with spears in hand. "Who are you?" "I am the village chief of Xia village. The village chief of Xiao village." Chu Tian took out the village chief's order. The 2 city guards checked the village chief's order and stopped embarrassing them. "Recently, a large number of yellow turban bandits have appeared outside the city. You should all be careful. If you see anyone suspicious in the city, report it to the government." "Report?" "Yes." Chu Tian noticed this message and paid a little attention. Xia village was attacked by a small group of yellow turban soldiers. Chu Tian thought it was just a test for the Lord. It seemed that the yellow turban soldiers who attacked Xia village were some stragglers. There were yellow turban generals nearby, so the defenders of Langya city were feeling anxious. Langya city has hundreds of thousands of residents, and its population is 1,000 times that of Xia village. It is extremely prosperous. Chu Tian took the lead in going to the auction house to buy architectural drawings to improve the prosperity of the village. The Fire Wolf gang recruits players to fight together in troubled times. Lingyan Pavilion recruits various types of players, and a beautiful gang leader personally presides over the gang. There are many active players in Langya city. After the initial panic of being trapped in Lord, they have begun to form gangs and strengthen their power in Lord. In order to survive, the 2 village alliance formed by Chu Tian and neighboring villages is essentially a means of survival. Chu Tian walked into the auction house. He did not intend to follow the route of the peasant rebel army and sold the blueprint of the first-level yellow turban camp to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes revealed shrewdness, and he stretched out a finger. "This thing is only worth 1 tael of silver." "Damn it! Black businessman!" Chu Tian thought to himself. Chapter 12 Purchasing Architectural Drawings. Although the owner of the auction house was a shady businessman, Chu Tian, who didn't want to spend too much energy on dealing with the yellow turban barracks blueprints, sold the blueprints directly and got a tael of silver. Chu Tian asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have any architectural drawings here?" The owner of the auction house pinched his mustache and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Our auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Langya kingdom. We don't have any drawings. Do you have the drawings of the 6th level cavalry battalion?" Mulan's special unit, the Iron Eagle Scout, is a 6th level cavalry. If Xia village has a 6th level cavalry battalion, it can directly recruit Iron Eagle Scouts. Xiangyong and Yellow Turban soldiers are both 1st level infantry, and 6th level cavalry can crush 1st level infantry. If the auction house had a drawing of the 6th order cavalry battalion, Chu Tian would buy it no matter what. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, the shopkeeper and the players in the auction house were stunned. This is a ruthless person. He wants the architectural drawings of the 6th level cavalry battalion as soon as he opens his mouth. When no lord has a 3rd level village, who can afford to raise 6th level cavalry? The owner of the auction house was a little embarrassed and coughed twice as a cover. "Not really. Even Langya city does not have a 6th level cavalry battalion. Maybe only Xiapi city where Lord Tao Qian is located has a 6th level cavalry battalion. And the drawings are not for sale." Chu Tian didn't want to embarrass himself too much, so he asked, "What is the highest level of cavalry battalion blueprint that can be purchased at your auction house?" The owner of the auction house held out 3 fingers. "How much silver?" 1,000 taels. The players in the auction house were in an uproar. The blueprint of the 3rd level cavalry battalion alone is worth 1,000 taels of silver, which is equivalent to the price of 50 ordinary war horses. The shopkeeper was finally a little proud. Cavalry is not something that ordinary lords can afford. Chu Tian still refused to give up. Without the blueprint of the cavalry battalion, Xia Xiyuan's horses would be of no use. What about the blueprints of the 1st level cavalry battalion and the 2nd level cavalry battalion? The blueprint of the 1st level cavalry battalion is worth 20 taels of silver, and the blueprint of the 2nd level cavalry battalion is worth 100 taels of silver. Expensive. Very expensive. The recruitment of cavalry has not started yet, but the drawings of the cavalry battalion alone are so expensive. Not to mention the expenses such as building a cavalry battalion, purchasing war horses and equipment, and monthly salary. Maintaining a cavalry was expensive except in the steppes. Do you want to buy a blueprint of a 1st level cavalry battalion and go back? Chu Tian took stock of the money he brought and found that 50 taels of silver were left in the village. He brought some silver taels and a bag of copper coins, plus the rewards for killing bandits on the way, and the 1 tael of silver he got from selling the yellow turban barracks drawings. There was a total of 101 taels of silver. There is no hope for the 2nd level cavalry battalion blueprint. If you buy the 2nd level cavalry battalion blueprint, you will only have 1 tael of silver left, and you will not be able to afford other blueprints. What about the infantry battalion? It's easy to say that our auction house not only has drawings of infantry battalions from the 1st to 3rd levels, but also recently even a drawing of a 4th level infantry battalion. The auction house clearly marked the price at 5 taels of silver for the 1st level infantry battalion and 25 taels of silver for the 2nd level infantry battalion. A 3rd level infantry battalion costs 250 taels of silver. As for a 4th level infantry battalion, it costs 2,500 taels of silver. The one with the highest price will get it. 2,500 taels of silver. The players present were even more shocked. If they were not trapped in the game, maybe the rich could exchange silver with other players through earth coins. But now all players are trapped in this world, and can only obtain the currency of this world through their own efforts. No one can collect 2,500 taels of silver in 7 days, unless dozens of village chiefs join forces to withdraw the precious funds in the village to buy the architectural drawings of a 4th level infantry battalion. However, there should not be that many villages that would sacrifice their future for a 4th level infantry battalion blueprint. Even if a 4th level infantry battalion is built, there is still no money to recruit 4th level infantry. Chu Tian seriously suspected that the auction house was ripping off customers. The 1st level yellow turban battalion was only slightly inferior to the 1st level infantry battalion. The auction house only spent 1 tael of silver to recycle the 1st level yellow turban soldiers, while the 1st level infantry battalion cost 5 taels of silver to sell. What if I want to buy the blueprint of the 1st level yellow turban barracks? 3 taels of silver. He is indeed a black businessman. After knowing the price of the architectural drawings, Chu Tian selected a few more drawings. A 2nd level infantry battalion construction blueprint, worth 25 taels of silver. A blueprint for the construction of a 1st level cavalry battalion, worth 20 taels of silver. Just 2 military architectural drawings cost 45 taels of silver. Then, there are the drawings of the thatched cottage private school, which is a cultural building and is worth 10 taels of silver. The 4 basic resource building drawings of level 2 farmland, level 2 mine, level 2 lumberyard, and level 2 quarry cost 10 taels of silver each. A total of 50 taels of silver. Increasing the level of resource buildings will only bring higher bonuses, and will not expand production scale. The scale of reclaimed farmland, minerals, stone, and timber is positively related to the population size of the territory. In this way, 95 taels of 101 taels of silver were spent, leaving only 6 taels of silver. Chu Tian finally experienced what it means to spend money like water. He was quite rich at first, but now he only had 6 taels of silver and couldn't afford other drawings. Xiao Liang, the head of Xiaoyu village, also bought several blueprints, but she was poorer than Chu Tian and could not afford military architectural blueprints, so she only bought resource blueprints and economic architectural blueprints. Chu Tian's development direction is different. While taking into account resources, it focuses on self-protection. It first builds a 2nd level infantry battalion and a 1st level cavalry battalion in the village. Your Xiaoyu village only has 1 Xiangyong camp. Don't you consider purchasing the 2nd level military blueprints? Chu Tian couldn't help but be a little confused when he saw that Xiao Liang didn't buy military blueprints. Hey! Xiao village has a 2nd level infantry battalion and a 1st level cavalry battalion. If our Xiaoju village is in trouble in the future, we can just hire your soldiers to help us block the enemy. So there is no problem in our Xiaoyu village's military development later. Xia village is only 5 kilometers away from Xiaoyu village. We can definitely reach it after an hour of forced march. Right. Xiao Liang's answer was beyond Chu Tian's expectation. This woman was very shrewd and did not hesitate to form an alliance with Xia Xiyuan to eliminate Xia Xiyuan's threat to Xiaoyu village. She also planned to borrow soldiers from her allies in the future. After the lords have reached an alliance, they can request reinforcements as long as they pay a price that the allies cannot refuse. Xia Xiyuan has a powerful hero and bought 2 military architectural drawings. The military rating is much higher than that of Xiaoyu village. Xiao Liang directly gave up the military competition, devoted all his efforts to developing agriculture and economy, and then hired heroes and soldiers from Xia village. It's okay to ask for reinforcements, but the price for our troops in Xia Xiyuan is very high. Chu Tian thought about it carefully, provided protection to his allies, and then collected protection fees, which was diplomatic income in the lord's income. Collecting protection fees from nearby player lords seems to be a good way to make a fortune. Just when Chu Tian and the others were about to leave the exchange, a fat man stopped them. Both of you. You are buying architectural drawings. You must be a lord player. Right. I am Xiaopang, the vice president of the Wolf Walk Guild. And our Wolf Walk Guild has already bought them. 27 lord players and 230 free players. Everyone is trapped in, lord, and cannot get out. Players in the closed beta said that the Yellow Turban Army in Shuzhou will come out to rob various villages after the Lord harvests food. As long as you join our guild, we can tide over the difficulties together. Chapter 13 Bounty Mission. Player Xiaopang invites you to join the second-level guild, Wolf World. Do you want to accept it? Accept? Chu Tian hesitated again and again, but chose to sign up for a guild. There are internal beta players in the opponent's guild, and they can learn about the important events that will happen in the next year. In addition, Wolf World is a loose alliance of players with basically no rules and regulations, and it has almost no impact on Chu Tian. If we rely on the power of reality, we may be able to easily establish a large force headed by the president. But being trapped in, lord, is equivalent to the complete breakdown of interpersonal relationships in reality. It is destined that no one can dominate a guild when the prosperity of each village is about the same. And the guild is also a very loose organization. The president of our Wolf World is a beautiful woman. She is very rich in reality. Unfortunately, she is trapped in, lord, and cannot use earth coins. Otherwise it would not be just a second-level guild. You will have the opportunity to meet her in the future. Her village is among the top 100 villages in Donghan District. If the village encounters an attack in the future, you can issue a request for help in the guild. If the members near the guild think that the price you pay can meet their expectations, they will come to support. You can also support nearby members. The relationship strength of the guild second only to Armistice and Alliance. There are guilds formed by other players in Langya City, such as Lingyan Pavilion and Fire Wolf Gang. Some guilds are very ambitious and may attack Langya City in the future and become lords. You should also know that in the early stage of the game, one lord, the power of the three kingdoms, cannot compete with the princes of the three kingdoms. The level of the three kingdoms generals is very high from the beginning. Even if the lords recruit emperor-level generals, it will be difficult to suppress the three kingdoms generals before the level is improved. So some lords want to join forces to expand. I am just a free player who sometimes recruits members in Langya City. The lord players in the guild stay in their own territory most of the time. Vice President Xiaopang kept talking for a long time, and Chu Tian probably understood the contents of the guild system. Some guilds focus on self-preservation in troubled times, while others focus on expansion. Xiaozuken also followed Xiaotsuan and joined the Wolf Guild. Xiaopang left after introducing the guild system, saying he was going to level up. Chu Tian opened the guild panel, which showed the names of each member. The president was Shuiyu, but he could not see the detailed information of other players. This is to prevent enemy guilds from sending in gaps to join the guild to check intelligence. Only the president and vice president can issue announcements. After buying the blueprints, Chu Tian rarely came to Langya City, so he wandered around the city. Langya City is the future development direction of Xia Village. The buildings here are of high grade and of various types, including taverns, auction houses, city defense workshops, inns, cavalry camps, tea shops, and even brothels. Langya City has at least 10,000 city defense troops, belonging to the subordinates of Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian. And these city defense troops are often soldiers above level 50, which is much stronger than low-level recruits. Chu Tian discovered that there were a large number of defenders in Langya City, which was really not something that ordinary lords could conquer. Therefore, Langya City, as a temporary neutral zone, is very safe, and there are soldiers maintaining law and order. Chu Tian came to the bulletin board outside the Langya City County Government Office, where many free players accepted tasks. The bulletin board is a special building that only exists in the city. In theory, after the player's territory is upgraded to the city level, he can also publish tasks through the bulletin board in his own city. As long as the rewards are rich enough, there will be players who dare to accept them. Free players can also pay a deposit and publish tasks in the city on their own. E-level mission. Antley and Muddle Lane. East Street. Langya City lost a cat. Anyone who helps her find the lost cat can go to Antley to receive the reward. E-level mission. A group of wild wolves appeared 20 miles outside the city, blocking the road. Those who eliminate the wild wolves can go to Langyu Trading Company to find a shopkeeper to receive the reward. Sea-level mission. A military commander in Langyu City was captured by the Yellow Turban Army and rebelled, threatening the security of Langyu City. The government recruits talented people and strangers to hunt him down. Those who kill the rebel military commander will receive 30 gold as a reward. Chu Tian glanced at all the tasks. Most were E-level tasks. A few were D-level tasks. And there were only a few pitiful C-level tasks. However, no player dares to accept C-level missions, and very few players accept D-level missions. The player's level is now too low, and even D-level tasks are difficult to complete. If it were an online game in the past, dozens or hundreds of players would swarm the game, and it would not be difficult to complete C-level tasks. But now no player knows what will happen if they die in the game. Before the resurrection skill, no one dared to risk their lives. Chu Tian takes on the next C-level mission. Mission: the rebellious military commander of Langyu City. Difficulty C-level. Content: according to the scouts, the rebellious Junho, level 60 silver level hero, is hiding in a yellow turban camp 15 kilometers outside Langyu City. Try to kill him to complete the mission. Reward: 20 gold. An intermediate skill book. A level 60 silver level hero, and he is still in the Yellow Turban Army camp. It is difficult to kill the rebellious military commander. No wonder it is a C-level mission. And the rewards are generous. When Chu Tian saw the generous reward, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. The currency of Lord is 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 10,000 gold. 20 gold is 200 taels of silver. After purchasing the architectural drawings, you still need money and materials for construction. Recruiting regular soldiers also requires gold and silver to produce weapons and armor. Maybe ordinary players can't complete the C-level mission in the early stage, but Chu Tian has the level 30 king-level hero H Mulan, who might be able to complete the mission. People die for wealth and birds die for food. The ancients sincerely did not deceive me. Chu Tian still accepted the task. He planned to go to the Yellow Turban Army camp 15 kilometers away to see if the mission could be completed. Do you want my help? I have a level 30 silver level hero and 2 elite country warriors here. I only need a small reward. How about 50 taels of silver? Xiao Liang, the head of Xiao village, was a little surprised to see Chu Tian take over the C-level mission, but he thought that Xiaogua had a gold level hero who might not be able to complete the mission, so he planned to cooperate to complete the mission. 50 taels of silver? Yes. The premise is to complete the task. Chu Tian calculated in his mind that only H Mulan, a hero, could kill the rebellious military commander. But this military commander should be accompanied by the Yellow Turban soldiers. If there was a level 30 silver level hero to support him, he would be more likely to complete the mission. Hi! Natsumura and Zayazukin have reached a 12-month alliance. In the first month, both sides cannot backstab each other, so there should be no problem in cooperation. In order to kill the rebellious military commander, Chu Tian used his last 6 taels of silver to buy arrows. Chu Tian and his party set out from Xia village and Xiao village, and shot the bandits with bows and arrows on the way. At this time, there were not many bows and arrows left. In Lord, a standard arrow pot can hold 30 arrows, and bronze-level arrows cost 50 gold per arrow, which means a pot of arrows costs 1,500 gold. Raising archers is equally expensive. Fortunately, some intact arrow clusters or arrow shafts can be recycled and reused. In order to complete the C-level bounty mission, small fortunes cannot be made, and big fortunes cannot be made. Chapter 14 Big Harvest. 15 miles outside Langyu City, there are 3 bandits patrolling at the foot of the hillside. They have yellow scarves tied on their heads. They are yellow scarf soldiers active in various parts of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Suddenly, several arrows shot out from the bushes, hitting 3 bandits. 2 bandits fell down, and only 1 bandit still wanted to escape after being injured. Another arrow flew over and killed the seriously injured bandit. Player, you killed a level 15 yellow turban soldier and gained 50 experience points. Chu Tian emerged from the bushes with a small team of troops and searched for loot from the corpses of the yellow turban bandits. He obtained a total of 1 tael of silver and 152 copper coins. You guys are just poor. Chu Tian counted the spoils, compared with the expenses of dozens of taels of silver for the development of the village. This amount of loot was a drop in the bucket. He looked at the top of the hillside. There were more than a dozen wooden sheds standing there, as well as wooden fences as defenses. This group of yellow turban soldiers did not engage in production, and made a living by looting nearby villages. Therefore, there were basically no economic buildings in the Yellow Turban Army's strongholds. Chu Tian and his party groped up the mountain road, killing several Yellow Turban soldiers on the way. There is actually a wooden arrow tower in the Yellow Turban Army's stronghold to monitor the perimeter. The wooden arrow tower is incredible. It is a second-level defensive fortification that can greatly improve the attributes and vision of the archers deployed on the wooden arrow tower. Even Xia village does not have an arrow tower yet. If a few sharpshooters are deployed on the arrow tower, it will be difficult for the enemy to invade the village unless the enemy has siege equipment or a large number of archers to suppress the arrow tower. There are 2 yellow turban archers on this wooden arrow tower of the yellow turban soldiers, and they seem to be of a high level. Chu Tian patiently observed the outside of the Yellow Turban Army stronghold, then gathered the other 7 people, and used tree branches to draw the general outline of the Yellow Turban Army stronghold. There are at least 100 Yellow Turban soldiers inside, and we only have 8 people, so we cannot attack by force. Every day, every once in a while, Yellow Turban soldiers will patrol at the foot of the mountain, and we can intercept and kill these patrolling Yellow Turban soldiers to alert the enemy. Xiao Liang was puzzled. Then what? Chu Tian used a branch. Then we sent 4 people to provoke the Yellow Turban soldiers and lure away most of the troops inside. The other 4 people who were ambushing outside went in and killed the rebellious military commander. This is called transferring the tiger away from the mountain. This is a good idea. But those who go to provoke may be chased by dozens or even hundreds of Yellow Turban soldiers, and most of them will die. Don't forget that we have 4 war horses. As long as the person who lures the enemy changes his horse on the way, he can escape the pursuit of the Yellow Turban soldiers. Chu Tian made arrangements, and sent out 2 Xiangyong from Xiaocuan and 2 Xiangyong from Xiaoyu village to carry out the action of luring the enemy. These 4 heroes can actually ride horses. In order to complete the sea-level bounty mission, Chu Tian patiently ambushed the Yellow Turban soldiers who came out for patrol, killing 7 Yellow Turban soldiers in total. All the Yellow Turban soldiers who came out to patrol were ambushed. The Yellow Turban soldiers in the Yellow Turban stronghold finally fell into panic. The leader of the Yellow Turban army gathered all the Yellow Turban soldiers to strengthen the defense. For Xiangyong appeared outside the Yellow Turban stronghold. The Yellow Turban leader, who was angry because of his uneasiness, chased them out with hundreds of Yellow Turban soldiers, and was successfully led away by the Xiangyong. The Yellow Turban army is indeed the Yellow Turban army. They don't look very smart. If they were generals from the 3 kingdoms, they shouldn't have fallen for such a trick. Chu Tian's judgment was correct, except for a few special heroes. The general setting of the generals of the Yellow Turban army was that they were high in martial arts and low in intelligence. The silver-level hero of Xiaoyu village is a Bao general. The so-called Bao general is not only good at using bows and arrows, but also has special bonuses when commanding archers, such as Huang Zhong and Sun Shangxiang of the 3 kingdoms. H Mulan took off the single wooden bow and aimed at a yellow scarf archer on the wooden arrow tower with the heroes of Xiaoyu village. 2 arrows were shot out one after the other, hitting the 2 Yellow Turban archers in the middle. The Yellow Turban archer shot by H Mulan was instantly killed. But the Yellow Turban soldier shot by the hero of Xiaoyu village was not dead yet, and wanted to sound the gong to alert other Yellow Turban soldiers in the stronghold. H Mulan shot another arrow, finishing the attack for the hero of Xiaoyu village. The Yellow Scarf soldiers, who are qualified to stand guard on the wooden arrow tower, are of high level. Even level 30 silver level heroes cannot kill them instantly with bows and arrows. Xiao Liang, a silver level hero from Xiaoyu village, looked at H Mulan as if she were looking at a monster. The silver level hero couldn't kill the Yellow Turban archer instantly with 1 arrow, but she killed him instantly with 1 arrow. The gap was too big. Is she really just a gold level hero? Isn't she a special hero? Xiao Liang can be promoted to the 2nd level village by his own ability. He is a smart man. Seeing the huge gap between the ordinary heroes, he recruited H Mulan. He quickly discovered that H Mulan may not be just an ordinary gold level hero, either a special hero or above gold level. Fight in! Chu Tian didn't have time to explain. He had diverted the main force of the Yellow Turban army away from the mountain, with the plan of diverting the tigers away from the mountain. There were only 20 or 30 Yellow Turban soldiers in the stronghold. In addition, the archers guarding the wooden arrow tower were shot and killed. At this time, they could completely enter the stronghold. Here, kill the rebellious military commander, H Mulan, who was the most powerful, rushed to the front. The yellow turban soldiers, who stayed at the camp, hurriedly came out of the wooden shed to attack, but were killed by H Mulan with a knife. Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, and the silver-level heroes from Xiaowu village used bows and arrows to cover Mulan. Chu Tian shot an arrow and hit the yellow turban soldier on the shoulder. The yellow turban soldier was not dead. His level was higher than the yellow turban soldier outside. Xiao Liang shot another arrow, but the yellow turban soldier was still not dead. It wasn't until the silver-level hero added another arrow that the strong yellow scarf soldier fell. No wonder it's a sea-level bounty mission. It's so difficult to kill a soldier. Chu Tian now understood why this mission was a sea-level mission, involving a level 60 rebel military commander and hundreds of yellow turban soldiers. If the main force of the yellow turbans had not been diverted, the current battle would have been even more brutal. However, H Mulan is still a yellow scarf soldier with one sword, and the price she pays is exhaustion of physical strength. Did that idiot Zong Ba send you to kill me? A bearded warrior dressed as a military general appeared, holding a long spear. Chu Tian didn't need to think too much to know that this man was the rebellious military commander of Langia City. The defenders of Langia City were not unknown people, but heroes from the Three Kingdoms period such as Zong Ba, Sun Quan, and Li. So this person should be Zong Ba's subordinate, who later rebelled and became the Yellow Turban Army. H Mulan has already fought with the rebel army, using Han swords against spears, but she has the upper hand. The competition between generals depends on level difference, force, equipment, skills, and other attributes. Although H Mulan is only level 30, she has 81 points of force, while the silver-level rebel military commander has less than 60 points of force even if he reaches level 100. The rebel army commanders could only rely on their level difference to resist H Mulan's attack. H Mulan moved forward step by step, a Han sword in her hand like a butterfly's light, killing the rebel soldiers and forcing them back. There are still 7 yellow turban soldiers in the Yellow Turban Army stronghold. Their level is no less than level 30, and they are besieging Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, and silver-level heroes. Only the silver-level heroes from Xiaowu village have the ability to fight against the yellow turban soldiers of the same level, but they are unable to defeat the four-handed soldiers with 2 fists, and it is difficult to protect the 2 village chiefs who are not yet at a high level. You hide behind me! The silver-level hero tried to block the 7 yellow turban soldiers, but 3 yellow turban soldiers still broke through his offensive and attacked Chu Tian. The iron sword collided with the yellow turban soldier's sword, and Chu Tian's arm went numb. The yellow turban soldiers are of a higher level than him, and his martial arts cannot fight across so many levels. A stone flew and hit the yellow turban soldier on the shoulder. The yellow turban soldier was injured and fell down. Chu Tian took this opportunity to stab the yellow turban soldier with his iron sword several times in succession. Player, you killed a level 30 yellow turban soldier and gained 200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 16. Sure enough, they are yellow scarf soldiers with a high level. No wonder they are so difficult to fight. If H Mulan hadn't kicked up stones on the ground during the battle with the rebel soldiers and injured the level 30 yellow turban soldiers, Chu Tian might have been killed by the level 30 yellow turban soldiers. Even the minions are equally terrifying as they level up. There is no slight difference between a level 100 warrior and a level 10 rabble. Therefore, it is entirely possible to defeat a mob of 300,000 with 7,000 white robes in. The Lord, Chu Tian and Xiao Liang met up, and the two fought hard against 2 yellow turban soldiers. During this period, H Mulan continued to injure the yellow turban soldiers with flying rocks, doing 2 things to support Chu Tian. No! The rebel commander screamed, and there was a terrible knife mark on the front of his chest. He was killed by H Mulan. The silver-level hero in Xiaowu village was only level 30. But it didn't take much time to defeat several yellow turban soldiers of the same level. One after another, the yellow turban soldiers fell under his iron sword. Quick! Before the main force of the yellow turban comes back! Chu Tian and others killed the rebel army and searched for loot everywhere. The rebel commander had 3 architectural drawings on his person. Chu Tian took them into his arms without having time to check what the drawings were. The main force of the yellow turbans may return at any time, and it is not safe here yet. H Mulan had already spent a lot of energy to kill the rebel army, and she might not be able to protect Chu Tian under the siege of hundreds of yellow scarf soldiers. With 10 taels of gold, the military commander is really rich. Chu Tian found another 10 taels of gold from the corpse of the rebel army commander. The military commander in Langia City was extremely rich and carried around 10 taels of gold. I don't know how much richer he was compared to the Yellow Turban minions. The gap between rich and poor is so huge. No wonder the Yellow Turbans want to revolt. In addition to 3 architectural drawings and 12 taels of gold, Chu Tian also seized the military commander's spear and leather armor, which were all silver-level equipment. H Mulan, Xiao Liang, and the silver-level heroes from Xiaoyu village broke into the warehouse of the Yellow Turban stronghold, where there were 2 treasure chests. In addition to the treasure chest, there are more than 20 pairs of leather armors and sophisticated weapons. Xiao Liang exclaimed, "Now I'm rich." Chu Tian also followed and said hurriedly, "We can't take away so many things. We only take away gold, silver and silver-level equipment, as well as skill books." Chapter 15 Wooden Arrow Tower Drawings. After Chu Tian looted the Yellow Turban Army's warehouse, he immediately left the Yellow Turban Army's stronghold. When the leader of the Yellow Turban Army returned with hundreds of Yellow Turban soldiers, there were only copper coins and bronze-level weapons left in the warehouse that were too heavy to take away. The unwilling roar of the leader of the Yellow Turban Army came from the Yellow Turban Army stronghold. Get rich. Chu Tian held a heavy amount of gold and silver, 2 skill books, and 3 architectural drawings in his arms. He also held 2 pieces of leather armor, a long sword, and a long spear. If the equipment wasn't heavy, Chu Tian would have wanted to move all the weapons and armor in the Yellow Turban stronghold back to Xia village to equip soldiers or sell them for money. In a sense, the golden belt of murder and arson can realize the accumulation of primitive capital through war, and the early development of the territory can be faster. H Mulan, Xiao Liang, and the heroes of Xiaozukan also held a lot of loot. There were already 4 Xiangyong riding war horses at the foot of the mountain to meet them, and the group returned to Langya City. "How do you plan to divide the spoils? This time it is mainly your heroes from Xia village who killed the rebellious military lords. The trophies you plunder are yours, and the trophies I plunder are mine." Chu Tian was not sloppy at all, and did not argue with Xiao Liang, the head of Xiaoyu village, about how to divide the extra loot. Without Xia Ciyuan's silver-level heroes and 2 elite country warriors, the 4 people from Xia Ciyuan alone may not be able to complete this task. This is also a way to win people's hearts. If there is no benefit, other lords will not follow you wholeheartedly. Diplomacy, like agriculture, commerce, and military, is an important part of lords. The most representative one is undoubtedly the Zhonglian Hung during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. This time during the looting of the Yellow Turban stronghold, Chu Tian gained the bulk of the items from the rebel army lords. Sure enough, Xia Ciyuan saw that Chu Tian did not care about gains and losses, and his mentality changed subtly. Maybe Xia Ciyuan could be worthy of a long-term alliance. Chu Tian did not notice the change in the mentality of his allies, but looked at the 3 architectural drawings dropped by the rebel lords of Langya City. After all, this military lord is also a subordinate of Zhang Ba, the general of Taoqian, a prince of the 3 kingdoms. The construction drawings he possesses should not be the construction drawings of the Yellow Turban barracks on the street. Right? Name, small wooden arrow tower, level 2 city defense fortification. Maximum durability, 100. Number of defenders that can be accommodated, 3 people. Effect, the defender's field of vision is increased, and the defense power is +3. Materials required, 10 taels of silver, 100 wood. Evaluation, a nightmare for low-level troops. The first architectural drawing was the arrow tower that Chu Tian saw in the Yellow Turban stronghold. Arrow towers are city defense works. As long as he has the blueprints and resources, Chu Tian can build as many arrow towers as he wants in his own territory. He can even build a circle around Xia village. It's just that Xia Ciyuan doesn't have that luxury, nor does it have that many archers. Build 2 wooden arrow towers at the entrance of the village. After the grain harvest at the end of June, the Yellow Turban Army will attack the villages of various lords. The arrow towers can be used to resist the Yellow Turban Army. The wooden arrow tower can be regarded as a powerful city defense in the early stage. It increases the field of vision and 3 points of defense. For the fragile archers, it is a timely help and also provides a bunker. This architectural drawing is very practical in the early stage. Then Chu Tian looked at the remaining 2 drawings. Name, secondary school ground. Effect, soldier training effect +2%. Materials required, 20 taels of silver, 50 wood, 150 stone. Evaluation, can't slack off today. 1 more 1,000 meters. This second level school ground can improve the training effect of soldiers, and is also a very useful special building. Military generals usually train soldiers, which can improve the level and morale of soldiers. There is a second-level school field, which is equivalent to plus 2% of the growth rate of soldiers. Don't underestimate 2%. Add up to a small amount. As expected of a rebellious military prince, all the drawings he carries are military architectural drawings. Chu Tian saw the third drawing, which was also a military drawing. Name, Level 2 Armor Workshop. Effect, bronze and silver level armor can be produced, and the armor production cost is minus 2%. Materials required, 40 taels of silver, 100 wood, 50 iron, 50 stone. Evaluation, the armor produced is useful. That's a good thing too. Chu Tian saw the introduction of the blueprint. A small wooden arrow tower, a second-level school field, and a second-level armor workshop, coupled with the blueprints of the second-level infantry battalion and the first-level cavalry battalion purchased in Langya City. Xia Xiyuan almost has a complete military industry. Is Xia Xiyuan going to follow the militaristic development route of Spartan civilization? No. Chu Tian gave up this dangerous idea. Militant Sparta could easily decline due to population decline. Chu Tian took out 2 skill books. One was an attack skill book, flame marksmanship, and an intermediate skill book, divided into 10 levels. Name, Flame Spear Technique, 1 out of 10. Power 5. Additional effect, there is a very low probability of burning the opponent and causing the enemy to enter a state of slight injury. Evaluation, let the fire destroy everything. There is also an intermediate mental method, Iron Wall Mental Method, which is also divided into 10 levels, and can improve the ability to save life. Made money. Chu Tian planned to use the 2 intermediate skill books for himself. One for offense and one for defense. Xiao Liang from Xiaoyu village is also very satisfied with his harvest. Chu Tian counts the other items he and H Mulan collected. There are 21 taels of gold and 314 taels of silver. If there are too many copper coins, I will give up. There are also 4 silver-level weapons and 3 pieces of armor. Chu Tian returned to Langya City and found the county government office in a hurry. The above-mentioned gains are only unexpected gains from attacking the Yellow Turban Army stronghold. There are also 20 gold rewards and an intermediate skill book for completing sea-level bounty missions. You were the one who killed the rebellious military lord? When Chu Tian went in alone to receive the reward, Zong Ba, the guard of Langya City and the special hero of the 3 kingdoms, looked at the very weak player in front of him in disbelief. This person actually completed the task that other players did not dare to take on. He's a level 60 rebel army lord. And he's also followed by a large group of yellow turban soldiers. No matter what, Chu Tian received 20 gold coins and gave 5 taels of gold coins to Xiao Liang as reward. The intermediate skill book awarded to Chu Tian by Langya City guard Zong Ba is Intermediate Archery. When using a long bow as a weapon, the attack power and destructive power are enhanced. With another windfall, Chu Tian went to the auction house without hesitation to continue searching for drawings. There are never too many architectural drawings. Only by increasing the prosperity of the village as quickly as possible can it be upgraded to a 3rd-level village. Shopkeeper, I'm here again. Although the auction house in Langya City is a black business, the auction house's architectural drawings are very complete. I am a fisherman and a fisherman. Seeing the small bag of gold coins that Chu Tian put on the counter, the shopkeeper smiled brightly and rubbed his palms. Sir, you are really our big customer recently. I wonder what architectural drawings you want. Our auction house recently purchased them at a high price. I got a drawing of a small brothel. It only cost 300 taels of silver. Would you like one? Chapter 16 Return to Summer Village. I am a gentleman. How could I build a brothel in my own territory? Perhaps sensing the unkind looks in the 2 women behind him, Chu Tian righteously rejected the tempting suggestion put forward by the auction house manager. Brothels are economic buildings and can theoretically bring high economic income. As for the specific effects, it is difficult to say. It may reduce the loyalty of female heroes and special talents. Ahem. I've been here before. But this brothel is different from what you thought. It's just a building for listening to music and drinking. It's a pity. I wonder what drawings you want. Considering that in the early days, players had to think about it for a long time when buying a second-level blueprint, Chu Tian was a rare big customer. And the shopkeeper's attitude improved significantly. It's just so true. Level 2 blacksmith shop blueprints, secondary tailor shop blueprints, and secondary medical clinic blueprints. Chu Tian has 36 taels of gold and 314 taels of silver. with a total value of 674 taels of silver. You can buy a lot of ordinary second-level blueprints. Suddenly, Chu Tian thought of the Yi River next to Xia Village. The actual drainage area of the Yi River is 17,000 square kilometers. After the area of Lord is expanded 10 times, it will be 170,000 square kilometers. The depth of the river cross-section is also deepened, allowing larger wooden boats to be navigated. The upper reaches of the Shuzhou section of the Yi River is Langya City, and the lower reaches is Xiapi City. If Xia Village has wooden boats, it can trade with Langya City and Xiapi City by water. Do you have any shipyard drawings here? The blueprint of the first-level shipyard is worth 50 taels of silver. The blueprint of the second-level shipyard is worth 250 taels of silver. Good. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and bought a drawing of a first-class shipyard, and then spent 50 taels of silver to buy a construction drawing of a dock. The 5 drawings cost a total of 175 taels of silver. This is the construction drawing of a pig farm, and comes with low-level pig raising technique. There are also drawings of a siege equipment workshop, a tavern, a fish pond, a chicken farm, a pavilion, and a clock tower. The shopkeeper lined up dozens of drawings, all of which were buildings that Xia Xiyuan lacked. One bite cannot make you fat. The territory of Xia Village may not be able to accommodate so many buildings, and the labor force may not be enough. So you can only choose buildings selectively. For example, the siege equipment workshop is completely useless in Xia Xiyuan now. Unless you are attacking a town, you need ladders, siege towers, and catapults. To attack a village, you only need to crush it with troops. Buy the pig farm blueprints, fish pond blueprints, and chicken farm blueprints, all of which are level 2, for a total of 60 taels of silver. There is also a level 2 tavern, which costs 100 taels of silver. Chu Tian selected another batch of architectural drawings. Among them, the second-level tavern is the most expensive, worth 100 taels of silver, because this blueprint also comes with a D-level specialty, rice wine, which has the effect of bringing economic benefits and increasing the chances of special talents and ordinary heroes appearing. As for the rare number of special heroes, the tavern cannot recruit them. If the tavern is successfully established, Xia Village will have 2 specialties, rough celadone and rice wine, and its prosperity will be higher. I want a drawing of a business house, a drawing of an escort agency, a drawing of a mulberry garden, and a drawing of a bank. Xiao Liang from Shaowu Village purchased a batch of economic-type architectural drawings. He estimated that the development direction of Shaowu Village would be a commercial town, emphasizing commerce over military affairs. Chu Tian didn't care how other lords developed. It is a good thing for Xia Xiyuan that Shaowu Village despises military development. At least there is no need to worry about Shaowu Village's threat to Xia Xiyuan. Chu Tian got 3 life skills books: Bad Level Pig Raising Techniques, Bad Level Fish Raising Techniques, and Bad Level Chicken Raising Techniques, which were included with the purchase of blueprints. He casually read the introduction of a skill book. Name: Low-Level Pig Raising Technique. Effect: when managing pig farms. Pork output plus 2%. Swine fever occurrence probability minus 0.5%. Evaluation: raising pigs. From getting started to getting rich. Although Chu Tian didn't want to learn it, it was undeniable that this was a very practical life skills book. It can be given to special talents of the farmer type, or players who have chosen the advanced farmer direction in Lords. Will there be players who choose to be farmers? There really is. As long as there is demand, there is a market. And you can never guess what players think. Take these 3 skill books back for use by the special talents in Xia Village. In order to complete the sea-level bounty mission, it was already dark at this time. So Chu Tian and the others found an inn in Langya City to stay overnight temporarily. Time in Lords is the same as in the normal world. An ordinary guest room costs 200 yuan, and prices in Langya City are really high. Lord players can also live in the territory, while free players can only buy houses in Langya City or other cities. Chu Tian lamented the prices here. It seems that real estate is equally profitable in Landlord. A low-grade house costs 5 taels of silver. An ordinary house costs 20 taels of silver. A top-grade house costs 100 taels of silver. And for a luxurious house, it costs up to 1,000 taels. Xiao Liang has already inquired about the housing prices in Langya City. If there are 10,000 players living in Langya City, they can earn at least 50,000 taels of silver. And based on the character of the players, They will definitely not be willing to live in inferior houses, but in high-quality houses, so that they can earn 1 million taels of silver. When Chu Tian thought about the huge profits from real estate, he couldn't help but envy Zong Ba, the lord of Langya City. Wait until Shiatsun expands to a town before considering building luxurious residences. Chu Tian and his party stayed in Langya City for a day and then returned to Xia village. On the way, he occasionally encountered bandits and was shot dead by them. During the 2 achievements, the completion rate of killing 10,000 people was 35/10,000. The completion level of the Yellow Turban Crusade is 112/100000. There is still a long way to go to complete the 2 achievement tasks. If our Xiaowu village encounters an enemy attack, I hope Xia Xiyuan can provide appropriate assistance. Of course, I am willing to pay the price. The news that large groups of Yellow Turban soldiers may appear after the wheat harvest is really disturbing. Xiao Liang led a war horse and said goodbye to Chu Tian and his party at the entrance of Xiaowu village. This horse was an ordinary war horse she bought from Langya City, worth 23 taels of silver. Everyone is trapped here. If you can help, you will definitely help. Chu Tian just handed over and led the people back to Xia Xiyuan. Village chief, where are you going? Go to Xiaozu village to buy silk. On the way back to Xia Xiyuan, Chu Tian discovered that there were villagers in Xia Xiyuan going back and forth between Xia Xiyuan and Xiaowu village. Due to the signing of the 2-village alliance, the 2 villages, which were only 5 kilometers apart, soon began to trade. The lords of the 2 villages could tax trade and their income would increase. The distance between the 2 villages is too close. After they are upgraded to towns, they may be next to each other. Chu Tian shook his head and did not think about the future for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to establish various facilities as soon as possible, as well as harvest food, and fight against the large groups of Yellow Turban soldiers who might plunder the village after the harvest. Elderly brought the villagers of Xia village to greet him. Village chief, you are back. In the past few days, the population of our Xia village has reached 412. So much! There were just over 240 people when Chu Tian left, and within a few days Elderly had taken in hundreds of refugees. In addition to Elderly and Zhaoqi, there is also a silver-level ordinary general. Chapter 17 Massive Construction. I, Wu Shang, have practiced martial arts since childhood and traveled around. I saw the outstanding people in your village, so I plan to stay here permanently. While Chu Tian was away from Xia Xiyuan, another ordinary hero came to Xia Xiyuan. Perhaps because they were worried that the Lord would not be able to resist the large number of yellow turbans after the food harvest. The silver-level heroes appeared in Xia village this time. Name, Wu Shang. Talent, silver level, ordinary hero. Level 40. Experience, 5842/100000. Identity, descendant of the Warring States Rangers. Loyalty 70. Commander, 17. Force, 45. Intelligence, 24. Politics, 11. Charm, 61. Equipment, refined long sword, silver level weapon. Attack power +3. Very small chance of causing armor breaking effect. Leather armor, bronze level weapon. Defense power +1. Phasiality, 20. Characteristic, descendant of aristocratic family Shao D level trait. The rate at which the territory attracts refugees increases by 1%. This hero is a force-type hero, and is not suitable for leading troops in war. However, the characteristic of, descendant of a noble family, can speed up the recruitment of refugees to the village. Elderly, it seems you are doing well in the village. Chu Tian got off the horse, and was very satisfied with the silver-level heroes that Elderly had recruited. A silver-level hero can easily defeat several minions of the same level. It's all thanks to the wise leadership of the village chief. He led many villagers and elders to defeat the Yellow Turban soldiers a few days ago, which made our Xia village famous. Wu Shang was willing to stay in our village, and the nearby refugees gathered in our village. Elder Li's words made Chu Tian feel very comfortable. There are currently no highly political civil servants in Xia village. Elder Li's political attribute of 30 points can barely be used. Back in Xia Xiyuan, Chu Tian took out the drawings from the package hanging on the saddle. The first is the barracks. Xia Xiyuan did not even build the Xiangyong camp, because Chu Tian directly followed the regular infantry and cavalry route. He abandoned the Xiangyong camp. Now Chu Tian has a first-level cavalry battalion blueprint and a second-level infantry battalion blueprint in his hands. Building a first-level cavalry battalion costs 20 taels of silver, 100 wood, and 20 labor. A first-level cavalry battalion takes 3 days to complete. The second-level infantry battalion takes 5 days to complete. At the same time, special buildings such as pig farms, chicken farms, fish ponds, and taverns have also started construction. These new buildings require a huge amount of manpower to build from scratch. As for the original first-level farmland, mining field, quarry, blacksmith shop, tailor shop, and medical center, they have all been upgraded to second-level buildings. Upgrading a first-level building to a second-level building also requires silver, wood, stone, and labor. There is still about half a month before the grain harvest, and the entire Xiaosiyuan labor force is busy, contributing to the development of Xiaosiyuan. When the grain is harvested, most of the village's labor force has to be involved in the work process of cutting wheat, threshing, and drying grain. By then, Xia village will have no extra labor to build facilities. It was therefore necessary to complete the construction of these buildings before the harvest. After careful calculation and labor arrangement, Chu Tian was able to barely complete all the buildings according to the drawings before the grain harvest. So Xiaozuan began to carry out large-scale construction. And the villagers were enthusiastic about making great strides towards becoming a third-level village. Villagers are paid for building buildings, and the silver spent on building buildings is naturally distributed to the labor rather than being recycled by the system. While waiting for the construction to be completed, Chu Tian went hunting in the nearby mountains and forests from time to time to obtain meat for the village and to accumulate wild boar skins, the raw material used to produce leather armor. Ding! Player God will bless you has become the first player in the world to own a third-level village. He will be rewarded with a gold recruitment order, which can recruit gold-level ordinary heroes. There is a very small probability of recruiting special heroes. Ding! Player Jiuji Laoqin has become the first player in the Eastern Han District to own a third-level village, and will be rewarded with a gold recruitment order. Just when Chu Tian killed a wild boar and collected the meat and wild boar skin, 2 game announcements went off almost at the same time, one after another. The player, God will bless you, in the Holy See District, and the player, Jiujiao Laoqin, in the Eastern Han District upgraded the village to level 3. The Jiuji Laoqin in the Eastern Han District showed no signs of weakness, and almost deliberately opposed the Holy See District. Chu Tian opened the ranking list, and wanted to see what the territorial prosperity of these 2 potential opponents was. The top-ranked, God will bless you, has a prosperity of 254. And the second-ranked, Jiujiao Laoqin, has a prosperity of 235, and is quickly catching up with the first. Chu Tian suspected that the player, God will bless you, in the Holy See District recruited the Imperial Commander Black Prince Edward, so he could occupy the top spot. Jiujiao Laoqin, from the Eastern Han District, is going to catch up with him so soon. Could it be that he has also recruited a special general? Chu Tian checked the hero rankings again. H Mulan was still ranked 2nd, but the 3rd place was Meng Wu, the hero of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Meng Wu is the father of Meng Tian, a fierce general of the Qin Dynasty. When Wang Jian led the Qin army to destroy Chu, Meng Wu served as deputy general. It seems that this Jiuji Laoqin should be the player who recruited the special hero Meng Wu. I wonder which state among the 13 states he is in. I hope he is not in Shuzhou. Chu Tian glanced at the rankings. 2 of the top 10 players on the rankings were players from the Eastern Han District, and the 10th place turned out to be an African chief. There are hundreds of millions of players trapped in Landlord, with a huge number of Lords players. There will definitely be Lords recruiting special heroes one after another. Chu Tian didn't care if the village that already had players upgraded to a 3rd-level village, because he estimated that after Xiaosiyuan built all the drawings he brought back, it should be able to upgrade to a 3rd-level village. In the Wolf Walking World channel of the guild that Chu Tian accidentally joined, other members seemed to have heard the system's announcement about the first level 3 village player in the Eastern Han District, and began to discuss the top player in the Eastern Han District, Jiujiao Laoqin. I heard that Jiujiao Laoqin is a beta player and very influential. If he can use real-life power, he can surpass the number 1 Holy See player. But now everyone is trapped in Lord. Luck and choice become very important. Which state is the territory of Jiujiao Laoqin? Shuzhou? Qingzhou? Jingzhou? He is in Guangzong. Chu Tian dived silently and learned some interesting news. The number 1 Lord player in the Eastern Han Dynasty is in the Guangzong region. Guangzong is a great place. It is very prosperous in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and is known as the 800 miles of Qinchuan. Otherwise, the focus of the Han Dynasty would not be placed on that area. Zhuge Liang's northern expedition to the Central Plains had the strategic purpose of capturing Chang'an. Guangzong is also one of the front lines against other civilized areas and grassland NPC forces. Yes, in addition to other player civilizations, there are also many NPC forces that have disappeared in history, such as the Xixia, Xiongnu, De Yushi, and Luan forces. The Eastern Han dynasty was a very large area. Some people chose Guangzong, Hanzhong, Jingzhou, Yangzhou, Jizhou, and Yuzhou, and some chose to protect the western regions. It should be a good thing that the number 1, Jiuji Laoqin, in the Eastern Han district is not in the same state as himself. Chapter 18 Training for Riding. On the third day, the first level cavalry battalion, the first barracks building in Xia village, was officially completed. The cavalry battalion also comes with a small stable for the cavalry to take care of their horses. The cavalry camp needed a huge space, so it was built outside Xia village, with a wooden fence extending from the village to the cavalry camp. The first level cavalry battalion can train light cavalry, arm light cavalry, level, first level cavalry, attack power, 10, defense power, 5, speed 20, skills, low level reconnaissance, slightly increases the probability of obtaining enemy intelligence. Low level mounted shooting, when mounted shooting, slightly increases the hit rate. Low level galloping when charging, attack power +2, defense power -1. Extremely, there is a small chance that the enemy will be thrown into chaos. Characteristics: 1000 cavalry 1 ping gang, E-level trait. When a cavalry hero serves as the leader. All attributes +1. Military pay, 2 taels/month. Required equipment, war horse, sword. Additional equipment, bow and arrow, spear, leather armor. To train light cavalry, you must have a horse and a sword. The price of swords is not bad. Ordinary swords can be bought for less than 1 tael of silver. War horses, salary, bows and arrows are the big ones. An ordinary war horse costs 20 taels of silver. And the food and grass consumed every month is also a huge expense. In addition, the salary of a light cavalry is 2 taels of silver. Those who can afford the cavalry are either the grassland lords, who own pastures and have all the people as soldiers, or the lords in the pass who are as wealthy as the enemy. However, the attributes of the light cavalry are explosive, with high basic attributes and 3 low-level skills. The attack power of the yellow turban soldiers is only 7, a skill that is better than nothing. But the attack power of the light cavalry has reached 10, 3 practical low-level skills, and the speed is too fast. Now there are only 4 war horses in Xia village. One of them is used by Chu Tian himself, and one is given to H Mulan. There are only 2 free horses, which means that 2 light cavalry can be trained. The training cycle for light cavalry is 14 days. Chu Tian arranged for 2 rural warriors to train in the cavalry camp. The cavalry battalion has its own NPC instructors, but they do not fight for the village. Village chief, the pigsty has been built. Chu Tian had just arranged for the training of 2 village heroes. An elderly came over in a hurry. Chu Tian followed elderly to the first level pig farm. This is a spacious wooden shack, with low earth walls dividing it into pig pens. Name, secondary pig farm. Quantity for slaughter 500. Expandable to 1000. Effect, average slaughter weight +2%. You also need to select sows and breeding boars. 1 boar can breed 20 sows. Elderly reminded Chu Tian. The current number of commercial pigs that can be raised in the pig farm is 500. And it can be expanded to produce 1000 commercial pigs. It will take time to enrich the pig farm. Purchase excellent breeding boars and sows from the villagers. This is Chu Tian's first time raising pigs. He recruited a villager and handed him the low-level pig raising technique. In this way, this villager was already a low-level pig raising expert with special talents. Chicken farms have also been established, divided into chicken coops and open spaces, and chicken chicks can be collected from villagers. The fish pond was built near the Yi River to breed fish fry. The construction time of the shipyard is longer. The ships that the first level shipyard can build are small wooden boats, which are divided into 2 types, civilian and military. The former can accommodate 2 to 3 people, and is used for water transportation or fish farming and fishing. The latter it can accommodate 10 people, and is used for fighting on the water. Of course, the latter is more expensive. On the 5th day, the 2nd level infantry battalion was also completed, and Xiangyong could be trained into regular soldiers. There are 2 types of arms that the 2nd level infantry battalion can train: light infantry and Elite Light Infantry. It's strange that the second-level infantry battalion can't train heavy infantry yet. Do we need a third-level infantry battalion to train heavy infantry? But even if it can train heavy infantry, it probably won't be able to support it with the financial resources of a village. Chu Tian checked the attributes of Light Infantry and Elite Light Infantry. Arm, Light Infantry. Level, First Level Infantry. Attack Power, 7, Defense Power, 5, Speed, 5. Skills, Low-Level Fenchyuan, can slightly improve morale when in a tough battle. Can only be used once a day. Low-Level Shield Array, when forming a shield array. Defense +1. Low-Level Spear Array, when forming a spear array. Damage to cavalry increase. Characteristics, why don't men bring Wu Hook when an infantry general serves as the leader? All attributes will be +1. Military pay, 1 tael/month. Required equipment, sword or spear. Additional equipment, bow and arrow. Leather armor. Shield. The basic attributes of the light infantry are the same as those of the yellow turbans, but they have 3 low-level skills. In actual combat, the light infantry is definitely more practical. The yellow turban soldiers are always thieves, while the light infantry are already officers and soldiers. Elite Light Infantry is a second-level infantry with attack power 9, defense power 6, and speed 6. It has 3 skills: intermediate Fenchyuan, low-level shield formation, and low-level spear formation. Its characteristics are the same as those of light infantry. As for the Elite Light Infantry, the salary is 1 to 500 yuan, which is equivalent to 1.5 light infantrymen. If you have a lot of money and a small population, it's okay to use Elite Light Infantry. If money is low and young labor is abundant, it seems that light infantry is more cost-effective. Chu Tian hesitated for a while, then selected 50 civilians and trained them directly as Elite Light Infantry. They needed to pay a salary of 900 taels of silver every year. 50 Elite Light Infantry are enough to defeat 200 Xiangyong of the same level. After all, they are professional soldiers. As long as the morale of the Xiangyong is broken, the Xiangyong will flee. In this way, Xiaotsun has 2 light cavalry, 50 Elite Light Infantry, and a group of rural warriors. The current Xia Xiyuan could not afford to support so many elites. But in order to cope with the yellow turban turmoil that might break out next month, Chu Tian chose to send troops. If you don't have money to pay the army, you can only fight for the yellow turban soldiers. When all the buildings are completed, the prosperity of Xia village rises to 213 points, meeting the prosperity conditions for upgrading to a third-level village. Ding! Announcement from the Eastern Han District System. At the end of June of the first year of the Lord's calendar, the Yellow Turban Traces event is about to start. Large groups of Yellow Turban troops will appear and rob food everywhere. There is no human habitation for thousands of miles, and no chickens or dogs are heard. Please be prepared. All lords, use your own strength and wisdom to protect your village and people. Ding! Donghan District System announcement. This is the warm-up event for the epic battle Yellow Turban Rebellion. There are national rankings, state rankings, and county rankings. Points can be obtained by killing Yellow Turban soldiers and Yellow Turban leaders. Each ranking lists the lords with the top 100 points will receive generous rewards. Chu Tian was about to check the conditions for upgrading a second-level village to a third-level village when a system announcement suddenly sounded. Originally, this was an activity used to get rid of a group of weak lords. But after all players were trapped in lords, this activity became very dangerous, and some players might be killed by the Yellow Turban soldiers. The blacksmith shop creates weapons. The armor workshop creates leather armor and wooden shields. The medical center accumulates medicinal herbs, and everyone works hard to harvest wheat. Chu Tian immediately mobilized the entire village's labor force. Chapter 19 Food Issues. The farmland outside Xia village is golden. As the village chief, Chu Tian leads many villagers to the fields to harvest food. Even the village chief went to the fields in person, as did heroes such as H Mulan, elderly, Zhao Qi, Wu Shang, and soldiers. Before the Trail of the Yellow Turban event begins, they must harvest food as soon as possible. Otherwise they will be affected by the war. In the era of cold weapons, soldiers and horses moved forward before food and grass were used. If the fields were not farmed properly, the soldiers would not have the strength to fight until their stomachs were full. In Lords, the morale of the troops is very important. Troops without morale will choose to turn around and flee, and may even mutiny. It is unknown in history how many armies were defeated due to lack of food. Harvesting crops with a sickle is no less laborious than hunting and killing. Chu Tian had been harvesting food for a long time and already felt exhausted. Other lords in Shuzhou should also be leading the villagers to harvest food at this time. Village chief, it's time to eat noodles. Elder Li's daughter, Li Lan, now a low-level physician at the Xiaochuan Secondary Medical Center, handed a bowl of noodles to Chu Tian. Thank you. Why is the village chief always so polite? Li Lan couldn't help but laugh. Women and girls in Xia village had to prepare cold water, rice and noodles at noon, and everyone ate in the fields. It's not easy for our fellow farmers. As the village chief, Chu Tian personally harvested wheat, guided pig, chicken, and fish farming, and also cared about public security and villagers' satisfaction, only to experience the hardship of farming. Chu Tian also had time to check the conditions for Xia village to be upgraded to a third-level village during his break. The conditions for upgrading a second-level village to a third-level village are not difficult. First, the prosperity reaches 200. Second, 70% of public support and 70% of public security. Third, the number of special buildings must be no less than 10. Fourth, the military score must be no less than 400. Fifth, the population must be no less than 800 people. Xia Xiyuan has met these 4 conditions. But the 5th condition is still a little short. A village of 800 people can no longer be considered a small village. After being upgraded to a third-level village, it is qualified to be called a large village. The food collected by Xia village can still feed a few cavalry and 50 elite infantry. It is said that above the elite infantry are the third-level infantry Shuzhou soldiers, which officially have their own name. Currently, Xia Xiyuan is only qualified to serve as the leader, H Mulan, and the 25% offensive and defensive bonus is very impressive. Well, we planted these crops last year. Now the village is getting bigger and bigger. Please pay attention to the grain and grass inventory. Mr. Village Chief, if necessary, you need to purchase grain from outside. Elderly walked over with a wooden stick and reminded Chu Tian of important information that there was a potential food crisis in Xia village. The initial amount of food in Xia village is 500 units. This amount is enough for 500 people for a year. It is more than enough for Xia village's initial population of 100. However, the population of Xiaochuan is now close to the 800 mark, and the 500 units of surplus grain can only last for more than half a year. Moreover, in order to replenish their physical strength during the war, soldiers consume twice as much food as usual. The food issue is a difficult problem. Accumulating food widely and becoming king slowly is not just a slogan. Food can be directly equivalent to gold and silver in troubled times. If there is no food, we will rob it. And rob it from the Yellow Turban Army. Chu Tian's eyes were fierce. The Yellow Turban soldiers killed by the lords and princes and lords can at least circle the earth. If they don't snatch the food of the Yellow Turban soldiers, that would be to plunder the natural resources. You can also steal the gold and silver from the Yellow Turban soldiers, and then trade with Langia City to buy excess grain from the city lord Zongba. When there is no war between the player lord and the NPC princes, the player lord can trade with the princes normally. After listening to Chu Tian's words of tiger and wolf, Elderly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His village chief was more like a Yellow Turban soldier than a Yellow Turban soldier. If it weren't for the fact that he had to lay a solid foundation for the territory, and that the function of occupying other lords' territories had not yet been opened, Chu Tian would directly lead a group of soldiers out of the village to plunder. Chu Tian suddenly remembered that Xiaoyu village, 5 kilometers away, had economic buildings such as rice shops, merchants, and escort agencies. It seemed that he could buy food directly from Langia City through the buildings in Xiaoyu village. The prerequisite was that he had money. Chu Tian asked the village chief of Xiaoyu village to use her building. No problem, but normal charges apply. Sun Xiaoliang, the head of Xiaoyu village, replied to Chu Tian. The benefits of the alliance are also revealed, which is equivalent to 2 villages developing at the same time and getting what each other needs. This is the benefit of trade. Chu Tian continued to work on harvesting crops. Crop harvest is not calculated based on the grain income from the panel, but based on the actual harvest of seeds planted in October. There may be a bumper harvest, or there may be a locust plague or drought. As the saying goes, if you sow melons, you will reap beans. The next year's harvest depends on this year's efforts. Food crops are too single. We need to enrich crop types and cultivate improved varieties. Chu Tian had a busy day and discovered some problems while working. At present, the crops in Xiaochuan are mainly wheat and vegetables. The setting of the Eastern Han Dynasty in Lord does not include crops from the age of discovery such as corn, kampa rice, and sweet potatoes. Neither the Holy See District nor the Japanese District. Of course, Donghan District also has its own exclusive crops, such as tea. Specialties from different civilized areas can only be exchanged after the borders of the civilized areas are opened. However, you can still buy seeds of rapeseed, yam, and other crops in Langyaking. As the village chief, Chu Tian must find ways to enrich the menus for himself and the villagers. After harvesting the wheat, the work is not done yet. It still needs to be dried and stored. There is a granary in Xiaotun. The granary has its own building and can be expanded or upgraded without drawings. In theory, second-level villages can also build full-level granaries. It's just that no lord would invest a lot of resources in the early stage to expand the granary. Without food, no matter how big the granary is, it is useless. Time is gradually approaching the day when a large number of Yellow Turban soldiers will appear. This appearance of the Yellow Turban army is just a warm-up for the epic battle. Yellow Turban Rebellion. As for the epic battle, Yellow Turban Rebellion. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, according to the news Chu Tian learned at the guild, the epic battle is very difficult. It requires a decisive battle with the Yellow Turban army led by special heroes such as Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang. Of course, the rewards are also very rich, and it's possible to recruit special heroes from the Yellow Turban camp. Before that, Chu Tian decided to upgrade Xia village to a third-level village and build fortifications at the same time. The basic fortifications of first-level and second-level villages are wooden fences, while the wooden fences of third-level villages can be replaced with a combination of earth walls and wooden fences fortifications. Chu Tian also had unused wooden arrow tower construction drawings that he had plundered from the rebel princes. If you are just defending the village, you can also set up hunting traps near the village. The wooden arrow tower and the hunting trap were enough to cause a headache for the Yellow Turban army who tried to attack Xia village. Not just defense, but also offense. Only by killing as many Yellow Turban soldiers as possible can we gain more merits. Chu Tian waited until the population of Xia village increased to 800 people. Then came to the Lord's mansion, preparing to upgrade Xia village to a third-level village. He can also be regarded as one of the first echelon lords in the Eastern Han district. To upgrade to a third-level village, at least 2 wooden arrow towers must be built at the entrance of the village to turn Xia village into a copper and iron wall. Chapter 20 Level 3 Villages and War Preparations. With a bang, Xia village's territory expanded outwards, rising from a second-level village to a third-level village. An earth wall about 1.5 meters high appeared outside the village. There is also a wooden fence outside the earthen wall. Xia Siyuan has officially transformed from a small and medium-sized village into a large village. Territory, Summer Village, third-level village. Lord, Chu Tian, level 2 superior. Affiliation, Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties rough celadone, grade E specialty. Rice wine, grade D specialty. Population, 812/2000. Popularity, 75. Security, 87. Prosperity, 221/500. Administrative efficiency, 10 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency, 13 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 17/100. Cultural efficiency, 15 out of 100. Military rating, 1012, 1 king level special hero. 1 silver hero. 1 bronze hero. 2 light cavalry. 50 elite infantry. 252 rural warriors. City defenses, wooden fence defense +1. Earth wall defense +1. Can effectively block bows and arrows. New buildings, earth temple, accumulating incense can increase the blessing value of the village, and the probability of auspicious occurrences increases. First level agricultural product market increases the prosperity of village agriculture and business. Second level orchard can grow fruits. Second level flour mill. Secondary wood processing mill. After Xia village was upgraded to a third level village, several missing buildings were added and began to develop towards the town. At the same time, earth walls were used as fortifications. The earthen wall was the prototype of the future city wall. The Lord's mansion where Chu Tian lives has finally changed a lot. The Lord's mansion has been transformed from a wooden house to a stone house with green tiles. It finally looks a bit grand. Now he manages a population of 800 people. Most lords are still struggling in second-level villages. Some lords may not even be able to upgrade their first-level villages to second-level villages because of the destruction of their villages due to rogue bandits and wild beasts. The Lord's mansion is divided into front yard, stone monument and backyard. The front yard is naturally the place where offices and village affairs are handled. The stone monument is the core of Xia village. If the stone monument is destroyed, the entire territory will be abandoned. The backyard is where Chu Tian lives. Build 2 wooden arrow towers at the entrance of the village, and build a wooden arrow tower in each of the other 3 directions except the entrance of the village as a sentry tower. Chu Tian arranged labor to build the wooden arrow tower, which required a large amount of wood. The wood reserves in Xia village are completely insufficient. But Chu Tian has entrusted the trading firm in Xiaoyu village to collect wood from nearby villages. A fleet of commercial horses arrived from Xiaoyu village, continuously transporting wood. Coupled with Xia Xiyuan's massive labor force mining, the wood was finally enough. Carpenters are busy building wooden arrow towers with their labor. Carpenters are also special talents. In ancient times, craftsmen were not killed during massacres of cities, because craftsmen had many uses. Hunters in Xia village can set hunting traps around the village. Once the yellow turban soldiers step on the trap, they may be injured or killed directly. Xiaoqi reported the progress to Chu Tian, except for the fact that no traps were set at the entrance of the village to ensure the entry and exit of people and goods. 253 traps have been set outside the earthen wall. Make a note of the locations of these hunting traps. In the past month or 2, all villagers have been prohibited from approaching the earthen wall, and they can only enter and exit through the village entrance. Wait until the yellow turbans are resolved before clearing these hunting traps. Lead people to set up more traps. The more the better. Yes! Xiaoqi led the hunters to lay a trap near the earth wall. The advantage of hunting traps is that you don't need to expend resources and only need to invest labor. But the disadvantage is that you can't set up traps at the entrance of the village. Moreover, as long as the yellow turban army concentrates its attack on a certain place, it can use the human sea tactic to destroy the trap there. H Mulan trains Xia village's elite infantry at the secondary school grounds. A group of infantrymen use lances, broadswords, or iron swords as weapons. A few infantrymen have changed into scarce leather armor, but most of the infantrymen are still clothed in civilian clothes. For the recruited soldiers, long-term training and battles can improve their level and gradually become a warrior capable of hundreds of battles. H Mulan's level has been raised from level 30 to level 32 because she killed many yellow turban soldiers and rebel princes. Her current commander level is 72 and her force is 82, which can bring higher bonuses. Weapons are not unified and there is not enough armor. H Mulan mentioned the current situation of the first guard in Xia village with a worried look on her face. I have asked the blacksmith shop and wood processing shop to create a spear and a wooden shield for each infantryman, and the armor shop to create a pair of leather armor. As for the uniform sabers and bows, we will consider them later. Chu Tian is actively preparing for war. The material of the leather armor is wild boar skin that can be obtained through hunting. As for the weapons of the infantry, Chu Tian's first choice is the spear. A group of soldiers holding spears form a square formation, which has the effect of a spear formation. H Mulan was training the Xia village infantry, and Chu Tian sent 2 light cavalry to investigate outside the village. Village chief. Chu Tian was walking on the dirt road in the village, and saw a group of villagers driving their pigs to the pig farm. Xia Xiyuan has been zoned in a planned way. Xiaotsui is divided into 7 districts: residential area, market area, barracks area, administrative area, workshop area, resource area, and reserved land. The buildings and residential areas are private houses, and the houses are mainly wooden houses. The number of thatched houses has begun to decrease, and a small number of stone houses have begun to appear. Chu Tian didn't need to care about the villagers' houses. When the villagers got rich, they would naturally find ways to renovate their own houses. The Lord couldn't let the Lord worry about what kind of house each villager lived in. There are taverns, agricultural markets, medical clinics, private schools, earth temples, and tailor shops in Shifang district. The administrative area has a lord's palace, a granary, and an arsenal. The barracks area has a first-level cavalry battalion and a second-level infantry battalion. The workshop area includes a blacksmith shop, armor shop, wood processing room, flour mill, and celadone factory. The resource area includes farmland, mines, lumber yards, orchards, fish ponds, pig farms, and chicken farms. Reserved land is reserved for the construction of new buildings and the future sale of land for money. As long as Xia Xiyuan develops into a town, land prices will rise. As the population and buildings of Xiaosiyuan gradually increased, the development of Xiaosiyuan gradually got on the right track. Now Xiaosiyuan has built a thatched cottage, which can accommodate 50 children and can also improve the cultural efficiency of the territory. Chu Tian selected a teacher from among the refugees and asked him to serve as the teacher of the thatched cottage. Moreover, the thatched cottage also has a hidden effect. When these children grow up, their four-dimensional attributes will be higher than those of ordinary villagers. The aroma of rice wine comes from the tavern. The backyard of the tavern is where wine is brewed, and the rice wine produced can also be sold to other villages. Drive. A Xiaosiyuan light cavalry galloped on the dirt road in the countryside, raising mud and dust. The cavalry broke into the village entrance, and the villagers coming in and out looked at the cavalry in Xia village in surprise. The cavalrymen turned over and dismounted, looking nervously at Chu Tian. Village chief. A large number of yellow turban troops appeared outside the village, and some villages have been looted. Drive all the livestock back to the village, and gather all the village warriors to prepare for a decisive battle with the yellow turban army attacking the village. Chu Tian was facing a formidable enemy. The yellow turban army, this time, was no better than the 60 yellow turban soldiers last time, and they were of a higher level. If you can kill the yellow turban army and climb the rankings, you might be able to get generous rewards. Chapter 21 Yellow Turban Catastrophe 1. Announcement from the Eastern Han Dynasty. In the 6th month of the Lord's calendar, the yellow turbans are everywhere. Bandits from all over the country have raised troops to respond and looted villages. The Han Dynasty court calls on the lords of the world to defend their territories and resist the yellow turbans. Announcement from the Eastern Han Dynasty. There are heroes of the yellow turban army in the following areas. Please be careful. Lords are Zhang Jiao, Zhang Liang, and Zhang Bao and Jizhou, Guanhai and Qinzhou, Cheng Yuanji and Deng Mao and Yuzhou, Zhang Kai and Shuzhou, Wucai and Yinzhou, and Yuzhou Lu Pai. He Gongdu killed the special heroes of the Yellow Turban Army to get extra points and special rewards. The dead special heroes of the Yellow Turban Army can be summoned through recruitment orders in the future. As soon as the system announcement came out, the players in Donghan District were in an uproar. Even the closed beta players were stunned. They thought this time it was just a group of higher-level yellow turban soldiers who came out to plunder food. As a result, a large number of special yellow turban heroes appeared. How could the early players stop this? Crazy! Crazy! Chu Tian, who was actively preparing for the war in Xia village, was also stunned when he heard the announcement. The Yellow Turban Traces event was just a warm-up for the epic battle, Yellow Turban Rebellion. But it was so exciting that all the heroes of the Yellow Turban camp came out in full force. The lords of Jizhou are under the greatest pressure and may encounter the Yellow Turban army led by the great sage Zhang Jiao. But even if it wasn't Zhang Jiao, other Yellow Turban heroes wouldn't be easy to resist, because the Three Kingdoms is an NPC force. The hero levels are very high. For example, H Mulan is now level 32, and Zhang Jiao, as an NPC force, has an initial level of 80. Even the warm-up activities are so difficult. How difficult is the epic battle? Announcement from Shuzhou District. Heaven is dead. Huang Tian is here. General Zhang Kai of the Yellow Turban Army responded to his call. Hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban Army invaded Shuzhou. Please, all lords of Shuzhou District, stick to the territory according to the situation. If you are defeated, it is recommended to abandon the territory and go to a nearby city. Take refuge. Announcement from Shuzhou District. Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian ordered Chen Ding, Qiao Bao, Mi Zhu, Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and other heroes to work with the lords to pacify the Shuzhou Yellow Turbans. Please fight bravely to protect the safety of the villagers. Just when Chu Tian thought the difficulty was too high, another separate announcement sounded in Shuzhou District. Now Chu Tian understood why the Yellow Turban heroes came out in force. It turned out that they wanted to fight the princes. The winning rate of Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, is definitely higher than that of Zhang Kai, the general of the Yellow Turban Army. The player lord only needs to try to protect his village during the battle between the princes and the Yellow Turban Army. After understanding the general situation of the Yellow Turban catastrophe, Chu Tian sent more Xiangyong to patrol around the village. Once the Yellow Turban Army approached Xia village, they would immediately beat gongs and drums to put the village into combat status in advance. After several days of construction, 5 simple wooden arrow towers have been built, with a height of 4 meters, which is quite impressive. A wooden arrow tower can accommodate 3 archers. There are no professional archers in Xia village yet, So local heroes equipped with bows and arrows are arranged to stand sentry on the arrow tower. After the large-scale yellow turban infestation, the construction speed of each village slowed down, and most of the villages were attacked by the yellow turban army. The difference was only in the scale of the yellow turbans that attacked the villages. The villagers in Xia village seemed to be aware that the village was facing a huge crisis this time, and they were panicked. Chu Tian found that the public sentiment dropped from 75 to 71, and the public security dropped from 87 to 83. If not for the high level of public support and public security in Xia village, some villagers might have fled with their families to the large city of NPC forces. Large cities are usually guarded by special heroes and elite officers and soldiers. It is almost impossible for the yellow turban soldiers to capture large cities. In other words, the villagers of Xia village believe that the village can be defended, so they choose to stay in the village and tide over the difficulties together with the village. There are already player lords in the guild who have been attacked by the yellow turban army. Unfortunately, the distance is too far and Chu Tian cannot come in time to support them. And just to protect themselves, Xia Xiyuan's troops are already stretched thin. The yellow turban general in Xuzhou is Zhang Kai. It is said that he killed Cao Cao's father and assassinated Chen Wang Lu Cheng at Yuan Shu's instruction. Zhang Kai is at least a gold-level special hero, and his level may be very high. And he also carries a large group of yellow turbans, may even have advanced units, such as yellow turban leaders and yellow turban warriors. I hope he will not appear near our Xia village. Chu Tian's current weapons are a silver-level spear and silver-level leather armor, plus a warhorse, which looks impressive. He personally led the Xia Xiyuan guards, and a large number of rural warriors to guard Xia Xiyuan. They were divided into 4 groups, and were on alert at all times. Ding! Announcement from Xuzhou district. Wanyu village was plundered by yellow turban bandits. The village chief and many villagers were defeated in a fierce battle. Wanyu village has since disappeared in the long river of history. Before the yellow turban army attacked Xia Xiyuan, an announcement made Chu Tian nervous. Xia Xiyuan had just discovered the traces of a large group of yellow turban army. He did not expect that a player's village would be destroyed by the yellow turban army so soon. Then, there were announcements that other player lords' villages had been destroyed by the yellow turban army. Xia Xiyuan must block the yellow turban army's offensive no matter what. Chu Tian didn't know the size of the yellow turban army that attacked Xia village. But one thing was certain. This event would not be easy to survive. A large number of low-level lords would be wiped out. Especially the first-level villages had almost no resistance in front of the yellow turban army. Ability. My lord, please don't worry. I will do my best to protect Xia Xiyuan. H Mulan's words made Chu Tian feel a little relieved. Although H Mulan is only at level 32 now, with 82 points of force, she is like a boss in the yellow turban army camp. If even myself, who owns H Mulan, cannot stop the yellow turban army, then how many players in the entire Eastern Han district can stop the yellow turban army? Thinking of this, Chu Tian suddenly felt much more relaxed. Maybe this event could cleanse out a group of small lords who were still in the first-level village stage. But there was no reason why his third-level village couldn't be defended. Unless Zhang Kai, the leader of the Xuzhou front of the yellow turban army, led the main force to appear near Lengya Kingdom. It shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Chu Tian shook his head. Xuzhou is very large, with about 60 counties. The area of Lord has been expanded 10 times. So Xuzhou's area is more than 1 million square kilometers. Although most of Xuzhou is such a big place in the wilderness, Zhang Kai may not appear in Lengya Kingdom. Yellow turbans. Yellow turban army. The sound of gongs on the wooden arrow tower woke up Chu Tian. Everyone assemble. Chu Tian personally climbed up the wooden ladder to the arrow tower. The arrow tower provided a wider field of vision. On the horizon, he saw 200 bandits wearing yellow scarves. They looked fierce, as well as 20 yellow scarf cavalry riding war horses. 200 yellow scarf soldiers, and 20 cavalry, who are higher than Xia Tzu and Xiangyong. How many lords can block this scale? No, I have been fooled. Seeing the densely packed yellow turban soldiers, Chu Tian regretted upgrading to a third-level village. In this yellow turban catastrophe, the number of yellow turban troops attacking villages was obviously related to the village level. The third-level village will face the attack of more than 200 yellow turban soldiers. Chapter 22 Yellow Turban Catastrophe 2. Oh my god! There are more than 200 yellow turban soldiers. Close the village gate tightly. The villagers of Xia village gathered nervously at the entrance of the village, holding kitchen knives, sickles, and hoes in their hands. This battle may be related to the life and death of Xia village and the villagers. H Mulan led 50 elite light infantry to the scene. They were all armed with spears, shields, and leather armor. After this elite light infantry arrived at the entrance of the village, the villagers immediately felt at ease. After H Mulan's training, the average level of Xia Ciyuan's light infantry reached level 20. Arm, Xia Ciyuan elite light infantry. Level, second level infantry. Number of people 50. Average level, level 20 recruit. Attack power, 9 plus 1 plus 2.25 is equal to 12.25. Defense, 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.5 is equal to 9.5. Speed 6, morale, 80/100. Skills, intermediate Fenchuan. Low-level shield formation. Low-level spear formation. Characteristics, why don't men bring Wu Hook when an infantry general serves as the leader? All attributes will be +1. Equipped with spears, wooden shields, leather armor, and the 25% attack and defense bonus brought by H Mulan. The attributes of this elite light infantry have become extremely impressive, and they can completely block the impact of cavalry with the spear array. H Mulan is set as a cavalry commander, and leading the cavalry will give you higher bonuses. The only hero Xia Ciyuan can use now is H Mulan. In fact, the silver level hero Wu Shang and the bronze level hero Zhao Qi are also okay, but they are far from the king level special heroes. Chu Tian came down from the wooden arrow tower and looked around at the elite people in Xia village. 50 elite light infantry were the main force to resist the Yellow Turban army, followed by 300 local warriors. After all, H Mulan's power alone is limited. Villages of Xia village. Now is the moment of life and death for Xia village. Pick up your weapons and defend your home. Chu Tian encouraged everyone, and their morale improved slightly. At the entrance of Xiaocuan, 20 Yellow Turban cavalry lined up in a row. In the middle was a hero from the Yellow Turban camp, and behind them, there was a group of Yellow Turban soldiers with various weapons. The leader of the Yellow Turban could not help but shrink his pupils when he saw the two 4-meter-high wooden arrow towers at the entrance of Xia village. The wooden arrow towers are secondary city defense fortifications. How can a village with wooden arrow towers be easy to fight? Open the village gate and surrender. I will spare your life. The leader of the Yellow Turban stood upright with his sword drawn, and the long-handled sword was 2 meters long. He was answered with an arrow, and the Yellow Turban leader quickly used his machete to chop away the arrow. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to say more. Chu Tian held a single wooden bow in his hand, feeling sad for the arrow he had just shot. A $50 arrow was destroyed like this. The Yellow Turban leader signaled his 4 Yellow Turban soldiers to come forward to test. The 4 Yellow Turban soldiers divided themselves into several groups and tried to climb over the earth wall. Ah! The ground suddenly sunk, and a yellow scarf soldier stepped on the air, fell into a hunting trap, and was stabbed to death by the sharp bamboo in the trap. It was not only the hunting traps that blocked the Yellow Turban soldiers, but also the archers of Xia village. Several arrows flying out from the village killed a Yellow Turban soldier. Seeing that their 2 companions died miserably before they could even touch the earthen wall, the remaining 2 Yellow Turban soldiers did not dare to continue charging forward and withdrew. The leader of the Yellow Turban frowned even more tightly, facing the iron-walled Xia Ciyuan. He didn't know where to start. It is difficult to clear hunting traps when archers are around. Village chief, it seems that the Yellow Turban army wants to attack the village gate directly. Get the archers on the wooden towers ready. Chu Tian saw the Yellow Turban army forming a shield formation outside the village, probably intending to attack Xia village. His eyes fell on the 20 war horses of the Yellow Turban army. 20 war horses could be sold for at least 400 taels of silver. 30 Yellow Turban soldiers holding wooden or leather shields lined up in 2 rows, followed by Yellow Turban archers and sword and axe men behind them. The burly-looking Daoaxe holds a huge axe weighing dozens of kilograms, and can split open the wooden doors of Xia village. As the Yellow Turban leader waved his sword, the Yellow Turban team attacking the city took steps to officially attack Xia Ciyuan. All those who have bows and arrows in their hands must not shoot until they hear my command. Chu Tian looked nervously at the Yellow Turban soldiers attacking the village, not knowing how high their level was. There is a world of difference between a level 10 Yellow Turban soldier and a level 100 Yellow Turban soldier. The Yellow Turban army gradually approached the village gate and entered the shooting range of most of the archers. Fire the arrow! Dozens of arrows were shot from behind the earth wall and fell into the Yellow Turban team. A sharp arrow penetrated directly through the wooden shield and shot through the Yellow Turban soldier holding the shield. Before the Yellow Turban soldier fell down, He looked at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. He was killed by the hero of Xia village with one arrow. After Hua Mulan shot a yellow turban soldier, she bent her bow and arrow, and killed another yellow turban soldier instantly. The arrows shot by the hunters in Xia Xiyuan were not that lethal. Some blunt arrows only hit the wooden shield but could not penetrate it. The yellow turban team was only 100 meters away from the village gate. 2 or 3 rounds of arrows rushed to the village gate. The yellow turban soldiers holding giant axes chopped down the wooden door with their axes. The yellow turban archers also began to shoot arrows to suppress the Xia Xiyuan archers. The wooden door was shaking violently. As long as the wooden door was damaged, the yellow turban cavalry would rush in, burn, kill and loot. The archers on the wooden towers fired arrows until their arms went numb. At least a dozen yellow turban soldiers fell at the gate of Xia village. Come on! The leader of the yellow turban army sent a second siege team. The two sides shot at least hundreds of arrows at each other. One of the country warriors, who was hit by an arrow, fell from the arrow tower, and the other country warrior quickly climbed onto the wooden arrow tower to replace his fallen companion. Xia village has earthen walls, wooden fences, wooden gates, and wooden arrow towers as fortifications, which can reduce the damage of bows and arrows. But several village heroes still died after being hit by arrows. After Chu Tian shot several arrows with a single wooden bow, he finally shot an injured yellow turban soldier. Ding! Player, you killed a level 20 yellow turban soldier and gained 75 experience points. Ding! Achievement of 10,000 killers completed. 36/10,000. Level 20 yellow turban soldier? Chu Tian learned that this was a level 20 yellow scarf soldier, and his scalp felt numb. The average Shinsuan hero in Xia village is around level 15, and even the elite infantry is only level 20. It is estimated that the yellow turban soldiers on horseback are higher level. Concentrate your bows and arrows to kill the swordsman. Chu Tian found that the yellow turban saber and axeman was too much of a threat to Xia Xiyuan's wooden gate, so he shot the saber axeman specifically. The giant axe struck the wooden door, splinters of wood flying. Brothers, prepare to rush into the village and grab money and food. The yellow turban leader was carrying a broadsword and saw that the wooden gate of Xia Xiyuan was about to be broken by 2 siege teams. 20 yellow turban cavalry were ready to attack, and their horses were panting uneasily. After paying the price with the lives of 30 yellow turban soldiers, the yellow turban soldiers finally destroyed the wooden door. The 3rd yellow turban team went on the offensive and pushed open the wooden door. Kill! The yellow turban leader led the cavalry to charge. With the speed of the cavalry, the few archers in Xia village had no time to react. The cavalry wielding broadswords could break through the door. For the player lords in the eastern Han district, the cavalry is almost invincible in the early stage. Once the city gate is breached and a large number of cavalry pour into the city will fall quickly. The yellow turban leader could already see the flames of war burning down Xia village. However, behind the wooden gate of Xia village were not panicked villagers, but elite infantrymen forming a spear phalanx. Lance formation. Assault! Hua Mulan changed into a red tassel gun and led 50 elite Xia village infantrymen to charge with long spears and leather shields. The yellow turban leader struck down with a big sword, but was blocked by Hua Mulan. With a backhand shot, the yellow turban leader was knocked down. A dagger appeared in Hua Mulan's left hand. Her throat was sealed with blood, and she killed the yellow turban leader in 2 moves. 50 elite infantrymen thrust forward with dense spears, and the yellow turban cavalrymen fell on their backs. Villages, fight back! Capture the war horses! Chu Tian, Wu Shang and Zhao Qi, 2 ordinary heroes, led 300 rural warriors armed with various weapons to block the yellow turban infantry and fight at the entrance of the village, staining the village entrance red with blood. Chapter 23: The Yellow Turban Catastrophe 3. Ding! Player, you killed a level 20 yellow turban soldier and gained 75 experience points. Ding! Achievement of 10,000 killers completed. 37/10,000. Ding! Player, you killed a level 20 yellow turban soldier and gained 75 experience points. Chu Tian's blood was boiling. Even though he was only in his early 20s, he still led Xiang Yong to rush forward and drove the yellow turban army from the entrance of the village to the outside of the village, leaving corpses everywhere. After the yellow turban leader was killed, the morale of the yellow turban army plummeted and they were defeated. The iron knife struck Chu Tian's leather armor, and a slash appeared on the leather armor, causing severe pain. Even though the player's pain in Lord has dropped a lot, it is still heartbreaking, and he was almost killed by the yellow turban soldiers. Village chief, are you okay? A long sword pierced the chest of the yellow turban soldier, and Wu Shan killed the yellow turban soldier. Can't die. Chu Tian checked his status and found that he was seriously injured. All his attributes were minus 80%. His originally low strength was reduced to single digits, and it also caused bleeding effects. Li Lan, come and stop the village chief's bleeding. Coming. Li Lan carried the wooden medicine box on his back and hurried to Chu Tian's side. Open the medicine box. Use styptic grass to heal Chu Tian's injuries, and wrapped it with gauze. Zhao Qi is also injured. The bronze-level hero Zhao Qi was also injured by the yellow turban soldiers during the battle. The small-scale battle later turned into a melee. At least 80 yellow turban soldiers were killed in Xiaozuan, and the remaining yellow turban soldiers fled en route. Because of Dr. Li Lan's treatment, Chu Tian's injury did not worsen. There will be no scars in Lords. Otherwise it would be too cruel for male players with obsessive-compulsive disorder or female players who love beauty. This time we captured 11 war horses and 23 yellow scarf soldiers. The spoils include 10 taels of gold, 237 taels of silver, tens of thousands of copper coins, and hundreds of weapons. There is also a special architectural drawing. Elderly reported the battle report to Chu Tian, looking a little excited. For Natsamura, this was a great victory worthy of being recorded in the Lord's diary. Although only 80 yellow turbans were wiped out and 23 were captured. In Lords, there are several ways to deal with prisoners of war, from least to most severe: release, surrender, slavery, and execution. Chu Tian, who was short of labor, chose to enslave these 23 yellow turban soldiers. In addition to the normal population, Xia village now has 23 more coolies, who will be engaged in logging, mining, farming and other production activities. Unlike freemen, almost all the fruits of coolies' labor went to the Lord. In other words, this group of captives is free labor, as long as they don't starve to death. The disadvantages of choosing slavery are reduced security in the village, coolies, and the risk of uprising. However, if these yellow turban soldiers are directly recruited and surrendered, the popularity of the villagers, who have just become enemies with them, will decline. Chu Tian took over the special architectural drawings that he had collected from the yellow turban leader. This turned out to be a second-level prison cell construction drawing. It could just be used to imprison the captured yellow turban soldiers and then enslave them to work. It's better to make money faster by fighting. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the weapons. Gold, silver and copper coins piled on the ground. At the beginning, the Mongol Empire relied on continuous conquests and snowballing to strengthen itself. There are also disadvantages to attaching great importance to military affairs and despising agriculture and commerce. That is, once defeated, the economy of the entire territory will quickly collapse, and the rapidly expanding territory will soon rebel and split. Transport all the loot back to the village. Count it, store it in the warehouse, and then distribute it. Chu Tian asked the villagers to take care of the precious war horses and gave bows and arrows to the elite infantry. The infantry in the front row was responsible for blocking the enemy's offensive, and the infantry in the rear row used bows and arrows to shoot. A total of 4 elite infantrymen and 35 rural warriors were killed, and many others were injured. H Mulan reports to Chu Tian about Xia Ziyuan's losses in this battle. The death ratio is almost 1:10. The pikemen led by H Mulan faced off the attack of 20 yellow turban cavalry, and only lost 4 people. In comparison, Xiangyong's losses were very heavy. A level 15 Xiangyong is weaker than a level 20 yellow turban soldier. The concept of elite soldier root is fully reflected in Lord. The level of an elite soldier who has experienced many battles must be high, and their morale declines slowly. In contrast, new recruits will soon collapse due to the rapid decline in morale. At the same time, a good commander-in-chief hero is particularly precious. H Mulan is a force-oriented hero, and it can still bring a 25% bonus, which is evident. To appease the families of the fallen heroes, their future taxes can be appropriately reduced. Chu Tian found that even if he won, people's hearts would inevitably be affected. If a family has a strong man killed in battle, the family's financial resources will be tight, and people's morale will decline. Alas, natural and man-made disasters. When will the world be at peace? Elderly sighed. I will go and comfort these people right now. Elderly went to appease the people, and his daughter Li Lan took doctors and apprentices to treat the injured Xiangyong and restore them to combat effectiveness. Chu Tian's condition changed from serious injury to minor injury due to the treatment. There are still some differences between Lord and reality. For example, Chu Tian was slashed with a knife even on his armor. In reality, it is estimated that he would have to lie down for a year and a half to recover. The Yellow Turban army may come back at any time. So the villagers of Xia village race against time to rebuild the wooden door at the entrance of the village and bury the bodies at the same time. The captured weapons, bows and arrows, were distributed to the infantry and rural warriors of Xia village to improve their combat effectiveness. That afternoon, no Yellow Turban soldiers attacked. But Chu Tian received a request for help from Xiaoyu village. There is no professional military camp in Xiaoyu village. Only a rural warrior camp, which may not be able to block the Yellow Turban soldiers like Xia village. The large number of Xiangyong killed in Xia village in this battle can be seen that Xiangyong's combat ability is worrying. And there are no king-level heroes in Xiaoyu village. The military score provided by just 1 Mulan accounts for half of Xia Xiyuan's military score. The neighboring village is our ally. They are willing to pay money to hire our troops as reinforcements. The neighboring village is only 5 kilometers away from us. As long as we march by force, we can reach it soon. Zhao Qi, Wu Shang, you two, we are leading the soldiers to guard the village and cannot go out to fight. Hua Mulan, we will lead the infantry to support. When Chu Tian learned that his allies were in trouble, he immediately counted his soldiers and went to support Xiaoyu village. Not only because Xia Zukin was willing to pay the price, but also because Chu Tian had selfish motives. When the function of occupying other players' territories is opened in the future, Xiaoyu village, which is only 5 kilometers away from Xia village, is likely to become a vassal of Xia village, or even merge with Xia village. If Xiaoyu village is destroyed now, it will be a pity for the hundreds of villagers, rice shops, businesses, and mulberry gardens in Xiaoyu village. Hua Mulan gathered the remaining 46 elite infantrymen and followed Chu Tian to rescue Xiaoyu village. Chu Tian used the 11 captured horses and Xia Xiyuan's original 4 horses to form a 15-man cavalry team. Infantrymen equipped with war horses will not become cavalry. War horses are just tools for transportation. Chu Tian, Hua Mulan, 2 light cavalry, and 11 elite infantrymen formed the first group of reinforcements on horseback, and the second group of reinforcements, composed of 35 elite infantrymen, arrived later. Chapter 24. Xia Xiyuan comes to help. Village chief, we can't hold on any longer. Hold on a little longer. Xiaoyu village was also attacked by the Yellow Turban soldiers. Hundreds of Yellow Turban soldiers came to kill them fiercely. The village chief Xiao Liang personally led the villagers to block the village gate. Xiaoyu village is only a second-level village, with only wooden fences as its fortifications. A small group of Yellow Turban soldiers had broken through the wooden fence and entered the village to set fire to it. Xiao Liang was anxious as he watched the buildings in the village catch fire. Although Xiaoyu village is not yet a third-level village, it is not far from being upgraded to a third-level village and has a population of 700 people. If it is destroyed like this, all the hard work will be ruined. Brothers, fight into the village! More than a dozen Yellow Turban cavalry charged, and the ghost head sword slashed down. Xiang Yong, who stood in front of the cavalry, was killed by the ghost head sword. The silver-level hero of Xiaoyu village was in a tough battle and used a bow and arrow to kill a Yellow Turban cavalry. 2 Yellow Turban cavalry galloped over, and their swords fell on the silver-level heroes. Protect the village chief! 20 elite villagers bravely stood in front of Xiao Liang, and the people of Xiaoyu village were very popular. At this time, the village chief was in trouble, and they all risked their lives to move forward. The cavalry was extremely terrifying in the early stage, with elite warriors falling one after another. Xiao Liang, who was not very powerful, turned pale. The ferocious-looking Yellow Turban cavalry was approaching, and there were equally ferocious Yellow Turban soldiers behind him. As the Yellow Turban soldiers set fire to the village, the morale of Xiaoyu Xiyu and Xiangyong was declining rapidly. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and a team of horses came in a hurry. Chu Tian bit his bow and arrow, and shot at one of the Yellow Scarf soldiers. The arrow hit the Yellow Turban soldier in the face, killing the Yellow Turban soldier directly. Chu Tian secretly called it a fluke. Originally, with his strength, he could not kill the level 20 Yellow Turban soldier with one arrow, but the arrow hit the vital point, so the Yellow Turban soldier was killed directly. 11 elite Xia village infantrymen dismounted, formed a spear formation, and attacked the Yellow Turban soldiers from behind. Hua Mulan wields a Han sword and fights into the Yellow Turban army alone. Each sword brings blood. Reinforcements are coming! Villagers of Xiaoyu village, drive the bandits out of the village. Xiao Liang was overjoyed to see Xiao Ziyuan's reinforcements arriving as promised, and led Xiao Ziyuan Xiang to fight back bravely. Xiang Yong, who was good at fighting against the wind, shook his body. His morale increased, and he temporarily consolidated the front. I am the Yellow Turban. Before the Yellow Turban leader could declare his identity, H Mulan killed him with 3 swords. More than 100 Yellow Turban troops were defeated from inside and outside, and they were defeated thousands of miles away. While the two sides were fighting, 35 elite infantrymen from Xiao Ziyuan's second support army arrived. They immediately went into battle and completely wiped out the Yellow Turban group that attacked Xiaoyu village. About 150 Yellow Turban soldiers attacked Xiaoyu village, but only more than 30 Yellow Turban soldiers escaped. The rest fell under the attack of the coalition forces from the 2 villages. In particular, the Yellow Turban soldiers who broke into Xiaoyu village and set fire were completely blocked in the village and were killed by Xiang Yong and the villagers. Are you okay? Chu Tian has special riding skills and can easily get off the horse. Xiaoyu village suffered considerable damage during the Yellow Turban siege. Several buildings were burned down, and Xiang Yong and villagers were busy putting out the fire. Thank you. If it weren't for Xiao Ziyuan's generous rescue, Xiaoyu village's bravery alone would not have been able to stop the Yellow Turban soldiers. Xiao Liang arranged her somewhat messy long hair, and her words were full of gratitude. What do you want in return? Return. Those war horses will be regarded as the trophies of supporting you this time. Chu Tian tried his best to raise a cavalry force. Xiaoyu village captured 8 war horses. If Xiao Ziyuan's 15 war horses are added, then there are 23 war horses. Unlike Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Liangzhou, in the early stages of Shuzhou, war horses were a scarce strategic resource. Whoever had a strong cavalry would take the initiative to attack. Do you want a war horse in return? Sure. Xiao Liang happily handed over all 8 war horses to Chu Tian. The economic prosperity of Xiaoyu village is far beyond the price of 8 war horses. Village chief, 21 elite rural warriors and 62 rural warriors were killed in action. The elders of Xiaoyu village handed a battle damage report to Xiao Liang. Summer's cold face is full of worry. Xiangyong is the labor force of the village. Sacrifice of 83 laborers at one time is a heavy blow to Xiaoyu village. The speed of Xiaoyu village's upgrade to a 3rd level village will definitely be affected by this. To appease the families of the fallen Xiangyong, I will find a way to deal with the population issue. Xiao Liang bit her thin lips lightly. As a village leader, he must be able to face various crises in the territory. Fortunately, the buildings burnt down in Xiaoyu village were residential buildings, and the economic buildings were not affected. The development direction of Xiaoyu village is a commercial town, and it despises military affairs. In terms of monthly copper coin income, it may be more than Xia village. Our Xiaoyu village's score is 104 points. What about you? Xiao Liang reminds Chu Tian something. Chu Tian was busy clearing out the Yellow Turban soldiers who attacked 2 villages, and he didn't have time to check his points. This Yellow Turban Holocaust event is an exclusive event for the Donghan district. There is a ranking list, sorted according to points. Killing a level 10 Yellow Turban soldier can earn 1 point. Killing a level 15 Yellow Turban soldier can earn 1.5 points. And killing a level 20 Yellow Turban soldier can earn 2 points. The points gained by killing Yellow Turban heroes are directly proportional to the Yellow Turban hero's level and grade. The Yellow Turban soldiers killed by the Lord's subordinates and soldiers are also included in the Lord's points. 312 points. Chu Tian didn't know it without looking, but he was so fierce that he earned 3 times as many points as Xiao Shuxuan. Xiao Liang was also surprised when he heard such a high score. Maybe you will enter the Shuzhou rankings this time. No. You may even enter the top 100 rankings in the entire Donghan district. Maybe. Chu Tian counted the losses in order to save the villagers of Xiaoyu village. Xia village lost 4 more elite infantrymen, and the others were injured. But Natsumura still has the ability to fight. Perhaps our Xiaoyu village can help you hit the rankings. We also have 200 village warriors in Xiaoyu village, who can form a 2-village coalition with Xia Ziyuan to sweep away the Yellow Turban soldiers around. How about that? Xiao Liang learned that Chu Tian had very high points. His eyes were thoughtful, and he planned to help Xia Ziyuan reach the rankings, with the support of 200 village warriors from Xiaoyu village, and the elites from Xia village to stabilize morale. More Yellow Turban soldiers can be wiped out. What's the price? There is no cost. If you hit the ranking list in Donghan district, our Xiaoyu village can also hit the ranking list in Shuzhou district. The combined forces of the two villages consisted of about 40 elite infantrymen and 500 village warriors. The Yellow Turban catastrophe lasted for more than half a month. So Chu Tian trained 19 light cavalry and 40 elite light infantry in Xia village. In this way, Xia village had 21 light cavalry and 82 elite light infantry 14 days later. Xiaoyu village in the cold summer trains a large number of elite village warriors. The allied forces of the two villages began to sweep away the Yellow Turban soldiers in the vicinity, spreading their intelligence widely, and each left 100 Xiangyong to guard the village. The remaining cavalry, infantry, and Xiangyong went out of the village to ambush the Yellow Turban soldiers. After ambushing two small groups of Yellow Turban soldiers outside the village, Xiaoyu village's points increased to 161 points, and Xia Xiyuan's points increased to 453 points. Chapter 25 Impact on the Top 3. In a destroyed village, 30 Yellow Turban soldiers were eliminated, and 40 Yellow Turban soldiers were surrounded and abandoned their weapons and surrendered. A troop of hussars wiped the blood from their blades. This is the first light cavalry in Xia village. Although there are only 20 cavalry, they are already a powerful fighting force in the early stage. On both sides of the light cavalry were light infantry and rural warriors. According to the old rules, each person is captured and half taken. Chu Tian and Xiaoyu village divided 40 Yellow Turban prisoners, and each village could get 20 laborers. In order to wipe out the Yellow Turban army, both Xia village and Xiaoyu village suffered losses. They chose to enslave the captured Yellow Turban army and let them serve as unpaid labor force in the villages. This event lasts for 20 days, and it will end in 3 days. Now my ranking is 10th in the Donghan district. Chu Tian can see the list of Donghan district. Ranking first is Jiujia Laoqin, the lord of the Guangzong area, with 1,125 points. Ranking second is the lord of the Liaodong region, a little soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, with 1,091 points. Ranking third is the lord of the Suchu region, Tonkachun Deep Block Urchio, with 1,059 points. Ranking ninth is Mr. Zhao, the lord of the Qinzhou region, with 945 points. Ranking 10th is I just want to farm well, from the Shuzhou area with 927 points. Chu Tian said to himself, why are these players' names so strange? Xiao Liang complained on the side. I just want to have a good farming name. This name is even weirder than them. Ahem. We have worked very hard to eliminate the Yellow Turban soldiers. Now my points are 927. I didn't expect there are 9 people in front of me. With only 3 days, it is difficult to reach the top 3. Chu Tian swept through the surrounding Yellow Turban army and defeated 9 Yellow Turban army squads so far. The coalition forces from the two villages, centered on Xia village and Xiaoyu village, searched for traces of the Yellow Turban army within a 10-mile radius. As for the Yellow Turban army further away, the coalition forces from the two villages were more than capable. Once they were far away from Xia village and Xiaoyu village, there would be no time to return for reinforcements if the Yellow Turban soldiers attacked the villages. Xiao Liang analyzed. They may have relied on the power of guilds, or free players to help. Players who choose to take the direction of generals are at least equivalent to a bronze-level hero. It's possible, but we have to find a way to get into the top 3. Chu Tian knew that generally speaking, the rewards for the top 3 were much richer than those for the top 10. Since they were all ranked 10th, they would definitely hit the top 3. The problem is that the Shiatsu and Zaizukan coalition forces have enough troops, but all the surrounding Yellow Turban soldiers have been wiped out, and there are only 3 days until the end of the event. Suddenly, Chu Tian noticed that a lord player in the guild had posted a message. What the H.L.? The Yellow Turban Army Shuzhou General Zhang Kai led 20,000 Yellow Turban soldiers, and Langya City Captain Zhang Ba fought. My village became the center of the battlefield and was razed to the ground. If I hadn't run so fast, I would have been killed long ago. Killed? Zhang Kai? The leader of the Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army who killed Cao Cao's father. It turns out that the main force of the Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army is in Langya Kingdom. Shiatsuan is 50 kilometers away from Langya City, and Xiaoyu Village is 45 kilometers away from Langya City. The place where Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai fought with Langya Captain Zhang Ba should not be far from Shiatsuan. Chu Tian asked for the address. The place where the Yellow Turban Army and the Langya Army fought was probably 30 kilometers west of Langya City. Chu Tian used his long sword to draw a crude map on the ground, calculating the distance between the battlefield and here. Xiao Lian was a little confused. What are you doing? Chu Tian did not answer, but said to himself, the distance may vary from 40 kilometers to 70 kilometers. If you ride a horse, it won't take long. Chu Tian stood up suddenly, surprising Xiao Liang. Chu Tian looked at her. I plan to go to the outside of the battlefield where the Yellow Turban Army and the Shuzhou Army are fighting to see if there is a chance to surprise the Yellow Turban Army General Zhang Kai. If I can kill him, my points may be able to reach the top 3. Xiao Liang showed an unbelievable expression. You are crazy. That is a special hero with a famous name in our Donghan district. There may be tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers around him. You only have 20 light cavalry. How can you kill him? Wealth can be gained through danger. There is no better way than this to reach the top 3 in the rankings in the last 3 days. Chu Tian's breathing became rapid as he thought about taking risks. You stay in Xiaoyu village and look after our Xia village at the same time. If there are still Yellow Turbans attacking these 2 villages, just contact me. You believe me? There is no way. Only players can transmit information in time. Okay. You? Just be careful. Chu Tian only led 20 light cavalry. There were originally 21 light cavalrymen in Xia Xiyin. One of the cavalrymen was killed by several Yellow Turban soldiers during the charge. Leaving 20 cavalrymen, the light cavalry comes and goes like the wind, and can attack over long distances when attacking. When retreating, the infantry cannot catch up. As for the elite light infantry in Xia village, Chu Tian arranged for most of them to stay behind in Xia village and a small number to help defend Xiaoyu village to ensure the safety of the 2 villages. This was the second time Chu Tian left Xia village to explore near Langia city, and the target of this 100-mile attack was Zhang Kai, a general of the Yellow Turban Army, which was extremely dangerous. I hope that by the time we reach the battlefield, Zhang Ba has already defeated the Yellow Turban Army, and we can fish in troubled waters by then. Chu Tian was thinking in his mind. It is basically impossible for 20 light cavalry to compete head-on with 20,000 Yellow Turban soldiers. Only when the Yellow Turban soldiers are defeated can Chu Tian possibly lead the cavalry to kill Zhang Kai and the rebel army. Kill the special heroes of the Yellow Turban Army to get generous rewards and points. Zhang Ba is also a well-known general in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. There should be no suspense in defeating Zhang Kai. Set off. Chu Tian, H Mulan, and 20 light cavalry left here and marched in the general direction. There are many lords' villages outside Langia City. Langia City, also known as Kaiyang City, was a large city in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. So many players established villages nearby. After all, no one wants to build a village in a remote mountainous area. The establishment of villages in isolated mountainous areas meant that there was little foreign trade. Because of this Yellow Turban catastrophe, most of the villages outside Langia City were destroyed, and a large number of weak lords were wiped out, leaving only some powerful lords. These surviving lords saw a light cavalry passing by and subconsciously closed the village gate tightly. Chu Tian also ignored these lords. In the future, when the function of conquest between various lords is opened, they may become enemies. There will definitely be stragglers near the battlefield with tens of thousands of people. As long as you encounter these stragglers, you will probably reach the battlefield. On the way, the cavalry team encountered several Yellow Turban soldiers who attacked the village. Chu Tian directly ignored the group of Yellow Turban soldiers. He also wanted to save arrows and save them to shoot Zhang Kai. When Chu Tian and his party marched 60 kilometers and became tired of their horses, the number of Yellow Turban soldiers suddenly increased around them. This group of yellow scarf soldiers screamed all over the field and were wounded. They are probably near the battlefield. H Mulan captured a Yellow Turban soldier alive and threw it to the ground. The frightened Yellow Turban soldier quickly begged for mercy. My lord, please spare my life. I am an 80-year-old man, but I am a man below him. Chu Tian rode a war horse, condescendingly shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Where is your General Zhang Kai? Our general was defeated. The officers and soldiers were chasing him. The general took his soldiers and ran away to the village in the west. Chapter 26 Killing the Yellow Turban Hero. A small group of cavalry galloped past, and several Yellow Turban soldiers were killed by the cavalry with their sabers before they had time to react. In the village, a burly Yellow Turban general led a group of Yellow Turban soldiers to burn, kill, and loot. Hurry, or the officers and soldiers will chase us. The Yellow Turban soldiers ransacked the village located on the west side of the battlefield. Suddenly, the Yellow Turban soldiers guarding the entrance of the village ran in. General, the officers and soldiers are coming. Retreat. Zhang Kai, the yellow turban general with a scar on his face, hurriedly fled the village with his yellow turban soldiers. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and the surrounding yellow scarf soldiers were scared to death. The Shuzhou officers and soldiers were of higher rank than them. The yellow turban soldiers were defeated in a battle with the Shuzhou soldiers. Langya guards Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were still chasing them. An arrow was shot, and a yellow scarf soldier beside Zhang Kai fell to the ground, which intensified the panic. The yellow turban soldiers, who had no intention of fighting, were running around, and there were only a dozen yellow turban soldiers left around Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai fled from the village in embarrassment. Chu Tian rode on horseback and looked indifferently at the yellow turban soldiers escaping from the village not far away. One of the generals among the yellow turbans, who had a scar and was injured, was most likely Zhang Kai, the Shuzhou general of the yellow turbans. Just now, he sent 10 cavalrymen to set fire at the entrance of the village, creating the illusion of the arrival of officers and soldiers and creating chaos, in order to lure the snake out of its hole. Hua Mulan. Are you sure? Chu Tian was also not sure whether Hua Mulan's current level was capable of killing Zhang Kai and the rebellion. If they are of the same level, there will definitely be no problem. However, in order to protect the generals and counselors of the three kingdoms in the Eastern Han Dynasty, the initial level of the generals and counselors of the three kingdoms was very high. Otherwise, a group of military commanders and counselors from other dynasties in the early stage could push forward less powerful princes such as Kong Rong and Zhang Lu. I will try it in the end. Hua Mulan pulled out the sharp Han Dao and charged Zhang Kai. We cover. Chu Tian and the other 10 light cavalry bent their bows and set arrows, and shot 11 arrows one after another. Is that guy Zhang Ba chasing after you? Zhang Kai couldn't help but be horrified when he heard the sound of horse hooves. A war horse came and a female military general raised a sharp Han sword, killing 3 or 4 yellow scarf soldiers one after another, and then slashed directly at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was shocked and used a machete to block Hua Mulan's Han Dao. The 2 sharp blades collided and sparks flew. Hua Mulan was riding a war horse, looking down from a high position, while Zhang Kai fled for his life in a panic, without a war horse. So he suffered a big loss and struggled to hold on. His arms were shaking when he blocked Hua Mulan's knife. Hua Mulan's strength is higher than his. Tao Qian shouldn't have any generals like you. Who are you? Zhang Kai was not only less powerful than Hua Mulan, but he was also injured in the melee with Zhang Ba's Langya army, and could only passively defend at this time. Hua Mulan replied coldly. Hua Mulan, the infantry commander of Xia village. You idiot! Why don't you come and help? This bitch is really strong. Zhang Kai called out to the yellow turban soldiers around him, and there was even a tall third-level infantryman named Yellow Turban Chief holding a long sword. More than a dozen yellow turban soldiers and yellow turban chiefs besieged Hua Mulan. Ordinary yellow turban soldiers are not a big threat to Hua Mulan, but the yellow turban chief is set as a genuine third-level infantry, which can already interfere with Hua Mulan's attack. If there are more of them, they can even kill king-level generals. General Chao Bao of Shuzhou Governor's Department is here. All yellow turbans will be killed without mercy. Chu Tian, who had only more than 20 weapons, had to use Tao Qian as a shield and pretended to be Tao Qian's subordinate Chao Bao to charge. The officers and soldiers from Xiapi are here too. Escape quickly. Sure enough, except for Zhang Kai's dozen or so soldiers who were still with him. The other yellow turban soldiers and yellow turban Changs, who had just been defeated and had lost all morale, dispersed like birds and beasts. Chu Tian led 10 cavalrymen to share the pressure for Hua Mulan. Lord, be careful! A light cavalry stood in front of Chu Tian, and the long sword in the hand of the yellow scarf leader had already been chopped down. The light cavalry tried their best to resist, because Hua Mulan's bonus could barely block the yellow turban Chang. The rank of these yellow scarf chiefs is actually very high. 1, 2, 3. The light cavalry was killed by the high-level yellow turban chief. Even if the war horse is hit by a long knife, it will still be killed. Chu Tian's heart was bleeding. A war horse or a cavalryman was expensive. Although it was so easy for Hua Mulan to kill the yellow turban chief, she was replaced by Xia Xiyuan's light cavalry. But she was at a disadvantage. The yellow turban leader, who is qualified to follow Zhang Kai, is the elite among the elite, and his level is estimated to be around level 50. It would be a disaster for the level 20 light cavalry in Xiaozuan. And this is assuming the bonus of Hua Mulan. Losses caused. 10 light cavalrymen were killed by several third-order yellow scarf commanders, leaving Chu Tian in danger. At this moment, 10 light cavalrymen who set fire at the entrance of the village came and stood in front of Chu Tian, buying precious time for H Mulan. Mulan! Hurry up! Chu Tian can only place his hope on H Mulan. Currently, only H Mulan in Xia village can kill Zhang Kai. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Your king-level General H Mulan successfully killed Zhang Kai, level 70. A gold-level special hero of the Yellow Turban camp. And earned 1,000 points. After 12 light cavalry were killed in Xia village. The system's voice sounded. H Mulan actually killed level 70 Zhang Kai. You can directly get 1,000 points by killing a historical Yellow Turban general. This is too exaggerated. Chu Tian still doesn't know what it means to kill a level 70 Yellow Turban general in the early stage. First, he must have a special general with high enough strength. Secondly, the Yellow Turban general cannot have too many soldiers around him. In short, luck and strength are both indispensable for this 100-mile run. Once Zhang Kai died, the remaining Yellow Turban soldiers and Yellow Turban commanders had to flee. Chu Tian found 2 blueprints from Zhang Kai's body and took away Zhang Kai's weapons. As for the armor, it had been destroyed by H Mulan. Without having time to look closely at the properties of the drawing, Chu Tian hurriedly put it in his arms. In addition to blueprints and weapons, there is also a skill book and 20 taels of gold. I guess Zhang Kai also thought it was cumbersome to carry too much gold. Otherwise Chu Tian wouldn't believe that a Yellow Turban general's property was only 20 taels of gold. Some trophies were also found on the corpses of other Yellow Turban soldiers and Yellow Turban leaders. But Chu Tian did not want to stay any longer because H Mulan had already been injured in order to kill Zhang Kai across levels. It is said that the Yellow Turbans led by Zhang Kai personally numbered 20,000. And they lost several thousand in the battle with Zhang Ba. So there should be tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans who fled around. What a pity! Let's retreat! Chu Tian came to attack with 20 cavalry. But now only 8 were left. He was heartbroken and had to retreat. The morale of the remaining 8 cavalry also dropped to 30 points. If you continue to fight, it will collapse. The Xia cavalry's first attack battle had a death rate as high as 60%. But the loss seemed to be worth it. On the way back to Xia, Chu Tian found that he had ranked first on the ranking list. First, I just want to farm well in Shuzhou area with 2,020 points. Second, the Guangzong area is Jiujia Laoqin with 1,299 points. Third, the little soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty in the Liaodong region with 1,234 points. Chapter 27 Become Famous. Who is the first player? Why did his points suddenly increase by 1,000 points? In the Eastern Han District, Guangzong, the player, Jiujia Laoqin, who was originally ranked first, was puzzled. A player whose game is called I Just Want to Farm Well was originally ranked 10th. But in the last 2 or 3 days, he jumped to first place. This result shocked all players. In an instant, the first place changed hands, and the points exceeded the second place by 700 points. A burly general stood next to Jiujia Laoqin. This was Meng Wu, the father of Ming Tian, another special hero summoned by the player in the Eastern Han dynasty. Although there was also a powerful general, Jiujia Laoqin did not have Chu Tian's luck. He used cavalry to attack and encountered Zhang Kai, who did not have many personal soldiers. There are also Yellow Turbans in the Guangzong area, but the Yellow Turban generals are followed by hundreds of high-level Yellow Turbans, as well as Yellow Turban chiefs. It is almost impossible to kill a Yellow Turban general by chance. Otherwise 1,000 points would not be directly awarded. If someone can kill the 3 Zhang Jiao brothers in this event, it is estimated that the points they can get are far more than 1,000 points. With only 2 days, it is impossible to catch up with the first place. We can only protect the second place. Shuzhou's I Just Want to Farm Well. Maybe we will become rivals one day in the future. It's a pity that you are in Shuzhou and I am in Guangzong. I hope you can hold on until then. Jiujia Laoqin looked at the rankings and remembered the player with this strange name. Does anyone know that I just want to farm well? If there are no surprises next, this person should be number 1 on the list. There are only 2 days left. Unless there is an unexpected encounter, no player can catch up with him. Shuzhou District is the lord of our Shuzhou District. Now he may become the largest lord in Shuzhou District. Now his territory ranks 23rd in Shuzhou. I'm even more curious about the reward for first place. This event is different from the closed beta. Even the reward is unknown. For a time, the entire Donghan District players were alarmed. The Yellow Turban activity is an exclusive activity for the Eastern Han District. Other civilized districts also have their own activities, such as the Isyan Ikue in the Dongying District and the Crusader Expedition in the Holy See District. So this time, all the players in the Donghua area are focusing on the rankings of their own civilization. Near Xiaopei and Shuzhou, a female lord frowned slightly when she saw the first player in the queue. Isn't this? I just want to farm well. A member of her guild? Other members of the guild also discovered that List 1 was a member of their own guild. And he was a very low-key, almost silent member. No way. A small guild like ours actually has a player with the top points ranking? It's unbelievable. And the president's ranking is not low. He can be ranked 77th in Donghua District. Chu Tian, who suddenly became famous, immediately received dozens of inquiring messages, all wanting to know where Chu Tian's territory was. Chu Tian did not respond to other members of the guild, and was unwilling to expose Xia Xiyuan's location. Shooting the first bird, Chu Tian was checking the properties of the two drawings. These two drawings were looted from Zhang Kai, and they should be of a high level. One is the construction drawing of the Elite Yellow Turban Battalion, a third-level infantry battalion. The Elite Yellow Turban Battalion can recruit third-level infantry Yellow Turban captains. The Yellow Turban Chief is an advanced unit of the Yellow Turban soldiers, and is one of the 10 most powerful Yellow Turban soldiers. Army, Yellow Turban Chief. Level, third-level infantry. Attack power, 11, defense power, 5, speed 6. Skills, intermediate plunder, you can get more resources when plundering towns and villages. Low-level fanaticism, falling into fanaticism due to belief can temporarily increase combat effectiveness. But after the fanaticism ends, morale will be greatly reduced. Characteristic 1, Heaven is dead. Huang Tian is here to stand, when the Yellow Turban hero serves as the commander. All attributes +1. Characteristic 2, Rogue bandits, the territory's public support and public security have declined. Military pay none. Necessary condition, there is a 10% probability that Yellow Turban soldiers above level 30 can advance to Yellow Turban leaders. Third-level infantry without military pay? Chu Tian checked the attributes of the Yellow Turban Chief. The Yellow Turban Chief's attack power exceeded that of elite infantry and light cavalry. And this is not the most critical point. The most important thing is that the Yellow Turban leader does not need military pay, as long as he can feed them. It is extremely suitable for the explosion style. In other words, Yellow Turban soldiers and Yellow Turban Chiefs can be recruited as long as there is food. 1/10 of the Yellow Turban soldiers can advance to Yellow Turban Chiefs through the Elite Yellow Turban Battalion after level 30. However, the Yellow Scarf has the characteristics of increasing public support and public security in the territory, which makes people both love and hate it. There is another restriction that is more fatal. Only 10% of the Yellow Turban soldiers can advance to the Yellow Turban Chief after level 30. This means that if you want to recruit 100 Yellow Turban Chiefs, then you will have 1,000 Yellow Turban soldiers and train them to 30 level and above. The explosive style is still not suitable for me. Chu Tian abandoned the Elite Yellow Turban camp. In his mind, this might be a trap. The Yellow Turban Chief not only has high attributes, but also does not need military pay. If it is an ordinary player, it is impossible to resist such a temptation. They will follow the route of the Yellow Turban army and make a living by looting. The entire territory will probably be used for military services. Chu Tian still wanted to be more stable and take the kingly route of accumulating food and slowly becoming king. The second drawing is an architectural drawing of a level 4 fish market. Level 4 economic building drawings. Chu Tian was a little stunned when he got this drawing. Nowadays, the highest end buildings in Xia village are only second-level buildings, and the fourth-level economic buildings are only found in towns. Logically speaking, as long as there are architectural drawings and the construction conditions are met, even a village can build a fourth-level fish market. Xia village is close to the Yi River. The basin area of the Yi River has expanded tenfold in Lords. The river is wide and can fully develop freshwater fish fishing and breeding. If a fish market is set up, it can also attract villagers from nearby villages to trade. Put away 2 architectural drawings. There is also an advanced skills book. Name, 100 steps through the Yang, 1 out of 10. Level, advanced archery. Power 10. Subsequent effect, greatly improve the hit rate, making it easier to hit the enemy's vital points. Evaluation, there are people in Chu who are good at shooting. They can shoot at a willow leaf at 100 steps and hit 100 hits with 100 shots. Seeing this advanced skills book, Chu Tian was as shocked as seeing the level 4 architectural drawings. Advanced skill books are the most coveted items for free players. Measuring its value by price is easy to understand. In Lengya City, the price of a low-level skill book ranges from 1 tael to 10 taels, and the price of an intermediate skill book ranges from 10 taels to 100 taels. As for an advanced skill book, it has a price but no market. Players are willing to buy it for a few hundred taels of silver. Even if there is a high-level skill book, Chu Tian may not be willing to buy it. A few hundred taels of silver were enough to feed a small team. Should I sell it for money or use it myself? When Chu Tian led a few cavalry back to Xia village, Xiao Liang and the Xiangyong from Shaowu village blocked the entrance of Xia village. As soon as they saw Chu Tian, they said excitedly, "You are famous now!" Chapter 28 event ends. On the 20th day of the Yellow Turban catastrophe, Chu Tian was still ranked first. After the surprise attack on the Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai, he did not trouble the Yellow Turban soldiers again. Even if there is no need to eliminate the Yellow Turban soldiers, he can still be at the top of the list. Being 700 points ahead of the second place is so confident. Xia Xiyuan suffered a lot of losses in this activity. There were only 8 cavalry left out of 20. If the battle continued, the light cavalry team that was finally established would be wiped out. The event is coming to an end, and the Yellow Turban soldiers around the village have almost disappeared, posing no threat to the village. After returning, Chu Tian devoted himself to building a 4th-level fish market. The 4th-level fish market is located on the bank of Iha River, between Xiaozuan and Shaowu village, and is large enough for thousands of people to trade at the same time. This may also be the rare 4th-level building in the entire Donghan district so far. Name: Level 4 Fish Market. Introduction: Aquatic product trading venues can only be established less than 10 kilometers away from rivers or seas. Effect: Provide tax revenue. Increase the speed of attracting refugees. Improve public sentiment. And increase trade influence. Pre-building: Class 2 shipyard or above. Class 2 dock or above. Construction requirements: 1,000 taels of silver, 1,000 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Seeing the effects brought by the 4th-level fish market, Chu Tian couldn't help but be tempted. Unfortunately, the fish market also has a secondary shipyard and a secondary pier as front-end buildings, which cannot be constructed for the time being. The construction material also requires 1,000 units of wood, which is a bit exaggerated. In order to celebrate the end of the crisis, Xia Xiyuan held a bonfire party in the village on the last day of the Yellow Turban catastrophe. They took out the reserved wild boar meat and specialty rice wine and celebrated with the whole village. Chu Tianqing obtained a large amount of loot when he suppressed the Yellow Turban soldiers, and it was not important to distribute a batch of wild boar meat and rice wine. The gold and silver alone amounted to 60 taels of gold, 550 taels of silver, and more than 100,000 copper coins. The equipment includes 1 piece of gold-level armor, 23 pieces of silver-level armor, and 527 pieces of bronze-level armor. It's a pity that there are only 10 horses left. Gold-level equipment is also rare in the early stage and is extremely valuable. Name: Wuzhan Dao. Quality: Gold level. Effect: Attack power +5. When force is lower than 70. Force +2. Evaluation: Do you want a knife? This is the weapon used by the Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai. It is a machete that can be used with one hand and is a powerful weapon. When Chu Tian had no better choice, he had to equip the Wuzhan Dao. Now Chu Tian's title has reached the 3rd level of hairpin by killing the Yellow Turban army. As long as you reach the 20th level of title, you can officially break the soil and become a lord, duke or king. Name: Chu Tian. Title: 3rd class hairpin, 20 class military title system. Official position: None. Level: 20. Experience: 52/3000. Commander: 29. Force: 25 +2. Intelligence: 31. Politics: 33. Equipment: martial sword, leather armor. Skills: flame spear 2 out of 10. Special writing 2 out of 10. Features: none. Special arms: none. Chu Tian found that his equipment conflicted with his skill, flame marksmanship. He was equipped with a sword and could not use his gun skills. Never mind. Chu Tian looked at his poor strength, which was equivalent to that of an elite soldier, so he didn't care about these details. If a free player knew that Chu Tian wasted such a waste of natural resources, they would definitely call him a pity. Gold-level equipment was purchased by people who paid hundreds of taels of silver, but Chu Tian reluctantly used it. As for the only advanced skill book he obtained, 100 Steps Crossing the Yang, Chu Tian directly rewarded it to his subordinate H Mulan. Advanced archery is not very useful in her hands yet. But after learning it, H Mulan can shoot headshots with arrows. Does the Lord really want to give such a valuable skill book to his subordinates? It's more valuable when you learn. H Mulan received the advanced skill book. Her loyalty increased to 90 points. And her favorability increased to 57 points. Loyalty and favorability are two different concepts. One is a position, and the other is a personal relationship. A general is loyal to a certain force, but may dislike some colleagues or even the monarch. Our Xiaowu village has also made meritorious service in this event. Isn't there any additional reward? Xiao Liang led the heroes and elders of Xiaowu village to attend Xia village's celebration. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chu Tian generously awarding an advanced skill book to his subordinates. You also want a reward? Then I'll give you this skill book. Chu Tian handed a skill book to Xiao Liang, who was sitting aside. Xiao Liang took the skill book and looked at the cover. It turned out to be a low-level skill book about life. Name, postpartum care of sows. Quality, low-level life skills. Effect, the probability of postpartum disease in pig farm sows is -5%. Dot! Xiao Liang was speechless, but accepted the skill book. In the future, if we have a pig farm in Xiaowu village, it will still be useful. Or we can sell it to get a few taels of silver. What is Xiaowu village's ranking in Shuzhou district? I can't make it into the Shuzhou district rankings. But in the Langya kingdom rankings, Xiaowu village is ranked 72nd. And there are rewards. This event is divided into 3 rankings: country, state, and county. Players in each ranking will receive rewards. If you are on 3 rankings at the same time, the most generous reward will be calculated. In other words, Chu Tian can only get the reward for being first in the Eastern Han district, but cannot get the reward for being first in the Shuzhou district or Langya kingdom. But the reward for being first in the Eastern Han district is definitely better than the latter two. Xiaowu village is in the direction of a commercial town, and its soldiers only have Xiangyong, so it can only be ranked 72nd in the Langya kingdom, and cannot be included in the Shuzhou rankings. Even if Chu Tian wants to help, he can't do anything. The ranking only counts the yellow turban soldiers killed by the Lord and the Lord's subordinates. Xiao Liang continued to tease Chu Tian. His cheeks were hot from drinking Xia Xiyuan's watered rice wine. Big celebrity. How do you want to develop in the future? How else can we develop? It's nothing more than upgrading the 3rd level village to a 1st level town. Then we can have affiliated territories and occupy other lords' villages. Do you want to annex our Xiaowu village? Yes, but you have to pay a price that satisfies me. Xiao Liang offered to be annexed by Xia Xiyuan. Probably when she built the village, she never imagined that there would be another village built by a player 5 kilometers away. The distance between the 2 villages is too close. Maybe when everyone is a village, the 2 villages will not conflict. But once the 2 villages become 2 towns, they will definitely be next to each other. In other words, one party will definitely merge with the other, depending on who is stronger. Let's talk about it after we get promoted to town. Chu Tian looked at the bonfire and the singing and dancing villagers in the 2 villages. The annexation of Xiaowu village without bloodshed was a great temptation for Chu Tian. Almost all the resources of Xiaowu village have been invested in economic buildings. The annexation of Xiaowu village means that Xia Xiyuan will have a large amount of economic income every month, which can alleviate Xia Xiyuan's military expenditure problem. Ding! The Donghan district event trail of the Yellow Turban has ended, and the rewards will be liquidated. Ding! The Dongying district event Ixiang Ikue is over, and the rewards will be liquidated. Ding! The Persian area event The Ruins of Ancient Babylon has ended, and the rewards will be liquidated. Ding! The Holy See District Activity Crusader Collection Order has ended, and the rewards will be liquidated. Chapter 29 The Reformers of the Warring States Period. Ding! Congratulations, player, for winning first place in the Eastern Han District. The Emperor of Han will reward the meritorious ministers in the world with a special reward of 800 merit points, 200 taels of gold, and a special hero recruitment order. As soon as the event ended, Chu Tian received a notification that the reward for first place in the Donghan district was beyond his imagination. With 800 merit points, Chu Tian's title was directly upgraded from the 3rd class hairpin to the 4th class title. 200 taels of gold is equivalent to 2,000 taels of silver. If the first 2 rewards were not generous enough, then the 3rd reward really surprised Chu Tian. Special Hero Recruitment Order. This is truly priceless treasure. Name, Special Hero Recruitment Order. Effect, a special hero can be randomly recruited. The introduction is very simple. But if you take a closer look, you will know how domineering this prop is. This prop recruits not ordinary heroes, but historical heroes. That is, people with names. It may be a military commander, a counselor, a civil servant, a geisha, an assassin, a physician, or a craftsman. The ranks of the heroes recruited are also random, ranging from silver level to holy level. The high level can be the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty and Overlord Xiongyu, and the low level can be Zhao Gao, Zhao Kuo, and Qin Hui. In short, this is a prop that requires luck. Xiao Liang from Xiaoyu village was also stunned, probably also counting the rewards. After a while, she smiled bitterly. The 72nd place in Langia district only has 20 gold, 100 meritorious deeds, and a gold-level recruitment order. What is your reward? A special hero recruitment order. Chu Tian quickly regained his composure despite his excitement. It's not like he hasn't seen special heroes before. H Mulan is a special hero. The kind who has a name and a surname. Special hero! Xiao Liang looked very surprised. The reason why special heroes are special is because they are rare in number. It is said that there are only a few thousand or tens of thousands of special heroes in the Eastern Han district. The number of Lord players is 1,000 times that of special heroes. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to have a special hero. If you recruit commanders like Han Xian and Wu Qi, you can sweep through Langia City. Xiao Liang stared at Chu Tian feverishly. No, it should be the special hero recruitment order in Chu Tian's hand. No matter who you recruit, they are special heroes. Since he is a special hero, he is naturally different from ordinary heroes with popular faces. You are so ideal. Even if you have a powerful commander, it is useless if you don't have enough soldiers. Han Xian orders troops. The more the better. Just the guards of Langia City are not something we can provoke in the early stage. There is also Zhang Kai, the general of the Yellow Turban Army. If there were 20,000 yellow turbans, they would be enough to level our 2 villages. Chu Tian knew that in order to prevent the 3 kingdoms princes from being pushed equally by players in the middle and early stages, there were differences in levels and troops. Even if a lord recruits Han Xian, he must raise Han Xian's level and allocate tens of thousands of troops to Han Xian. The best strategy for player lords in the mid to early stage is not to offend the princes of the 3 kingdoms, but to annex surrounding lords, participate in epic battles, accumulate strength, and then rise up again when they are able to confront the princes of the 3 kingdoms. Obviously, these are not things that Chu Tian, who currently has only 1,500 people in the village, should consider. Yes, the population of Shiatsuan surged from 800 to 1,500 during this period. During the Yellow Turban catastrophe, 50% of the surrounding villages were destroyed. The villagers in the destroyed villages became refugees and flowed into the stable Xia village. After a catastrophe, Xia Xiyun sacrificed a total of 12 light cavalry, 17 elite light infantry, and 70 rural warriors. The influx of refugees not only made up for Xia Xiyun's losses, but also left a surplus. Special hero recruitment order. Do you want to use it yourself or sell it? For your own use? Of course. If you can get out of Lord, this special recruitment order can be auctioned for at least millions of Earth coins. But the problem now is that all players are trapped in the world of Lord. Only by strengthening their own power can they survive in troubled times. You should keep good things for yourself. Not to mention the reward of being number 1 in Donghan district. Then use it quickly. I want to see what kind of hero he is. Xiao Liang is even more impatient than Chu Tian. There are currently less than 10 special heroes in the entire Donghan district. But you want to keep the information about Natsumura's special hero a secret. Can I trust you? Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang. Of course, I won't reveal the secret. Xiaoyu village is right next to Xia village. Monks who can escape cannot escape the temple. Moreover, there will soon be a new hero on the hero ranking list of the Eastern Han district. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand that this is the 3rd hero in the Eastern Han district. 1 reward. Xiao Liang's intelligence left Chu Tian speechless. The Trail of the Yellow Turban event is over, and as soon as the rewards are cleared, a hero will be added to the Donghan district's hero ranking list. In all likelihood, it will be the reward for the top player in this event. So it seems that this hero does not need to be tucked away like Mulan. The hero ranking does not display the name of the lord to prevent the lord from being besieged because of owning a certain hero. Currently, no player knows whose subordinate H Mulan is, ranked first in the Eastern Han dynasty due to her military strength. If anyone knows, it may be Xiao Liang from Xiaoyu village, or a player who speculates that H Mulan may be under Chu Tian's command based on Chu Tian's ranking in the Eastern Han District's event rankings. Of course, this is just speculation. Under the urging, Chu Tian immediately used the special hero recruitment order. Since he ranked first in this event, Chu Tian was not afraid of people doubting that he had a special hero. Ding! Consume a special hero recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the Emperor-level civil servant Li Kui. Ding! The achievement system SS-level achievement Reformers of the Warring States period is unlocked. During the Warring States period, rituals collapsed. 100 schools of thought contended, and 7 heroes competed for hegemony. To enrich the country and strengthen its army, the talents of the 7 countries worked hard to become stronger. Gather Li Kui of Wei, Li Kui's reform. Chu State Wuqi, Wuqi's reform. Qin State Xiangyang, Xiangyang's reform. Han Shenbu Hui, Shenbu Hui reform. Qi State Zhou Ji King Qi Wei's reform. Warring States King Zhao Wuling, Hufu cavalry and shooting. Yin State the 7 reformers of Li Yin Zhao King's reform, will receive special rewards. Chu Tian was completely confused. Imperial civil servant? There is also a particularly difficult achievement. The SS-level achievement. The Reformers of the Warring States period. This achievement requires collecting 7 famous people during the Warring States period. Maybe not many people know about Han Xiangshan, but Wu Qi, Li Kui, Shan Yang, King Wuling of Zhao who rides and shoots in Hufu, and even Zhou Ji are all figures who have taken textbooks. Not to mention gathering 7 special heroes. Even if Wu Qi comes back, Chu Tian can laugh out of his dreams. A civil servant appeared in Xia village and bowed to Chu Tian. I, Li Kui, pay my respects to my lord. No gift. Chu Tian was very satisfied with Li Kui and could not be dissatisfied. This is the Prime Minister of Wei, who helped Wei become the overlord in the early Warring States period. And Lord, the imperial rating is the best affirmation of Li Kui's reform. Correspondingly, Li Kui's political attributes should also be very high. After all, Lord is a game world, and it still depends on the bonuses brought by the heroes. In order to balance the strength of different districts and avoid being pushed flatly by the powerful civilized district, Eastern Han District, the general data of some weak civilized districts, Japanese District, Goryeo District, will be inflated. Chu Tian checked Li Kui's dashboard. Chapter 30 Li Kui, a civil servant. Chu Tian checked Li Kui's attributes, and was immediately shocked by Li Kui's attributes. Name, Li Kui. Talent, Emperor level civilian. Level 30. Experience, 0/10,000. Official position, none. Identity, Warring States legalist. Loyalty, 80. Status, healthy. Commander, 54, maximum 67. Force, 30, maximum 45. Intelligence, 75, maximum 80. Politics, 85, maximum 97. Charm, 85. Exercise, none. Physiality, 53. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, exerting the power of the land, SS level trait. When in charge of agriculture. Territory food output plus 30%. Characteristic 2, Ping Bien method, S level trait. Collect grain in good harvest years, and sell grain in famine years. People's morale will not decline easily, and losses caused by famine will be greatly reduced. Characteristic 3, Dharma Sutra, SS level trait. Public security is not easily degraded, and the probability of crime and corruption is greatly reduced. Characteristic 4, Physiocraticism, A level trait. Farmers in the Lord cannot easily switch to other professions. The upper limit of political attributes is 97 points. In other words, a fully leveled Li Kui can reach 97 political points, bringing comprehensive bonuses to the territory. No wonder he was rated as an imperial civil servant. There are few reformers who can compare with Li Kui. Just a 30% increase in grain production is already an exaggeration. A 30% increase in food production means that 30% more people can be fed and 30% more soldiers can be fed. This does not include the bonus brought by Li Kui's own political value. The political attribute itself has various hidden bonuses. If Li Kui is in charge of agriculture, the annual increase in food production will not be as simple as 30%. In addition to the SS level characteristic of doing his best, Li Kui also has other characteristics that can stabilize people's hearts, maintain public order, and eliminate officials. This is a civil servant who is versatile in domestic affairs. Xiao Liang took the initiative to ask, "What is this gentleman's name?" When Li Kui saw the woman beside the village chief asking, he answered truthfully, I'm Li Kui. Li Kui? Xiao Liang obviously knew about Li Kui's reform in Wei State, and looked at Chu Tian again. Is he an emperor-level hero? Yes. I am a civil servant by profession. You are really lucky. Having such an interior minister makes you worry-free. I can't help but envy the coolness of summer. I don't know if there are 100 emperor-level heroes in the Eastern Han Dynasty. They are extremely rare. A single attribute needs to exceed 95 to qualify as an emperor-level hero. For example, Liu Bei and Sun Quan may have strong overall abilities, but without outstanding abilities, they cannot become emperor-level heroes. Li Kui has become the number 1 in the Eastern Han District rankings. When Xiao Liang checked the rankings, Li Kui had surpassed H Mulan and became the number 1 hero in the Eastern Han District. H Mulan is well known and is known to every household, while Li Kui has made solid political achievements and helped Wei become rich and powerful. Li Kui's political attribute limit of 97 points exceeds H Mulan's force limit of 95 points. But it doesn't matter who ranks first or second. Chu Tian said that both heroes belong to him. Chu Tian noticed that General Meng Wu of Qin was ranked 3rd. And 4th was General Zhu Dashu of Ming Dynasty. Zhu Dashu. Chu Tianzai didn't know which lord became Zhu Dashu's lord. Zhu Dashu was an officer in the Ming Dynasty, who later rebelled and became a military general in the Qin Dynasty. And lord, he was destined not to be very loyal. Becoming his lord would probably be a headache, as well as preventing his subordinates from rebelling. Generally speaking, loyalty above 70 is more reliable. Loyalty above 80 will not betray. And loyalty above 90 is either a comrade who shares life and death or an old minister. If you want to achieve 100% loyalty, you must either be a sworn brother like Lu Guangzong, a brother-in-law like Sun So or Zhou Yu, or a husband and wife. Several more heroes have been added to the world rankings. It is estimated that the First Lord in other districts has also received a special hero recruitment order. The first one is Li Kui. The second is the Black Prince Edward. And the third is H Mulan. However, there is a certain problem with the ranking list, which only looks at a single attribute. Chu Tian suspected that the Black Prince's command limit, sandwiched between the two heroes of the Eastern Han District, was 96. If his martial power is also high, then he is a fierce commander of the Holy See District. Damn Westerners for giving Edward, the Black Prince, such a high rank as commander. The ranking is just a reference. The actual effect and use of the hero depends on the lord himself. Ranked 4th is a hero from the Dashi District, Arab Empire District. Chu Tian does not know the specific performance. Most of the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty were only interested in the heroes of the Eastern and Western continents, and had little interest in the complex names and forces of the desert continent, such as ancient Persia, ancient Egypt, African tribal kingdoms, and the Arab Empire. I need to entrust your caravan from Shaowu village to purchase a second-level shipyard drawing, a second-level wharf drawing, and purchase 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of grain from Langya City. Chu Tian hired the caravan from Shaowu village without any courtesy. The caravans in Shaowu village can also earn handling fees from it, which is a fair exchange. Not a problem. Although Xiao Liang didn't understand what Chu Tian wanted to do with 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of grain, he was still willing to lend Shaowu village's caravan. Chu Tian purchased the blueprints and went to build a 4th-level fish market. As for the large amount of food, it was because Xia village's food reserves had been unable to make ends meet due to the influx of large numbers of refugees. The next major crop harvest will not be until next year. Chu Tian couldn't help but envy the place where food could be harvested 2 or 3 times a year. Li Kui? What does this guy do? Does anyone know the number 1 hero? Which lord in the Eastern Han District is he the hero of? After Li Kui, the hero of the Eastern Han Dynasty, pushed the Black Prince to 2nd place by virtue of his individual political ability. He caused an uproar in lords. Players in other civilized zones asked who Li Kui was. When they learned that this was a domestic hero, they breathed a sigh of relief. In everyone's subconscious mind, military commanders still pose the greatest threat. If this is a military commander with a command value of 97, the Eastern Han District will put too much pressure on some of the surrounding smaller civilized areas, such as Dongying District, Goryeo District, and Annan District. However, only Chu Tiankai realized how abnormal Li Kui's 30% increase in grain and grass production was. Early food and grass are very important for the development of the territory. From now on, you will be the Piedong officer of Xia village and manage the granary and public security at the same time. After all, the scale of Xia village was too small, So Chu Tian did not set up a complicated management organization, and only relied on dozens of special talents, who could not be counted as petty officials to manage the village. If a village with a population of 1,500 people has 3 provinces and 6 ministries, it will be a bloated organization. Li Kui wanted to manage agriculture, justice, and the treasury at the same time. No, the village grain depot. This means people make the best use of their resources. And it is definitely not because Chu Tian cannot afford the salary. As for the business in Xiaochuan, Chu Tian did not let Li Kui manage the business and treasury because Li Kui had his own physiocrats. Xia Xiyuan also needs a business-oriented talent. In ancient times, civil servants focused on agriculture and suppressed business. It was even more difficult to recruit business talents. Chapter 31 Household Registration. Xia Xiyuan regained peace after the Yellow Turban catastrophe. The public sentiment and public security in Xia Village have declined due to the influx of large numbers of immigrants. Xia Village's current popularity level has become 75, and public security has become 73. Theoretically, as long as public support and public order are sufficient, with Li Kui in charge of the judiciary, it will be difficult for public support and public order to continue to decline. However, as long as it is less than 80, Chu Tian's obsessive-compulsive disorder will be difficult to accept. A prison cell was built in Xia Village using blueprints captured from the Langyu rebel lords. The cell was built, and the security suddenly rose from 73 to 80. In a sense, it is true. No matter how simple the people are, there must be law enforcement agencies to ensure public security. Except when farming is busy, Li Kui usually has to manage public security and supervise large-scale construction projects in the village. Since being recruited by Chu Tian, Li Kui, who has held many positions, feels that his body has been hollowed out because of his joining. Xia Xiyuan's operating efficiency has greatly increased. While entrusting the caravan from Xiaoyu village to purchase materials in Langya City and nearby villages, Chu Tian conducted an important job of household registration in Xia Village. Xia Village initially had only 100 villagers and less than 30 households, but now has more than 1,500 villagers from surrounding villages. After the Yellow Turban catastrophe, most of the villages around Xia Xiyuan were destroyed, and Xia Xiyuan was one of the few villages within a 30-mile radius. Refugees from different villages have formed small groups in Xiaochuan, which poses a big challenge to public security. For the long-term development of the village and the arrangement of labor for production, Chu Tian must require all villagers to register their household registration. Li Kui led 4 elite infantrymen and 2 literate clerks to conduct house-to-house inspections. An elderly, who was good at dealing with villagers, reassured people. At present, the internal affairs team of the Lord's Mansion mainly includes the Chief Secretary, Hu Chao, Tian Chao, Gong Chao, Song Chao, City Chao, and Prison Chao. The Chief Clerk manages documents and assists Chu Tian in issuing orders and posting notices. Chu Tian cannot handwrite any notices. Hu Chao is in charge of registration, weddings, sacrifices, and celebrations. Tian Chao advises farmers to cultivate mulberry trees, prevent natural and man-made disasters, and also pay attention to land fertility, water conservancy, and locust plagues. Gong Chao, in charge of civil engineering. Song Chao, manages the warehouse. The City Chao collects commercial taxes and land rent. The warden is in charge of law enforcement, prisons, and maintaining public security. He is currently recruiting 20 township warriors to serve as temporary police officers. This is the simplest management organization of Xiaochuan. A village of 1,500 people cannot support bloated institutions. A few small institutions can ensure the normal operation of the village. And there are too many officials. Xia Xiyuan simply cannot maintain the salaries of the officials. Chu Tian also had to feed an army. The army is not included in the internal affairs team, but is directly controlled by Chu Tian. In troubled times, soldiers and food are everything. The internal affairs team helps Chu Tian collect money and food, while the army Chu Tian personally serves as the supreme commander. Xia Xiyuan's army has 8 light cavalry, 70 elite infantry, and several rural warriors. The training cycle for light cavalry and elite light infantry is 14 days, and up to 100 people can be trained at one time. Chu Tian can urgently train a group of infantry before the war, so there is no need to rush to expand the army. The real trouble is buying a war horse. An ordinary war horse costs 20 taels of silver. 200 taels of gold can only buy up to 100 war horses, and they can't even feed them. Old man, which village are you from? Li Kuei holds the account book in his left hand, and the writing brush in his right hand. It can be said that a minister who is good enough to be the prime minister of a country has to work as a village clerk, which is a sign of humiliation. Even so, Li Kuei still performed his duties seriously, and worked hard without complaint. The villain is the teacher. These are my 2 sons. We fled here from Taohua village, which is 20 miles away. Those yellow scarf thieves burned down our village. But fortunately Xiao village took us in. Truthfully state your name, age, occupation, and whether you have any other living relatives. Okay. I'm Wang Sanju. Li Kuei recorded the information of this family in the register. Now Li Kuei manages Huzhou, Tianqiao, Gongqiao, and Prison Chao at the same time. And he can actually take care of them all. A minister who can manage a country can also manage a large village of more than 1,000 people. Elderly helped Li Kuei, and his 30 points of politics were simply incomparable to Li Kuei's. With Li Kuei handling some trivial matters, Chu Tian can basically act as a hands-off shopkeeper and have more time to focus on important things. Zhao Qi was training Xiang Yong, while Wu Shang led the hunters to the nearby mountains and forests to hunt and improve the villagers' food. Whether there is enough food and whether meat can be eaten every 10 days and a half. These hidden conditions will affect people's hearts. The most elite light cavalry and light infantry were given to H Mulan for training by Chu Tian. Soldiers can also gain experience through daily training. And the experience gained is related to the level of the school field and the general's commanding attributes. The commander attribute not only affects the number of troops under command, but also affects the speed of training troops. For example, if Cao Cao and Dian Wei train a cavalry with an average level of 10 at the same time, 1 year later Cao Cao's cavalry may have an average level of 50, while Dian Wei's cavalry may only have level 30. I have entrusted the Xiao village caravan to purchase 22 war horses. Once the war horses arrive in our village, we will have 30 cavalry and 70 elite infantry. The military-civilian ratio is 1:15, which is a very stable ratio. Once there is a war, as long as by preparing half a month in advance, we can temporarily train 100 elite infantrymen, and the ratio will be 1 minute and 7.5 seconds. Chu Tian mentioned the military situation in Xia village to Hua Mulan while she was resting. The ratio of 1:15 is no longer easy to maintain, because professional soldiers occupy the youngest and strongest workforce. They don't need to work, as long as they receive training every day and improve their level. The matter of recruiting soldiers depends on the situation. The subordinates are not familiar with internal affairs, but they will lead the troops to fight and will not take a step back. Hua Mulan didn't care about internal affairs. The military generals charged at the front. But the lords and civil servants had to worry about a bunch of troublesome logistical matters such as recruiting soldiers, collecting grain, military pay, pensions, and transporting grain. Li Kuei spent 3 days thoroughly investigating all the villagers. Village chief, according to your instructions, register the household registration of everyone in the village. There are 479 households in the village, including 625 men aged from 15 to 60 years old, and 963 women and children. Women can also participate: weaving, farming, breeding, fishing, and other work. At present, there are 112 special talents in the village, including teachers, skilled farmers, rangers, doctors, blacksmiths, winemakers, pig farmers, and dancing girls. There are even dancers? Chu Tian heard Li Kuei's report and found that experts among the people were indeed there. There were actually 112 special talents in a small summer village. Li Kuei nodded very seriously. Yes, bring them to me, my lord. You must be a wise lord and cannot force the daughters of the people. I just wanted to see what a dancer could do. Chu Tian did not expect that Li Kuei was still an upright minister and dared to speak out. Soon the 2 dancers were brought to Chu Tian. They were pretty and said, "Folk girl Xiao Zhu and Xiao Qing have met the village chief." Chu Tian really called them here just to check the attributes. He casually glanced at Xiu Qing's attributes. Named Xiao Qing. Age 17. Level 25. Commander 10, Force 10, Intelligence 47, Politics 10, Charm 75. Occupation, Intermediate Dancer, when resident in Jia Fangxi or Brothel. The effect of Jia Fangxi or Brothel plus 5%. Skills, low-level encouragement, slightly improves the morale of the troops in the territory. Mid-level music, the probability of the territory attracting special talents is slightly increased. Chu Tian was also surprised when he saw the effects of life and career. Chapter 32. No matter how poor you are, you can't afford education. No wonder we have a lot of special talents in Xia Village. It turns out that there are also bonuses brought by the dancers. Chu Tian found that he had underestimated the life and career of representatives of special talents. Life occupations have special bonuses to territory or buildings, and these talents have made great contributions to Xia Village. In the past, Chu Tian thought that dancing girls were dispensable, but now it seems that this may not be the case. The Jia Fangxian, the Lord, is similar to the Jiafang in the Tang dynasty. It manages actors' acrobatics and teaches traditional music, which is equivalent to the palace orchestra. Although its status is not high, it is not an indecent organization. Instead, it is very serious and can bring a lot of bonuses to the territory. You can live in Xia Village with peace of mind from now on. There is no Jiafang secretary in the village for the time being. But don't worry. The Lord's Mansion will soon announce subsidies for unemployed special talents. All unemployed special talents can come to the Lord's Mansion to apply for subsidies. In order to retain mid-level special talents, Chu Tian even implemented the same measures as in reality. Before there is no suitable special building, subsidies can be given to special talents to meet their living needs. Each villager has his own income, and villagers without income may become homeless or beggars again. It was the Lord's dereliction of duty to displace 2 mid-level special talents. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Qing were moved when they heard that special talents were given preferential treatment. If this is true, the village chief is really hungry for talents. A soldier dies for his confidant, and the 2 people who can change jobs and become dancers also understand this truth. This is what it should be. Chu Tian calculated that there were 112 special talents in the village. Most of them were already working in farmland, medical clinics, mines, wood processing workshops, taverns, and other buildings. However, the 2 special talents in front of him did not have suitable buildings to accommodate them. Probably not much. The Lord's Mansion gives them a small monthly allowance to keep them here, and just their own effects can contribute to Xia Village. I play music in the village during the New Year and festivals to boost morale and people's hearts. Please don't refuse when the time comes. Chu Tian wanted to bring out their value. Xiao Qing pursed her lips and smiled and said, "If you have your instructions, we will be happy." Chu Tian asked the 2 of them to apply for subsidies. Then he found Li Kue and issued subsidies to all registered special talents who did not have suitable buildings to house them. The amount of the subsidy is related to the grade of special talents, and intermediate talents can receive higher subsidies. According to Li Kue's statistics, a total of 17 special talents are still unemployed. After all, Xia Xiyuan is not a town, and it does not have a lot of facilities. All I can say is that for future plans, I will spend a little money to keep them. The effect of this is not bad. These talents are grateful to Chu Tian and live and work in peace and contentment in Xia Village. Population registration has exposed many problems. In addition to the issue of special talents who are not yet employed, there is also the issue of schooling for children. There are about 300 children under the age of 15 in Xiaozuan, including 150 school-age children. One thatched cottage can only accommodate 50 school children. So Chu Tian arranged to build 2 more thatched cottages. The thatched cottage is the simplest cultural building. As long as there is a teacher, it can be run and it can improve people's morale. Children who graduate from thatched cottage have an increased chance of becoming special talents. For school children to graduate from the thatched cottage, it can take as long as 5 or 6 years, or as short as 2 or 3 years. This is a long-term investment for the sustainable development of the territory. Chu Tian must always cultivate talents. Moreover, the talents cultivated within the territory are more loyal to the Lord and are not easily lost. The funds for the thatched cottage mainly include the salary of the teacher and the cost of purchasing calligraphy for the study. The salary of a low-level teacher is about 2 taels of silver a month, and he can teach 50 children. The calligraphy in the study is also simple, using cheap brushes and paper. Chu Tian, who was short of money, did not implement compulsory education and charged each child 1 tael of silver per year for tuition to make up for the expenses of the thatched cottage. 1 tael of silver? No. If you just post a notice like this, your policy will be violated. Xiao Liang from Xiaoyu village heard Chu Tian mention the idea of charging tuition fees and shook his head repeatedly. You can post a notice and just say that you need 2 taels of silver. 2 silvers a year. You are too black-hearted. Listen patiently to me. Once the villagers report that 2 to 1 year is too expensive, you will comply with public opinion and lower the fee to 1 to 2 years. Wouldn't this get the result you want? and the villagers will be grateful. In addition, if a family has 2 or more children, only the first child will receive 1 tael of silver, and the other children will receive half a tael of silver per year. Villagers may even think that having more children means they will earn money. So on the one hand, it can not only reduce the burden on the villagers, encourage more children, but also encourage the villagers to send their children to school. The disadvantage is that the tuition fees collected are reduced. How to choose depends on your ideas. Xiao Liang's analysis made Chu Tian feel refreshed. This guy is simply a business genius. Perhaps the vast majority of players are indifferent to agriculture. But after thousands of years of summarizing economic routines, some players have great business acumen. Soon a notice was posted on the village's crude notice board. A group of villagers came to watch, and the literate among them read, "No matter how poor you are, you can't afford education. And no matter how hard it is, you can't have children. The Shiatsuan thatched cottage only needs 2 taels of silver per year to recruit school children. I don't care if I'm being rude. Isn't it just for the sake of our children that we support our families? 2 taels of silver is too expensive. If a family has 3 children, wouldn't it cost 6 taels of silver every year? The monthly salary of a light infantryman is only 1 tael of silver. 6 taels of silver is a huge sum of money. This in this world. It's good if you can have a full stomach. But where can you find the money to make your children literate? That's right. 2 taels of silver is too expensive. But if we don't have money, won't it be impossible for our children to be literate for the rest of their lives? If they can be literate, they may have the opportunity to become a master in the future. Let's go talk to the village chief and ask him to charge less." Sure enough, as soon as this notice was posted, it immediately caused an uproar among the villagers. The villagers who loved their son gathered together and came to the Lord's mansion to ask Chu Tian to reduce the tuition fees. Chu Tian was troubled by his old actions, and finally said resolutely, "Okay, for the sake of the children of all fellow villagers, each schoolchild will only receive 1 tael of silver a year from now on. If a family has multiple children entering the thatched cottage, only the first 1 child needs to pay 1 tael, and the other children only need to pay half a tael." The villagers did not expect that their request could be successful, and the village chief cut the cost in half at once, which also reduced the burden on families with a larger population. So they all praised him. The village chief is so wise. Chu Tian still spoke earnestly. What a pity for the parents in the world. Please rest assured that in the future, when selecting officials, priority will be given to those who are literate. Chu Tian hinted that the children who came out of the thatched cottage might become officials in the future, which stimulated the villagers even more. They wanted to send their children to the thatched cottage immediately. Maybe they could become scholars in the future. Chu Tian returned to the Lord's mansion with satisfaction. After some operations, not only did the people's sentiment not drop, it actually rose by 3 points. Chapter 33 Secondary Shipyard. A caravan came to Xia village and brought a large amount of wood and grain. This is the caravan from Xiao village, accepting Chu Tian's entrustment to collect supplies needed by Xia village. Because of the commission provided by Chu Tian, the size of the caravan in Xiao village has grown larger and larger, and now has 30 horses. The horses used by caravans are still different from the war horses used by cavalry, and the prices are also cheaper. Village chief, in order to collect the supplies you want, we have made several trips back and forth between Langya City and Xia village. The caravan leader got off the carriage and came to the Lord's mansion to visit Chu Tian. Thank you for your hard work. How is your village chief? Chu Tian met with the caravan leader from Xiao village, who is also a businessman with special talents. Our village chief has recently been busy expanding the planting area of mulberry trees and building textile workshops. She has also established a trade relationship with the silk shop in Langya City. From now on, Xiaovu village will provide a batch of raw silk or even silk to the silk shop every year. The caravan leader took a sip of tea and mentioned the recent development of Xiaovu village. Textile workshop? Silk? Chu Tian quickly understood Xiao Shutsuan's thoughts. Silk, tea, and porcelain are famous specialties of the Eastern Han dynasty. If different civilized areas are opened in the future, which lord of the Eastern Han dynasty has more competitive products, merchants from other civilized areas will naturally find him to buy goods. The village chief of Xiao village is indeed a business talent. Players have various identities in reality. They are proficient in different fields of knowledge. So it is not surprising that there are experts who can make nuclear bombs as lords. It's just that lord has technological limitations, and items that exceed the settings will automatically be invalid. Chu Tian thought far away, And the caravan leader took out 2 drawings from his arms. These are the 2 drawings you asked the villain to buy. The second-level shipyard drawings and the second-level wharf drawings. Later, we will get the wood and grain from the surrounding villages. We'll buy them over. Our caravan will earn some hard-earned money. Chu Tian accepted the 2 drawings. In order to purchase the 2 drawings, he paid a lot of real money. The second-level shipyard blueprint costs 250 taels of silver and comes with 2 shipbuilding skill books. In case there is a shortage of shipwrights in the village. Shipwrights are rare among special talents, especially senior shipwrights, who can build stern and flat ships. The second-level dock drawing costs 150 taels of silver and can accommodate many small ships. But it cannot accommodate medium and large warships, cargo ships, and seagoing ships. Only Langia City has such drawings for sale. Thanks a lot. Chu Tian's ultimate purpose in building these 2 buildings was to build a 4th-level fish market. The 4th-level fish market can bring in a lot of tax revenue. And it is a relatively efficient building for Chu Tian, who spends money everywhere. As the saying goes, you can eat mountains if you rely on mountains. And you can eat water if you rely on water. Shiatsuan is close to the Yi River and can fully take advantage of the freshwater fish resources and water transportation advantages of the Yi River. The villain is just trying to support his family. The village chief has given the villain a job. But the villain is very grateful. The villain will go and transport the wood. The caravan leader only visited for half a stick of incense, and then went to collect supplies in a hurry. Chu Tian got 2 drawings and immediately asked Li Kui to mobilize resources to build a secondary shipyard and a secondary port. Shiatsuan already has a 1st-level shipyard and a 1st-level wharf. With the 2nd-level drawings, it only needs to be expanded on the original basis, and it will consume less materials than rebuilding. The secondary shipyard can build more types of ships. The types of ships that can now be built include small plank ships, scout ships, small fishing boats, and small cargo ships. Small wooden plank boat, a civilian paddle boat, suitable for water travel, and can also be used for fishing, transporting goods, or fighting. But it has a limited load capacity and has almost no defensive effect. Small fishing boats, civilian fishing boats, suitable for use in inland lakes and offshore waters, which can improve fishing efficiency. Small cargo ship, civilian transport ship, a cargo ship with a net load of less than 10 tons, which can be used to transport food and other materials. The first 3 types of ships are civilian ships. The so-called civilian use means that villagers can place orders with shipyards to produce small wooden boats, small fishing boats, and cargo ships. As long as there are no warships under construction at the shipyard, they will usually take orders from villagers and earn income. As for the scout ships that appear in the secondary shipyard, they already belong to the scope of military ships. The name of the so-called scout ship comes from ancient records. That is, a small boat used to perform reconnaissance and patrol missions, also called a scout ship. Name: scout ship, spot ship. Level: 2nd-level ship. Length: 11.4 meters. Width: 2.43 meters. Cost: 10 taels of silver. Configuration: single mast. 1 oar and 8 oars. No parapet. Evaluation: a flexible and fast boat. Lacking offensive and defensive means. Suitable for reconnaissance, patrol, challenge, setting up suspects, and ambush. After the secondary shipyard is completed, build a sentinel ship. Chu Tian did not have the ability to support a powerful navy. Just 1 scout ship required 8 sailors. The combat capability of the scout ship is better than nothing. For a rowing boat, in order to ensure speed, the number of sailors is generally greater than the number of soldiers. In other words, a scout ship may not be able to accommodate many soldiers except sailors. A scout ship was built because Shiatsuan was close to the Yi River, and a scout ship was needed to search the nearby waters. And Lord, the Yi River is a large river with a drainage area of 170,000 square kilometers. When some free players were exploring the world, they discovered that there were water villages on some large rivers. So Chu Tian had to be wary of threats from the Yi River. In addition, water battles and naval battles are also a major setting of Lord. For the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the water battle on the Yangtze River was certainly important. But most lords focused on land. But for the lords of certain civilized areas, they will focus on naval battles, such as the Viking area, the Venetian merchant area, and the Holy See area. Chu Tian has already consciously trained sailors. If different civilization zones are opened, we will have to rely on naval forces to conquer other civilizations in the future. It would take time to complete the secondary shipyard. So Chu Tian found 2 carpenters and gave them shipwright skill books to study, and asked them to change their profession to become shipwrights. At the same time, he ordered the recruitment of 8 civilians who knew water and turned them into sailors. So Xia Xiyuan had the first navy with 8 sailors with only 5 combat effectiveness. Xuzhou and Qingzhou are both states close to the sea and have many deep water ports, especially Qingdao in Jiaozhou Bay. Chu Tian calculated that the actual distance between Lengia City and Jiaozhou Bay was about 250 kilometers. The area of Lord is expanded by 10 times. If the curved surface of the three-dimensional space is ignored, it is equivalent to extending the side length by 3.16 times and the straight line distance between 2 points by 4.47 times. In Lord, the distance between Lengia and Jiaozhou Bay is about 1,100 kilometers. Too far. Chu Tian shook his head, not thinking about things that were too far away. Now Xia Xiyuan didn't even have the ability to build a warship. The real warships are not scout ships, but ships such as walking ships, stern ships, fighting ships, and building ships. Zoka is a ship that can only be built by a 3rd-level shipyard and requires an intermediate-level shipwright. As for sterns, battleships, and flat ships, higher-level shipyards and shipwrights are required. Chapter 34 Water Bandits. Several players are being chased by water bandits by the river, 10 kilometers south of Xia village. The water bandit had a terrifying scar on his face. He slashed with the iron knife, making it extremely difficult for the 2 players standing in front of him. Archers, shoot your arrows quickly. We can't hold on any longer. The 2 players struggled to face the attack of the water bandits and hurriedly called for help from their companions behind them. Several arrows flew towards the water bandit. A few broken arrows can't kill me. The water bandit chopped off the flying iron arrows and struck the player on the shoulder with one knife. Ah! The player screamed and quickly took out the hemostatic medicine. The water bandit didn't give the player time to react, and slashed him with his knife again. The player fell to the ground, not breathing. Retreat! We are no match for the water bandits. The team leader holding the bow, an arrow gritted his teeth. The level of the water bandits was very high. A group of players around level 20 could not kill the few water bandits in front of them, and they even sacrificed one of their companions. The water bandits were chasing them, and there was a melee between the 2 sides. Many players had stab wounds on their bodies. Damn! They're too strong! The player team fought and retreated, finally escaping 2 kilometers away. The water bandits seemed unwilling to stray too far from this water area, so they did not pursue them. The whole team was in a somber mood, because they couldn't leave the game. They didn't know if they were really dead after being killed by the water bandits before they had the resurrection skill. The team leader looked a little embarrassed. It's all my fault for provoking the water bandits. The level of this group of water bandits should be level 30, or even level 40. My current strength is 35, but I can't kill a water bandit. Captain, let's go back to Lengia City. It's too dangerous outside. The wooden boat has been robbed by water bandits. We went to a nearby village to resupply and heal our wounds. I have used up all the hemostatic medicine. There is a dangerous water village here. Will there be a village nearby? Maybe. This group of players retreats toward the north. To the north is Xia Xiyuan. A secondary shipyard has been built. This shipyard is equipped with a wooden dock just beside the river and can produce ships with a length of less than 20 meters. 2 shipwrights and a dozen carpenters, painters, and other special talents work in the shipyard. In addition to wood, we also need tung oil, hemp rope, hard sails, and iron nails. The shipwright listed the raw materials needed to build the sentry ship. Chu Tian also had a headache when he saw the dense list of materials, so he had to entrust a caravan to collect raw materials. After all, Xia Xiyuan is just a large 3rd-level village. If it specializes in shipbuilding, it can produce all materials. Unfortunately, Xia Xiyuan is not a village specializing in the production of wooden boats. So many materials have to be outsourced, such as tung oil. There should be lords in the Guangdong and Jingzhou areas who specialize in shipbuilding. But for me, having certain shipbuilding capabilities is enough. Chu Tian continued to entrust the caravan from Xiaoyu village to purchase materials. When Chu Tian was patrolling the shipyard with 2 soldiers, Elderly ran over in a hurry, leaning on a wooden stick and coughing continuously. Elderly, now that the yellow turban bandits have completely retreated and the village is safe, why are you so panicked? Yes, a group of strangers came to the village. What's so strange about this? The aliens elderly mentioned are free players. Free players in the Eastern Han District can change their professions to generals, counselors, civil servants, assassins, blacksmiths, poets, etc. For elderly, players are part of this world. So there is nothing strange, except that he calls free players aliens. Chu Tian was not surprised that free players appeared in Xia Village. There were hundreds of millions of players trapped in Lord. Even though the area of Lord has been expanded 10 times, players will generally concentrate around important cities, such as Luoyang, Chang'an, Xiangyang, and Shenlu. During this period, there were also a few free players coming in and out of Xia Village, and Chu Tian purely treated them as ordinary refugees. If there are lifestyle free players, Chu Tian is also happy to let them buy a house in Xia Village, which will increase Xia Village's GDP and bring about effect bonuses. If free players do not have good equipment and skills, they will not have much advantage over Xia Village's elite infantry and light cavalry. Moreover, there is a difference between free players and the army. It is difficult for them to form a large-scale legion. After all, no one obeys the other. A few free players cannot threaten the security of Xia Village. But for players who want to cause trouble in Xia Village has cells and a complete set of criminal laws. The strangers in that team were injured. I heard they were injured by water bandits 10 kilometers south of our village. They mentioned that there is a water village there. Is there a water village 10 kilometers away? Let's go back. Chu Tian was quite surprised when he heard this important information. The distance of 10 kilometers is not far, even very close. It only takes an hour to walk 10 kilometers. And it is not much slower if you bring the equipment. This is still a water village. And you can go to Xiaochuan along the river. Chu Tian and elderly returned to the village and met the player team that came to Xia Village. This player team is recovering from injuries at the secondary medical center in Xia Village. It is estimated that there is a water village 10 kilometers south of Xia Village. Elder Li's daughter Li Lan found out about it while helping players heal their injuries. I just want to farm well. Is that you? The captain of the player team showed an even more surprised expression when he saw Chu Tian. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment before he realized that the name of his game was I just want to farm well. The leader of this player team is Xiaopeng, the vice president of the Wolf Guild. It turns out that I want to farm well and look forward to it for a long time. Other players were immediately in awe when they heard that it was I just want to farm well, who ranked first in the last Yellow Turban Trail event. Since Chu Tian surpassed Jiujiu Laoqin, he has become one of the attention-grabbing lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The current prosperity of Xia Village ranks 12th in Xuzhou District, and it is considered a rare large village. It seems that you have encountered a very powerful water bandit. I want to know the details of the water bandit. Yes, it is about 10 kilometers away from your village. There is a water village there, which is composed of dozens of wooden houses connected. The water village has 4 wooden arrow towers and more than 20 boats. We originally took a boat to get there. We were discovered by water bandits and attacked by them. We abandoned the ship and escaped. But one of our companions was killed by the water bandits on the shore. Xiaopeng looked a little gloomy when he mentioned his comrades who died in the battle. Lord is no longer as simple as a game. No one knows what will happen if you die. Dozens of wooden houses are the size of a village. This group of water bandits makes a living by robbing goods and has to be on guard. Each county has small forces such as Yellow Turban Bandits, Mountain Bandits, Water Bandits, Mountain Barbarians, Chang people, and Horse Thieves. These small forces will also affect the development of the surrounding lords. In the future, I will try to destroy this group of water bandits and avenge your companions. Chu Tian promised. The water bandits 10 kilometers away will be wiped out sooner or later. So why not sell them a favor? We live in Lengia City. If you plan to send troops to encircle and suppress the water bandits, contact me in advance. I can summon a team of free players to help you. There is no way we can let our people die in vain. Brother Tantian, there may be hundreds of water bandits in that group, and their level may be level 30 or 40. If you don't have hundreds of soldiers, don't attack the water bandits easily. This team of players is also very loyal and reminds Chu Tian of the danger of water bandits. Chu Tian is not an impulsive person. When our Xia village is upgraded to a town, we will definitely destroy them. Chapter 35 The First Town in the World. Although water bandits appeared near Xiaochuan, exterminating them was not a top priority. The construction of the second-level shipyard and the second-level wharf were completed, and a large amount of wood and other materials were gradually shipped. So Chu Tian used the 4th level fish market blueprint dropped by the Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai to add a landmark economic building to Xia Village. The 4th level fish market is a building only available at the town level. If Xia Siyuan has a 4th level fish market, freshwater fish can be regarded as a specialty, attracting residents from surrounding villages and towns to come to Xia Siyuan to buy and sell freshwater fish, thereby promoting the circulation of other commodities in the village. The wheat harvest time near Iha River is at the end of June, and the sowing time is at the beginning of October. There is a period of time in between where a lot of labor can be mobilized. Chu Tian took advantage of the busy farming season to build as many buildings as possible to increase the prosperity of Xia Village and prepare for upgrading to a first-level town. Villages are divided into 3 levels. Market towns are also divided into 3 levels. And above that are small cities. The conditions for a 3rd-level village to be upgraded to a market town are more stringent than before. Among them, there are 3 most important conditions. First, the population is greater than 2,000. Second, the prosperity level is greater than 500. Third, the expansion fee of 100 gold. Population is the basis of a territory, and prosperity measures the overall strength of the territory. As for the cost of 100 gold, it is the cost of expanding the area directly under the jurisdiction of the territory. The population of Xiaocuan is approaching the 2,000 mark, so it is not difficult to meet the first condition. The second condition requires the construction of various buildings to increase the prosperity of agriculture, commerce, culture, and military. The current prosperity level of Xia Village has reached 407. It is estimated that after the construction of the 4th level fish market, the prosperity level will not be far from 500. The third condition is a bit troublesome. The Lord's Mansion pays salaries to the officials, infantry, and cavalry of Xia Village every month. The monthly salary of an elite infantryman is 1.5 taels of silver, and the salary of a light cavalry is 2 taels of silver. Xiaocuan has 30 light cavalry and 70 elite infantry. The total monthly salary expenditure of the army alone is as much as 165 taels of silver. This does not include the salaries paid to H Mulan, Wu Shang, and Zhao Qi. Officials in Xia Village also have a monthly salary of 100 taels of silver. To put it bluntly, Xia Siyuan's income is completely beyond his means. The reason why Xia Village can still operate normally is because of the trophies Chu Tian captured from the Yellow Turban Army and the 200 taels of gold obtained from the last event. In order to build a 4th level fish market, a 2nd level shipyard, a 2nd level wharf and other buildings, a new sentinel boat was added, and the village treasury in Xiaocuan has bottomed out. You have to find a way to get 100 gold. Chu Tian somewhat understood why Xiaowu Village gave up its military camp and devoted all its efforts to economic development. Xiangyong in Xiaowu Village does not need to pay a salary, and can save at least 100 taels of silver every month. Thinking of this, Chu Tian already knew where to get 100 gold. In order to develop freshwater fisheries, Chu Tian asked the Lord's Mansion to post notices to encourage some villagers to engage in fishing and fish pond farming. The occupations of villagers are not fixed and may change depending on the village's architecture, policies, and regional location. For example, farmers may become fishermen or carpenters. After the notice was posted, a dozen villagers soon became interested in becoming fishermen. And one villager spent their life savings to buy a small fishing boat from a secondary shipyard. The initial area of a level 4 fish market is 10,000 square meters, which can be expanded into a large market covering an area of 20,000 square meters, enough to accommodate hundreds of stalls. For Xiaocuan, which has only a few dozen fishermen households, the 4th level fish market is very large. The 4th level fish market is not a building owned by a village, and it takes 10 days to build. While waiting for the completion of the 4th level fish market, the construction of Xiaocuan's first military vessel, the sentry ship, was completed. Lord is different from the real world, and the speed of construction and training is faster. If we follow the actual development speed, if we want to reach the glory of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, we will need decades of accumulation during the Wenjing reign. Chu Tian immediately arranged for 8 sailors to use the sentry ship for training. There is still a lack of blueprints for the naval camp. Chu Tian found that there were sailors, but there were no suitable sailors. Marines and infantry are different. Infantry can also use sentry ships to fight on the water, but their attributes will be greatly reduced. And infantry who are seasick will directly lose their combat effectiveness. Just like Cao Cao's majestic northern soldiers were defeated by the Suqiao Navy in Chibi. Other places require money, especially 100 gold to upgrade a third-level village to a first-level town. Chu Tian temporarily gave up the idea of purchasing the Navy camp blueprints. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of Yuzhou in the Eastern Han District. A little soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty for upgrading his territory to the world's first-class town, Liaodong Town, and will be rewarded with a diamond-level recruitment order. The sudden system prompt made Chu Tian confused. A village was upgraded to a first-level town so quickly. A small soldier at the border gate in the late Ming Dynasty. Isn't this the second-ranked player in our Eastern Han District? Chu Tian opened the rankings. And the territorial prosperity of the border soldier at the end of the Ming Dynasty topped the list with 502, surpassing Jiuju Laoqin, who originally ranked first. This player is most likely also a lord with a special hero. The entire Donghan District players were shocked. The leader in territorial prosperity in the Eastern Han Dynasty was the lord of the Guangzong region, Jiuju Laoqin. As a result, a lord from Shuzhou District, I just want to farm well, took the top spot during the event. Now he is hitting the #1 town in the world. And another lord from Yuzhou District, a little soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty, came out. Players in other civilized areas were deeply shocked when they learned that the world's first town appeared in the Donghan District. The loudest voice for attacking the world's first town should be the lord of the Holy See District. God will bless you. As a result, the honor of the world's #1 town was snatched away by the lords of the Eastern Han District. The honor of the world's #1 hero is also in the Donghan District. The Eastern Han Dynasty is really powerful. After entering the city-state era, their internal fighting will be very fierce. The Dongying District, Goryeo District, Annan District, and Indian District surrounding Donghan District will be in bad luck in the future. The players in the Holy See District expressed their feelings. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, within the jurisdiction of Liaodong County and Xiangping County in Yuzhou, a lord led 200 cavalry and 100 players to attack a small nomadic tribe nearby. The light cavalry brandished their sabers and charged into the tribe. A dozen herdsmen who tried to resist fell under the sabers, their blood staining the saber grooves red. The remaining herders became captives. The lord rode a war horse, looked at these humble captives indifferently, and said to a guild leader, "All the laborers are incorporated into my town, and I will attack the second-level town with all my strength. The other spoils will be divided among you. As long as your guild helps me as a reward for attacking the world's #1 city, I will give you the rewards that the Yen Cavalry Guild wants in the future." The president of the Yanqi Guild carried a gold-level longbow. "You attack the first lord, and I will attack the first guild. Happy cooperation." The lord nodded and said to the general beside him, "Du das ho. Lead the troops back to Liaodong Town." Chapter 36 Land to the Tiller. The Donghan District is indeed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and everyone wants to compete for the first place. Chu Tian was slightly shocked. There were many lord players in the Eastern Han District, and the competition was extremely fierce. There are 13 states in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and even Jiaozhou and the Western Region's Protectorate in remote areas have a large number of lords. As early as the Qin Dynasty, Qin Sheng and Wu Guang had already shouted that princes, generals and ministers should be willing to be kind. In the Eastern Han District, it is a widely believed truth that whoever has the biggest fist has the final say and is qualified to compete in the Central Plains. Moreover, the Eastern Han District is the largest district, and the probability of a big lord appearing is very high. Yuzhou, Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Guangzong are excellent horse-producing areas. In these places, the lords have a huge advantage in the early stage. Chu Tian discovered that half of the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty came from states and counties where horses were produced. These lords should already have a lot of cavalry. The power of cavalry in the cold weapon era is self-evident. The appearance of the world's first town in Donghan District is both a good thing and a bad thing for Chu Tian. The good side is that the overall strength of the Eastern Han District has improved, and the bad side is that the little soldiers at the border in the late Ming Dynasty may become a strong enemy in the future. A lord from the Yuzhou area occupies the horse-producing land of Liaodong. Once he takes control of the 16 states of Yanyun, not many princes and lords can stop him after entering the customs. But Chu Tian was not anxious. There are so many lords in the early stage, and the gap between the first echelon and the later lords is not obvious. Summer Village will soon be able to be upgraded to a town. My lord, after the population of the village has increased, the amount of farmland has been seriously insufficient. Please order the farmland to be reclaimed. Complete the land reclamation before sowing in October, so that there will be enough food next year. Li Kui, as the Pianon officer, interrupted Chu Tian's attention to other lords. Dreams are necessary, but the problem at hand is to eat. The food problem was once again faced by Chu Tian. The existing farmland in Xia village was insufficient. How much gold and silver does it take to clear farmland? There are many plains and wastelands outside the village, so there is no need to acquire land for gold and silver. As for labor, refugees can be used. The reclaimed farmland will be given to them for future cultivation, so there is no need to distribute gold and silver. The only cost is to purchase a batch of axes, hoes, etc. Iron tools for clearing weeds and trees. It is also necessary to organize villagers to divert water from the Yi River to newly reclaimed farmland and dig water wells. The amount of newly reclaimed farmland should be greater than required to accommodate future population increases. Implementing the rotational farming system also requires more farmland. Avoid affecting annual yields. Half of the farmland is used for production, and half is left fallow each year. This is a map I drew recently after surveying the nearby fields. It basically lists the wasteland that can be reclaimed as farmland. As a Pianon officer, Li Kui seemed to be extremely conscientious in his duties. He had already prepared the map without Chu Tian's special instructions. Chu Tian took the map and saw that the cultivated farmland outside Xia village was huge, and there was basically no pressure on the land. It is estimated that when it reaches the city level, the land issue will become tense. You should organize villagers who do not have farmland to cultivate new fields. Land belongs to the tiller. In addition, land sales are strictly prohibited for the time being to keep farmers on the land. Chu Tian waited up and banned land sales in the early stage to ensure that there would be no problem with next year's grain harvest. Yes. After answering, Li Kui left and recruited villagers in Xia village who wanted to farm, but did not have farmland to cultivate the land according to the location on the map. Soon Xiaotun implemented an agricultural policy of land to the tiller. The ownership of the cultivated farmland belongs to the lord's government. If a family cultivates a piece of land for more than 5 years, it is assumed that this family always has the right to use the land, as long as this family does not change the use of the farmland. The lord's mansion will not transfer the land use rights to other farmers. About 200 villagers followed Li Kui to open up wasteland before sowing in October. These villagers carried hoes, axes, shovels and other iron tools. Full of enthusiasm and high fighting spirit, the newly cultivated farmland will be their own land in the future, so they are naturally interested in it. Although the ownership of these farmlands is nominally owned by the lord's government, the lord's government only holds ownership for the purpose of collecting land taxes, prohibiting land sales, and expropriating land with compensation in the future. Other than that, there is not much difference between these lands and their own. All in all, as long as farmers pay their land rent on time, they can farm the land forever. The population of Xia village gradually climbed to 2,000 people, and the prosperity of Xia village also increased due to the opening of new farmland. As labor input in lumber yards, quarries, and mining sites increased, the size of these resource structures also increased. Finally, the 4th level fish market is completed. The prosperity of Xia village suddenly increases by 50. The current prosperity of Xia village is 504, and the population is 2021. Because of the completion of the 4th level fish market, the prosperity of Xiaotsun ranked among the top 10 villages in Xuzhou. Conditions such as public sentiment, public security, and special buildings are also basically met. There is only one condition left: 100 gold. As a lord, if you don't have enough money, you have only 2 options: to rob other forces' money or to borrow it. Chu Tian chose to borrow money. The person who borrowed the money was not someone else, but the Alliance's Xiaoyu village. A first-level town can have 4 vassal village quotas, and Chu Tian is planning to annex Xiaoyu village. If Xiao Liang, the head of Xiaoyu village, is unwilling to accept the merger, Chu Tian can only use force to conquer her. Of course, conquest by force here refers to sending troops to surround Xiaoyu village. With the strength of a group of village warriors from Xiaoyu village, there is no way they can withstand Xia Ziyuan's battle to destroy the village. Chu Tian has already greeted Xiao Liang in advance, and the best way is to annex Xiaoyu village unscathed. There are many buildings in Xiaoyu village that are not even found in Xia village, such as mulberry gardens, business houses, pawn shops, escort agencies, and textile workshops. These are the buildings that Chu Tian is jealous of. Go and invite the village chief of Xiaoyu village to discuss the merger of the 2 villages. Chu Tian arranged for a small group of cavalry to go to Xiaoyu village to escort the village chief of Xiaoyu village. For such a major matter as the merger of two villages, it would be better to explain it clearly in person. Can Xiaozukan come up with such a huge sum of money like 100 gold? Chu Tian still had some doubts. 100 gold is equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. In the early stage, few lords could easily lend 100 gold. Can you, Xia Xiyuan, upgrade to the town if you are still short of 100 gold? If you want, I can bring it to you, but you have to pay it back within 1 year, and the interest is 1/10 of the principal. Xiao Liang informed Chu Tian in advance. No problem. This guy can really take out 100 gold. Chu Tian found that Xiao Liang, who was financially minded, was simply a cash machine. You must know that after all players are trapped in, Lord, they cannot use earth coins to exchange for gold and silver. In other words, this 100 gold is the money Xiao Liang managed to collect with Xiaoyu village. 1/10 of the interest is 10 taels of gold, which is completely acceptable to Chu Tian. By upgrading to the town in advance, you can conquer other villages, and the monthly tax revenue will be much more than the interest. Chapter 37 Xia Town. Here are the 100 taels of gold you want, and some are silver taels. Two village heroes from Xiaoyu village carried a wooden box over. The wooden box was opened. Inside was Chu Tian's favorite gold and silver, worth a total of 100 taels of gold. And Lord, in order to prevent the Lord from doing the cumbersome conversions in ancient times, 1 tael equals 50 grams. 100 taels of gold is 5 kilograms. If converted into 1,000 taels of silver, it is 50 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of a bag of rice. It only took half a day. Where did you get 100 taels of gold? It's very simple. We have a bank in Xiaoyu village, and I misappropriated the villagers' deposits privately. The reason why I ask you for interest is because the bank will pay interest to the villagers in 1 year. If the principal and interest cannot be repaid after 1 year, Xiaoyu building a village may lead to riots. I see. Chu Tian was relieved. No wonder Xiao Zhuxuan could come up with 100 taels of gold at once. If a villager pays 1 tael of silver, 1,000 villagers will have 1,000 taels of silver. This is the power of financing. Of course, 10 taels of gold are my personal investment, and the interest rate of 10% a year is quite cost-effective. This guy completely regards cooperation between villages as a business. Borrowing money is secondary. The main purpose this time is to turn Xiaoyu village into a vassal village as soon as possible after upgrading the town. The prosperity of vassal villages also counts towards the town. With this 100 gold, Xia village can be upgraded to a first-level town at any time. A first-level town has 4 vassal villages. Once Xiaoyu village is merged with Xia town, your status as a lord will disappear. As compensation, you can make any offer. If the conditions are right, I will agree. Chu Tian went straight to the point. The other party is a financially minded person, not a vase, so there is no need to beat around the bush. It's very simple. After losing my status as a lord, I need a job. The salary cannot be less than 10 taels of silver per month. It's that simple? Xiao Liang used retreat to advance, but instead made Chu Tian owe a favor. To obtain a large village with a population of more than 1,000 and buildings that are not available in Xia village, you only need to pay 10 taels of silver every month, and you can earn it with your blood, before the town's direct jurisdiction is expanded to Xiaoyu village. How about you still serve as the village chief of Xiaoyu village and take care of the town's market at the same time? Chu Tian had Li Kui as the agricultural official, but it still lacked an official to manage the market and trade. Village chief and mayor have 2 jobs, and their salaries must be calculated as 2. Xiao Liang said very seriously. No problem. Chu Tian agreed. Finally, someone helped manage the market, and Chu Tian could be the hands-off shopkeeper again. As long as the Lord knows a little bit about everything and how to operate it, the officials below will try their best to do everything for the Lord. After all, their political performance is linked to their salary. Chu Tian was interested in what Xiao Liang had learned. What do you do in reality? Student. Which university? Capital University Business School. When Lord was born, the country in the Eastern Han Dynasty was already the world's most powerful country in reality, and Capital University was the world's most prestigious school. It's not surprising that students who graduate from Capital University's business school are economically minded. It's better to upgrade to the town as soon as possible. In the past few days, dozens of lords in Donghan district have upgraded their villages. You can see the specific situation of Xiaoyu village after you upgrade to the town. Xiao Liang urged Chu Tian. Good. Chu Tian received 100 taels of gold support. And with the confidence, he took Xiao Liang to the core of Xia village. Soon Xiaozuan will transition from a third-level village to a town. The difference between a town and a village is that a town can have vassal villages. The higher the level, the more villages the town can control. If you reach the city level, you can control towns and villages within a certain range without limiting the number. And your influence will be greater. Upgrade Summer Village to Summer Town. Chu Tian followed closely behind the first echelon. The ground in Xia village shook violently. And the territory under direct jurisdiction expanded violently to the periphery. The Lord's mansion has also undergone earth-shaking changes, turning into a 4-entry courtyard with red bricks and green tiles, and is now a deep residence. Xiao Liang and Xia Siyuan officials in the Lord's mansion watched the miracle happen in surprise. The Lord's mansion at the town level finally became grand. And it was completely different from ordinary private houses. The Lord's steel has become stronger, and it will take a lot of time to destroy the steel. Ding! Congratulations to the player for becoming the 52nd Lord with a first-level town in Dong'an District. You will be rewarded with a gold-level recruitment order. Ding! After judgment, player, the development direction of your town is a military town, and you will receive a special building, the second-level arsenal, and the third-level archery battalion. Ding! The Achievement System's Heroes of Troubled Time series of achievements are now open. The B-level achievement Head of a County is activated. If you control a county within 2 years, you will receive special rewards. The A-level achievement Prefect of a County is activated. If you control a country, within 5 years, you will receive special rewards. The S-level achievement Lords of a Side is activated. If you control a state within 10 years, you will receive special rewards. The SS-level achievement 3 Points of the World is unlocked. If you control the 4 states within 20 years, you will receive special rewards. The SSS-level achievement Unify the 13 states is activated. Unify the Eastern Han District. There is no time limit, and you can get special rewards. Xia Siyuan was upgraded to a first-level town. Before Chu Tian had time to carefully check the attributes of the first-level town, a series of achievement tasks started. These achievement tasks are incredibly difficult. The simplest achievement is Head of a County. A county in Dong'an District is not small at all. The Shuzhou Governor's Department has 5 counties under its jurisdiction, namely Donghai County, Guanling County, Xiaopi Kingdom, Langyi Kingdom, and Pengcheng Kingdom. Among them, Langyi State has 13 counties. What is the concept? The area of a county in Lord ranges from a few thousand square kilometers to tens of thousands of square kilometers, and even a county of 100,000 square kilometers. I have to say that Dong'an District is really too big. The territory of Dong'an District is 25 times that of Dongying District, 33 times that of Annan District, and 44 times that of Goryeo District. Just one big state can compete with a civilized area. In any case, this achievement series of tasks is too difficult. Not to mention that occupying a county in Shuzhou would offend Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, especially Zhang Ba, who controlled Langyi Kingdom. Achievement tasks are obviously much more difficult than other tasks. It is said that in 1 year's time, in addition to opening the borders of the civilized zone, the various princes of the 3 kingdoms will also become officially active. Now each prince will regard the player lords within his own sphere of influence as his own by default. But this will not necessarily be the case a year later. Fortunately, Shuzhou, where Chu Tian is located, those lords within the sphere of influence of Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian will have H.L. level difficulty. Chu Tian temporarily ignored the extremely difficult achievement task, but instead checked the properties of Xia Town and turned Xiaoyu Village into a vassal village. Chapter 38 The First Vassal Village. Territory, Xia Town, First Level Town. Lord, Chu Tian, 4th Grade. No update. Affiliation, Langyi Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties Rough Celadone, Grade E Specialty. Rice Wine, Grade D Specialty. Iha Freshwater Fish, Grade D Specialty. Population, 2021/5000. Popularity, 79. Security, 81. Prosperity, 534/3000. Administrative efficiency, 15 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency, 31 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 19 out of 100. Cultural efficiency, 17 out of 100. Military rating, 1652. City defense, low-level rammed earth city wall, 4.5 meters high, 5 meters thick at the bottom. The soldiers on the wall have +2 defense, which can effectively reduce the damage caused by bows and arrows. New buildings, level 2 arsenal, reserves weapons, armor, siege equipment, and city defense equipment, which can reduce the damage rate of weapons. Level 3 archery battalion can recruit professional archers. Vassal village, 0/4. Probably because Xia village has a high military score, and was directly rated as an important military town by the system. 2 new military-type buildings were added. Unexpectedly, there is an archery battalion specifically recruiting professional archers, and the level is still level 3. Infantrymen trained in infantry battalions can also shoot arrows. Just like infantrymen can also take boats to fight on the water, but their attributes will be reduced. In the same way, archers can also fight in close combat, but their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of infantry. The blueprint of the 3rd level archery battalion is worth at least 100 taels of silver, and it saves construction materials and costs. As for the secondary arsenal, it is also a practical building, reducing the damage rate of weapons, which is equivalent to saving maintenance costs. Xia Xiyuan's weapons and food are now placed in the same warehouse, and there will be a special arsenal in the future. Chu Tian originally did not want to follow the Spartan-style militarization route, but in order to protect himself in troubled times, he had to have a relatively strong force. Ding! Lord, I just want to farm well and submit a territory merger request. Your territory Xiaoyu village will become a vassal village of Xia town, and you will lose your qualifications as a lord. Please consider the consequences carefully before making a decision. Xia Liang received Chu Tian's request for territorial annexation. Accept? Ding! You have lost your territory Xiaoyu village. Please choose a new direction of growth. In the direction of Wenxin. Xia Liang lost his status as a lord and chose to become an internal affairs talent in the direction of a civil servant. The one who benefited the most was Chu Tian, who got an intact 3rd level village. The development of Xiaoyu village is unexpectedly good. Territory, Xiaoyu village, 3rd level village. Lord, Chu Tian, level 4 will not be updated. Affiliation, Xia town. Specialties, high quality raw silk, grade C specialty. High quality silk, grade C specialty. Shandong garlic, grade D specialty. Rough bronze mirror, grade E specialty. Population, 1721/2000. Popularity, 82. Security, 70. Prosperity, for 91/500. Administrative efficiency, 13/100. Agricultural efficiency, 17 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 35/100. Cultural efficiency, 15 out of 100. Military rating, 895. Blessing value, 10/100. City defenses, wooden fences. Earth walls. Existing buildings, level 3 rice shop. Level 2 pawn shop. Level 2 bank. Level 3 commercial bank. Level 3 mulberry garden. Level 2 textile workshop. Xiaoyu village focuses on economic development, while Xia town focuses on military and agriculture, which just complement each other. Although Xiaoyu village's military strength is not strong, its prosperity is closely behind Xia town due to its developed economy. Especially the fact that Xia Xiyuan had sea-level specialties surprised Chu Tian even more. Raw silk and silk are an endless supply of gold. The financing capabilities of banks and the purchasing capabilities of commercial banks can promote the economic development of villages and towns. Your Xiaoyu village is about to be upgraded to a town. I didn't expect you to be willing to merge with our Xia town. Chu Tian was a little surprised. The development of Xiaoyu village is definitely not bad. Xia Liang helplessly spread his hands. No matter how prosperous the economy is, if you don't have enough force to protect yourself, you will be annexed by others. The Song dynasty's business was developed. Weren't you still bullied by the Jin, Liao, Yuan, and even Xixia? You are already the largest in Xuzhou district. It's one of the player territories, and it happens to be next to my village. Do you think I still have a choice? Ahem. After hearing this, Chu Tian felt that he was a big evil person who only bullied neighboring villages. In fact, the probability of peacefully annexing other lords is low. Xiaoyu village accepted the merger because it had no way to resist. If we face an ambitious lord in the future, we will probably draw our swords against each other or join forces. The annexation of Xiaoyu village brought huge benefits. The total prosperity of Xia town became 1025, ranking 3rd in Xuzhou. If the first 2 lords had not owned more than 1 vassal village, the ranking might have been higher. The lord of Xiaoyu village also changed. from Xiao Liang to Chu Tian. At the same time, Chu Tian appointed Xiao Liang as the village chief of Xiaoyu village. Now Chu Tian can directly intervene in the development of Xiaoyu village, or instruct Xiao Liang in the direction of development, which is a bit like appointing an army. After all, it is impossible for a lord to take care of every territory. If you have to do everything yourself, you may end up like Zhuge Liang and die before you start. I'm going back to Xiaoyu village now. Do you have any other instructions? Lord, Xiao Liang deliberately teased. There are 100 young men from Xiaoyu village, and I want to train them all into professional soldiers. For the first time, Chu Tian issued orders to the vassal villages. Lord, why do you want to explode the troops? If this continues, the economy may be dragged down. There is a water village 10 kilometers south of Xia town. I want to destroy that water village and attack the surrounding third-level villages. The first-level town has 4 vassal territory quotas, and Xiaoyu village only occupies 1 quota. That is, said, we can also occupy 3 villages. As you command, Lord. After Xiao Liang understood Chu Tian's purpose, he expressed his support. Other third-level villages may not be willing to surrender, and they may not be loyal if they surrender. Only by possessing strong force can they convince the other party. You don't need to call me Lord. After all, we were allies once. This is a privilege gained by your contribution to Xiaoyu village. Okay, Lord. Before Xiao Liang returned to Xiaoyu village, he was very interested in the economy of Xia village. He went to the 4th-level fish market and found that the fish market that could accommodate hundreds of stalls only had a dozen fishermen from Xia town. It won't work if it's just a building without publicity. Let me help you find a way to attract residents from surrounding villages and towns to come here. When Xiao Liang saw the depression in the fish market, he immediately thought of helping Xia Xiyuan revitalize trade. The 3rd-level commercial bank has the quota to establish 2 branches. One of the branches is already located in Lengia City. I will ask the commercial bank to set up a branch in Xia town. The bank also has a branch quota. Set up a branch in Xia town to help you make money from the private sector. After hearing Xiao Liang's careful plan, Chu Tian found that after acquiring Li Kui, a talent in agriculture and rule of law, he had picked up a business talent. Chapter 39 Level 3 Archery Camp. The barracks area of Xia town now has a 1st-level cavalry battalion, a 2nd-level infantry battalion, and a 3rd-level archery battalion. In addition, there are secondary arsenal, secondary school grounds, and other buildings. As a vassal village, Xiaoyu village transferred 100 village warriors to train them into professional soldiers. The 3rd-level archer battalion can recruit 3 types of soldiers: archers, elite archers, and Shuzhou archers. Among them, the Shuzhou archers are 3rd-level soldiers. In the 13 states of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the names of the 3rd-level military units have the prefixes of each state. Not only are the names different, but the 3rd-level military units in each state are stronger or weaker. For example, Yuzhou cavalry is more powerful than Shuzhou cavalry, and Shuzhou infantry is stronger than Yuzhou infantry. Chu Tian compared the cost performance of the 3 types of troops. Name: Archer/Elite Archer. Grade: 1st level/ 2nd level. Attack power: 6 out of 10. Defense power: 3 out of 4. Speed: 5 out of 5. Skills: low level hit, low level armor breaking, low level arrow rain/medium level hit, low level armor breaking, low level arrow rain. Salary: 1.25 taels of silver/2 taels of silver. The pay of archers is actually higher than that of ordinary infantry. Chu Tian was more concerned about the 3rd-level Shuzhou archers. Name: Shuzhou archers. Grade: level 3. Attack power: 13. Defense power: 5. Speed: 6. Skills: intermediate hit, intermediate armor break, intermediate arrow rain. Characteristics: Feng Jinju Gongming, D-level trait. When a bow and arrow hero serves as the leader. Attack +2. Defense +1. Salary: 3 taels of silver. Required equipment: bow and arrow. Additional equipment: sword, leather armor, light armor. Training period: 30 days. When the village is short of labor, Chu Tian tends to choose high-level troops. Although the monthly military pay for high-level soldiers is higher, they only occupy 1 labor force, like the low-level soldiers. The training time for Shuzhou archers seems to be a bit long. It takes 30 days to train the first batch of Shuzhou archers. Chu Tian arranged for 50 local warriors to go to the 3rd-level archery camp for training and be directly transferred to Shuzhou archers. Chu Tian, who was already heavily in debt, did not mind continuing to raise troops. As long as he used his army to annex surrounding villages and support war with war, he could relieve financial pressure. So he trained 50 more elite light infantry. The training cycle for elite light infantry is half a month. In this way, there will be 30 light cavalry, 50 Shuzhou archers, and 120 elite light infantry in 1 month. The soldiers in Xia Xiyuan are all regular arms. The rank of special arms is generally higher than the 3rd level. And there are also special arms such as the Yellow Turban Chief or the Peasant Army that are not very high in rank. Owning H Mulan can unlock the 6th level Special Cavalry Iron Eagle Scout. Unfortunately, the prerequisite is that there is a 6th level cavalry battalion in the territory. In the entire Shuzhou, Xiaopi may be the only one with a 6th level cavalry battalion. It's almost August. If we wait until Shuzhou archers have completed their training before going to annihilate the water bandits, will it be too late? Chu Tian knew that he must have as many vassal villages as possible before sowing in October, and eliminate the threats of mountain bandits and water bandits around the villages and towns. Sowing needs to be done in October, and after October the epic campaign event may start. The first epic battle in the Eastern Han Dynasty is the Yellow Turban Rebellion that is most familiar to Chinese people. At that time, each lord will be transported to the battlefield where the Eastern Han Dynasty officers and soldiers destroyed the Yellow Turban army, and directly face the heroes of the Yellow Turban camp such as Zhang Jiao and the densely packed Yellow Turban soldiers. Maybe there will be coordinated battles between different civilization zones. Even the internal beta players in the guild don't know what the linkage battles in each civilization zone are, and they can only guess based on common sense. For example, there may be crusade campaigns in the Holy See District, the Egyptian District, Mamluk Dynasty, and the Great Food District, Arab Empire. There were campaigns against Goguryeo during the Sui and Tang dynasties between the Eastern Han District and the Goryeo District. And there was the Wanli-Korean War between the Eastern Han District and the Dongying District. Chu Tian thought that he still had a gold-level recruitment order in his hand that was not used. This was the reward for upgrading to the town. Gold-level recruitment orders can recruit gold-level ordinary heroes. And there is a very small probability of recruiting historical heroes. Will another historical hero be recruited? Chu Tian used a golden recruitment order to recruit H Mulan last time, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Ding! By consuming 1 gold-level recruitment order. Congratulations on gaining the allegiance of gold-level General Lu Sandao. An ordinary general holding a sword appeared. As soon as Chu Tian heard the name, Lu Sandao, he knew that he was not a historical hero. It was obviously a hero randomly generated by the system. Theoretically, the probability of using a gold-level recruitment order to appear a historical hero is lower than winning the lottery. There may be hundreds or thousands of lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty who receive silver-level and gold-level recruitment orders, but only a handful of historical heroes appeared through the recruitment orders. Name, Lu Sandao. Talent, gold-level, ordinary bow and arrow generals. Level 40. Experience, 0/100000. Identity, retired army marquis of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 51, maximum 61. Force, 55, maximum 65. Intelligence, 47, maximum 57. Politics, 30, maximum 40. Charm, 62. Equipment, refined iron bow, silver level weapon. Attack power +3. Very small chance of armor breaking. Excellent leather armor, silver level armor. Defense power +3. Characteristics, Han Army Soul Small, sea level trait. When commanding troops in the Eastern Han District. All attributes +1. Chu Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw Lu Sandao's attributes. Although it is an ordinary hero, its characteristics are far inferior to those of special heroes. But such attributes are quite good in the early stage. A force of 55 can be used sideways in the early stage. After reaching full level, the combined force of 60+ is also useful in the later stage. There is also a sea-level characteristic, Han Army Soul Small, which can increase all attributes by 1 point with any unit in the Eastern Han Dynasty. It is also a practical characteristic, just enough for Lu Sandao to command a team of Shuzhou archers. With one more powerful general, Chu Tian considered conquering the surrounding 3rd-level villages. He found H Mulan, a general of the cavalry department, who commanded the few 30 light cavalry in Xia village. H Mulan came to the lord's mansion with a Chinese sword hanging on her waist. What are your orders? My lord, you lead a team of cavalry to explore villages within a radius of 40 miles, paying special attention to the location of 3rd-level villages. Yes! A small group of light cavalry, led by H Mulan, left Xia Town, looking for targets to attack. Chu Tian checked H Mulan's attributes again. H Mulan has reached level 36. Currently, her command is 75, her force is 84, and her intelligence is 78. She should be able to roam around Xia Town without any hindrance. H Mulan has been training light cavalry recently. The average level of Xia Town's light cavalry is level 30. Two heroes, Wu Shang and Zhao Qi, trained elite infantry and rural warriors respectively. The average level of elite infantry is 25, and the average level of rural warriors is 17. The average level of an army is equivalent to its elite level. The saying that raising troops for 1,000 days and using them for a while refers to the importance of training troops in peacetime. The efficiency of military training is related to the general's command. It takes a lot of time to grow from a new soldier to a veteran. High-ranking generals such as Han Xian, Wu Qi, Li Jing, and Qi Jiguang have an advantage in military training. In addition to military training, you can gain more experience by going through wars and become a veteran of hundreds of battles. Be the first to conquer the nearby villages, and then destroy the water bandits. Chu Tian only waited for H Mulan to return from the reconnaissance, and then sent troops to turn the surrounding third-level villages into vassals. Elderly hurriedly came to Chu Tian at this time and said nervously, "Mr. Mayor, a miner came to our town. He said that a gold mine was discovered in a nearby village." Chapter 40 Level 3 Gold Mine. The villain came from Shangbi village, 25 miles away, and discovered gold sand while mining. Our village chief originally prohibited us from revealing this to the outside world. But a group of horse thieves attacked our village, and the village was occupied by the horse thieves. The village chief also fled to Langya City. A miner was brought to the Lord's mansion by Elderly and explained the location of the gold mine. Special resources are very important in Lords. As the saying goes, you can rely on the mountains to eat the mountains, and you can rely on the water to eat the water. Special resources can be divided into pastures, gold mountains, silver mountains, copper mountains, iron mountains, hot springs, sulfur, fisheries, etc. The mining site in Xia Town relies on the first-class iron mountain resource, and the copper mountain, silver mountain, and gold mountain are countless times rarer than the iron mountain. Hearing that there were traces of gold mines, Chu Tian immediately asked the miner to come see him. The Shangbi village where the gold mine was discovered was occupied by horse thieves. It seems that it is not that easy to obtain the gold mine. The village chief of Shangbi village is also a lord, but he has no ability to resist the horse thieves. An ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. How many horse thieves are there? There were 40 or 50 horse thieves, and each of them had a war horse. Our village chief organized 200 village warriors, but they were defeated by the horse thieves. Elderly, prepare a place for this brother to live. In the future, you will have to trouble this brother to take us to Shangbi village. Chu Tian understood the situation of the gold mine and asked Elderly to take the miners down. There are 40 or 50 horse thieves. Xia Town should be able to eliminate them with the strength of a first-level town. I didn't expect there was a small gold mine nearby. I wonder what level of gold mine it is. Chu Tian couldn't wait. The level of special resources is also level 10. The higher the level, the richer the resources. H Mulan led the light cavalry to scout the surroundings for 3 days before returning to Xia Town. Based on the intelligence from previous investigations and H Mulan's investigation in the past 3 days, Chu Tian drew a map near Xia Town. Currently, there are 7 third-level villages and 19 second-level villages found around our Xia Town. Shangbi village is one of the second-level villages. Chu Tian originally planned to annex the third-level village, but the emergence of gold mines may make him change his plan. A second-level village with a gold mine seems more attractive than a regular third-level village. All light cavalry and infantry gather. The second batch of light infantry and Shuzhou archers are still training. Chu Tian believes that 30 light cavalry and 70 elite infantry, plus several generals such as H Mulan, Lu Sandao, and Wu Shang, should be able to defeat the horse thieves. At the school grounds in Xia Town, 3 rows of light cavalry and 7 rows of infantry gathered. Looking impressive. Most of the bows and arrows were used to train Shuzhou archers. Less than 30 infantrymen had bows and arrows. The other infantrymen were equipped with iron spears and a wooden shield. Let's set off and aim for Shangbi village, which is 25 miles away. Chu Tian left Xia Town with 100 professional soldiers and marched non-stop to Shangbi village. The miner from Shangbi village led the way. He seemed a little nervous. Mr. Mayor, they are fierce horse thieves. Can you really drive them away? Believe us. In order to save energy during the 25-mile journey, Xiaozhen's team took 3 hours to reach Shangbi village. Brother, a group of officers and soldiers are coming to surround us. The horse thieves sentry occupying Shangbi village saw Xiaozhen's small team of soldiers and horses blocking the entrance to the village, and immediately reported to the horse thief leader. Why did the officers and soldiers come so fast? Someone who escaped must have tipped off the news. Boss, what should we do? The wind is strong. Retreat. But officers and soldiers blocked the door. The leader of the horse thieves was stunned. There was only one village gate in Shangbi village, surrounded by wooden fences. They could escape over the wooden fence, but their horses could not climb over the wall. Without war horses, how can they be horse thieves in the future? A group of horse thieves came to the entrance of the village and saw about 100 soldiers blocking the road outside. These people are not officers and soldiers of Langya City. They are just soldiers of some small lords around. Defeat them. The leader of the horse thieves thought of the gold mine in Shangbi village, and he became jealous. 40 or 50 horse thieves may not be able to kill 100 soldiers, let alone the soldiers of a small lord. Brothers, kill the enemy and everyone will be rewarded. The leader of the horse thieves led 46 horse thieves to attack the Xia town team outside the village. Kill! The horse thieves waved their sabers, and their fighting spirit was high after learning that there was a reward. In their eyes, the soldiers of these small lords were vulnerable. However, reality made them understand the huge gap between professional soldiers and ordinary country warriors. 40 infantry formed a spear formation with lances and shields, followed by 30 infantry with bows and arrows, and 15 cavalry on each flank. Fire the arrow! Dozens of arrows flew out, and a dozen horse thieves were hit by arrows one after another. H Mulan directly sniped at the leader of the horse thieves. The leader of the horse thieves relied on his intuition and turned his body to the right. He only felt a pain in his shoulder. The impact of the bow and arrow almost knocked him off his horse. The newly recruited gold-level General Lu Sandao was also a master of archery. He shot a horse thief in the throat with an arrow. The ordinary horse thief was obviously inferior to their leader, and died after being hit in the vital part. Horse thieves can also be considered a type of cavalry. They are extremely fast when they burst out. They can rush in front of the Xia town team in 2 rounds of arrows. What faced the horse thieves were 2 rows of hedgehog-like spears. The spears stabbed the horse thieves on the war horses to death. The first row of infantry faced the impact of war horses. Several infantrymen were hacked to death by horse thieves. Fortunately, the second row of infantry withstood the charge in time. H Mulan, Lu Sandao, and the infantrymen in the back row switched to melee weapons and killed a dozen horse thieves. The leader of the horse thieves was picked off by H Mulan with a spear. Only when he was dying did he realize that he was not an ordinary lord. Seeing that the situation was not good, the horse thief behind him jumped to one side and fled. Leave them behind! Chu Tian was jealous of the war horse ridden by the horse thief and asked the light cavalry to chase the horse thief. Without the light cavalry, Chu Tian could only watch the horse thieves flee. But with the light cavalry, he could pursue and kill the fleeing enemies at will and expand the results of the battle. The small-scale battle in Shangbi village ended quickly. The level of the horse thieves was not low. Xiaozhen used more strikes to kill 9 infantrymen and 16 horse thieves. During the pursuit, Xiaozhen cavalry killed 5 more horse thieves. The other horse thieves fled. The power of the cavalry charge is indeed powerful. Chu Tian felt sorry for the infantrymen who died in battle. But people would always die in battles, and one general's achievements would lead to thousands of bones being withered. The loot was worth 14 taels of gold, as well as an intermediate skill book. And most importantly, 12 war horses were captured. Take me to your mine. After Chu Tian expelled the horse thieves, he was led by the miners to the mine in Shangbi village. Ding! Congratulations, player, for discovering a 3rd-level gold resource. The reserves are unknown, and the mining difficulty is unknown. Chu Tian came to the mine and was prompted quickly. It turned out to be a level 3 gold mine. The 1st-level iron ore is enough to support the year-round iron ore demand of the 1st-level town, and the output of the 3rd-level gold mine is estimated to be high. Shangbi village is about 12.5 kilometers away from Xia town. If you want to exploit the gold mines here for a long time, you must station troops. Chapter 41 Gold Mine Troubles. It's useless to have good luck, but also to have strength. Those with virtue, strength, live in gold mines. At least Chu Tian thinks so. The village chief of Shangbi village was the first to discover the gold mine, but could not hold it. Later it was occupied by horse thieves. And now it has fallen into the hands of Chu Tian. After confirming that there was a gold mine in Shangbi village, Chu Tian led the soldiers into Shangbi village. Thank you, sir, for saving us. The villagers of Shangbi village welcomed each other with food. Chu Tian, who came for the gold mine, somehow saved these villagers. I heard that Shangbi village was occupied by horse thieves. I felt the same way and had trouble sleeping and eating. So I came non-stop to rescue you. Folks and elders, it's better to be safe than anything else. Chu Tian shamelessly comforted the villagers, which moved them even more. The horse thieves did not destroy the stone monument in Shangbi village. They probably wanted to use the villagers to mine. Chu Tian chose to occupy Shangbi village and turn this second-level village into a vassal village of Xia town. It only took 2 hours to occupy the second-level village. And Chu Tian could already see the information about Shangbi village. Territory, Shangbi village, secondary village. Lord, Chu Tian, 4th grade. No update. Affiliation, Xia town. Specialties, inferior gold ore grade B. Hawthorne, grade D specialty. Population, 517/1000. Popularity, 90. Security, 55. Facilities, Level 3 mining site. Level 2 blacksmith shop. Xiangyong camp. Cottage private school. A very ordinary second-level village. Because Chu Tian rescued the village from the horse thieves, the people's popularity reached 90. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible for an uprising to occur if the public sentiment is above 80%. And if it is above 90%, it will produce some positive effects, such as donating money and food, and responding to policies. Chu Tian looked through the talents in Shangbi village and found a silver-level internal affairs talent, Elder Zhang, with a political attribute of 47, which was barely useful. Chu Tian directly appointed him as the temporary village chief and asked him to supervise the villagers' mining. In the future, he only needed to send the drawings to the village chief for construction. Every month, Shangbi village transports the mined gold and taxes collected to Xia town. Wu Shang, I leave 2 cavalry and 50 elite infantry for you to guard Shangbi village together with Elder Zhang. No conflicts with surrounding villages are allowed without orders. Normally you improve public security. If an enemy attacks, close the door tightly. Hold the village gate and send additional cavalry to Xia town to ask for help. As you command? Chu Tian arranged for silver-level ranger Wu Shang to serve as the garrison general of Shangbi village. He was short of talents. Maybe it's because Li Kuei in literature and H Mulan in martial arts have watched too many heroes with attributes above 80. Now when I look at the next batch of gold level and silver level generals, it suddenly doesn't feel good. In fact, most village chiefs still use silver level or even bronze level generals and civil servants. There are very few gold level generals. Chu Tian arranged for a group of villagers from Shangbi village to be transferred to miners. The main income of Shangbi village comes from the mining field. It only needs to produce food by itself. After all, there is a shortage of labor. In order to mine gold, agriculture can only be slightly sacrificed. Chu Tian used the quota of vassal villages in Xia town very carefully. Xiaoyu village is a commercial village, and Shangbi village is a mining village. In short, they are all for the purpose of making money and assisting Xia town. Ding! Player, your territory Shangbi village has been occupied by other lords. You have lost your identity as a lord. Please choose a new direction of growth. Direction of the general. In Langya City, the fleeing village chief of Shangbi village could not help but grit his teeth after receiving a prompt from the system. He came to a courtyard bought by a players' guild in the city. There were free players coming in and out. There was also a plaque, Lingyan Pavilion, hanging in the middle of the large courtyard. There are at least hundreds of player guilds in Langya City. I'm looking for the president. I have important information. The president's village was upgraded to a first-level town today, and he is in his own territory. What information do you have? I know where the gold is. Gold mine. Several free players in charge of managing the guild have wild eyes. Everyone is trapped in the world of Lord, and the earth currency is a piece of waste paper. Gold, silver, and copper are extremely important. How many levels of gold mines are there? Level 3. Come here. Prepare your horse. I will take you to the president's Lingyan town. The president will definitely be interested in the 3rd-level gold mine. Lingyan town, 30 kilometers southwest of Langya City, is a first-class town. The Lord, the heir of the Tang dynasty, can be ranked in the top 100 in Shuzhou district. It is one of the few towns in Langya Kingdom. President, the head of Shangbi village reported that a level 3 gold mine is less than 40 kilometers away from you. Bring him to me. We're on our way to your town. New. The heir of the Tang dynasty received the report from the guild members, and his eyes also showed the desire for gold mines. I have a second-level ranch and a second-level cavalry camp here. It's not that I can't train cavalry, but I can't raise war horses. 50 war horse costs at least 100 gold, and the cost of raising a horse is a huge expense every month. If I capture a level 3 gold mine, I will have the funds to recruit hundreds of cavalry and become the most powerful town in Langya Kingdom. Under the order of the heir of the Tang dynasty, 50 rural warriors entered the cavalry camp in Lingyan town for training. These 50 cavalrymen were all trained as light cavalry. Chu Tian didn't know that this third-level gold mine was coveted by other lords. After occupying Shangbi village, he returned to Xia town and continued to expand his army and used the captured horses to train 12 light cavalry and 59 elite infantry. According to the current establishment, Xia town has 40 light cavalry, 50 Shuzhou archers, 120 elite infantry, and the generals include H Mulan, Lu Sandao, and Zhao Qi. There are 2 light cavalry and 50 elite infantry in Shangbi village, guarded by Wushang. Xiaoyu village is too close to Xia town and has no standing soldiers. There are only a few village warriors to maintain law and order. Xia town also has quotas for 2 vassal villages. Vassal villages are very important. They will hand over money every month and food every year to Xia town. Xia town will have more financial income and can feed more soldiers. The output of the gold mine is unknown. Chu Tian arranged for 150 laborers to mine the Shangbi village gold mine. After a month of mining, he will probably know how much output the third-level gold mine will produce by investing 150 laborers. The population of Xia town continues to increase. The 4th-level fish market has gradually become prosperous because City Chao Xiao Liang commissioned caravans to promote it in various places. Hundreds of residents trade in the fish market every day. Li Kui, the agricultural official, led the townspeople to cultivate a new farmland outside the town and prepare for sowing in October. At the end of August, Shuzhou archers finally completed their training. A group of Shuzhou archers stood in 5 rows on the school ground, wearing leather armor, holding a bow in their right hand, and carrying an arrow pot on their backs. An arrow pot contains 20 to 30 arrows and costs about 1 tael of silver. Training a team of elite archers is also quite expensive. There is a 3rd-level village near the water village. If we can capture that 3rd-level village, we can control the water village and set up a naval camp in the water village in the future. Chu Tian has not forgotten that Xia Xiyuan has a powerful navy with 8 sailors. You still have to have dreams. What if you can drink from the Yangtze River in the future? Chapter 42 Attacking the Water Village. There are 4 wooden arrow towers in total. The water village is surrounded by water on 3 sides and a mountain on 1 side. If you want to wipe out this group of water bandits, you must have ships. The sailors who took the sentinel boat to investigate came back and reported to Chu Tian. Chu Tian summoned 210 professional soldiers, 100 local warriors, and 8 sailors to the vicinity of the water stronghold, and found that the water stronghold was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There is only 1 sentry ship in Xia town, which can drop several soldiers at a time. Such a refueling tactic will be eaten alive by the water bandits. Draw them ashore, and we will ambush the archers on the shore. Once the opponent comes ashore, the ambush archers will fire arrows, and the cavalry will go up to harvest and seize the opponent's ships. Chu Tian arranged sentry ships to lure the enemy. Lord, let me lead the team. Lu Sandao volunteered. You take 3 archers to lure the enemy. Yes. Lu Sandao selected 3 higher-level Shuzhou archers and leapt on the sentry ship. Other soldiers lurked in the woods on the shore. The water village is a big harm to Xia town, which is close to the Yi River. No one knows when these water bandits will unite to attack the surrounding villages and towns. The safest way is to destroy them. The location of the water stronghold is typically easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is not easy to conquer the water stronghold. But this also means that if the water village can be occupied, it can become the camp of Xia Town Navy in the future without occupying Xia Town's dock. This is a step towards the separation of soldiers and civilians in Xia Town. Lu Sandao's sentinel boat appeared outside the water village. After the 2 wooden boats of the water bandits discovered the sentinel boat, they quickly came to catch up. Lu Sandao held a long bow in his hand, stood at the stern of the ship, and shot several arrows in succession, killing a water bandit. After all, he is a retired military lord of the Han army. and his personal skills are not that bad. The water bandits also shot arrows in Lu Sando's direction, and more than a dozen arrows flew on the water. The sentinel boat was extremely flexible. The 8 sailors rowed at the same time, like a sharp arrow on the water, quickly escaping towards the shore. The pirate ship is equally nimble, and pursues them closely. My lord! General Lu successfully lured the water bandits over. Prepare for battle. Chu Tian took down a long bow. Although his force was not high, it still did some damage. Xia Town's sentinel boat docked. Lu Sandao and the others abandoned the ship and left. A group of water bandits robbed Xia Town's sentinel boat, while another group of water bandits were still fighting Lu Sandao. Suddenly, the ambushed soldiers on the shore fired arrows, and dozens of arrows were shot out, covering a group of water bandits. The arrows penetrated into their bodies, and several water bandits were shot dead on the spot. Those who attacked them were the 3rd-level troops, Shuzhou's excellent archers. No! I've been fooled. Brothers, retreat! When the water bandits saw an ambush, they immediately reacted and wanted to escape. The long bow was tense in H Mulan's hand, and the silver-level weapon seemed to be unable to withstand such a high level of force, and was on the verge of breaking. The arrow was like a shooting star, and the little leader of the water bandits on the boat fell down in response. The water bandits, who lost the command of their little leader, fell into panic, and the sound of horse hooves from the shore was a reminder to them. The light cavalry quickly came to the shore, dismounted, and killed the pirate ship. Lu Sandao took the opportunity to counterattack and tried his best to keep the pirate ship before it fled. Shooting the water bandits is secondary. Seizing the boats and attacking the water stronghold is the key. H Mulan used the advanced skill, crossing the Yang with 100 steps, gifted by Chu Tian to continuously shoot and kill the water bandits, basically killing each water bandit with 1 arrow. However, even generals have physical limitations, and their arms will become numb after shooting arrows continuously. Soon, nearly 20 water bandits were killed in the 2 pirate boats, and several water bandits jumped into the river to escape. 2 pirate ships were captured. The boats used by the water bandits have almost the same attributes as Xia Xiyuan sentry boats. They are fast and flexible on the inland rivers, but they do not have parapets, thick decks, and bed crossbows, so they are not considered warships. Chu Tian now has 3 sentry ships on hand, which can carry about 30 soldiers and sailors. In other words, 30 soldiers and sailors must be used to conquer a water fortress. It's a bit difficult, but it's not necessarily impossible. There is a H Mulan on Chu Tian's side who has the skill of piercing the poplar with 100 steps. As long as this skill is used well, H Mulan can eliminate the water bandits one by one. There is also Lu Sandao who specializes in using bows and arrows. Shuzhou archers cannot exert their full strength when fighting on the water, and can barely use them. Melee combat is also a problem after getting close to the water village. If all archers are used, then after successfully attacking the water stronghold, the archers will be forced to fight in close combat. Archers can of course use their swords as ordinary infantry, but their attributes will be reduced. Archers should be fine as warriors by the time they invade the water village. The morale of the water bandits has probably hit rock bottom. Chu Tian not only had to consider the types of troops and terrain, but also the changes in morale. The water stronghold is the home of the water bandits. Once he attacks the water stronghold, the morale of the water bandits will definitely drop significantly. Even close combat archers should be able to deal with him. So Chu Tian selected 20 Shuzhou archers, 8 sailors, H Mulan, Lu Sandao and himself, a total of 31 people, and took the initiative to attack the water village. H Mulan was a little worried. Master, please stay here. We will report back after we defeat the water stronghold. I want to personally command this battle. Chu Tian suppressed a king-level general and a gold-level general at once. He was worried that he would have to fight in person in this battle. At the same time, he was also experiencing brutal battles. If you don't go to the battlefield in person, you can't understand what the frontline combat is like. Everyone can talk about war on paper. As a lord, unless you are a monarch who often fights such as Cao Cao, Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyin, etc., it is not easy to personally intervene in the battle. For example, Qin Shi Huang simply temporarily delegated military power to Wang Jian and ordered him to command 600,000 Qin troops to destroy Chu country. But Chu Tian was a self-made lord. He did not have the accumulation of Qin Shi Huang, and he was unable to mobilize the remaining heroes of the 6th generation to develop strategies and control UNI. All in all, A lord who doesn't want to be a commander is not a good entrepreneur. The 3 sentry ships were ready. Chu Tian, H Mulan, and Lu Sandao each commanded a sentry ship and quickly approached the water village. The water village is mainly composed of wooden houses. Dozens of wooden houses are connected to form the village. And 4 wooden arrow towers stand there. The biggest threat to the sentry ship is the 3-meter-high wooden arrow tower. The water village is already higher than the water surface. And with the height of the wooden arrow tower, it reaches 4 meters, which is condescending. There are 2 water bandit archers standing guard on each wooden arrow tower. H Mulan's sentinel boat took the lead in attacking. The sailors and archers who were not very skilled in rowing rowed the oars desperately, using the agility of the sentinel boat to avoid the attack of the wooden arrow tower. H Mulan stood alone on the bow of the ship, her bow full of strings, and she directly shot the water bandit archer on a wooden arrow tower. The second arrow missed the target and hit the wooden plank of the wooden arrow tower, scattering sawdust, while the remaining water bandit archers were secretly rejoicing. The third arrow hit his chest, killing the civilian water bandit archer on the spot. A wooden arrow tower temporarily lost its ability to attack. The other wooden arrow towers reacted and used bows and arrows to attack the incoming boat, exchanging fire with the Shuzhou archers on the boat. The threat from the wooden arrow tower was still great, and a Xia town sailor and a Shuzhou archer were shot dead. The water bandits in the entire water village were alarmed by the attack, and dozens of ferocious water bandits came out. Chu Tian's scalp was numb when he saw it on the warship. How many water bandits were there in this water village? Chapter 43: Besieging the Village. The battle to attack the water village turned into a hard fight. Arrows were flying around his head, and Chu Tian was already red-eyed. Lu Sandao followed him, protecting Chu Tian with the force of a gold-level general. Xia Xiyuan's team of soldiers and horses invaded the water stronghold and were attacked by dozens of water bandits at the same time. The water bandits were more fierce than the yellow turban soldiers they had dealt with before, and the Shuzhou archers had to fight in close combat. Lu Sandao also gave up the bow and arrow, and the ringhead sword was still practical in hand-to-hand combat. If it weren't for the support of 2 generals, a dozen archers would be swallowed up quickly. The leader of the water bandits appeared surrounded by the water bandits, holding a big knife and looking fierce. Kill him! Chu Tian knew this situation, and only by capturing the thief first could the crisis be resolved. H Mulan was the main attacker. Lu Sandao and others were the main defender, and quickly approached the water bandit leader. It's stupid. People like this dare to attack my water stronghold. The leader of the water bandits quickly shut up, because these dozen people were quickly breaking through the siege. H Mulan cut down about 10 water bandits by herself. Lu Sandao's ring-headed sword was so powerful that he also cut down several water bandits, making the water bandits frightened. The Shuzhou archers had a little trouble, but the water bandits had to pay a certain price if they wanted to kill them. During the melee, the water bandit archers did not dare to release their arrows easily, so H Mulan fought her way to the water bandit leader. The 2 knives collided. The water bandit leader felt his wrist go numb and almost lost his sword. Kill her together! The leader of the water bandits realized that he was no match for H Mulan and asked his left and right men to support him. 2 red-tasseled spears stabbed H Mulan. H Mulan held a knife in one hand and the hanging spear in the other hand. A strong force pushed the 2 water bandits holding the spears into the water. The water bandits fell into the water before they could react. The gap between the king-level generals and them was too big, and they had an advantage in the small-scale battle. In the setting of Lord, a general cannot ride against 10,000 people, but Zhao Yun, who is at full level, can enter and exit Changban Slope 7 times. The leader of the water bandits fought with H Mulan for more than 10 moves. He lost all his strength and was killed directly with his hands paralyzed. Your leaders have been beheaded. Surrender without killing! Chu Tian, who is good at using people's hearts, took the opportunity to shout. Seeing that his leader was killed, a water bandit threw down his sword and surrendered. The iron knife clanked on the wooden board, and the other water bandits also gave up resistance. 3 sentinel ships have transported more soldiers to the water village, in addition to some water bandits who escaped. 37 water bandits were captured. Chu Tian's promise to surrender without killing them does not mean that he will let them go easily. These prisoners of war will be sent to gold mines and iron ore mines for mining, so that they can use their remaining energy. Bang! Lu Sandao directly kicked open the wooden door of Shuizhai's warehouse. There were several boxes of treasures inside, and there were weapons such as swords and guns on the weapon racks, in addition to eliminating the threat posed by water bandits. Plundering the treasures of the water village is also one of Chu Tian's purposes in attacking the water village. Looting the treasures from Shuizhai can alleviate Xia Town's financial crisis. Xia Town still owes Xiaoyu village 100 gold. There are more than a dozen boxes. And the gold, silver and copper coins inside are worth hundreds of taels of gold in total. One of the architectural drawings attracted Chu Tian's attention. Name, second-level naval camp drawings. Effect, you can recruit the first-level arms of sailors, naval infantry, naval archers, and naval crossbowmen, and the second-level arms of elite naval infantry, elite naval archers, and elite naval crossbowmen. Prerequisites, own a secondary shipyard and undamaged military ships. Chu Tian was not surprised that buildings related to the Navy were found in the water village. A second-level naval camp blueprint is valuable. Even if he does not have this blueprint, Chu Tian can still entrust a caravan to buy it in Lengya City. This battle also captured 6 sentry boats, more than 10 fishing boats and wooden boats, worth hundreds of taels of silver. Ships are okay. They can be built if you have money, wood and a shipyard, but they mainly lack sailors. After Xia Town expanded and its population grew, Chu Tiantai could recruit more local warriors and convert them into sailors and naval soldiers. Load all the wooden boxes and prisoners onto the ship. You stay in this water stronghold. Chu Tian arranged a small group of soldiers to guard the water village, which would become the stronghold of Xiaojuan Navy in the future. The water village is only a temporary garrison, and Chu Tian has no intention of turning it into a vassal village. As long as Xia Town is upgraded to a city, it can control all towns, villages and garrison strongholds within its scope of influence. 37 dejected water bandits were tied up by soldiers with hemp ropes and transported to Xia Town, where they were then dispatched to Shangbi village for mining. After wiping out this group of water bandits, Chu Tian went to conquer a nearby third-level village. More than a dozen archers and sailors were lost in this battle, and even H Mulan was injured. Fortunately, Chu Tian brought hemostatic medicine to prevent the injured soldiers' injuries from worsening. The injured soldiers were sent back to Xia Town, and only H Mulan continued to fight. Excluding the soldiers who stayed at the water stronghold and escorted the loot, Chu Tian only had 40 cavalry, 30 Shuzhou archers, 80 elite infantry, and 100 rural warriors, a total of 250 soldiers. But it is enough to conquer a third-level village with only 1,000 people. When Chu Tian led his soldiers and horses to appear at the gate of a nearby third-level village called Yunlai Village, the village chief of Yunlai Village was dumbfounded. I saw a well-equipped army blocking the entrance of Yunlai Village. This force includes infantry, archers, and cavalry that made countless lords fearful in the early days. Behind the cavalry of the lords in Guangzong is a large population, developed agriculture, economy, and other soft power. Who is coming? Who is it? The head of Yunlai Village weighed the hundreds of village warriors and 50 first-order light infantry in his village, and then compared them with the elite-looking troops outside the village. He was immediately frightened. Especially the generals in Xia Town were still stained with blood, as if they had experienced a fierce battle. And it was unclear which village was so unlucky. I am the mayor of Xia Town. I just want to farm well. You have only 2 choices. Surrender or resist. Chu Tian stood outside the shooting range of the opponent's archers and asked a soldier to speak on his behalf. There were 2 wooden arrow towers at the entrance of Yunlai Village. Chu Tian judged that if the village chief of Yunlai Village insisted on defending the village, the soldiers attacking Yunlai Village would lose at least 1/3, or even more. After all, there were thousands of soldiers in Yunlai Village. The remaining people, Chu Tian even considered summoning all the heroes from Xia Town, Xiaoyu Village, and Shangbi Village to surround Yunlai Village. Only Chu Tian, a third-level village with a population of thousands, would choose to turn it into a vassal village, so that there would be no need to rebuild the village. I ranked first in the last event, and I just want to farm well. It turns out your territory is around here. The head of Yunlai Village was obviously very familiar with Chu Tian's game ID and couldn't help but exclaimed. It turns out that he is already famous. Chu Tian felt that he was bullying the weak. Although this was also true. The war between lords is like the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimp. When the spheres of influence of the big lords intersect, there will be an evenly matched contest. I know that you are the top lord of Lengya Kingdom. My Yunlai Village is no match for you. We can discuss things carefully, and don't use force. It's not easy for everyone. The head of Yunlai Village asked Xiangyong to open the village gate. Chu Tian didn't expect that fame could have the effect of actively making small lords surrender. This was probably the legendary overlord's aura. Although he thought so, Chu Tian still knew himself. The other party surrendered only when he was unable to resist. Chapter 44. Have more children and raise more pigs. Chu Tian bought Yulai village with money. But it was not Xiaozhen's money, but Yulai village's money. The village chief of Yulai village can take 50 gold from the warehouse of Yulai village and have a job in Xia town. The price was to abandon Yulai village, which became the third vassal village of Xia town. Yulai village has a population of 1,458, and its development direction is agriculture. It has third-level farmland, rice shops, water wells, and first-level reservoirs. Chu Tian had already considered before choosing to attack Yulai village. He needed a vassal village that specialized in grain production. Therefore, among the third-level villages near Xia town, he specially selected Yulai village. There are currently about 2,600 people in Xia town, 2,100 people in Xiaoyu village, 550 people in Shangbi village, and 1,450 people in Yulai village, with a total population of 6,700. Population is the most important resource in lords. A larger population means more tax revenue and more troops. After a war, you can quickly gain strength. Chu Tian was worried about the village chief of Yunlai village, so he hired an NPC internal affairs talent from Yunlai village to manage the village. And the village chief of Yunlai village went to Xia town to take up a post. NPC internal affairs personnel can see loyalty, but players cannot see loyalty. Directly appointing players as village chiefs is too variable, unless they are comrades who share life and death, or subordinates who have served for many years. It is possible for Chu Tian Kai to appoint them to manage a people. Chu Tian did not lose a single soldier in conquering Yunlai village. Chu Tian walked around the farmland of Yunlai village. It was not a problem for 2,000 people to cultivate the farmland of Yunlai village. The strength of Yunlai village was 51st order light infantry. Chu Tian did not increase the strength of Yunlai village, so that Yunlai village had more laborers to farm. Yunlai village farmed, Shangbi village mined, and Xiaoyu village made money. As for the war, it was left to Xiaozhen. Xia town has several barracks. As long as the labor force from each village is moved to Xia town, and the barracks in Xia town are used for training, an army can be brought out quickly. When Chu Tian's squadron returned to Xia town, there were more than a dozen wounded soldiers in the second-level medical center in Xia town, as well as townspeople who came to see the doctor. Several doctors were busy treating the patient's injuries. The current second-level medical center already has 5 low-level doctors and 10 apprentices. Even so, it is still in a hurry due to the sudden increase in wounded soldiers. There is a certain probability that wounded soldiers will die or become disabled due to wound infection. But most soldiers with minor injuries can return to the army. This town is much more prosperous than my village and has a larger population. It is worthy of being the largest territory in Langya Kingdom. It is right not to choose resistance. The head of Yunlai village followed Chu Tian to Xia town and couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw the prosperity of Xia town. Xia town is not something Yunlai village can compete with. The population of Xia town is almost twice that of Yunlai village. Not to mention that Xia town still has village warriors and troops from vassal villages that can be mobilized. The first thing Chu Tian did when he came back was to replenish the lost troops, dispatch a group of laborers from the vassal villages, and transfer them to Shuzhou archers. Recruiting soldiers takes time, and they will have to be trained in the school field in the future. The time must be planned in advance. This is called raising soldiers. There are 50 troops stationed in Yunlai village, 50 troops stationed in Shangbi village, and 40 troops stationed in Shuaizha. Chu Tian implemented the policy of separating soldiers from peasants and used professional soldiers. In terms of public security, there were local brave men serving as government officials. Xia town now only has 40 cavalry, 40 Shuzhou archers, and 80 elite infantry, totaling 160 professional soldiers. Chu Tian transferred 50 laborers from Yunlai village and Xiaoyu village each to train 40 Shuzhou archers and 60 elite infantrymen. In this way, there are 260 professional soldiers in Xia town, plus the 140 professional soldiers in the territory, for a total of 400 professional soldiers. A population of 6,700 supports 400 professional soldiers, including 40 war horses. This ratio is already exaggerated. After all, the population is still not enough. Chu Tian found Li Kui and asked him to write the notice, mainly because Chu Tian's calligraphy was crooked. As long as in the territories under our jurisdiction, if a family has more than 2 children, the tax can be reduced for every newborn. The Lord's government will also provide childbirth subsidies as appropriate. In addition, farmers are encouraged to raise more livestock to improve their lives. The Lord's mansion will send pig-raising experts, chicken-raising experts, and fish-raising experts to provide guidance. The title of the notice reads, if you want to be rich, build roads first, have more children, and raise more pigs. Li Kuei was stunned when he heard the content of the notice that Chu Tian asked him to write. Such a policy is really simple and crude, without any unnecessary nonsense. The more children you have, the less taxes you pay. The Lord's palace will also intervene in population reproduction and livestock breeding. No need to polish it. Just publish it as it is. Chu Tian thought for a while, and the positive impact of population growth in the future could offset the negative impact of tax cuts now. Chu Tian was betting on the future. In the early stage, war can be used to support war. But in the later stage, the competition will be the comprehensive strength of population and territory. Moreover, as the population increases, the expenditures of each household will also increase. The capitation tax has been reduced, but due to the increase in population and the promotion of consumption, the consumption tax has increased. With one increase and one decrease, perhaps the total tax revenue of the Lord's mansion will not decrease. So a notice was posted on the bulletin board in Summer Town. Can anyone who is literate tell me what the notice posted by the government says? Let me see. If you want to be rich, build roads first, have more children and raise more pigs. As long as a family has 3 or more children, it can reduce taxes. Is there such a good thing? Many eligible families were overjoyed to have their taxes suddenly reduced. Families with only 1 or 2 children are a little jealous. Tax cuts are a dream come true. The increase in population means that for each household, the labor force in the family increases, the family income increases, and at the same time, it can also cope with the military service of the government. For example, if a household had 3 males and the government drafted one away, there would still be 2 males left to work, and the family would not be extinct. Nowadays, you can get tax cuts and childbirth subsidies for having more children. Also, if your family raises livestock, the government will provide talent guidance. For farmers who raise a lot of pigs, the government will reward them with pig-raising skill books. The onlookers were in an uproar again. Obviously Chu Tian used the plundered wealth to revitalize industries and promote economic development. Population policy and breeding policy were spread to Xiaoyu village, Shangbi village and Yunlai village through the light cavalry. So Xia town and the 3 vassal villages began to implement new policies. Chu Tian is a smart man. Xiao Liang, the village chief of Xiaoyu village, was notified that as a vassal, she could only implement policies according to the orders of the Lord's palace. Of course, if she is dissatisfied, she can also provide advice to Chu Tian. Chu Tian encourages fertility, and the fertility rate in Xia town will be extremely shocking in the future. Xia town's private schools policy of 1 fee, 2 half also encourages childbirth. The bustle in the world is all for profit. The hustle and bustle in the world is all for profit. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Chu Tian discovered that after the implementation of the policy of tax reduction for childbirth, the popularity of Xia town increased again. Chapter 45 Conflict between 2 towns. Chu Tian was busy revitalizing industry. And in Lingyan town, about 25 kilometers away from Xia town, 50 cavalry and 100 light infantry recruited by the Lord, the heir of the Tang dynasty, were trained. Hundreds of free players from guilds came to Lingyan town one after another. This time our target is the 3rd level gold mine in Shangbi village. Shangbi village may have been occupied by a very powerful lord, but no matter what, we have to capture the 3rd level gold mine. 100 labor is invested in the 3rd level gold mine, producing at least 30 taels of gold every month. If we increase the labor force, we will get more gold every month. With this gold, and the secondary ranch in my town, our Lingyan pavilion will become the Langya kingdom, the largest force. Before Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, becomes active, we must expand our territory as soon as possible. The heir of the Tang dynasty glanced at the guild members present. With the troops and hundreds of free players at his disposal, he should be able to seize the 3rd level gold mine. Set off! The Lingyan pavilion coalition consisting of 50 light cavalry, 100 light infantry, 100 free players, and 300 rural warriors marched towards Shangbi village. Chu Tian didn't know that his vassal village would soon be coveted by other lords. At this time, he was taking Li Kuei to inspect the farmland. Li Kui organized a group of refugees to divert water from the Yi River to newly reclaimed farmland, and at the same time dug drainage ditches and wells. October is the season for sowing. Xia Town must prepare farmland before October and reasonably plan the cost of farmland. For farmland where soil fertility has been lost, some cereals and beans can be planted to accelerate the recovery of soil fertility. The rhizobia of leguminous plants has strong nitrogen-fixing ability, and Chu Tian still understands this common sense. In addition to soybeans, oil crops such as peanuts can also be grown. Soybeans are crops owned by the Eastern Han District. Peanuts and corn are in other civilized areas, and even Kampa rice, which is very important to the Eastern Han District, is in Annan District. There are still 7 or 8 months until the civilized zone opens, so seeds for these crops cannot be purchased. Even if the civilized area is opened, merchants from both sides will still have to transport goods through the vast sea. Summer towns and vassal villages practice a wheat-soybean rotation system. Lord Mayor. The farmers in the farmland were clearing weeds and preparing the land carefully. When they saw the Lord Chu Tian and the agricultural officer Li Kui coming to inspect the farmland, they greeted them one after another. Now Chu Tian will often come to inspect the farmland. In the future, when he upgrades to a city, he may not have time to go to the fields in person. The farmland is of course not inside the town, but outside it. The area covered by the town's rammed earth walls is not large. During the Three Kingdoms period, the total length of the city walls of Yeqing, the capital of Chao and Wei, was only 10.3 kilometers. Generally speaking, administrative, commercial, residential and other buildings need to be protected by city walls, and farmland, orchards, and mines covering a large area are outside the town. If the population is larger, new city districts will be formed even outside the city walls. A fast horse galloped by on a country road, and the cavalryman on top shouted, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Farmers on the dirt road moved to both sides to avoid the situation. Chu Tian frowned slightly and said to H Mulan, who was following him on patrol, "Stop him!" H Mulan blocked the dirt road, and the galloping cavalry had to rein in their horses. The cavalryman looked a little anxious, but after seeing clearly that the person blocking the front was H Mulan, the cavalryman who had been under H Mulan immediately dismounted. "General!" He saw Chu Tian again and quickly knelt down. "Lord! When did you get so panicked that you let your horse run wild in the fields?" Chu Tian's separation of soldiers and peasants policy clearly stipulates that soldiers cannot disturb the people at will, especially in peacetime. Cavalry cannot ride wildly in the town or ride horses in the fields to prevent trampling farmland or hitting farmers. The cavalryman quickly explained. The villain was ordered to garrison Shangbi village. When patrolling outside the village, he found an army marching towards Shangbi village. Master Wu Shang immediately sent me back to Xia Town to report. Army? How many are there? There are more than 500 people, including many strangers. Chu Tian was shocked. He has never had a real battle with other lords, whether it is Xiaoyu village or Yulai village. They all surrendered after seeing that the situation was not going well. The conquest of Shangbi village was just a small-scale battle with the horse thieves. As each lord's territory expanded, some conflict was inevitable. You can have an army composed of more than 500 soldiers and players. The lord behind it must not be weak. At least he owns the town. The other party's target is Shangbi village. Shangbi village is only a second-level village, not a third-level village. Then it is very likely that they are coming for the third-level gold mine. Although Li Kui is a domestic hero, his current intelligence of 75 is comparable to the second and third-rate counselors in the Eastern Han dynasty. After hearing what the cavalry said, he could quickly determine the opponent's intentions. Chu Tian almost thought of the third-level gold mine in Shangbi village. There are many people who know about the existence of level 3 gold mines, including the miners in Shangbi village and the village chief who ran away when the horse thieves arrived. Sure enough, if you have something good, you still need to be able to hold on to it. Oh, you can't farm well even if you have trouble. Chu Tian patted the dirt on his military boots. Assemble all the troops and ask Xiaoyu village to send out 300 Xiangyong, and our Xia town to send out 400 Xiangyong. Let's see who has the most people. The Shuzhou archers in the barracks have a long training cycle and are still undergoing training. 60 elite infantry have been trained. 40 cavalry, 40 Shuzhou archers, 140 elite infantry. A total of 220 professional soldiers gathered at the school grounds in Xia Town. Chu Tian was preparing to sow seeds in October. At this time, trouble came to the door, and troops were sent to deal with it. Wait a minute. The other party should be the lord who owns the town. Right? I wonder if the town can become a vassal. Xia Town also has a quota for a fourth vassal village. Logically speaking, the level of the main city is higher than that of the branch city. For example, if Xiaoyu Village becomes a vassal of Xia Town, then even if Xiaoyu Village meets the conditions for upgrading to a first-level town, it cannot be upgraded to a first-level town. It can only be upgraded after Xia Town is upgraded to a second-level town. Chu Tian didn't know whether it was possible to annex a first-level town. If towns of the same level can be annexed, Xia Town's strength will be even higher. Lord Mayor, the village heroes were filled with righteous indignation when they heard that there was an enemy invasion, and they were all willing to join the fight before the busy farming season. Elderly organized 400 Xiangyong to come to participate in the battle. The average level of Xiangyong was around level 20. Xiangyong's fighting ability is lackluster, but at least the numbers look scary. Chu Tian appointed the bronze-level hero Zhao Qi to lead the Xiangyong troops. His characteristic, Xiangyong Commander Small, can give Xiangyong all attributes +1, which is a small magic skill in the early stage. H Mulan commands Xia Town's most valuable 40 light cavalry. The 25% attack and defense bonus brought by H Mulan allows the first-level light cavalry to be used as the second-level elite light cavalry. Lu Sandow commanded 40 Shuzhou archers. The Bao generals added the attribute Han Army Soul Small to give 2 bonuses to the archers. As for the elite infantry, Chu Tian personally commanded them. Chu Tian has no attribute bonus, but the attributes of the elite infantry are already very good. If the other party retreats in the face of difficulties, that will be the end of the matter. If the other party wants to fight, then defeat them and annex their territory. While Chu Tian was thinking, he led 220 professional soldiers and 400 rural warriors from Xia Town out of the town. Ding! Announcement from the Eastern Han District. All players in the Eastern Han District, please note that the first epic battle Yellow Turban Rebellion will start on December 1st of the first year of the Lord calendar. All lords and free players are asked to prepare in advance. As soon as Chu Tian took half a step out of Xia Town, he received a shocking news. The time for the first epic battle has been determined, and there are 2.5 months to prepare. Chapter 46 Lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The first epic battle in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Countless lords and free players in the Eastern Han District were alarmed. The previous Yellow Turban Trail activities are just a warm-up for the first epic battle. Yellow Turban Rebellion. The rewards for epic battles are huge. Lords and free players participating in the epic battle in each state will be gathered on a larger battlefield and can also choose a camp. Lords and free players can choose to join the Wangshi of the Han Dynasty or the Yellow Turban Army of the 3 Zhangjiao brothers. It seems evenly matched. But considering that the Han court had the 3 heroes of the late Han Dynasty, Lu Ji, Wang Fusong, Zhu Jun, as well as Liu Bei, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Dong Zhuo and other heroes reaping military glory, it is really difficult to imagine how the Yellow Turban Army could win in such a situation. How to make a comeback. After all, the Yellow Turban Army offended not only the Han court, but also the aristocratic families and princes in various states and counties. No landowner would be willing to let a group of peasants get on top of him. The last event made Shuzhou's me just want to farm well and grab the first place. This time I will be the first. 2.5 months is enough to build a 4th-level infantry battalion and train the first batch of heavy infantry. In the Guangzong area, near Chang'an City, the Lord, Jiujia Laoqin, is supervising carpenters to build a 4th-level infantry battalion. The reward for first place in the Yellow Turban Rebellion warm-up event, Yellow Turban Traces, was supposed to be his. After it was taken away by Chu Tian, Jiujia Laoqin has always been worried about it. Qin General Meng Wu led a group of infantry and returned from attacking the bandits. Dozens of bandits became prisoners, training these bandits into heavy infantry. In Xianping County, Liaodong County, Yulo, hundreds of cavalrymen captured a tribe and designated the 4th vassal village. The Lord, a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty, has become the most powerful player lord recognized in Xianping County. The lords affiliated with Xianping County are frightened by the cavalry he leads. Yellow Turban Rebellion? This should be the decisive battle between the Han court and the Yellow Turban Army. I heard that the Han court sent 3 groups of troops to attack the Yellow Turban Army. Liu Bei followed Lu Ji. Cao Cao followed Wang Fusong. And Sun Jian followed Zhu Jun. If you have a chance, you can see the 3 kingdoms heroes of the Han Dynasty. Which army should I choose to join the Han Dynasty? Or the Yellow Turban Army? Impossible. In order to obtain an official position in the Han Dynasty, I will fight against Gongsun Zan, Gongsun Du, and Lu Yu in the name of the court in the future. I cannot choose. Yellow Turban Army. The eyes of a soldier at the border gate in the late Ming Dynasty reflected fire, which was the beacon fire caused by attacking the nomadic tribes. In Shu County, Lujian County, Yangzhou, the Lord, Takachan Deep Block Urchio, already has a navy of more than 300 people, including 2 warships and more than a dozen sentinel boats, and is currently fighting water bandits. He suddenly heard the system announcement from the Donghan district, and his action of drawing the bow froze. But he soon fired an arrow and killed a water bandit. The archers on the 2 walking warships fired hundreds of arrows to suppress the water bandits, and soon captured the water stronghold. Unfortunately, the main battlefield of the Yellow Turban Rebellion is in the north, and my navy will not be able to play any role. However, in the future, the waters of the Yangtze River will be my world, as long as the navy is strong enough. With the help of many player lords south of the Yangtze River, and the population brought by their villages is not necessarily smaller in the south than in the north. This is still somewhat different from the real Eastern Han Dynasty. Tong Keichun locked eyes with Er Chiao and looked at the rolling water of the Yangtze River. A water empire could be established here. After the area of the Yangtze River basin expanded tenfold, the width of the river in the middle and lower reaches reached several kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers. Without a navy, it would be impossible to forcibly cross the Yangtze River. Is the first epic battle finally about to begin? It's interesting. If you go to deliver gold and silver to the state capital, will there be any results? The officials in the state capital don't look down on our little gold and silver at all. Even a Shu general from the Three Kingdoms period doesn't take us seriously. And those aristocratic families ignore us even more. That's all. Keep the gold and silver to develop our town. When our town reaches the city level, if we can get 1 or 2 historical generals, the aristocratic families in Shu will no longer dare to underestimate us, but will demand us. In the Qingdu plain of Shu County, Yizhou, a lord sent his subordinates to bribe the officials of Yizhou Prefecture, but they were rejected. The aristocratic families in Yizhou Prefecture looked down upon the early lords at all. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, these lords were just strangers with some power. They were far different from the aristocratic families who controlled the troops of Shu. In the Hanzhong plain, a lord was recruiting refugees. He joined Zhang Lu's 5 pecks of rice cult and gained a bonus in attracting refugees. The population was larger than that of lords in other areas. In Xiangyang, Jingzhou, a lord successfully made friends with Kai Zhong, the general of the Kai family, and visited the Kai family. He suddenly learned the news of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and was slightly startled, then continued to greet Kai Zhong with a smile. Although the Kai family in Jingzhou does not have first-class talents, the Kai family has huge power in northern Jingzhou. In the Beihai Kingdom of Qingzhou, several player guilds gathered in Yingling County to prepare for the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Mr. Zhao, you were a player during the closed beta. Did you start the epic battle at that time? No. There is only a small amount of information released on the forum. I heard that everyone can choose between 2 camps and 3 battlefields, which means there are 6 combinations. It looks like we will only receive more detailed announcements before the event. Not all players may dare to participate in this event. What we face this time is the real main force of the Yellow Turban Army, even if there are officers and soldiers from the Han Dynasty as the main force. Who among the players dares to take the initiative to rush to the front? That would be life-threatening. Several players' guild presidents were making tea and talking about the first epic battle. The rewards of epic battles are obviously extremely rich, but they are also full of dangers. Some players may not take risks, but choose to stay in a safe neutral city, or quietly develop their own territory. Only players who are ambitious and adventurous will participate in the war. What was the first epic battle in other civilized areas? Do you know the lords of other civilized areas? I really know each other. The first epic battle in Japan was the Odihazama battle, a battle between the daimyo Oda Nobunaga of Owari province and the daimyo Imagawa Yoshimoto of Takedo. It was originally supposed to be the battle between Oda Nobunaga and his younger brother. There will be many wins, but with the support of Japanese players for Oda Nobunaga, it may become a case of bullying. So there is no suspense. The Curia was the Spartacus revolt in ancient Rome. Goryeo is a battle to unify 3 Koreas. Not only all the lords and free players in the Eastern Han district, but also the lords and free players in other civilized areas were alerted almost at the same time. Each civilized zone has its own epic battle. And all lords who aspire to the world are preparing for the battle. Now there are already frictions between various lords. And many small lords have been annexed or eliminated by the big lords. The competition in the epic battle will only become more intense. These guilds in Qingzhou Beihai County are well informed. And they are also paying attention to the situation in other civilized areas. Mr. Zhao, your town is the largest in our Beihai state-run Ling County. You may become the largest lord in the Beihai Kingdom in the future. However, there seem to be many powerful lords in the Langya Kingdom to the south of our Beihai Kingdom. As long as you all support me, it will not be a problem for us to conquer Beihai Kingdom or even go south to Langya Kingdom in the future. Chapter 47 Strength in Numbers. The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty were gearing up to prepare for the first epic battle. And Chutian was still on his way to support Shangbi village. The decisive battle between the Han court and the Yellow Turban army was in December. It was mid-September. And Chutian still had time to build territory and train troops. Before the epic battle begins, upgrade to the second level town as soon as possible. In this way, after the epic battle is over, you can attack the third level town or even the first level city. The reward for the first lord to upgrade to the city should not be bad. Chutian's strategy is also very simple. Upgrade the second level town before the epic battle. And then prepare for the battle with all his strength to attack the world's #1 city. The lords in the areas outside the pass had a large number of pastures and had the advantage of cavalry. But the population in the area within the pass was still dominant. My lord, we are about to arrive at Shangbi village. Please ask your subordinates to lead the cavalry to conduct reconnaissance in front. H Mulan's voice brought Chu Tian back to his senses. Considering what will happen in 2 months, it is better to deal with the trouble caused by the third-level gold mine in Shangbi village first, in order to prepare for the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Chu Tian had already considered conquering towns of the same level. Conquering a town is equivalent to doubling your territory, due to the need for gold mining in Shangbi village, which has a population of only 500. Chu Tian sent prisoners and laborers from other villages and towns to work as miners. Now it has a population of 700. Guarding Shangbi village is the silver-level ranger hero Wu Shang, as well as 50 first-order light infantrymen and 200 township warriors from Shangbi village. There are 2 wooden arrow towers at the entrance of Shangbi village. Wu Shang was worried. He is not a professional military commander, and the troops in his hands are stretched thin. The combat effectiveness of ordinary light infantry is only slightly higher than that of Xiangyong. There are more than 500 enemies surrounding Shangbi village, including hundreds of strangers armed with various weapons. Their individual combat effectiveness is definitely stronger than the first-order troops of the same level. 200 versus 500. The defenses in Shangbi village are also very simple, with only wooden fences. Due to the enemy's attack, Wu Shang had no time to set up hunting traps around the village. The enemy could destroy the wooden fence at any time and break into the village. There are only so many people occupying Shangbi village? Our number is almost more than the number of villagers inside. Tang Li'er, the mayor of Lingyan town, was riding on a war horse, observing the defenses of Shangbi village and not daring to attack rashly. But according to his observation for a short period of time, Shangbi village did not seem to have many troops. At most, this force is only used to guard against bandits and small groups of yellow turban soldiers. You lead the light infantry and Xiangyong to attack. Li'er of the Tang dynasty issued an attack order to a silver-level general. Although he brought hundreds of free players, players may not dare to charge forward like professional soldiers. They cherish their own lives more. The general of Lingyan town, holding a red tassel gun, led 100 light infantry and 300 rural warriors to formally attack Shangbi village. The 400 soldiers seemed so dense to Shangbi village, with a population of 700, that they blocked the entrance to the village. The light infantry in the front row held up their shields and held their swords and advanced forward. In the middle are archers holding longbows, preparing to suppress the 2 wooden arrow towers and the defenders guarding the village gate. Fortunately, the terrain at the entrance of Shangbi village was narrow, and the army could not be deployed for a while, and each attack could only accommodate dozens of people. Wu Shang personally stood on a wooden arrow tower and shot arrows at the enemies attacking the village. A light infantryman fell under his arrows. However, there were too many enemies attacking Shangbi village, and there were light cavalry and aliens as reserves in the rear. It is extremely difficult to defend Shangbi village with this small force. If a Confucian general or counselor were guarding Shangbi village, he might use tricks to delay the arrival of Xia town's reinforcements. But Wu Shang's intelligence was not very high. and he only had orders in his mind to defend Shangbi village. The two sides saw each other at the entrance of the village. There were 50 light infantrymen in Shangbi village hiding behind the wooden fence, using bows, arrows and spears to block the enemies, who tried to rush into the village. Block the village gate! Under the command of Elder Zhang of Shangbi village, the villagers moved wood and stones out of the warehouse, and blocked the village gate to prevent the enemy from easily entering the village. Because Chu Tian led his troops to drive away the horse thieves, the villagers' support in Shangbi village reached 90 points. At this time, not only would they not rebel, but they would also actively assist the defenders to resist the enemy. This is why some cities in ancient times would rather die than surrender. The people in this village are really tenacious. The last time they conquered a third-level village, they never had such a hard time. The heir of the Tang dynasty seemed a little impatient when he saw that the offensive was blocked. With the strength of a first-level town, if he cannot conquer even a second-level village, he will be disgraced, and the members of the guild may not be convinced in the future. Ranger team! You climb over the wooden fence on the side and fight your way into the village. In the future, part of the proceeds from gold mining can be divided among you. The heir of the Tang dynasty made a promise to a small group of free players from the Lingyan Pavilion Guild. Rangers in the Eastern Han dynasty are similar to assassins and capable strangers who traveled around the world during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. They have relatively strong personal combat skills. They correspond to the ninjas and ronin of Japan, but they are very different. About 20 free players who were rangers heard that they could profit from the gold mines in the future. They all drew their swords, climbed over the wooden fence under the leadership of the captain, and entered the village. Xiang Yong, who was defending Shangbi village, discovered this small team, but was unable to stop the well-equipped players who had learned several skills. Sir, a group of strangers have entered the village and set fire to it. Shangbi village cannot defend itself at all. Elder Zhang found Wu Shang, who was guarding Shangbi village. Wu Shang was a little anxious and had to say, I'll deal with him. Wu Shang is a silver-level ranger, but he was jointly attacked by several players, and the situation is not optimistic. As soon as he left the wooden arrow tower, the attack at the entrance of the village became more fierce. This village will be captured soon. Tang Li Heir finally showed a satisfied smile. The third-level gold mine is about to fall into his hands, and he will recruit thousands of laborers to mine the gold mine here. Just when the Lingyan Town coalition forces were preparing to capture Shangbi village in one go, a small group of cavalry appeared on the edge of the battlefield, making the Lingyan Town coalition forces uneasy. President, the reinforcements from Shangbi village are here. The scouts in Lingyan Town were not idiots. The cavalry that appeared near Shangbi village at this time were most likely reinforcements from Shangbi village. There was a commotion among the coalition forces in Lingyan Town. The cavalry and free players, who had not yet participated in the attack on Shangbi village, turned around and looked back involuntarily. They saw a general leading 30 or 40 light cavalry. They seriously threatened the rear of the coalition forces in Lingyan Town. Road. There are only 40 light cavalry, so don't panic. The heir of the Tang dynasty suddenly felt uneasy. The opponent seemed to be more than 40 light cavalry. Nearly 200 more infantrymen and archers appeared on the horizon. The Lingyan Town coalition forces became nervous now, and their formation was somewhat scattered. Calm down. We have more people, so we have no chance of winning. The heir of the Tang dynasty tried his best to maintain the formation of the coalition forces. He knew the importance of formation in the cold weapon era, but something happened that made him desperate. Behind about 200 professional soldiers, local braves appeared all over the mountains and plains, waving flags and shouting. Chu Tian rode a war horse in the Chinese army. This time he recruited 400 Xiang Yong from Xia Town, 300 Xiang Yong from Shaoyu village, and 300 Xiang Yong from Yulai village. A total of 1,000 people. These Xiang Yong temporarily put down their work, holding long spears. Weapons such as hoes and kitchen knives are used to support Shangbi village, just to bully the few with more. Chapter 48. We surrender. Twice the number of troops surrounded the coalition forces in Lingyan Town, and the free players of the coalition forces in Lingyan Town were immediately frightened. After all, the Xiangyong are also a first-level soldier. They are powerful in numbers, and the dense crowd of Xiangyong makes people feel numb. Except for the top group of lords in the Eastern Han dynasty, no one can organize an army of thousands of people. President, what should we do now? The members of Lingyan Pavilion looked at Tang Li Heir in unison. Now they were riding a tiger and unable to dismount. They were flanked by the Shangbi village defenders and the Xia Town coalition forces, and we're in danger. 80% of them are local warriors, so we may not be defeated. As long as we defeat their small force, these local warriors will collapse without a fight. The heir of the Tang dynasty was also a lord who went from a first-level village to a first-level town. He knew that Xiang Yong could only fight with favorable conditions, and his morale could easily collapse due to changes in the situation. But they have a large number of people, and the brothers will inevitably be injured. Who knows what the punishment will be after death? The players in Lingyan Pavilion cherish their lives and dare not go into battle easily. What are you afraid of? Maybe you can return to the real world after death, but it's possible that he might actually die. The players in Lingyan Pavilion still didn't dare to step forward, and they couldn't be revived in the game to make them cherish their lives extra. Chu Tian asked a light cavalry to shout forward. You take the initiative to attack our territory. You have only two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to fight us. Everyone in the coalition forces in Lingyan town became even more panicked when they heard the shouts of the light cavalry. The other party obviously wanted to capture them. How about we surrender? We can't surrender. There are still many village warriors in my town, and our guild still has many lords who own villages. We just need to return to Lingyan town and stick to it. Organize dozens of lords, and each lord will send out 100 village warriors. Form a coalition of thousands of people. We are fully capable of making a comeback. Don't forget, we may be able to become a prince in this world. The heir of Tang dynasty was obviously unwilling to surrender. The Lingyan town coalition forces he brought were not the full strength of Lingyan Pavilion. In order to let Lingyan town monopolize the third-level gold mine, he did not summon other lord players in the guild, but only brought free players and gave them a sum of money to spend. Mainly because he never imagined that the lord who occupied Shangbi village would have the strength to summon thousands of soldiers and warriors. If he had known in advance that the opponent had such strength, he would not have come to attack Shangbi village with only 500 people, and would even give up the idea of attacking Shangbi village. Could the other party be a coalition of other guilds in Langya country? Maybe several big lords in their guilds will join forces to send troops. This possibility is unlikely. If several big lords jointly send troops, the efficiency will not be so high at all, and they cannot happen to be nearby. You only have 15 minutes to think about it. If the time is exceeded, we will launch an attack. All free players who surrender can forget about it. When everyone in Lingyan Pavilion was hesitant, Chu Tian gave them an ultimatum. There will be more and more conflicts with other lords in the future. Chu Tian must be ruthless. Otherwise he will only be tied up. He also gave free agents a way out. Our reinforcements have arrived. Compared with the panic of the Lingyan Pavilion coalition forces, Shangbi village's morale was greatly boosted, and they guarded the entrance of the village, ready to attack the Lingyan town army with reinforcements at any time. There is not much time left for the coalition forces in Lingyan town. The players of the Lingyan Pavilion guild were facing a catastrophe. They had an internal dispute and were divided into the main war faction and the surrender faction. The two sides were in a stalemate. If you want to leave, just leave. From now on, you will no longer be members of our Lingyan Pavilion. The heir of the Tang dynasty was angered and his eyes were a little fierce. The others will follow me to break out. As long as we return to Lingyan town safely, we can counterattack. The heir of the Tang dynasty still didn't want to give up his qualifications as a lord. My lord, some of them seem unwilling to surrender. Lu Sandow was observing the movements of the coalition forces in Lingyan town. When he saw a small group of cavalry gathering, he knew that the coalition forces in Lingyan town would not give in. Listen to my order. The archers are ready to fire arrows. The infantry must form a spear formation to block their retreat, and the cavalry is responsible for the pursuit. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. As soon as the war started, he would be involved in the battle with other lords, and his life or death would be uncertain. Some neighboring lords in various counties have turned against each other. After all, everyone wants to annex the other and climb up. The heir of the Tang dynasty first asked the light infantry and rural warriors from Lingyan town to serve as cannon fodder, while the light cavalry and main combatant players gathered momentum behind them. If the cannon fodder in Xia town and Lingyan town get into a melee, they can use their war horses to launch a charge and easily break through the Xia town coalition forces. The heir of the Tang dynasty had a good idea, but he didn't know that the archers in Xia town were third-level soldiers. And there was also the gold-level archery general Lu Sandow. Army, Shuzhou archers. Level 3 archer. Number of people 40. Average level 25. Attack power, 13 plus 1, longbow bonus, plus 2, unit characteristic bonus, plus 1, Lu Sandao bonus, equals 17. Defense, 5+1, leather armor bonus, +1, unit characteristic bonus, +1, Lu Sandao bonus, plus 0.5, Mulan friendly troops bonus, equals 8.5. Speed, 6+1, Lu Sandao bonus, morale, 85/100. Skills, intermediate hit. Intermediate armor break. Intermediate arrow rain. Characteristics, Feng Jinjiu Gongming, D-level trait. When a bow and arrow hero serves as the leader. Attack +2. Defense +1. Chu Tian briefly glanced at the attributes of Lu Sandao's troops. As a player commander, his advantage is that he can see the panels of each troop. But seeing the panel is one thing, and how to command it is another. A good commander can make the most of his army, but a bad commander may fail even if he is given the best army. For example, Wei Wuzu's attributes are very high, but in the hands of Wu Qi and Peng Wan, they are not the same level of legion at all. Chu Tian hurriedly glanced at Hua Mulan's light cavalry again. The light cavalry led by Hua Mulan has an attack power of 14.5, 10+1+1+2.5, and a defense power of 8.25, 5+1+1+1.25. Hua Mulan only led a first-level light cavalry, but his attributes were almost equal to those of a third-level archer. The second-level elite light infantry led by Chu Tian himself has an attack power of 10, 9+1, and a defense power of 7.6, 6+1+0.6. Its attributes are lower than those of Hua Mulan's first-level light cavalry. Sure enough, a good commander is very important. Qin General Zhang Han and his Lishan prisoners were able to defeat the late Qin uprising army and kill Chu General Xiang Liang. Archers, shoot! 40 Shuzhou archers fired a volley, and Ling Yanjin Xiangyong, who was at the front, fell to pieces. The first-level rural warriors are okay at protecting the country and the people, but they are completely cannon fodder in front of the Shuzhou archers led by Lu Sandao. Even the light infantry fell to the ground after being hit by arrows. The heir of the Tang dynasty witnessed the soldiers of Lingyan town being killed by archers, and his heart was bleeding. These were the troops he had brought out with great difficulty, and these were the most important laborers of Lingyan town. They fell to the ground in a meaningless way. During the battle, Ling Yanjin's vitality was seriously injured. Brothers, fight out! The heir of the Tang dynasty led 50 light cavalry and dozens of free players and then launched a charge. The remaining players, who surrendered, stayed in place and did not dare to move. In order to reduce his losses, the heir of the Tang dynasty asked the light cavalry to block the front. The light cavalry faced Xia town's pike phalanx. The second-level elite light infantry formed a pike phalanx with additional bonuses, and the light cavalry fell on their backs. The light cavalry led by Hua Mulan has not yet attacked. After she defeated the opponent's light cavalry in the spear formation, she led her own cavalry to attack from the side and kill the free player. In her eyes, there is no big difference between the alien and other soldiers, and she will not show mercy. The silver-level generals in Lingyan town were very loyal and tried to stop Hua Mulan from attacking at the critical moment. The red tassel spear stabbed Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan grabbed the red tassel spear with her bare hands and pulled the silver-level general off his horse. The silver-level general fell off his horse before he could react. Stop fighting! I surrender! We surrender! The psychological endurance of the main combatant players reached its limit. At least hundreds of soldiers and warriors from Lingyan town were killed in battle, while there were still 1,000 warriors from Xia town who did not join the battlefield. This is not a fair duel at all, but a one-sided killing. Chapter 49, Controlling Lingyan town. Chu Tian never dreamed that one day he would personally capture hundreds of players. These players put down their weapons and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Among the players is the mayor of Lingyan town. The performance of free players is not as good as that of recruited soldiers at first, and only after experiencing several fierce battles, players will become skilled veterans. Lord, what should we do with these prisoners? Hua Mulan pointed at the stranger who was frightened by her. Everyone in Lingyan town fell into panic, worried that Chu Tian would execute them. The lords of various civilized areas have become enemies with each other, and some ruthless lords have directly destroyed each other's villages and directly killed the resistors. Those who resist are imprisoned and the rest are released. In order to disintegrate Lingyan Pavilion, Chu Tian recruited the surrender faction and attacked the main war faction. The main war faction will definitely have conflicts with the surrender faction, and Lingyan Pavilion will be over sooner or later. The surrendering players were able to leave Shangbi village safely, and couldn't help but feel grateful for their choice. They have now withdrawn from the dangerous Lingyan Pavilion, and do not want to have anything to do with Lingyan Pavilion. As for the main war players who followed the heir of the Tang dynasty, they became prisoners of the Xia Town coalition forces. Chu Tian did not release them immediately. He also wanted to use the mayor of Lingyan Town to turn Lingyan Town into his vassal. Capturing the opponent's mayor meant that Lingyan Town could be captured without any bloodshed. We in Shangbi Village lost 29 light infantrymen and 97 rural warriors. Shangbi Village guard Wu Shang was injured and reported the losses to Chu Tian. Shangbi Village, which has only 700 people, has directly lost hundreds of young laborers, which is a disaster for Shangbi Village. Fortunately, Shangbi Village is a vassal of Xia Town, and Xia Town can dispatch labor to make up for Shangbi Village's losses. You continue to stay in Shangbi Village and cannot leave. Chu Tian arranged for Wu Shang to stick to Shangbi Village, while he led thousands of soldiers and warriors to directly attack Lingyan Town. Lingyan Town is located between Xia Town and Lengya City, and can be used as a trade transfer station. There are nearly 100 professional soldiers, and hundreds of local warriors in Lingyan Town. When Chu Tian came to Lingyan Town with the captured mayor of Lingyan Town, the defenders of Lingyan Town quickly chose to surrender. The only mayor of the town was captured, and the heir of the Tang dynasty did not designate an heir. Any resistance seemed meaningless. H Mulan volunteered, and took the lead in leading the cavalry into Lingyan Town to investigate to prevent an ambush inside. The impact of the capture of the lord was too great, as shown by the fact that the heir of the Tang dynasty became a prisoner, and Lingyan Town surrendered directly. As a result, Xia Town was spared the arduous battle. After all, Lingyan Town is a town. If you really want to attack a town with a 4.5-meter earth wall, the attackers will lose even more troops than the defenders. H Mulan entered Lingyan Town. After finding out that there was no ambush, Chu Tian led a large army to Lingyan Town and went directly to the Lord's mansion in Lingyan Town. The stone tablet contains detailed information about Lingyan Town. Territory, Lingyan Town, first level town. Lord, the heir of Tang dynasty, third class hairpin. Affiliation, Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties, ordinary Celadon, D-grade specialty. Ordinary war horses, D-grade specialty. Exquisite farm tools, C-grade specialty. Population, 2315/5000. Popularity, 55, the mayor was captured. Security, 50. Overall prosperity, 1576/3000. Administrative efficiency, 17 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency, 25 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 16 out of 100. Cultural efficiency, 20 out of 100. Military rating, 915. City defense works. Low-level Rand Earth City Wall. Existing buildings, Level 2 Ranch. Level 2 Cavalry Camp. Ancestral Hall. Level 2 Stables. Level 3 Blacksmith Shop. Level 2 Celadon Factory. Level 2 Siege Equipment Camp. Level 3 Private School. Vassal Village, 3 quarters. When Chu Tian saw that there was a second-level pasture, he couldn't help but be moved. There are also many horse-producing areas within the pass, although they are not of a higher grade than the pastures outside the pass. And the quality of the war horses they produce is not as good as those outside the pass. There is also a second-level siege equipment camp, which is also a building that Xia Town lacks. Chu Tian tried to turn Lingyan Town into the 4th vassal territory of Xia Town. Ding! Player, your main city level is insufficient. Sure enough, Xia Town is a first-class town and Lingyan Town is also a first-class town. Xia Town cannot annex Lingyan Town. It seems that the only way to turn a first-level town into a vassal is to upgrade it to a second-level town as soon as possible. Chu Tian had long thought that such a result might be possible, so he was not surprised. In order to annex Lingyan Town, we can only quickly attack the second-level town. Upgrading a first-level town to a second-level town requires a population of 4,000. And the population of Xia Town is far from enough. If you want the population to come quickly, besides recruiting nearby refugees, there is also a simple and crude way to plunder the population. Cao Cao was unable to defeat Liu Bei in Hanzhong, so he simply moved the population of Hanzhong away, leaving Liu Bei facing a population shortage problem. There are many villages controlled by player lords near Summer Town. Although these villages cannot be captured, they can be destroyed, and the population of the villages moved to Summer Town. So who should be sent to carry out this mission indifferently? This task will probably be left to H Mulan to conquer the surrounding villages, and then plunder the population. Let me go! The heir of Tang Dynasty was protesting. Chu Tian simply ignored his protest. After he captured Tang Dynasty Lier, he learned that the other party was the president of a guild called Lingyan Pavilion in Langya Kingdom. Before merging Lingyan Town, he would not give Lingyan Pavilion a chance to regroup. The other guild had at least dozens of small lords, and together they were a considerable force. However, as long as Chu Tian captures the heir of the Tang Dynasty, Lingyan Pavilion will soon be disbanded because there is no leader, or other members will take over. Chu Tian first asked Xiang Yong to return to Xia Town to prepare for farming, and then personally led the army to control Lingyan Town. Lingyan Town continued to operate under Chu Tian's instructions. The soldiers in Lingyan Town were disarmed and were fully controlled by the soldiers in Xia Town. This is probably to hold the lord hostage to order the town. Come with me for a moment. Chu Tian called Hua Mulan into the house. You lead the cavalry to raid the nearby villages and drive all the people to Xia Town. This is my instruction, so you don't have to have any psychological burden. Just carry out the order. These small villages are near our town. Anyway, our towns will become cities in the future, and they will be annexed by us sooner or later. Do you understand? Chu Tian himself didn't have much psychological burden, but he still had to care about the loyalty of the generals. There are some generals who can be asked to massacre the city, but some upright generals may not be willing to do these things. Hua Mulan just nodded. Yeah. When Chu Tian controlled Lingyan Town, Hua Mulan led a small group of cavalry to leave Lingyan Town and followed Chu Tian's instructions to plunder nearby villages. While Chu Tian was attacking the second-level town in Xia Town, he went to check out the second-level ranch in Lingyan Town. Secondary pastures are second only to third-level gold mines in importance. Just as many as 60 ordinary war horses were seized from the cavalry and ranches in Lingyan Town. In the early stage, it is easier to accumulate capital by fighting a war. But the residents of Lingyan Town don't seem to have a good impression of me. Chapter 50. Plundering the population. Village chief. A group of cavalry is coming. Run away. People in a second-level village were in panic. Xia Town's light cavalry had forcibly breached the village gate, and the silver-level generals fell under the opponent's sword. The Xia Town light cavalry drove directly to the lord's mansion of the second-level village. But the village chief of the other side had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Hua Mulan dismounted and led the soldiers to destroy the stone tablets in the second-level village. The destruction of the stone monument means that the village will soon be deserted. Drive the entire population back to Summertown. Hua Mulan led the cavalry and drove hundreds of villagers in the village to Xia Town. The upgrade of Xia Town requires population, and Hua Mulan's mission is to plunder people everywhere and quickly increase the population of Xia Town. In the past, due to lack of troops, Chu Tian could only wait slowly for the refugees to flow into the village. After reaching the town level, the default game rules have changed. It is obviously much faster to plunder the surrounding population than to passively wait for the refugees to appear. Not only the Eastern Han Dynasty, but also the large lords in other civilized areas also devoured the surrounding small lords. The law of the jungle is the only law of Lord, the village chief, who escaped from the village by climbing over the wooden fence, was disheveled and looked at the cavalry who suddenly entered the village and looted all the people. Gold and silver before leaving. The village that I finally developed was destroyed. Who are these cavalry? The village chief couldn't help but tremble when he thought that his hero was killed by the opponent's hero in just a few moves. The other side obviously showed no mercy and had a very clear purpose of destroying villages and plundering the population. Ordinary horse thieves would not take away the villagers. So there is only one explanation. There is a big lord behind Hua Mulan who is controlling everything. Xia Town is only 50 kilometers away from Langya City, and the looted villages are also near Langya City. As a result, the legend of a cold and ruthless female butcher spread in Langya City. It is said that this female butcher led a group of ferocious cavalry to the south of Langya City and destroyed 81 villages. Free players in Langya City dare not venture to the south of Langya City. In fact, Mulan did not destroy 81 villages because there were not that many villages around Xia Town. Hua Mulan successively destroyed 8 villages, captured a total of 916 households and 4,713 people, and moved the populations of the 8 villages to Xia Town. The population that could not be accommodated in Xia Town moved to Yunlai Village, Shaoyu Village, and Shangbi Village. The 4,000 population requirement required for Xia Town to be upgraded to a second-level town was quickly reached. Hua Mulan is really capable. Chu Tian just gave orders to Hua Mulan, and Hua Mulan completed the task neatly. Once the population conditions are met, there are also prosperity requirements. Prosperity is divided into the overall prosperity of the territory. A first-level town plus 4 vassal villages requires 3,000 prosperity. There is also the prosperity of the town itself, which requires 1,200 prosperity. There are many ways to increase prosperity, and increasing population can obviously increase prosperity. In addition, it is to develop the economy and try to build more buildings or improve the level of buildings in the town. Chu Tian took out the gold and silver plundered from Lingyan town and 8 villages, purchased all the architectural drawings and resources, and started construction in Xia town. In order to personally supervise the large-scale construction projects in Xia town, Chu Tian asked Lu Sandao to lead a small team to suppress Lingyan town. And then he took the prisoners back to Xia town and put the prisoners under house arrest. The large-scale construction projects are not only to increase prosperity, but also to increase the employment rate of Xia town residents. The population of Xia town suddenly increased from more than 2,000 to 5,000. Elderly was in a hurry just to resettle the new townspeople, let alone solve the employment problems of these townspeople. In the past, Xia town relied on absorbing small-scale refugees to increase its population. The number of new residents was not large, so it could easily arrange residents and work for them. But now the population of Xia town has suddenly doubled, which means doubling the number of residential buildings and jobs. The plundering of the population also has the negative effect of significantly reducing public morale and public security. These new townspeople were displaced because H Mulan led the cavalry to destroy their village, and they naturally have objections to integrating into the large collective of Xia town. Imagine that you were living a good life, but a team of cavalry forcibly moved you to a new place, and you had to start over from scratch. Naturally, you would be unhappy. Xia town's public sentiment dropped to 55, and the public security dropped to 51. Which means that an uprising may occur at any time. The reason why there is no riot yet is probably because they are afraid of H Mulan's force, Xia town's military power, and the supervision of the original townspeople. However, if Xia town is surrounded by enemies, Chu Tian believes that there is a 90% chance that these new townspeople will revolt. The way to improve public sentiment is also very simple. First, provide housing and jobs. Secondly, implement policies that are conducive to restoring public sentiment. And finally, rely on time to slowly recover. After all, most people have healed their scars and forgotten the pain. The trading firm in Xiaoyu village has set up a branch in Xia town to increase the prosperity of Xia town. Chu Tian can directly go to the trading bank and entrust them to purchase architectural drawings in Lengya city. He upgraded resource bonus buildings such as farmland, mines, quarries, and lumberyards to level 3, and then upgraded economic buildings such as celadone factories, orchards, pig farms, chicken farms, and fish ponds, as well as arsenals. Level 3, there are several military buildings such as the school ground, gained by adding soldier training experience, the 3rd level infantry battalion, the 2nd level naval battalion, and finally cultural buildings such as private schools and earth temples. The entire Xia town has turned into a large construction site. Hundreds of houses and dozens of large buildings have expanded, and there are carpenters, masons, and refugees everywhere. Li Kui, the only interior minister, has been very busy recently, busy distributing newly reclaimed land to new townspeople. The land to the tiller policy has played a great role in restoring public sentiment, which rose from 55 to 61. When large-scale construction work was carried out in Xia town, it happened to be the busy season for sowing in early October. Farmers involved in the large-scale construction work were forced to leave the construction site and return to the farmland to sow seeds. Chu Tian was overwhelmed and had too many things to do. Control Lingyan town, upgrade buildings, build new buildings, urge farmers to sow, and manage vassal villages. Vassal villages also face the problem of declining public support due to population inflow. If it is not handled well, the villagers of the vassal village will hold the village chief hostage and shout that the prince will live in harmony. These are internal affairs construction. In order to prepare for the first epic battle, Chu Tian also needs to consider troop training. Recruiting soldiers and training soldiers are two different concepts. The initial level of recruited soldiers is level 10, and they can be trained up to level 100. This is the difference between new recruits and experienced soldiers. Chu Tian came to H Mulan's residence next door, and the sound of scooping water could be heard from inside. When H Mulan came out, her long hair was wet. Obviously, she had just taken a shower. When she saw Chu Tian arriving, she quickly wiped her long hair with a towel. Looking a little flustered, Master, if you have something to do, just ask someone to call me over. I will form a squad of 100 light cavalry and leave the task of training the light cavalry to you. In 2 months, the average level of this group of light cavalry will reach level 35. Chapter 51 Sowing in October. Yeah, no problem. Hua Mulan agreed. Chu Tian originally planned to recruit second-level cavalry. There is a second-level cavalry battalion in Lingyan Town. Unfortunately, Lingyan Town has not yet become a vassal. Xia Town cannot use the second-level cavalry battalion. If it is used by force, the recruited cavalry will belong to the heir of the Tang dynasty, not him. The quality requirements for the horses required by the second-level cavalry will also be higher. As for the heavy cavalry, the weight of their armor is not something that ordinary war horses can bear. Until he has better war horses, Chu Tian temporarily recruits first-order light cavalry equipped with ordinary war horses. All the war horses were concentrated in Xia Town. War horses are comparable to gold and silver in troubled times, and are strategic materials. 60 light cavalry received training at the cavalry battalion in Xia Town. And the training cycle was 14 days. It just so happens that it will take half a month to expand the second-level school field to the third-level school field. When the light cavalry comes out, they will be transferred to the third-level school for training. The cavalry's training officer is Hua Mulan. During this time, Chu Tian was supervising everyone's large-scale construction projects and personally inspecting farmers sowing seeds. Early October is the time for wheat sowing in the Yihe area. More than 3,000 people in Xia Town are farmers, and all of them participate in sowing. The new farmland reclaimed by the refugees led by Li Kui finally came into effect, and the newly joined townspeople could sow seeds directly in the new farmland. Lingyan Town has a specialty: exquisite farm tools. When Chu Tian took control of Lingyan Town, he seized a batch of fine farm tools and gave them priority to Xia Town. Xia Town is Chu Tian's fundamentals, and running Xia Town well is the most important thing. There are more than a dozen cows pulling a columbine in the fields, with farmers following behind. The so-called columbine is an agricultural tool used for sowing. It was invented during the Xia dynasty and the Western Han dynasty. It consists of 3 columbine legs with 3 furrows underneath. It is used to dig furrows and sow seeds on flat land. If there is a good harvest next year, Xia Town alone can supply food for 10,000 people. Li Kui is very confident. His SS-level characteristic, efforts on the land, can guide farmers to make full use of the land and increase food production by 30%. So he still has this confidence. Chu Tian just nodded. Everyone understood the importance of farming, but Chu Tian may not know how to select seeds and sow seeds. Li Kui guided farmers in farming. Chu Tian couldn't do the real farm work, and there was no need for him to do it. Chu Tian only needs to give orders, handle some conflicts, and wait for next year's harvest. But his policies are closely tied to next year's output. A simple wooden shed was built on the edge of the farmland, and a small official belonging to Xiaj and Tian Chao sat in the wooden shed and took a nap. Li Kui, who was in charge of Tian Chao, coughed twice. When the napping clerk saw his boss and lord arriving, he quickly cheered up and said, "Sir!" Chu Tian glanced at the notice posted on the wooden shed, which read, "Farm Tools Rental." Xiao Liang from Shaowu village came up with an original idea. He proposed that farmers who lacked farm tools could apply to the Lord's mansion to rent cattle and sophisticated farm tools at the cost of handing over more harvests to the Lord's mansion next year. This is a bit like overdraft consumption, but there were similar examples in ancient times. Farmers who own farm tools can cultivate more farmland and can bear the extra share next year. The government is not worried about these farmers escaping because they are already rooted in the land beneath their feet. Li Kui asked his subordinates about their work seriously. "Have all the cattle owned by the Lord's mansion been rented out?" The clerk nodded quickly. "All the oxen have been rented. The most popular items among farmers are the oxen, followed by the columbine and the hoe." Chu Tian silently listened to Tian Chao's officials discussing these trivial matters. He himself has to learn from it. The cattle in the Lord's mansion come from war and trade. Cattle can sometimes be obtained by attacking other villages and bandits, or they can be purchased from some cities. Cattle are the most important to farmers. An ancient saying goes, "Having fields without cattle is like having a boat without a boat," which is useless. Xia Town is very strict about the protection of cattle and horses. For those who sell and slaughter horses and cattle privately, for the first offense, they will be punished with a penalty of 100 rods and a fine. If they are guilty again, they will be issued with mining. In addition to renting farm tools, the Lord's mansion also organized a group of special talents who had not yet worked. such as Xiaozhu and Xiaolu, to set up temporary tea stalls in farmland and construction sites to win over people. Popular support slowly grew due to these small measures. Public support and public security are also one of the conditions for upgrading a second-level town. Chu Tian looked around and saw the farmland of Xia Town. My lord, it's time for tea. Xiao Lu, a dancer in Xia Town, knew Chu Tian. At this time, she was helping at a temporary tea stall near the farmland. Seeing that Chu Tian brought people to inspect, she took the initiative to invite Chu Tian and his entourage to the tea stall. Special talents without jobs can receive temporary allowances from the Lord's mansion every month. So Xiaozhu, Xiao Lu and others are grateful to Chu Tian. After learning about the Lord's mansion's request, they immediately came forward to help the Lord's mansion win over people's hearts. When it is upgraded to a second-level town, I will build a music studio in Xia Town. Then you will have jobs. Chu Tian is more concerned about these special talents because they can bring special bonuses to Xia Town. Lafang is a cultural building. Cultural buildings are not dispensable. They can stabilize people's hearts and increase population, tax revenue, and prosperity. Thank you, sir. Xiaozhu and Xiaolu looked at each other and were overjoyed. Working in Lafang was the best way out for them, and the pay was always better than working in a brothel. The orchestra in The Lord is upgraded to the Palace Orchestra, which represents the pinnacle of music and dance in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian also has a plan. If he recruits any historical and talented women in the future, he will just put them in the Palace Orchestra. In short, every special heroine, Lord, has its own role. And it is definitely not a flower vase. Even Lu Chan and Hu Hai have their own characteristics. Chu Tian has been staying in Xia Town recently, directing the development of various vassal villages from afar. As long as Xia Town is upgraded to a second-level town, then the vassal villages of Xia Town can be upgraded to a first-level town. For example, Xiaoyu Village has already met the upgrade conditions of a first-class town under Xia Liang's management. Yulai Village is positioned as an agricultural village and is also developing into a first-class agricultural town. Shangbi Village is a mining village that will be upgraded to a third-level village. A large amount of stone and wood are transported to Xia Town every day, and buildings are erected or expanded on the original basis. The prosperity is close to that of a second-level town. The prosperity requirements for second-level towns are very high. There are only a handful of lords with second-level towns in the entire Donghan district. And now there are not even 10 second-level towns. There are rewards for attacking the second-level town, but the rewards are not rich. The best rewards are the rewards from the #1 city in the world. So Chu Tian is not in a hurry, and being anxious will not help. What he wants to attack is the reward of the #1 city in the world, because the cavalry led by H Mulan was notorious in this area. No lord dared to invade Xia Town's sphere of influence. There were not many lords in the entire Langya kingdom who dared to go to war with Xiaozhen head-on. Some small villages and towns can join forces to compete with Xia Town, but the alliance between the lords is very complicated and each has its own agenda. 18 princes attacked Dongzhou, but only 2 or 3 princes dared to come forward. The 6 kingdoms united, but they were still defeated by the powerful Qin. Finally, in November, when the second-level naval camp, third-level school grounds, third-level pig farm, and other buildings were completed one after another, people's morale and public security were restored, and Xia Town met all the conditions for upgrading to a second-level town. Chapter 52 Secondary Town. Chu Tian stood in front of the stone monument of the Lord's mansion and upgraded Xia Town to a second-level town. Although the conditions for the second-level town were more complicated and vassal villages had to be built, Chu Tian still tried his best to meet the conditions for upgrading the second-level town before the first epic battle. Player, after your town is upgraded, its direct jurisdiction will cover the nearby third-level village Xiaoyu Village. You can choose to merge, destroy, or avoid Xiaoyu Village. After Chu Tian chose to upgrade Xia Town, he faced another choice. When Xia Village was upgraded to a first-level town, it did not directly border Xiaoyu Village. However, as Xia Town further expanded, it had to face the problem of merging different territories. Merge. Chu Tian turned Xiaoyu Village into a jurisdiction of Xia Town, so that there would be no Xiaoyu Village in the future. The territory of Xia Town began to expand along the river and northward to Xiaozhu Village, forming a larger market town. Territory Xia Town, secondary town. Lord, Chu Tian, 4th grade. No update. Affiliation, Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties: rough celadone, grade E specialty. Rough bronze mirror, grade E specialty. Rice wine, grade D specialty. Iha freshwater fish, grade D specialty. Shandong garlic, grade D specialty. High quality raw silk, C grade specialty. High quality silk, C grade specialty. Fine indigo, B grade specialty. Population, 8021/10,000. Popularity, 75. Security, 78. Prosperity, 3107/8,000. Administrative efficiency, 21 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency, 34 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 36/100. Cultural efficiency, 24 out of 100. City defense, intermediate rammed earth city wall, 5.4 meters high. 6.5 meters thick at the bottom. Soldiers on the wall have +2 defense, which can effectively reduce damage from bows and arrows. New buildings, second level guild hall, increases the probability of merchants and caravans staying in the territory. Third level post station, increases the transmission speed of information. Vassal villages and towns 2-6, Shangbi village. Yunlai village. Chutian was somewhat surprised. Because of the annexation of Shaoyu village, Xia town's overall economic efficiency has been greatly improved, and the population has soared to 8,000 people, meeting the population requirements for upgrading to a third-level town. In other words, as long as the prosperity level increases and other conditions are met, the third-level town can be upgraded. The number of vassal villages and towns in Xia town has increased to 6. And now there are only 2 vassals. Chutian immediately turned Lingyan town under his control into a vassal of Xia town, so that Xia town had a vassal territory of 1 town and 2 villages. Lingyan town controls 3 more vassal villages. It is equivalent to Xia town controlling 1 town and 5 villages. The Eastern Han district is somewhat different from other civilized districts. The territorial principle of the Holy See district is, the vassals of my vassals are not my vassals, while the territorial principle of the Eastern Han district is, the whole world is not the king's territory. As the lord of the Eastern Han district, Chutian can directly control the villages affiliated to Lingyan town through Lingyan town, and can even add the vassal villages of Lingyan town to the direct jurisdiction of Xia town at will. In other words, different civilized areas have different governance methods and different control over vassals. The 2 new random buildings are the second-level guild hall and the third-level post station. The guild hall is an economic building, used to attract merchants and caravans to gather in Xia town. The third-level post station can set up substations in vassal villages and towns, and use horses to transmit information. After the post station is upgraded to the highest level, it can deliver emergency reports for 800 miles. Due to the complete annexation of Shaoyu village, there are many new buildings in Xia town. Among them, what Chutian is more concerned about is the third-level mulberry garden, textile workshop, and dyeing workshop, which have formed a silk industry chain from sericulture to dyeing. Silk is a good thing, no less than a gold mine, and can bring a stable income every month. The economically developed Shaoyu district is likely to become the future urban area of Xia town. After the merger, the city wall still covers the original core area of Xia town. Once an enemy invades, one must either defend the powerful enemy outside the town gate, or temporarily abandon the area outside the city wall and temporarily huddle inside the city wall. But that means that in the worst case scenario, as long as there are no reinforcements from outside, the besieged city will probably be a dead end. Ding! You have become the 21st Lord in Donghan District to be upgraded to the second-level town, and you have received a gold-level recruitment order. The 21st secondary town? Chutian remembered that Xia town was the 52nd first-level town, and now it was the 21st second-level town, ranking higher and higher. Another gold-level recruitment order was obtained. Lingyan town has been merged into Xia town, and now the cavalry recruited by the second-level cavalry battalion in Lingyan town can be used to recruit first-level light cavalry and second-level elite light cavalry. Arm, elite light cavalry. Level, second-level cavalry. Attack power, 13, defense power, 6, speed 21. Skills, intermediate reconnaissance. Low-level mounted shooting. Low-level galloping. Characteristics, 1000 cavalry 1 ping gang, E-level trait. When a cavalry hero serves as the leader, all attributes +1. Military pay, 3 taels/month. Required equipment, low-grade warhorse silver level. Sword. The equipment required by the elite light cavalry must include inferior warhorses, which are more expensive than ordinary warhorses. Ordinary warhorses are inferior warhorses, and inferior war horses are classified into different grades. Chu Tian, who lacked inferior war horses, did not train second-level cavalry. He can use the secondary pasture in Lingyan town to train ordinary war horses, or inferior war horses. Raising horses is a technical job, and raising horses also requires a cycle. It takes a while to grow from a foal to a war horse. Chu Tian can also purchase war horses from other places, and put them in secondary pastures for breeding. Centralized management can reduce the cost of raising horses. For Xiaojin, saving the cost of raising horses is an extra income. Xia Town, Yunlai Village, and Shangbi Village have a population of 11,000. Together with the 6,000 people in Lingyan Town and 3 vassal villages, there are a total of 17,000 people. According to the ratio of 1:17, Chu Tian believed that it would be relatively easy to support 1,000 professional soldiers. In the first epic battle, Yellow Turban Rebellion, a lord who could send 1,000 professional soldiers was already a big lord. And there were only a handful of them. Cavalry, infantry, and archers cannot be generalized. The cost of raising a cavalry can be used to raise several infantry. Ding! The follow-up series of achievements of the achievement system Rich Country and Strong Army have been opened. You have completed the D-level branch achievement, 3,000 households, and will be rewarded with a building drawing of Zhongyi Temple, level 5. Chu Tian looked through the achievement tasks and found that there was a series of achievements called Rich Country and Strong Soldiers. The first task of this series of achievements, I am a lord, had been completed during the construction of the village. 3,000 households was one of the follow-up tasks. The current achievement system has 3 major series of achievements: Prosperous Country and Strong Military, Heroes in Troubled Times, and Civil Ministers and Generals, which respectively correspond to Territorial Development, External Expansion, and Hero Collection. Zhongyi Temple turned out to be a 5th-level architectural drawing, which was higher than the current 4th-level fish market in Xia Town. If the Zhongyi Temple is built, it will not only bring special effects, but also increase the prosperity of Xia Town and impact 3rd-level towns. Chapter 53: Preparing for an Epic Battle. Now Chu Tian was still in the shock of being upgraded from a 1st-level town to a 2nd-level town. And he had another gold-level recruitment order and a blueprint for the construction of the Loyalty Temple in his hand. Chu Tian was very familiar with gold-level recruitment, and this was the first time he saw the construction drawings of the Loyalty Temple. Name: Zhongyi Temple. Level 5 military and cultural buildings. Effect: the morale of the troops in the town to which it belongs increases. The negative impact of the death of soldiers on the territory is reduced, and the town's blessing value +1. It was a very simple effect, but Chu Tian knew how tempting the 3 effects brought by Zhongyi Temple were. First, the morale of the troops in the town increased. Morale is very important in Lord. As long as the morale drops, the combat effectiveness of the troops will be seriously affected, and eventually they will be defeated or defect on the battlefield. Secondly, the death of a soldier in battle is a huge blow to the soldier's family. If there is a tragic victory or defeat, the popularity of the territory will drop significantly. With Zhongyi Temple and Likue, even if they suffer a defeat in the future, the people's support in Xia Town will not drop easily. Third, the blessing value of the town affects the harvest, auspiciousness, and special products. There are few buildings that can increase the blessing value. The Zhongyi Temple must be built, especially in the next epic battle. Yellow Turban Rebellion. Chu Tian estimated that a large number of soldiers and even heroes would die in battle. After all, he was not facing the Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai this time, but the level 80 Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, Zhang Liang and other big bosses in the Yellow Turban camp. Along with Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, Zhang Liang and other Yellow Turban generals, there must be a group of experienced Yellow Turban soldiers, Yellow Turban chiefs, and even Yellow Turban warriors. Therefore, building the Loyalty Temple in advance can increase the combat effectiveness of Xia Town's army and weaken the negative effects of the death of soldiers on Xia Town. Chu Tian must carefully consider the composition of the troops participating in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. First of all, excluding the naval camp, the navy was better than nothing in the battle to put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The decisive battles of the Han Dynasty to quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion mainly involved large-scale battles in the wild and fortified battles in large cities. Secondly, due to limited financial resources and war horses, it would be a big deal to have 100 first-order light cavalry in the pass in the early stage. Then we can only expand the size of infantry and archers. 600 elite infantry and 300 Shuzhou archers when the 200 soldiers stay in the town. A total of 800 troops of 100 cavalry, 200 archers, and 500 elite infantry can be sent to participate in the epic battle. Chu Tian only had 200 professional soldiers left, and was not worried about other lords attacking Xia Town during the period, because during the epic battle, all participating lords were in a truce by default, and other lords, who did not participate in the epic battle could not declare war on them. The 200 professional soldiers were left behind just to prevent the surrounding horse thieves, bandits, and water bandits from attacking the town. There are only a handful of lords in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who can send 800 troops. Of course, this refers to professional soldiers. If there are 800 rural warriors, a large group of lords can provide them. But no one would take Xiangyong to fight with the fierce Yellow Turban army. Xiangyong are the labor force of the territory. Only with the labor force can there be output. If Xiangyong with little combat effectiveness is used to participate in the war, it is estimated that the military merits gained will not be great. After one battle, the future of a town was destroyed. Therefore, the Chu genius would implement the policy of separating soldiers and peasants. Professional soldiers occupy only one population and can exert more powerful combat effectiveness than rural warriors. Even if they die in battle, the impact on the territory will not be as great as the death of a large number of rural warriors. After sowing, some farmers' labor was released. According to the plan, Chu Tian dispatched labor from various villages and towns to the military camps in Xia Town or Lingyan Town for training. All lords are making intense preparations for the first epic battle. From September to December, the prototypes of each lord's territory gradually took shape, and they also had their own vassals. Some lords even started village wars and town wars, and annexed each other to strengthen their own strength. Chu Tian is also expanding crazily. He sent H Mulan, currently the strongest general in Xia Town, to lead the existing army to sweep the surrounding villages, and bring these villages under Xia Town's control. Xia Town completely controls Lingyan Town, and has 3 vassal territories. So there are still 3 empty territory quotas. Lingyan Town is a first-level town, with 3 vassal villages, and an empty territory quota. Chu Tian asked H Mulan to occupy the nearby third-level villages, and then turn them into vassal territories. Because the towns of Xia Town, Lingyan Town, and Langia City exist, and absorb the surrounding refugees like tigers and tigers, it is difficult for the nearby third-level villages to have enough population to be upgraded to towns. It's not that the village chiefs of these third-level villages are incompetent, but that they happen to be sandwiched between Xia Town and Lingyan Town and cannot develop at all. They also don't have an army like Xia Town that can plunder the population around them. All that awaits them is the fate of being conquered, surrendering or having their village captured. The territory of Xia Town Lingyan Town, with a population of 17,000 people, is definitely not something that a third-level village can compete with. Territory development is like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. As the saying goes, the strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. It is difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. The Battle of Chibi and the Battle of Feishui can be said to be examples of the weak defeating the strong. But the gap between the weak and the strong is not too obvious. The territory of 17,000 people and the third-level village of 1,700 people are 10 times the difference in strength. H Mulan was sent to conquer nearby villages, while Chu Tian stayed in Xia Town to attack the third-level town, and then the world's largest city. Originally, it was not easy for Xia Town to catch up with Liaodong Town, which ranked first in Donghan District. However, after directly absorbing Xiaoyu Village, which is a first-class town, Xia Town has the possibility of catching up with Liaodong Town. The absorption of Xiaoyu Village directly added 3,000 people to Xia Town, a large number of economic buildings, special products, and the prosperity of the main city. If Xiaoyu Village was not located near Xia Town, then Xiaoyu Village could only become a vassal village and could not become part of the main city. Now Xia Town has the capital and opportunity to pursue Liaodong Town. Therefore, Chu Tian always supervises the development of the main town. Mulan conquers the surrounding third-level villages in order to increase the total prosperity of the territory. At the same time, Chu Tian established branch stations in the vassal villages and towns, issued decrees, and allowed various vassal villages to carry out large-scale construction projects. There is also a golden recruitment order on hand. Anyway, the possibility of recruiting historical heroes with the golden recruitment order is very small, because Chu Tian was one of the top 100 lords in the Eastern Han District who was promoted to a second-level town. He received a gold-level recruitment order, Gold level recruitment orders have a high probability of recruiting ordinary heroes, and a very small probability of recruiting historical heroes. After having H Mulan and Li Kui, Chu Tian's vision has become a little picky, so he doesn't care much about the gold level recruitment order. What interests him more is the historical hero recruitment order. Ding! By consuming one gold level recruitment order, you gain the allegiance of king level commander Lu Yafu. Oh, he is indeed an ordinary hero. Chu Tian seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. Lu Yafu, who quelled the Seven Kingdoms rebellion in the Western Han Dynasty. Chapter 54. The Great Man Lu Yafu. A king-level commander appeared in the Lord's mansion. This man had regular features and a sword at his waist. Lu Yafu, the son of Zhou Bo, the famous founding general of the Western Han Dynasty, led the Han army to quell the civil war in the Han Dynasty and the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms caused by Wu King Lu by within 3 months. The illusion of Shiliu Camp is known to many lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Lu Yafu was quite strict in running the army. It is generally believed that Han Xian, Wei Qing, and Wu Yubing of the Western Han Dynasty were the second batch of commanders represented by Lu Yafu and others. After all, Han Xian and Wei Hu were too dazzling, making other generals in the Western Han Dynasty less eye-catching. Lu Yafu was not good at politics. He had great achievements and often contradicted Emperor Jing of the Han Dynasty. Therefore, he ended up not very good. He vomited blood and died. In short, this is a man who has the ability to lead troops in war, but has a bad temper and a tough temper. There are not many people in history who accept death, but not many who can achieve success. Name, Lu Yafu. Talent, King level, Commander. Level 40. Experience, 0/100000. Identity, Western Han Dynasty Cavalry General. Tai Wei. Prime Minister. Tiaoho. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 87, maximum 94. Force, 57, maximum 69. Intelligence, 70, maximum 71. Politics, 31, maximum 39. Charm, 51. Character, 155, stubborn. Favorability, 50. Equipment, refined Han sword. Fine leather armor. Characteristic 1, managing the army, S-level trait. Morale decline rate -50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambush, fire attack, water attack, siege, etc. Characteristic 2, cutting off food, S-level trait. The success rate of sending surprise troops to cut off the enemy's food channel is greatly increased. Characteristic 3, defend, A-level trait. Self-army attack power -10%. Defense power +30%. Special arms, can recruit Zilliang Han troops, 6th level infantry of the Han Dynasty, with a maximum number of 10,000. Chu Tian glanced at Lu Yafu's initial attributes. The commander with a maximum of 94 was close to the imperial commander, but he was still suppressed by the halo of Wei Qing and Wu Yubing. This is a Han general who is good at defense and cutting off food. When quelling the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms, he adopted the tactics of clearing the wilderness and cutting off the enemy's food routes to win. If Lu Yafu is given an elite infantry and asked to defend with all his strength, he can discuss the opponent to death, contain the opponent's main force, and finally defend and counterattack. But Lu Yafu seems to be a bit stubborn. I don't know whether it is good or bad to have such a subordinate. H Mulan has a cold personality and doesn't talk much. Compared to Lu Yafu's stubborn personality, she is a little easier to get along with. In Chu Tian's view, any hero, military general, or civil servant has his or her own role, and it depends on how the Lord uses them. From now on, let Lu Yafu temporarily command the infantry in Xia Town and not let him participate in any political affairs, lest he cause trouble for himself. In addition to the policy of separating military and peasants, Chu Tian deliberately implemented separating military and political affairs, and military generals could not serve as ministers of the interior. The generals only have to march and fight, leaving the logistics to the civil servants. Greetings, my lord. After Lu Yafu was recruited, he took the initiative to salute Chu Tian. This stranger would become his lord from now on. I will ask someone to vacate a wooden house near the 3rd level school grounds, and you will live there first. Xia Town is recruiting a large number of elite light infantry, and it is expected that it will have 600 elite light infantry by December. Training of infantry, I'll leave it to you. Chu Tian briefly introduced the situation, and then appointed Lu Yafu as the infantry commander of Xia Town. It is easy for a big Han chariot general to train 600 infantrymen. Recruiting Lu Yafu was something out of Chu Tian's plan. With Lu Yafu as an infantry general, he would of course incorporate Lu Yafu into the formation to participate in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Even Chu Tian found it interesting when the commander-in-chief of the Western Han Dynasty defeated the Yellow Turban Army in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Just level 40 Lu Yafu, with 87 points of command, may have surpassed all the heroes in the Yellow Turban camp. Lu Yafu's disadvantage is that he is not very powerful, and Xia Zhen can give him very few troops to command. We don't need to rush to the front. The main force of the Han court is supporting us at the front, so it's not a big problem. Chu Tian is waiting for the arrival of December, while developing his territory and attacking third-level towns. Hua Mulan's light cavalry were still outside sweeping nearby villages. The other villages around our village have either been occupied or destroyed. If you continue to stay here, you are courting death. The lord of a third-level village led several players to search the warehouses in the village, looted his own village, and fled to the neutral Lengia city overnight. The small lords near Xia Town and Lingyan Town were frightened by Hua Mulan's cavalry. They had no living space and were unable to resist the cavalry, so they had no choice but to escape. Yulai Village is the third vassal village of Xia Town, after Hua Mulan moved a large number of people to this third-level village. Yulai Village was officially upgraded to a first-level town. After Yulai Village was upgraded to a first-level town, there were 4 more vassal villages. The surrounding small lords were cleared, and Xia Zhen now controlled the territory of 2 towns and 10 villages. 2 of the villages were under the direct jurisdiction of Xia Zhen. Chu Tian became the great lord of Kaiyang County in Lengia Kingdom. When Hua Mulan returned to Xia Town after leading the cavalry to completely pacify the surrounding villages, Chu Tian specially set up a celebration banquet for her and invited the officials and big businessmen in the town to attend the meeting to boost morale and inspire the people. The population directly or indirectly controlled by Xia Town has reached 5,000 households and more than 20,000 people. As a big lord, if you want to conquer some small lords, just send a general and a small army. General Hua Mulan's hard work and meritorious service are rewarded with an additional 5 taels of salary every month and 30 acres of fertile land. Chu Tian knew that he had to reward his merits and punish his mistakes in order to win people's hearts. Hua Mulan shook her head. I don't have the energy to take care of 30 acres of fields. Then add another 5 taels of salary. Chu Tian couldn't afford more silver at this time, so increasing his salary was just a way to express trust. The salary Hua Mulan currently receives is 50 taels of silver per month, plus another 10 taels of silver, for a total of 15 taels of silver, which is equivalent to the salary of 15 first-order infantrymen. It is actually very cost-effective to use 15 taels of silver to worship a king-level general. If possible, other lords would like to use 15 taels of gold to poach Hua Mulan. In particular, the role of special heroes in lords is greater than in reality, because Hua Mulan has been working for Xia Zhen during this period. Her loyalty has become 90, and her favorability towards Chu Tian has been 65. Except for Lu Yafu, who was relatively calm. The other generals in Xia Town had fanaticism in their eyes. After all, it is the dream of every military commander who fights on the battlefield to make great achievements and become a lord. Chu Tian toasted to Hua Mulan. I hope to keep up the good work. Hua Mulan's eyes were powerful. Wherever the sword points, Mulan will definitely regard death as home. Before Chu Tian could say anything, the announcement from Donghan District suddenly sounded. Ding! Attention all players in the Eastern Han District. The first epic battle, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, will officially begin in 7 days. All players participating in the epic battle are requested to register and choose their camp and battlefield. Player, please choose your camp. Join the Han Court camp and help the Han Dynasty. Or join the Yellow Turban Army camp. Are you willing to join the princes and generals? Chapter 55, Choosing a Camp. Of course, it is the Guangfu Han room. Chu Tian still had a good impression of the big man, and at least wanted to help the big man survive. Although Chu Tian sometimes wants to experience the fun of being a peasant rebel, all players only have one chance, so they must choose carefully. The Han Dynasty was not over yet. The Han army that was attacking the Yellow Turban Army included the 3 heroes of the late Han Dynasty, Wang Fusong, Xu Jun, and Lu Ji, as well as heroes such as Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian, who had not yet risen to participate in this battle. This is also second, mainly because the Han court is orthodox. If the military exploits obtained through this battle are exchanged for an official position, In the future, one can legitimately conquer cities and territories and win over the local aristocratic families in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Jian, and other princes once stood in the camp of the Han court and gained fame with the help of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. After Chu Tian chose the Han camp, he faced a second choice. Players are invited to choose a battlefield. This epic battle is divided into 3 major battlefields. The first battlefield is the Julu County battlefield. Lu Ji, the general of Bei Zhongwan of the Han army, attacks Guangzong city, which is guarded by Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban army. Lu Ji's student Liu Bei led Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to participate in the battle. The second battlefield is the Yingchuan County battlefield. Huang Fusong, the general of the Han armies with Zhongwang, is guarding Changxi city. The Yellow Turban army general Bo Kai's army is besieging the city. Cao Cao, the cavalry commander, was ordered to come to support. The third battlefield is the battlefield of Nanyang County. Zhu Jun, the right middle man of the Han army, attacks Wancheng, which is defended by the Yellow Turban General Zhao Hong. Sima Sun Jian of the auxiliary army joins the battle. Chu Tian hesitated briefly. The timeline in Lord is quite different from history. Because of the intervention of the player Lord, the situation is more complicated. Historically, the 3 battlefields did not take place at the same time. But in Lord, the Han Dynasty court in this world mobilized the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the 3 Rivers Cavalry, and 3 famous generals to attack the Yellow Turban army at the same time. Each Lord and free player can choose to participate in any battlefield at any camp, with a total of 6 combinations. The outcome of the battle will even affect the future of the Eastern Han Dynasty court, various princes, and the Yellow Turban army. For players in the Guangfu Han room, the most difficult battlefield should be the Julu County battlefield. Julu County is the base of the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang. They have the most elite Yellow Turban army under their command. Of the 3 generals sent by the Han court, Huang Fusong had the strongest military ability, but he was on the second battlefield. However, Lu Ji is also very capable, and the fledgling brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang are active on the Julu County battlefield and should be able to withstand the pressure brought by the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao. For players who choose the Yellow Turban army camp, every battlefield is difficult. They have to face the last elite of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the 3 heroes of the late Han Dynasty, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian. Wealth can be found in danger, and players who join the Yellow Turban army camp will probably want to get rewards from the Yellow Turban army camp. If most people choose to support the Han Dynasty, then the competition among the Han court camps will be very fierce. There are 2 rankings, the ranking of the Han Dynasty and the ranking of the Yellow Turban army. The one with fewer people is more likely to be on the list. In addition, rewards are calculated separately for lords and free players. The lord player's military exploits come from himself and all his subordinates, while the free player's military exploits only come from himself. I choose Julu County battlefield. Chu Tian struggled for a while, but chose to go to the most dangerous battlefield in Julu County and directly face Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban army. By the way, he could see how terrifying the 3 brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang were in the Lord. The initial levels of the local generals in the Eastern Han Dynasty are very high, and Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei are likely to be close to their peak attributes. Although Chu Tian still wanted to meet Boss Chao, the traitor in troubled times, and Sun Jian, the fierce tiger from Jiangdong, he could only choose one battlefield. He would have the opportunity to meet Cao Cao and Sun Jian again in the future. After Chu Tian made his decision, he breathed a long sigh of relief. As a lord, every choice matters. Sun Quan could choose to resist or surrender during the Battle of Chibi. Zhuge Liang's northern expedition to the Central Plains could lead his troops out of Xia Valley, or he could risk going to Ziwu Valley. But once you make a choice, you have to go all out. I wonder what camp the other lords chose, and what battlefields they joined. Chu Tian thought that there might be thousands of lords participating in the battle, and each lord could lead his own troops to participate in the battle. He was afraid that it would not become a big melee. Both the Han army and the Yellow Turban army are more numerous than in history, because the area of Lord has expanded 10 times, and the population has also increased because the player Lord has established a large number of villages. So there are more armies that can be fed. Lord, are you okay? H Mulan was holding the porcelain cup. The porcelain cup stopped in midair. She noticed that Chu Tian was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but wonder, She couldn't hear system announcements. I'm fine. From today on, whether infantry, archers or cavalry, they have to train harder. There will be a big battle soon. Chu Tian looked at H Mulan, Lu Yafu, and Lu Sandao who were present. These generals were all useful. The soldiers going out have also been decided. 100 light cavalry, 200 Shuzhou archers, and 500 elite light infantry. A total of 800 people. Whenever you are marching and fighting, you must have military flags and general flags. Please ask your lord to have flags produced so that you can advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Lu Yafu bluntly pointed out the shortcomings of Xiaozhen's army. Military flag? General flag? Chu Tian really didn't pay attention to the flag before. The main reason is that his previous troops were too few. Village battles involving dozens or hundreds of people basically do not require effective command. As long as the general's force is high enough, and he leads these soldiers to attack, he can easily win. Chu Tian also did this in the past, letting H Mulan lead an army to sweep through the surrounding small villages. But now, he was a lord with 5,000 households and thousands of professional soldiers. Today is different from the past. The army in Xia Town must obey orders and prohibitions. Military flags and general flags can boost morale and command soldiers from afar. Losing military flags and general flags on the battlefield will also seriously affect morale. When a soldier sees a military flag and has it knocked down, he may think that the general has been killed by an arrow. I will make the claw shop produce flags. The patterns of military flags and general flags are also very simple. The military flag of Xiaozhen is a small seal script with the character Xia. The general flags use the surname of each general. H Mulan's general flag is the character Hua in Xiaozhen script. Lu Yafu's general flag is the character Zhou in Xiaozhen script. Lu Sandao's general flag is the character Lu in Xiaozhen script. Different flags also have different colors. Chu Tian did not dare to use the dragon totem as the military flag of Xia Town. Otherwise, he would probably be regarded as treason by the Han court when he went to the Jiulu battlefield. The dragon totem is the symbol of the emperor and the princes. This time, in addition to H Mulan, Lu Yafu, and Lu Sandao, Chu Tian also brought 3 silver-level heroes, Gongsun Wu, Zhang Ding, and Shen Feng. These 3 silver-level heroes are the silver-level heroes that Xia Town conquered Lingyan Town and captured from nearby villages. They served as infantry, archers, and cavalry lieutenants respectively. The existence of deputy generals is, firstly, to share the burden of the general. Secondly, to serve as a vanguard. And thirdly, to prevent the group from being leaderless when something happens to the general. Chapter 56, Meeting at the Wind and Cloud. My lord, you must be careful on this trip. And I also ask all generals to protect my lord. At the gate of Xia Town, Li Kui led a group of townspeople to see off Chu Tian, H Mulan, and Lu Yafu. In the Battle of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, logistics was under the control of the Han court, and Xiaozhen did not have to provide food on its own. Therefore, Li Kui did not need to accompany the army to manage logistics and stayed in the safety of Xiaozhen. During the epic battle, the Eastern Han Dynasty court issued a decree to cease war in the world, and no war could begin between the various lords. A lord who forces a war will be hostile to all the princes and lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian has prepared architectural drawings and development plans in advance, and Li Kui only needs to develop the town according to the plan. The ideal situation is that when Chu Tian comes back, Xia Town will soon be upgraded to a 3rd-level town. The Eastern Han Dynasty covers an area of tens of millions of square kilometers, and Chu Tian chose the Guangzong battlefield in Jiulu County. Jiulu County is in Jizhou. That is, in the Hebei area. We walked from Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou to Jiulu County in Jizhou. It is estimated that the war would have been over by the time we reached Guangzong County. Not to mention some lords in more remote areas, especially those in Jiaozhou and the Western Region Protectorate. When they come over, let alone the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the crusade against Dongzhuo will probably begin. Based on this situation, lords and free players participating in the war can use the teleportation array to teleport to the battlefield through nearby large cities. The existence of teleportation array can save distance. In Lord, the existence of teleportation arrays between counties and cities is also necessary. Otherwise a lord may not be able to unify the entire Eastern Han Dynasty in his lifetime, and will always be on the road. Tens of millions of square kilometers of land would be impossible to cover in a lifetime. Of course, there is a price to pay for opening the teleportation array, and it cannot be used without restrictions. Chu Tian led 800 people to the nearest Langya city. Langya city is a large city, and is also a county town of Langya Kingdom. It is also called Kaiyang City, and has a teleportation array. H Mulan agreed. Please rest assured, Mr. Li, we will protect our lord. Lu Yafu also said. Definitely. The 5-level loyalty temple in Xia Town is still under construction. And Chu Tian is a little worried about the development of Xia Town. However, in order to obtain the reward of the first epic battle, Chu Tian can only choose to take risks. The early advantage is very important. And the rewards of epic battles are the most generous among various activities. The Battle of Okayama in the Japanese district. The Spartacus Uprising in the Holy See district. And the battle for the unification of 3 Koreas in the Goryeo district. Each civilization zone starts its first epic battle. The lords who are famous on the epic battle list are likely to become the great lords of their own civilization area, and will represent their civilization area in the future. So every lord tried his best to get an early advantage for themselves. Xiaojun, please sir. Before Chu Tian went into battle, he safely handed over Xiaojun to Li Kui. With Li Kui in charge of Xia Town, Chu Tian felt more at ease. Remember? Come back alive. Xiao Liang, who serves as City Chow, also came to bid farewell to Chu Tian. She is now a special talent in internal affairs, and has no chance to go to the battlefield. If any players come to cause trouble during this period, I need your help to settle the matter. Chu Tian has no doubts about Li Kui's ability. But when dealing with players, Chu Tian still uses Xiao Liang, who is more familiar with the way players deal with things, which Li Kui cannot compare with. Xiao Liang nodded. Don't worry. After all, I was the village chief not long ago. If I die in this battle, then you will inherit Xia Town. Chu Tian designated fellow player Xiao Liang as his successor. Chu Tian prepared for the worst. If he died in battle, there would be no lord in Xia Town. He really didn't want the Xia Town that he finally built to become a ruin. Li Kui was a civil servant, and was not suitable to be a lord. And there was no other candidate. Don't say that. You can definitely come back alive. Chu Tian didn't know yet. But his casual words made Xiao Liang's loyalty rise. There is no such thing as loyalty among players. But everyone has the thought of dying for their confidant to some extent. This is also a way to win over people's hearts. Set off! Chu Tian embarked on the journey with 800 soldiers. The military flags of Xiaojun and the flags of H Mulan, Lu Yafu and Lu Sanda were waved, and they marched along the Yi River towards Langya City in the north. In Xiangping County, Liaodong County, Yuo, a small group of Yuo cavalry marched quickly towards Xiangping City. This Yuo cavalry was a third-order cavalry with only 50 people. The remaining cavalry were first-order light cavalry. Although the number of Yuo cavalry is small, one can imagine what the third-level cavalry means in the early stage. Jiujiu Laoqin, I chose the battlefield in Julu County this time. Which battlefield did you choose? Let's see who comes first this time. You or me? A soldier at the border gate in the late Ming dynasty had a high fighting spirit in his eyes. And beside him was Zhu Dasho, a military general from the Ming dynasty. In the Guangzong plain, a heavy infantry squad marched towards the county town. This heavy infantry team is well armored and armed with 4.5-meter long war spears, which is far superior to the light infantry wearing cloth and leather armor. The Lord Jiujiu Laoqin, who attracted the attention of the Eastern Han district, was the leader of this heavy infantry squad. He competed with the small soldiers at the border in the late Ming dynasty for the first and second place in the Eastern Han district. This matter had already spread among other lords. The first place in Donghan district wavered between them. Jiujiang Laoqin was the lord of the first village in the Eastern Han district. And a small soldier at the border gate in the late Ming dynasty was the lord of the first town in the Eastern Han district. This has to do with their geographical location. At this time, the Guangzong area had fertile plains and a large population. Yuzhou had many cavalry and was expanding rapidly. Each has its own advantages. On this trip to the battlefield in Yingchuan County, we will soon meet the hero Cao Cao. Cao Cao should not have many generals yet, but he is still a passionate young man. Maybe he can make friends with him. Jiujiang Laoqin was full of confidence in this battle. Most of the lords here in Lujiang County chose the third battlefield, the Nanyang County battlefield. The reason is also very simple. Jiangdong Tiger's son Jian will participate in the Nanyang County battlefield. Most of the lords in the Jiangdong area wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make friends with the Sun family. In the Hanzhong Basin, a lord looked down at the peasant army in the mountains below the city and said to himself, "The fewer people who join the Yellow Turban camp, the better. In this way, I will have the opportunity to become the first in the Yellow Turban Army rankings. I joined the 5-meter Taoism and gained the characteristics are more consistent with the rewards of the Yellow Turban Army camp. More than 3,000 peasant troops headed to Nanjing County under his leadership. The lords from Jingzhou, Yizhou, Jiaozhou, Bingzhou, Liangzhou, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, and the Western Region Protectorate gathered in their respective counties, like moths flying to the flame, preparing to go to Jiulu County, Yingchuan County, and Nanyang County through the teleportation array. 3 battlefields. Although the epic battle is full of dangers, people and wealth will die for food, and many great lords are willing to take risks. Some lords and players even chose the Yellow Turban camp out of competition for rankings. It is not necessarily dangerous to choose the Yellow Turban Army camp. As long as they last for a month, they can get rewards when the battle is over. When Chu Tian led 800 people to Langia City, Langia City was already crowded. The lords and free players of Langia Kingdom could only teleport through Langia City. In neutral cities, lords and free players do not dare to cause trouble, so it is relatively safe. The lords and free players who came to Langia City couldn't help but commotion when they saw Chu Tian leading 800 soldiers. The great lords, who usually hide in Langia Kingdom, came out in full force this time. Chapter 57 Jiulu County Battlefield. At least hundreds of lords belonging to the Langia Kingdom gathered in Langia City, as well as dozens of free players from the guild. There are more than 100,000 players in Langia Kingdom, but not all players dare to participate in the dangerous epic battle. If you are not careful, you may die. No one is allowed to make any noise, and those who disobey the order will be killed. The defenders of Langia City were maintaining order. As the power of player lords expands, and the level of free players increases, the threat to NPC power increases day by day. If it weren't for the fact that the NPC forces had no desire to expand at this time, the various lords would have been facing extinction. Chu Tian's 800 sergeants are extremely conspicuous among all the player lords, especially the 100 cavalry in Xia Town. Almost no other lord in Langia Kingdom has such a large number of cavalry. 100 war horses cost at least 200 gold, in addition to 100 light cavalry. Xiaozhen also has 200 third-level Shuzhou archers and 500 elite infantry. These soldiers were equipped with equipment seized from various villages and towns, as well as weapons, leather armor, leather shields, and wooden shields produced by Xia Town using iron ore, leather, and wood. The leader was a burly cavalryman holding Xia Town's military flag. When the other lords saw Xia Town's mighty army, they subconsciously ducked to both sides. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. The lineup of generals in Xia Town is even more impressive, with 2 king level, 1 gold level, and 3 silver level generals. After Chu Tian came to Langia City, he bought a silver level inferior war horse for each of them. Brother Tanita, you are indeed here to participate in this epic battle. This is our guild master Shuiyu. A coalition of lords and free players saw Chu Tian, and one of the men took the initiative to greet Chu Tian. This group of people are members of the Wolf Guild. Chu Tian usually didn't care much about the affairs of the guild, and the other lords of the guild were not within his sphere of influence. However, the Wolf Guild still seems to be a large guild. It can now gather dozens of lords and thousands of troops. Shuiyu, the president of the Wolf Guild, is a female player with short hair. She wears iron armor and carries a giant sword. She seems to be a military commander type lord. She looked at the member in front of her curiously. The total prosperity of the Chu Tian territory ranked in the top 20 in the Eastern Han district. The power of one person was almost equivalent to that of a medium-sized guild. Chu Tian is very low-key and almost only operates in his own territory. So Shuiyu, as the president, has never seen Chu Tian before. Which battlefield did you choose? Jiulu County Battlefield. The lords of our guild also choose the Jiulu County Battlefield. The teleportation array will randomly arrange the birth location. If the lords of our guild are assigned to a nearby military camp, I hope there will be care. Shuiyu flipped up her bangs. As the guild president, she didn't ask Chu Tian to do anything. It was just normal cooperation between guild lords. Must. Chu Tian knew that the lords of the guild had chosen the Han court camp, and they were allies in this battle. There are 13 states and hundreds of counties in the world, and each county has a large number of guilds. It is better to have someone to take care of you than to have enemies all over the world. Unless you are a lunatic, you will completely offend all NPC forces and player guilds, making yourself difficult to move forward. How many people did you bring? My Shuiyu town sent 500 soldiers. Shuiyu, the president of the Wolf Guild, noticed H Mulan, Lu Yafu, Lu Sandao and other elites behind Chu Tian, and couldn't help but wonder how many people Xiaojin sent. 800. 800? It's unbelievable. My town doesn't dare to raise so many soldiers. Otherwise it will go bankrupt, Shuiyu exclaimed slightly. In any case, it can support 800 professional soldiers in half a year. This speed of development has been beyond the reach of many lords. The lords of other wolf guilds brought even fewer troops. A lord with 200 to 300 professional soldiers is considered a big lord in Langya Kingdom, while a small lord may only have dozens or 100 professional soldiers. There are many guilds participating in the battle this time. They may choose to join the Yellow Turban army camp. I don't know how many people will die this time. The lords of the Wolf Guild were somewhat uneasy. All lords and free players participating in the epic battle will be teleported to random barracks. So it is difficult for various lords to join forces unless 2 lords happen to respawn in the same place. After the number of lords gathered in Langya City increased, the teleportation array in Langya City was opened. Zong Ba, the captain of Langya Kingdom, personally led his troops to maintain order. Each lord led his troops into the teleportation array and teleported to the battlefield of their choice. It would be great if we were born close to each other. The 2 towns combined have 1,300 soldiers. But the possibility is very small. After all, there are players from hundreds of counties participating in the war. And at least tens of thousands of lords choose the Jiulu battlefield. Shuiyu said this to Chu Tian before leading her Shuiyu town army into the teleportation array. Their town is considered a big town in Langya Kingdom, and together they can compete with thousands of Yellow Turban troops. Next, it was Chu Tian's turn for 800 soldiers to enter the teleportation array. This was the first time Chu Tian used the teleportation array in the county. The scene in front of Chu Tian changed from Langya City to a plain, surrounded by vastness. In front of Chu Tian was a huge wooden village with a wooden wall 4 meters high. To be precise, this is a huge Han army camp, with defensive facilities such as Juma, Deer Village, trenches, wooden fences, and hundreds of wooden arrow towers. On the arrow towers are the last elites of the Han Empire. Name, Archer of Shisheng Camp. Level 70. Description, is it true that the powerful empire of the past can never go back? Where should I go? Chu Tian was slightly surprised. Sheshenjing was one of the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the last elite that the Han Empire could control. It was with this elite that the Han Empire was able to suppress the Yellow Turban uprising. However, with the loss of elites in the Han Empire and the rise of princes from various aristocratic families, the Han Empire was eventually unable to control the situation. If a level 70 archer were shot by him with an arrow from the arrow tower, he would probably die on the spot. The archers of the Shisheng battalion guarded the wooden arrow tower. The Yellow Turban army may have to pay a huge price if they want to conquer this wooden village. In addition to Chu Tian, other lords were teleported to this wooden village one after another, due to the large number of players participating in the decisive battle related to the fate of the country. The Han army and the Yellow Turban army on the Jiulu County battlefield set up a large number of wooden villages, forming a confrontation between the 2 armies. The center of the battlefield is Guangzong County. Guarding Guangzong County is Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban army. There are at least hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban troops in Guangzong City. Chu Tian didn't see Shuiyu and Xiao Peng from the Wolf Guild. After all, there were hundreds of players from various counties participating in the battle, and their birth locations were random. They didn't know which barracks they were assigned to. A Han army leader, supported by dozens of soldiers, came over and summoned all the lords and players born in this wooden village. These Han soldiers were wearing expensive armor, which made Chu Tian jealous. With Xiaojin's current strength, he couldn't build many pieces of armor. The leader of the Han army had a square face and a voice like thunder. I am Sima Zhang Tai of the Han army. There are a total of 120 righteous leaders in this camp and 18,000 rebels. The Yellow Turban army is causing trouble in the world and wants to shake the foundation of the country. I will serve the country, shrouded in horse leather. Now I will explain to you the rules for obtaining military merit in this crusade against the Yellow Turbans. Chapter 58 Lords from other states and counties. First, the more Yellow Turbans you kill, the higher your rank will be, and the more military honors you will receive. Secondly, if you obey military orders, you can get military merits. If you disobey military orders, your military merits will be reduced. Third, if the Imperial Court wins a great victory, everyone who is loyal to the Imperial Court will be rewarded with military merit based on their overall performance. Military merit can be exchanged for official positions, weapons, food and grass, and skill books. Military Commander Ma Zhongtai briefly introduced the rules of military merit, concisely and without any nonsense. After a brief introduction, the Han army assigned camps to various lords and free players. There are a total of 120 lords and 1,751 free players in this Han army camp. These lords brought with them 18,000 professional soldiers or country warriors. Chu Tian thought that when he came to the Julu County battlefield, he could see celebrities from the late Eastern Han dynasty. Beizhonglang General Lu Ji and the three brothers Lu Guan and Zhang were all active on this battlefield. But the military commander who defended this military camp, Zhang Tai, was obviously just an ordinary middle-level officer of the Han army, not a historical hero. There are many wooden villages like this one. The main camp of the Han army is outside Guangzong County, 15 kilometers away from Chu Tian's camp. The Eastern Han Dynasty area in Lord is very vast, and Guangzong County in Jizhou is 10 times larger in reality. So the battlefield is also very large. The military camps of the Han army and the Yellow Turban army stretched for dozens of kilometers. There are still 2 days until the first epic battle of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, officially begins. During the battle, Chu Tian did not have to worry about food for his 800 soldiers. All meals were provided by the Han army. However, the food provided by the imperial court was not really good. Basically coarse grains. The food provided to the soldiers by Xia Town was even better than this. Sometimes Chu Tian would buy pork from the pig farm in Xia Town to reward the soldiers. Therefore, although the number of soldiers in Xia Town is not particularly large, their morale is very high. Let's just make do with it. Chu Tian sat on the ground with H Mulan, Lu Yafu, Lu Sandao, Gongsun Wu, Zhang Ding, Chen Feng and many Xia Town soldiers. He was secretly observing the other lords. These lords may come from other states and counties in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and small lords only have dozens of soldiers. Chu Tian noticed a lord, and the soldiers he led seemed to look a little different. That was the lord from the Western Region Protectorate. There was also a lord from Yuzhou who had more than 200 light cavalry under his command, which attracted the attention of many lords. The lords of Yuzhou spent less money developing cavalry than the lords of Guang'an, which made the lords of Guang'an envious. In addition to Chu Tian, who has the largest number of troops, the next two lords are Yuo and the Western Region Protectorate. They are the most conspicuous among the 120 lords. The lord from the Protectorate of the Western Regions is named Huan. He has about 400 troops and is considered a relatively powerful lord. The lord from Yuzhou is named Prince Yan, and he should be quite a lord in Yuzhou. Chu Tian met lords from other states and counties for the first time. Lords in different regions have different development directions. Most of the lords in Yuzhou focus on developing cavalry, and the lords of the Western Region Protectorate may recruit servant armies from the 36 countries in the Western region. Don't underestimate other lords. Chu Tian knew that there was heaven and earth, and there were people outside the world, especially in the Eastern Han Dynasty, where competition was fiercest. There were a large number of player lords, and many of these lords were capable of making good decisions, and even heroes would be born. No lord should be underestimated. Lu Yafu was observing the number of Han troops in this military camp. There are 5,000 Han troops in this camp. Lu Yafu quickly provided Chu Tian with rough data. In other words, there are 5,000 Han troops, 18,000 rebels, and 1,700 strangers in the entire military camp. The total number is almost 25,000. Chu Tian discovered that the battle between the Han army and the Yellow Turban army was huge. There were 25,000 people in this barracks alone. There is a difference between the Han army and the Yellow Turban army. The Han army is small in number, but they are all elite, with a high average level. There are many high-level units such as the Northern Army's 5th School and Sana Cavalry. The Yellow Turban army is numerous in number, but its level is not high and its elites are few. Brother, which state or county are you the lord of? Huan, the lord from the Western Region Protectorate, took the initiative to talk to Chu Tian. Other lords, and even free players in the barracks couldn't help but look at the low-key Chu Tian. Chu Tian has the largest number of troops among these lords, so he should be very high-profile. But Chu Tian has been silent. All lords and free players want to know the origin of this lord. Xuzhou Langya country. I just want to farm well. Chu Tian didn't mind spreading his reputation and getting to know other lords. No one knows whether some of the lords I have met now will become allies in the future. Liu Bei and Sun Quan never imagined that they would form an alliance to deal with Cao Cao. His territorial ranking has been in the top 100 in the Eastern Han District in the past month or two. Almost all the lords in the Eastern Han District have the impression that there is a big lord in Xuzhou who, "I just want to farm well." Sure enough, after Chu Tian answered, some players immediately looked through the rankings. When they saw, "I just want to farm well," on the rankings, they showed expressions of disbelief. Even Huan, the lord of the Western Region Protectorate, who took the initiative to ask Chu Tian's name, was shocked. "I just want to farm well." And the total prosperity of the territory ranks 10th in Donghan District. Huan clicked his tongue and said, "My dear, I actually saw the top 10 lords of our Eastern Han dynasty in this Han army barracks. It's such an honor. There are 2 major camps and 3 major battlefields. Each battlefield has a large number of barracks. No one knows which barracks the top 10 lords are assigned to. This barracks now contains Chu Tian, the 10th lord in the Eastern Han dynasty. No wonder he has so many soldiers and horses. Infantry, archers, cavalry, everything. The 10th lord in the Eastern Han District. I really don't know how he developed. My territory has finally been upgraded to a first-class town, and it is already ranked outside the 1,000th place in the Eastern Han District. It's not bad that you are ranked in the top 3,000, but I am outside the 10,000. I am participating in the war purely to meet Lu Guangzong, Lu Ji or Zhang Jiao. I feel that with our little strength, we have no chance to meet Lu Guangzong." These lords became active because they learned that Chu Tian was the 10th lord in the Eastern Han District, and the atmosphere in the barracks was pretty good. Huan, the lord of the Western Region Protectorate, took the initiative to apply as a friend, and Chu Tian was happy to meet the lord from the Western Region Protectorate. The Western Region Protectorate guards the borders of the Eastern Han Dynasty, which has a small population and less fertile land than the Central Plains. The lords who chose to establish villages in the Western Region Protectorate had more or less the idea of guarding the borders. In addition, the Western Region Protectorate is where the Eastern Han Dynasty borders other civilized areas and NPC forces. If you get to know a lord of the Western Region Protectorate, you can learn about the changes in the Western Region Protectorate in time and prevent other civilized areas from invading the Eastern Han Dynasty from the west. Not even an inch of territory in the Eastern Han District can be given away. Chapter 59 Yellow Turban Hero Zhang Liang. This is a unit that can only be recruited in the Protectorate of the Western regions. The Duan Cavalry. Does the Kingdom of Duan know about it? There are excellent blood horses there. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty wanted to obtain the blood horses of the Duan Kingdom and open up silk on the way. I once ordered General Li Guang to lead tens of thousands of troops to attack the Duan Kingdom, which cost a lot of money. Huan brought several Duan cavalry to the camp in Xia Town and had a drink with Chu Tian. The distance between the Western Region Protectorate and Xuzhou is almost the entire Eastern Han Dynasty. There is basically no conflict of interest between the two, but they can speak freely. Huan has 400 soldiers from the Western Region Protectorate, including 20 Duan cavalry. The Duan cavalry is a 3rd-level cavalry, and Huan proudly gave the attributes of the Duan cavalry to Chu Tian. Arm, Duan light cavalry. Level, 3rd-level cavalry. Attack power, 14, defense power 5, speed 22. Skills, intermediate reconnaissance, intermediate mounted shooting, low-level galloping. Characteristics, string controller, D-level trait. Mounted shooting damage slightly increased. Chu Tian saw the cavalry of the Western Region Protectorate for the first time. The army of the Western Region Protectorate consists of the Han army from the Han Dynasty, and the servant armies of the 36 countries in the Western regions. So it is not surprising that Huan's army has Duan light cavalry. Is it possible to buy sweat-blooded horses in the Western Region Protectorate? What impressed Chu Tian the most about the Western Region's Protectorate was the sweat-blooded horses of the Duan Kingdom. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty even launched a war against the Duan Kingdom because of the sweat-blooded horses. If there is a cavalry equipped with sweaty horses. Yes, but sweat-blooded horses are worth tens of thousands of gold. When Li Guangli conquered Duan City, he only got dozens of good horses, which shows how rare sweat-blooded horses are. Never mind. When Chu Tian heard about the sweat-blooded horse worth 10,000 gold, he suddenly became bored. 10,000 taels of gold could feed an army. It would be too extravagant to buy a BMW. Waiting for the last day of the battle, Chu Tian led the cavalry to explore the terrain nearby. Opposite the Han army's barracks, there are 2 yellow turbans wooden forts. There is a hillside in the middle. The hillside is occupied by a small group of yellow turbans. From a commanding position, it forms an angle with the 2 yellow turbans wooden forts. putting pressure on the Han army. The battlefield in Guangzong County is divided into several small battlefields. In different small battlefields, the Han army is either on the offensive or on the defensive. The battlefield is ever-changing, and shifts in offensive and defensive positions are common. Chu Tian brought Lu Yafu, who was good at leading troops in battles, to observe the terrain, and at the same time asked H Mulan to protect him. Sima Zhang Tai of the Han army issued a parchment map to each lord. Chu Tian and Lu Yafu could use the parchment map to correspond to the real terrain. Occupying the hillside can give you a better view. All the movements of the Han army camp are seen by the Yellow Turban army. If you want to cut off the Yellow Turban army's line of sight, you must eliminate the Yellow Turban army's scouts deployed on the hillside. If possible, seize the hillside as a use bait to set up an ambush to attract the main force of the Yellow Turban army to leave the camp. When the main force of the Yellow Turban army appears and ambushes are everywhere, the overall situation can be decided. Lu Yafu carefully compared the parchment map and expressed his thoughts. It's a pity that we are not in charge this time. But Army Commander Ma Zhang Tai, if Lu Yafu was the commander-in-chief of the Han army camp this time, it would be easy to defeat the Yellow Turban army on the opposite side. But Lu Yafu only had the 500 infantrymen of Xia Town in his hands. The average level of Xia Town's elite infantry is not high. Only level 30. Lord, we were discovered by the Yellow Turban army's rangers. It's time to return to camp. H Mulan noticed that there were dozens of black spots on the horizon, with rolling dust. They were the Yellow Turban cavalry wielding sabers. The Yellow Turban army in Guangzong County is the most powerful Yellow Turban army. It has rich combat experience with officers and soldiers and has a higher level. It is not comparable to the Yellow Turban army in Suzhou. The decisive battle between the Han army and the Yellow Turban army will only begin tomorrow. And there is no reward for killing the Yellow Turban army now. Chu Tian just personally brought a dozen cavalry out to investigate. There was no need to fight alone with the Yellow Turban army outside. In the Yellow Turban army barracks opposite, a group of lords, who had joined the Yellow Turban camp, were discussing how to deal with the Han army. The Han army is an elite division. It is much more difficult for the lords, who joined the Yellow Turban camp, to kill the officers and soldiers than it is to kill the Yellow Turban army. Of course, the rewards are more generous. Han officers and soldiers are warriors capable of hundreds of battles. Their levels range from level 50 to 70. If we kill one Han officer and soldier, we might have to sacrifice 3, or even 5 or 10 ordinary soldiers we brought with us. If we had known better, just join the Han court. The average level of the Yellow Turbans ranges from level 10 to 70. But low-level Yellow Turbans make up the majority. I have to be on the list this time. It is said that the Lord player ranked first in the Yellow Turban army camp can obtain one of Zhang Jiao's characteristics. And the free player ranked first can obtain some of Zhang Jiao's skills. Only through the epic battle can players have maybe reached the level of special heroes. Otherwise, we will never catch up with special heroes. Although there are few players in the Yellow Turban army camp, it is not that easy to become the first on the list. I heard that a lord from Hanzhong brought 3,000 soldiers to join the Yellow Turban army camp, and was valued by General Zhang Jiao, and even met him personally. He is likely to become the #1 leader in the Yellow Turban army camp. When hundreds of lords were discussing in private, a burly Yellow Turban general came to the barracks surrounded by a Yellow Turban general. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. The Yellow Turbans are extremely fanatical. They are the elite of the Yellow Turban army. The player lord couldn't help but stand up and looked at the arriving Yellow Turban general in awe. A Yellow Turban general, who is qualified to be guarded by a group of Yellow Turban commanders, is definitely not a mediocre person. The Yellow Turban chief is a 3rd-level soldier. And this Yellow Turban general has brought 3,000 Yellow Turban chiefs. The leading Yellow Turban general held a spear. This spear was engraved with dragon patterns and glowed with cold light. It looked like a magical weapon. The Yellow Turban general glanced at the player lords, who joined the Yellow Turban army camp. The officers and soldiers are strong. My lord, General Zhang Liang, will personally lead you to destroy the Han army camp on the left. General Zhang Liang. Hundreds of lords were shocked to learn the identity of the Yellow Turban general. If H Mulan and Lu Yafu are king-level heroes, then General Zhang Liang is a diamond-level special hero that is second to the king-level heroes. One of the lords tried to check Zhang Liang's attributes, but could only see Zhang Liang's level. A level 80 general. He is indeed one of the bosses of the Yellow Turban rebellion. Maybe the Yellow Turban army will fail on the entire battlefield. But we can win on this battlefield. We just need to get as many military exploits as possible. The lords of the Yellow Turban camp couldn't help but be overjoyed. Zhang Liang personally led 3,000 Yellow Turban captains to come for support, coupled with the tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, lords, and free players already in the barracks. There may not be a chance to break through the Han army barracks opposite. Chapter 60 Yellow Turbans siege the city. Ding! The first epic battle of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, has officially begun and will last for 1 month. The fighting spirit of the Han army commander and the Yellow Turban army generals will gradually increase. Ding! Since the number of lords who choose the Yellow Turban camp is small, the attributes of all the lords of the Yellow Turban camp and their armies will be plus 15%. Chu Tian and other lords from the Han court camp got up early and immediately prepared their troops after hearing the system announcement. The battle between the Han court and the Yellow Turban army officially begins. In 1 month, the system will continue to strengthen the offensive desire of the Han army commander and the Yellow Turban generals until one side is defeated by the other side. The Han army's barracks were under martial law. There were a total of 120 lords in the barracks where Chu Tian was located, and they could not send out troops freely. This is a war, not an adventure. Any lord's unauthorized actions may trigger a decisive battle between the Han army and the Yellow Turban army. All the lords and free players had nervous expressions on their faces. For most people, this is the first time they have participated in a battle with tens of thousands of people, and they will die if they are not careful. Drive! A Han cavalryman rushed in from outside the barracks. The Yellow Turban army has left the camp. All the lords and free players in the military camp couldn't help but change their colors. The first epic battle had just begun when the Yellow Turban army launched an attack. Historically, the main battle to put down the Yellow Turban rebellion was fought from March to December. But in Lords, the progress is accelerated. If each epic battle took months and years, each lord wouldn't have to develop a territory. Zhang Tai, the military commander who defended the barracks, summoned his 10 military commanders, each of whom was responsible for 500 Han soldiers. The Han army on the battlefield in Guangzong County was very different from the soldiers brought by ordinary lords. Chu Tian had no doubt that under the premise of the same level of command, the 5,000 Han troops in this military camp could lift up and beat the 18,000 rebel troops of 120 lords. 5,000 Han troops were the main force of this military camp. The defense range of Mujai is relatively large. Our troops are stretched thin, and we need the help of the rebel leaders in the defense. Military Sima Zhang Tai quickly assigned tasks to all the lords. The outer perimeter of the wooden village is a 4-meter-high wooden wall with arrow towers. Player lords and free players assist in guarding the camp. Because Chu Tian brought more troops, Army Sima asked Xiaozhen to defend the 3 wooden arrow towers and the city wall between the 3 wooden arrow towers. Other lords also received their own tasks. This was Chu Tian's first time defending the city. In the southern part of Kaiyang County of Lenga Kingdom, Chu Tian's combat philosophy was to attack, and attack again, with little time to defend. There are not many forces around Xia Town who dare to take the initiative to provoke Xia Town. Lingyan Town, the only town that provoked Xiaozhen, had been annexed by Chu Tian and became a vassal. But on the battlefield in Guangzong County, the 800 soldiers in Xiaozhen could not dominate alone. The main forces in the real duel were the Han army and the Yellow Turban army. Chu Tian only needs to complete the tasks assigned by the Han army as much as possible. Kill the Yellow Turban army, and compete for the first place on the list. Chu Tian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the ranking list of the Han court camp. Unexpectedly, there were already lords on the ranking list. It was probably because he happened to encounter the Yellow Turban soldiers at the beginning of the battle. Lu Sandao. Arrange 4 archers in each wooden arrow tower. Chu Tian checked the attributes of the wooden arrow towers in the Han army camp. The 3 wooden arrow towers he wanted to guard were medium-sized wooden arrow towers, which were higher level than the small wooden arrow towers in Xia Town. Name, medium-sized wooden arrow tower, level 3 city defense fortification. Maximum durability, 150. Number of defenders that can be accommodated for people. Effect, the defender's vision increases. Attack power +1. Defense power +3. Lu Sandao was the archer general of Xia Town. After receiving Chu Tian's order, he immediately arranged for Shuzhou archers to defend on medium-sized wooden arrow towers. The city was guarded in shifts. Chu Tian divided the 800 soldiers into 4 groups, with 200 people in each group patrolling. while the rest of the soldiers trained or rested in the military camp. The Han Army military camp is equivalent to the training effect of a third-level school field. Lu Yafu carried a sword on his waist and personally led the infantry to patrol the wooden city wall. This is a rigid and strict guy. He is responsible for defending the city. He also has the S-level characteristic, ruling the army, and the A-level characteristic, defending. Basically, he can do it without leakage. There is a thick layer of mud around the wooden wall to protect it from fire attacks by the Yellow Turban Army. The cavalry scouts of the Han Army reported the news of the Yellow Turban Army leaving the camp in the morning. As a result, the Yellow Turban Army, which was 7 miles away, did not arrive outside the Han Army's camp until noon. The Yellow Turban Army is coming! The entire Han Army and rebel army in the military camp were alerted. Chu Tian led H Mulan, Gongsun Wu, Zhang Ding, and Shen Feng to the wooden wall and looked to the north. The Han Army is located on the south side of the battlefield, and the Yellow Turban Army is located on the north side of the battlefield. The yellow flag symbolizing the Yellow Turban Army was buzzing, and a large number of noisy Yellow Turban Army appeared, changing from a black line to a mass of blackness. This group of yellow scarf soldiers wore yellow scarves tied on their heads or shoulders. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. The Yellow Turban Army shouted uprising slogans, and their shouts shook the sky and echoed over the battlefield. There are almost no players in Donghan District who do not know this familiar slogan. The Yellow Turban Rebellion officially kicked off the troubled times in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian couldn't help but get excited when he heard the slogans that echoed throughout the city wall. The slogan of the Yellow Turban Army seems to have inexplicable magic power and makes people crazy. It's a pity that Chu Tian is now an officer and soldier. Otherwise, he would really have the urge to rise up. Lu Yafu and H Mulan were not affected by the slogans of the Yellow Turban Army. They were king-level heroes with far more perseverance than anyone else. Han Army Sima Zhang Tai and a group of middle and low-level officers of the Han Army were also unmoved. They have personally suppressed many peasant uprisings. How could they be easily influenced by the Yellow Turban Army? There are too many yellow turbans! A little lord found that his legs were shaking. They only brought a few dozen soldiers to the battle. At this time, they saw tens of thousands of Yellow Turban troops arriving, covering the mountains and plains, and they couldn't help but be frightened. Lord is no longer a simple game, and they don't dare to die easily. General H Mulan, your force is the highest here. We will defend the city later, and be sure to protect our lord. Lu Yafu made suggestions. The power of the cavalry in defending the city will be greatly reduced. As the cavalry commander, H Mulan's role is more a personal force. H Mulan nodded silently. H Mulan's level is now 45, and her military strength has risen to 89 points, which is equivalent to the peak state of a near first-class general during the Three Kingdoms period. A group of infantry and a group of archers were deployed on the city wall. The 3 wooden arrow towers that Chu Tian wanted to defend were tens of meters apart. The Yellow Turban Army actually took the initiative to attack. Could it be that there is a historical Yellow Turban hero on the opposite side commanding them? Chu Tian's scalp went numb when he saw tens of thousands of Yellow Turban troops appearing outside the Han Army camp. These are tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers. Even if they are tens of thousands of pigs, they will not be able to catch them all in 3 days and 3 nights. In the center of the Yellow Turban Army, a group of strong Yellow Turban soldiers surrounded the Rangung General Zhang Liang and came out of the battle. Third-level military unit. Long yellow scarf. Chu Tian immediately recognized Huang Jincheng. When he killed the Yellow Turban General Zhang Kai, he had killed several Yellow Turban chiefs and obtained blueprints of the elite Yellow Turban camp that could recruit Yellow Turban chiefs. It's just that Chu Tian didn't build an elite Yellow Turban camp. There may be 2,000 to 3,000 yellow scarves outside. Chu Tian couldn't help but suspect that there was a historical general from the Yellow Turban camp outside. Chapter 61 Beacon Fire. The Yellow Turban Army led by Zhang Liang arrived at the outskirts of the Han Army camp and formed a siege formation. The Yellow Turban Army had already prepared the ladders to climb the wooden city wall. The Yellow Turban Army outside the military camp plus the soldiers brought by the Yellow Turban camp lords totaled 50,000 people. Chu Tian roughly compared the strength of the two sides and found that the Han Army had 20,000 rebels, which had no advantage over the Yellow Turbans, and could offset the 20,000 Yellow Turbans. This means that 5,000 Han troops have to block the 30,000 extra Yellow Turban troops. Chu Tian found that he couldn't control his trembling body. And the same was true for other lords. Huan, Prince Yin and others. No lord has ever experienced a large-scale battle involving tens of thousands of people. The tension of the impending war is suffocating. Dry! Xu Tian cursed to himself to calm down a little. Sima Zhang Tai of the Han army led the Han army commanders and soldiers to the city. His expression was solemn. The Yellow Turban Army's individual combat effectiveness was far less than that of the Han army. But their numbers were overwhelming. And this was a fierce battle. Light the beacon! Following the order from the Han army Sima, the beacon tower of the barracks was lit with beacon fire. And the smoke was rising. This is a signal to warn and call for help. The Han military captains and army commanders from other nearby military camps all noticed the beacon fire in Zhang Tai's military camp. The news reached Lu Ji's desk in the main camp of the Han army. The Yellow Turban Army should be trapped. Taking the initiative to attack at this time is unusual. Xuanda, what do you think? Lu Ji put down his papers and looked at the students, who came to seek refuge under the tent. The man was 7 feet 5 inches tall, with his hands reaching his knees. If any player is in the main camp of the Han army, they will definitely be shocked by what Lu Ji calls this person. Besides Lu Xuanda in the Eastern Han dynasty, which Xuanda could appear in Lu Ji's military camp. At this time, Liu Bei was obviously not one of the princes, and his power was very small. But he is followed by 2 powerful generals with extremely high strength. One is 9 feet long and has a face like a jujube. The other is 8 feet long. He has a leopard head with eyes and a swallow's jaw and a tiger beard. Players in the early stage can only retreat when they encounter the 3 of them. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were recognized as enemies of 10,000 people at that time. In Lords, its image mainly refers to the romance, and partially refers to the romance of the 3 kingdoms for revision. After all, the romance of the 3 kingdoms is too deeply rooted in the hearts of players in the Eastern Han dynasty. And official history rarely describes the appearance of military commanders. Liu Bei coughed lightly. It's probably the Yellow Turban thieves in Guangzong County who are afraid of Sir's Majesty and want to use Guangzong County as a bait to delay our main force and break our flanks first. Most likely. But Zhang Jiao, the thief in Guangzong County, is quite good at sorcery and can incite people's hearts. So we must be on guard against him. Lu Ji fell into brief thought. Zhang Fei said impatiently, as long as we give our eldest brother an elite army, we can take Zhang Ju's head within 3 days. Third brother, don't be presumptuous. Xuanda, I will temporarily give you 500 cavalry. You can lead the Sanha cavalry to rescue the left wing and find out the true identity of the Yellow Turban thieves. Lu Ji finally enabled Liu Bei. A glint flashed in Liu Bei's eyes. As time went by, he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain military merit and rise to prominence. Liu Bei walked out of Lu Ji's military camp. A group of free players who had taken refuge with Liu Bei were already waiting outside. This group of strangers took the initiative to join him and claimed that he had the qualifications to be emperor. The sound of horns echoed over the battlefield, and the Yellow Turban Army carried out hundreds of light and simple flying ladders, preparing to storm the Han army camp. A group of Yellow Turban infantrymen armed with shields covered the archers approaching the city wall. The purpose of the Yellow Turban Army was to quickly break through the Han army camp. So the method they adopted was to suppress the defenders with archers, then set up simple flying ladders, hooked to the wooden wall, and the army entered the camp. Ladder trucks, catapults, and other relatively cumbersome siege equipment did not appear in this offensive and defensive battle. Obviously, General Zhang Liang's intelligence was not low, and he knew that he would have a chance to break through the Han army's camp only before other Han troops could react. Fire the arrow! Lu Sandao held a long bow and led the Shuzhou archers to stand at the front. There are 150 Shuzhou archers on the wooden wall. They are divided into 3 groups and take turns shooting arrows to ensure that they can continue to suppress the Yellow Turban Army below. The archers on the arrow tower and the wooden wall fired arrows at the same time. Dozens of arrows fell. Several Yellow Scar sword and shield players were shot and fell to the ground. Lu Sandao's force level now reached 56 points. He shot an arrow and penetrated a wooden shield. The wooden shield and the Yellow Turban soldier's arm were nailed together. The Yellow Turban soldier, who was shot through the arm, rolled in pain on the ground. Seeing the miserable condition of his companions, the surrounding Yellow Turban soldiers stopped their attack slightly. However, under the urging of the Yellow Turban supervisory team, the Yellow Turban soldiers continued to attack despite the rain of arrows. The elite archers of the Shisheng battalion of the Han army stood firm on the wooden arrow tower and easily shot the Yellow Turban soldiers. But even the most elite archers have physical limitations. And the Yellow Turban Army archers quickly got into position and began to fight back. The Yellow Turban Army was more numerous, and the densely packed Yellow Turban archers fired arrows to suppress the defenders at the top of the city. H Mulan held up a wooden shield covered with iron sheets to block the arrows of the Yellow Turban archers for Lord Chu Tian. With her current strength, which is close to 90%, it is difficult for ordinary arrows to hurt her unless she is exhausted. A Shuzhou archer was shot in the shoulder by an arrow from a Yellow Turban soldier and lost the ability to fight. 2 light infantrymen hurriedly carried their screaming companions into the military camp. Free players with a career path of medicine used medicinal herbs to rescue these injured soldiers. Xiaozhen also brought 2 doctors, one of whom was Elder Li's daughter Li Lan. Li Lan has now been promoted from a low-level doctor to a mid-level doctor, who can help soldiers stop bleeding and reduce their mortality. However, not all soldiers can be completely revived, especially those who have been hit in vital parts. Arterial bleeding and wound infection alone can lead to death. Cloud Echelon Team comes forward. Zhang Liang rode on a war horse and commanded the Cloud Echelons to attack the city. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand. Perhaps it was Zhang Liang's characteristics that had an effect. The Yellow Turban Army under his command became extremely fanatical, and their morale soared. Thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, as a Cloud Echelon team, carried simple ladders and erected the ladders under the cover of their own archers. Once the ladder hooks the wooden wall, a large number of Yellow Turban soldiers and Yellow Turban chiefs will immediately climb the city wall along the simple ladder, and the defenders will be in a bitter battle. Don't let the Yellow Turban Army's Cloud Echelon get close to the city wall. Lu Yafu was observing the Yellow Turban Army's offensive and asked Lu Sandao to lead the archers to fire arrows at the Yun Echelon under the city. General Zhou, the Yellow Turban Army's arrow rain is very dense. Lu Sandao led the archery troops to focus on shooting at the Yellow Turban Army's Cloud Echelons. The counter-suppression of the Yellow Turban archers under the city made Lu Sandao dare not raise his head at times. Several of the Yellow Turban soldiers carrying the ladder fell down, and the ladder hit the ground heavily. Zhou Yafu also holds a Han Bao. He is not a military general, but shooting the Yellow Turban soldiers is not a problem. A Yellow Turban soldier fell down in response to the string. Zhou Yafu took out another arrow from the quiver and shot the second Yellow Turban soldier. The number of the Yellow Turban Army was too great, and another Yellow Turban Army lifted the ladder that had fallen on the ground and put it into the siege sequence. Fire attack team! Attack! Zhang Liang waved his hand, and another elite Yellow Turban Army for siege came forward. The elite Yellow Turbans were archers who used linen cloth soaked in grease tied to the back of their arrows. This is the ancient version of rocket. Chapter 62 Hard Fight. At Zhang Liang's urging, the fanatical Yellow Turban archers fired rockets, and the arrows fell into the Han army's wooden villages. Some tents were on fire, with billowing black smoke rising. The battlefield was filled with arrows and black smoke, and many Han soldiers and rebels joined forces to put out the fire, while the defenders were in a hurry due to the fire attack. The Yellow Turban Army's ladder had already hooked the wooden wall of the Han Army's camp, and the fanatical Yellow Turban soldiers climbed up the ladder to attack the city. No! A lord from Jiaozhou was ordered to defend one of the wooden arrow towers. When the ferocious Yellow Turban soldiers led by the Yellow Turban chief attacked the city wall, the lord saw that his soldiers were hacked to death by the Yellow Turban chief, with blood splattered all over him, and he couldn't help but sit down on the ground. The cruelty of the epic battle was unacceptable to the lords who participated in the battle. The Yellow Turban Army, who was trapped in a battle between beasts, was very fierce when they counterattacked. The lords, who had never seen a big scene, were defeated in one blow. You lead the troops from all ministries to wipe out the Yellow Turban soldiers who boarded the city. Sima Zongtai of the Han army saw that some lords could not hold on, so he had to send 2 military commanders to lead soldiers to retake the city walls that these lords had lost. If more Yellow Turban soldiers are allowed to climb the city wall, the entire camp will fall. The section of the city wall that Chu Tian was responsible for defending had not yet fallen. The Shuzhou archers led by Lu Sandao tried their best to kill the Yellow Turban soldiers who attacked this section of the city wall. At least dozens of Yellow Turban soldiers fell under the attack of the Shuzhou archers. 2 simple ladders were set up on the city wall. Zhou Yafu led the infantry to burn the ladders with kerosene and linen cloth. The ladder was burning with black smoke, and the Yellow Turban soldiers, who had originally tried to climb the city wall, fell into despair. Without a ladder, they would not be able to climb the 4-meter-high city wall, and would only be shot by random arrows. Chu Tian was choked by the black smoke and coughed violently. He took a long bow and participated in the battle, personally shooting a yellow turban soldier. But this is just a drop in the bucket. There are tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers outside the city. However, the performance of Chu Tian and his soldiers was already outstanding among all the lords. Some small lords collapsed long ago. Even the big lords performed poorly when faced with the overwhelming number of yellow turbans, and were killed on the city wall by the yellow turbans. Chu Tian leaned behind the wall and discovered that Huan, the lord next door from the Western Region Protectorate, was in a bitter fight. A small group of yellow turban chiefs arrived first and focused on attacking the city wall defended by Huan. The yellow turban chiefs, who were third-level infantrymen, were fierce in combat. The soldiers Huan brought from the Western Region Protectorate were successively killed by the yellow turban chiefs. Huan's most proud 20-to-1 cavalry were unable to exert their cavalry strength on the wooden city wall, and were not as long as the yellow turbans. Several to-1 cavalrymen protected their lord Huan, and other low-level infantrymen from the Western Region Protectorate tried their best to drive the yellow turban soldiers down the city. But they kept dying in the battle. Huan fell into despair. And the elite of the yellow turban army was not something that early players could provoke. It is extremely difficult to obtain military exploits this time. Brothers, rush into the camp and steal money and food! A yellow-scarfed general came to the city in person, holding a machete in both hands, and struck the Dewan cavalry on the shoulders. The Dewan cavalry were beheaded by the yellow turban generals in front of Huan. Blood splashed on Huan's face. Huan hit the yellow turban general with a shield. The yellow turban general did not expect that this player lord was quite fierce. After being hit by the shield, he took a few steps back and hit the wooden wall hard. Kill! Huan shouted to be emboldened, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and tried to assassinate the yellow scarf general. The yellow turban general was of a very high level, with an estimated force value of around 60. He did not give Huan a chance, but kicked him away. Huan flew backwards and hit the city wall. He looked depressed and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if they are not historical generals, ordinary yellow turban generals are too powerful for early players. The soldiers of the Western Region Protectorate were held back by the yellow turban soldiers, and the yellow turban general held his machete high. I originally wanted to guard the Western Region Protectorate for the Eastern Han District in the future, but I didn't expect that even the Yellow Turban Rebellion battle would be so difficult. Huan was injured and knew that he was no match for the Yellow Turban General, and would probably be killed by the Yellow Turban General. Just when Huan was about to be killed, a general appeared in time and attacked the Yellow Turban General, who had to use his sword to resist. Brother Huan, are you okay? Chu Tian stretched out his hand to pull the injured Huan up. Huan held his abdomen in pain, and found that the female generals from Xia Town were fighting with the Yellow Turban Generals. The Yellow Turban Generals were at a disadvantage, and were parrying left and right. Brother Tanita, your girlfriend's strength is really high. She can defeat even the Yellow Turban Generals. Huan also thought H Mulan was a female gamer. Chu Tian didn't bother to explain. Driving the Yellow Turban soldiers off the city wall was the most important thing at this time. Now is not the time to chat. I didn't expect the Yellow Turban soldiers to be so powerful. Before joining the war, I thought I could kill them all with one blow. But now I was almost beaten to death by the Yellow Turban soldiers. Huan led a small group of soldiers from the Western Region Protectorate to join forces with the Xia Town soldiers to temporarily stabilize the defense line. Defending the Han army camp is the responsibility of all players in the Han court camp. It is not enough to defend your own city walls. The Yellow Turban General who stormed the city wall was not a historical military general, but an ordinary Yellow Turban General. After fighting with Mulan for more than 10 rounds, the Yellow Turban General was killed by H Mulan. As H Mulan's level and force increase, the Yellow Turban General's level suppression effect is no longer effective. The team of the Western Region Protectorate stood in awe of Chu Tian, H Mulan and other lords, generals and soldiers of Xia Town. If Xia Zhen hadn't come to help in time, the wall they were defending would have been lost. 2 Han military commanders led the elite Han troops to roam the city wall, supporting various lords and regaining control of the entire city wall. The battle between the Han army and the Yellow Turban army lasted for 2 hours. Both sides suffered losses. The Yellow Turban army lost at least 1,000 soldiers and 3 generals. This is not the way to go unless there are reinforcements. Lu Yafu's long sword was stained with blood, and a yellow scarf soldier fell from the wooden city wall. Dozens of people in Xia Town were injured or killed in this battle to defend the city, and the Yellow Turban army continued to attack. Zhang Liang seemed determined to capture this Han army camp. Reinforcements! Our reinforcements are coming! The Han archers on a wooden arrow tower noticed that a 500-man Han cavalry appeared on the horizon, with the Han flag fluttering, and excitedly reported to the army commander guarding the city. This 500-man Han cavalry charged into the Yellow Turban army from the flank. The leading general held the Qinglong Yanyu sword and directed the direction of the sword. Along the way, more than a dozen Yellow Turban soldiers were killed by him with the broad sword. The thieves come to fight! Another general was holding a Zhangba snake spear. The Yellow Turban soldiers, who lacked iron armor, were easily pierced by the Zhangba snake spear. The 500 Han cavalry were the elite Sanha cavalry from Hedong, Hanoi, and Hunan counties, under Bizhonglang General Lu Ji. Under the leadership of 3 generals, they penetrated the flank of the Yellow Turban army. In addition to 3 generals and 500 Han cavalry, there are hundreds of players participating in the battle. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Liang was worried that the Han army in the camp would cooperate with the incoming Han cavalry. So he hurriedly offered money to withdraw his troops. The Yellow Turban soldiers all over the mountains and plains retreated like a tide, leaving thousands of corpses behind. 500 Han cavalry came to the bottom of the Han army's camp. One of the generals shouted, "My eldest brother has come to support under the order of General Bei Zhonglong. Open the gate of the camp and let us in." Chu Tian was greatly shocked when he saw 3 generals in front of the 500 Han cavalry. One had long hands and knees, one had a beard 2 feet long, and one had a leopard head with eyes. These 3 people are most likely the 3 brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. It seems that some players have defected to Liu Bei. Chu Tian also noticed a group of free players following Liu Bei. In addition to establishing your own power, taking refuge with the local princes of the 3 kingdoms is also a way to survive and make achievements in troubled times. Chapter 63 Lu Guangzong. With the withdrawal of Zhang Liang's troops, the crisis in the Han army camp was temporarily relieved. The lords in the Han army camp had not yet recovered from the initial battle with the Yellow Turban army, and were shocked to see the 3 historical heroes Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Lu, Guan, and Zhang are famous in the Eastern Han district. There is no player in the Eastern Han district who doesn't know them. And Lord Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's military force can play a greater role, and their own characteristics are also very powerful. It's just that no one knows what their inherent characteristics are until a lord conquers them. Therefore, many free players in the Eastern Han dynasty sought after Lu Guangzong and tried to become the ministers of the Shu kingdom in the future, becoming generals and prime ministers. However, various princes are not very popular with lord players. It is impossible for Liu Bei to allow other lords to exist in his own power. This principle also applies to other princes. Now the princes have no desire to expand, which is equivalent to giving the lord players a period of protection. Once the protection period is passed, and the player lord has the capital to compete with the princes, the world will probably be in chaos, and all the princes will eliminate their dissidents. At least for now. The various princes in the late Eastern Han dynasty still have an overwhelming advantage over early players. Liu Bei is really popular. He has hundreds of players following him even in historical battles. You must know that in this battle, the place of birth is random. Judging from this, Liu Bei may have more followers in Zhou County. Brother Zhongtian, thank you, this time save me. Otherwise I will die here today. One of the Western Region Protectorate took the initiative to express his gratitude to Chu Tian after the war. My surname is Chu, and the name Zhongtian always feels a bit strange. Brother Chu, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Alas, many of the 400 people I brought have died. Fortunately, I still have 300 soldiers in my territory. When counted the losses of the Western Region Protectorate Squadron, the Western Region Protectorate Squadron, which was attacked by the Yellow Turban generals and Yellow Turban chiefs, had 51 people killed and hundreds injured. The death rate exceeds 10%, and hundreds of soldiers have temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. This is a huge loss for Huan. The morale of the Western Region Protectorate team has dropped below 50. There are not many armies that are truly wiped out. Once the casualty rate exceeds a certain value, the army will collapse without a fight. Chu Tian also counted his losses. A total of 14 soldiers were killed in Xia Town. 15 soldiers were seriously injured, and 23 soldiers were injured. Seriously injured soldiers basically have no combat effectiveness, and will take a long time to recover. Injured soldiers have reduced combat effectiveness, and can barely fight. Chu Tian felt a little sad about the loss. It was only the first day of the month-long Yellow Turban Rebellion, and the death and serious injury rate in Xia Town was already 3.6%. If this ratio continues, Xia Town's troops may be completely wiped out in a month. The first battle came to an end, but the Yellow Turban army led by Zhang Liang still had no intention of leaving completely, and seemed to still want to attack. Each lord rested his troops and rescued the wounded. Everyone's eyes were on the newly arrived Lu Guangzong and the 500 Han army cavalry. The Sanha cavalry was one of the elites of the Eastern Han dynasty. They were most likely 4th or 5th level cavalry. They could easily defeat the 3rd level Yellow Turban chiefs on the plains, making many lords, who still used 1st and 2nd level troops envious. The free players who followed Liu Bei had a slightly arrogant attitude and did not think highly of other small lords. Some lords muttered in private, "Oh, isn't it just to join Liu Bei? A group of guys who pretend to be powerful. Think that they can become high officials in the future by following Liu Bei? When I develop in the future, I will hang up Liu Bei and Cao Cao and beat them. That is, if you recruit Li Cunqiu and Qin Qiong to me, why should I be afraid when I meet Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? Before Liu Bei develops, it would be great if there was a lord who could suppress his power." Chu Tian heard the discussion among the lords. Now Liu Bei only has 2 brothers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who don't even have his own troops and horses. The 500 Han cavalry are not Liu Bei's troops, but the elite Han troops lent to him by Liu Ji. Chu Tian didn't want to provoke Liu Bei yet, nor did he go out of his way to make Liu Bei a good friend. Liu Bei's base is in the Hebei area, and he might become enemies in the future. There are only permanent interests among the great lords, but no permanent friends. Sun Quan also stabbed Liu Bei in the back, which is evident. Those who did not shamelessly lick Liu Bei were Prince Yan, the Lord of Yuzhou, Huan, the Lord of the Western Region Protectorate, and several big lords from Bingzhou and Yizhou. They all have their own ambitions, and will not turn to Liu Bei unless they are desperate. Liu Bei and Cao Cao were too dangerous for them, so they might as well surrender to a slightly incompetent prince and then plunder their territory. Taking refuge in Liu Bei and Cao Cao leaves no room for development. Liu Bei ignored the still weak player lords and went straight to Sima, the Han army's army. Jun Sima has 5,000 Han troops, many times more powerful than the player lord. Chu Tian arranged for a group of soldiers with good physical strength to continue patrolling the city wall, while the remaining soldiers rested in the camp. Li Lan and another Xiaojin doctor took the lead in rescuing the seriously injured soldiers. "Lord, those 2 people seem to be very powerful." H Mulan looked at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and mentioned the matter to Chu Tian. Chu Tian nodded. He had no doubt that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were more powerful than H Mulan. And, Lord, the 5 Tiger generals are set to be Emperor-level generals. And Chu Tian already knew this. I just don't know if there will be an achievement of 5 Tiger generals in the achievement system if we recruit the 5 Tiger generals. In short, Liu Bei has not yet established his own power. But no player dares to provoke Liu Bei. Just Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Given them 2 good horses, maybe they can kill the enemy general among the thousands of troops. "Lord, what did Huan mean by his girlfriend just now?" Cough cough cough. H Mulan suddenly asked, causing Chu Tian to choke while he was scooping water with a wooden spoon. Mulan is not a player, so some words cannot be understood. "Nothing." Chu Tian casually fooled him, and then checked his military achievements and rankings. The first place, the Lord of Taiyuan County in Bingzhou, does not teach Huma to cross the Yishan Mountains, with 412 points of military merit. The second place is General Yang, the Lord of Xiangyang County in Jingzhou, with 410 military merit points. The third place is a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty, the Lord of Xianping County in Yuzhou, with 401 military merit points. Fourth place, the Lord of Lujiang County in Yangzhou, Tong Kei-chun locked up with Erqiao, with 395 military merit points. Fifth place, I just want to farm well, the Lord of Shuzhou Langya Kingdom, with 394 military merit points. The competition in the Eastern Han District was indeed fierce, and major lords from each state stood out. H Mulan, under Chu Tian's command, killed an ordinary yellow turban general, but was only ranked 5th. Although the gap between the top 5 is very small, the battle has just begun, and it is still very difficult to maintain the top 5 and compete for one. In addition to the familiar soldiers at the border in the late Ming Dynasty and Erqiu from Tongkechun, who were familiar to Chu Tian, there was also a lord from Bingzhou and a Jingzhou on the ranking list. The Eastern Han Dynasty had a vast territory, and there were endless hidden lords. We must look for opportunities to expand our results. Chu Tian thought about how to gain more military exploits. Obviously, if the Han army can win a big victory and hunt down the Yellow Turban army, it can greatly expand the results. Chapter 64 Chansha Battlefield. In addition to ranking 5th in the ranking list for military merit, Chu Tian also noticed that one of the achievements, Crud against the Yellow Turbans, annihilating 100,000 Yellow Turbans, has completed 1.2% of the progress. In other words, from May to now, all the people who have fallen to the Xia Town army there are already 1,200 Yellow Turban soldiers. If this continues, it may not be possible to complete this achievement mission until the Yellow Turban soldiers are destroyed. Chu Tian is trying to complete these tedious achievement tasks. Since it is an achievement, it is very difficult to complete. But it's not impossible. The achievement tasks that Chu Tian is mainly concerned about now include Cruel against the Yellow Turbans, beheading 10,000 people, head of a county, 30,000 households, and 5,000 soldiers. As for the achievement tasks of collecting civil servants and generals, Chu Tian only able to leave oneself to fate. The achievement tasks for collecting civil servants and generals currently include For Great Women and Reformers of the Warring States period are much more difficult than other achievements and are purely based on luck and accumulation. The next day, the Yellow Turban army led by Zhang Liang still did not retreat. With a large number of Yellow Turban troops gathered around him, he is not necessarily afraid of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Liu Bei did not dare to let Guan Yu and Zhang Fei take the heads of the Yellow Turban generals in the rebel army. He has no soldiers of his own. Only two powerful generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Losing either of them would be a huge loss. Some of the defenders in the Han military camp were patrolling the wooden city wall, and some of the defenders were training in the military camp. The Han military camp is equivalent to a third-level school ground, with facilities such as archery targets. An arrow hit the red heart of the target, and Zhou Yafu put down his long bow. Although his force is not above 70, Zhou Yafu is still proficient in bow and horse, and can even be used as a force-type general in the early stage. Another arrow hit the target, but this one hit the arrow shot by Zhou Yafu. H Mulan has the skill of piercing a poplar with 100 steps. It is no surprise to hit the target, but she can hit the arrow shot by others. This skill can put many archers to shame. The Shuzhou archers and Bao General Lu Sandao brought by Xia Zhen were all stunned. Once a king-level military commander possesses bow and arrow skills, he is more powerful than ordinary bow heroes and soldiers. Is there such a good general in the army? Whose subordinates are those two people? Liu Bei brought Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to the camp as Uncle Lu Huang. He was sought after by a large number of free players. At this time, he saw Zhou Yafu and H Mulan showing off their skills, and he couldn't help but be curious. A free player said, "A lord from Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou." Guan Yu stroked his beard and said, "Brother, my third brother and I are still better at this kind of archery. Second brother, don't be so proud of yourself. Otherwise you will be defeated in the future." Liu Bei noticed Zhou Yafu and felt that Zhou Yafu's ability to command troops and horses was not necessarily inferior to Guan Yu. And some other factors will also affect the outcome of the war, such as personality. When a general with a flawed personality acts alone, problems can easily arise. Zhang Fei shouted, "Brother, we went out to the camp and killed the leader of the Yellow Turbans. We have done great service. Maybe the emperor will make you a high official. In the future, we will have soldiers and horses, enough to do great things." Liu Bei changed his expression slightly. "Now that the Han dynasty is in decline, we are trying to save the country of Han dynasty. How can we do it for our own selfish desires?" Sima Zhangtai of the Han army was on the city wall observing the movements of the Yellow Turban army outside the city to resolve the situation. "We have 500 cavalry, 5,000 Han troops, and 20,000 rebels. As long as the military camp next door sends a support force and cooperates inside and outside, it may not be impossible to go out of the city and defeat the Yellow Turban army." What Zhang Tai wanted to do was not to defend, but to attack. Even in the Han army at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the military spirit of the Han dynasty still remained, and the desire to attack was very strong, and it was rare to stand firm. "Send a few cavalry to ask for help from the left and right military camps, and ask them to send 1,000 officers and soldiers and 3,000 rebels tomorrow to attack from the left and right. We will make a surprise attack from the central army and defeat the Yellow Turban army in front of us in one fell swoop." Several Han cavalry rushed out from the military camp and galloped towards the Han military camps on the left and right sides. The Yellow Turban Army's rangers tried to intercept and kill the Han Army cavalry leaving the camp. But instead of catching up, the Han Army's cavalry shot and killed 2 or 3 of the rangers. On the Changxi battlefield of Yinchuan County, the Yellow Turban Army General Bo Kai led a large number of Yellow Turban Army troops to attack Changxi City, where the Han Army General Huang Fusong held firm. A large number of players who supported the Han Army, the Yellow Turban Army, and their troops participated in the battle. The rain of arrows covered the sky, and the Yellow Turban Army filled the mountains and fields, attacking Changxi City at all costs. And the stone walls were stained red with blood. Hundreds of crude catapults threw stones. The stones made a sharp roar and hit the walls of Changxi City. Many battlements collapsed and rubble rolled down. The decisive battle on the Changxi battlefield broke out earlier than in Guangzong County. Hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban troops attacked the city, and a large number of Han troops, rebels, and Yellow Turban troops were killed. Yellow Turban General Bo Kai's commanding ability was far inferior to that of Huang Fusong, but he had troops more than 10 times the strength of the Han Army. With his dense human wave tactics, he was on the offensive. A group of heavy armored infantry, led by the Lord of Guangzong, Jiuji Laoqin, guarded a section of the city and continuously killed the Yellow Turban soldiers who tried to climb up the city. Changxi City is stronger than ordinary Han Army camps. It is the county seat of Changxi County and is a medium-sized city. The city wall alone is 8.1 meters high and 10.7 meters thick at the bottom. There are trenches and traps on the outside. Players and lords defending the city have a defensive advantage and can kill more Yellow Turbans with fewer troops. However, the Yellow Turban Army was too large in number and wanted to bulldoze Changxi City with its manpower. Bo Kai had no other tactics but simply used the human sea tactic. When the number of Yellow Turban Army reaches a certain level, a qualitative change can occur. Meng Wu, the military general of the Qin state, followed Jiujiang Laoqin, holding an iron shield in his left hand, forcing a Yellow Turban general who had ascended first to the edge of the city wall, and the bronze sword in his right hand pierced the Yellow Turban general's abdomen. Meng Wu's military strength is at least 80, and he was trained by Jiuji Laoqin. At this time, his level is not low. Captain Cao Cao is here to help. When Changxi City was under attack, a group of Han cavalry appeared on the periphery of the battlefield and attacked the back of the Yellow Turban Army. Cao Cao! Jiujiang Laoqin suddenly looked down, and sure enough, thousands of Han cavalry appeared outside, carrying Cao Cao's flag. Around Cao Cao, a large number of free players followed. There are no fewer players who admire Cao Cao, the overlord of the Central Plains, than the free players who follow Liu Bei. Now Cao Cao is still a passionate young man who revitalizes the Han dynasty and attacks the Yellow Turban Army with all his strength. Leave the city for a pincer attack! Seeing Cao Cao's arrival, Huang Fusong opened the city gates and led the Han Army and lords out of the city to join Cao Cao inside and outside. Meng Wu, lead the troops and follow me! Jiujiang Laoqin realized that this was a good opportunity to pursue the Yellow Turban Army and expand the results, and immediately followed Huang Fusong. He knew that Huang Fusong could defeat the Yellow Turban Army, so he chose the Changxi battlefield in Yinchuan County. When he left the city to chase, Jiujiang Laoqin hurriedly glanced at the ranking list. He is ranked first in the Donghan district. A small soldier at the border at the end of the Ming dynasty. I just want to farm well. Soon my military merit will increase by hunting down the defeated Yellow Turban Army. How are you going to catch up with me this time? Chapter 65 Counterattack. On the third day of the Jiulu County battlefield, the north wind roared, and the Han Army's flag sounded in the north wind. 500 Han cavalry, 5,000 Han troops, and 20,000 rebels gathered in the military camp. The Han Army was about to launch a counterattack against the 50,000 Yellow Turban troops outside the camp, and Liu Bei volunteered to serve as the vanguard. He is as eager to gain military exploits as any player lord. As the large-scale decisive battle broke out on the Changxi battlefield, the Han armies was Zhonglong General Huang Fusong, the cavalry captain Cao Cao, and the Yellow Turban General Bo Kai fought. The lord players of the Yinchuan County battlefield gained a lot of military merits, and were listed one after another. Except for Zhang Liang's probing attack on Chuqian's side on the first day, there was no movement from Zhang Liang on the second day. So the lord of this military camp did not receive any military honors the next day. Chu Tian was not in a hurry. He could not go out of the camp to fight with the Yellow Turban Army without permission. This would disrupt the Han Army's deployment, and would result in military merit being deducted. His current military merit has dropped to less than 100. More than half of the lords in the top 100 came from the war-torn Changsha battlefield. Currently ranked first is Jiao Laoqin, with 681 points. On the third day, the sky was hazy, and the Han Army's desire to attack on the Guangzong County battlefield became even stronger. Different from the defensive counterattack on the Changsha battlefield, the Han Army in the Guangzong County battlefield should be on the offensive and needed to break through Guangzong County as soon as possible and kill the 3 leaders of the Yellow Turban Army to conquer Guangzong County in 1 month. The Yellow Turban Army strongholds around Guangzong County must be cleared in advance, and the city must be encircled. Reinforcements have arrived. Surrounded on 3 sides, the Han Army commander, who was standing on the wooden arrow tower and observing, gave a signal. He could already see reinforcements coming from the Han Army camps to the left and right. The left and right military camps each sent 1,000 Han troops and 3,000 rebel troops. Although the Han Army is not large in number, one Han Army can deal with several Yellow Turban soldiers. The wooden gate of the Han Army's camp was pushed open with the combined efforts of the Han soldiers. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei led the Sanya cavalry to rush out of the camp, followed closely by the Han Army led by the Han Army's Sima Zhang Tai. And behind them were 1 or 2. The rebel army is mainly composed of soldiers. My Dewan cavalry can finally be put to use. Huan, the lord of the Western Region Protectorate, seemed a little excited. There were more than a dozen Dewan cavalry and dozens of light cavalry beside him. The power of cavalry is greatly reduced when defending a city, but in outdoor battles, cavalry can play a great role. Prince Yan, the lord of Yuzhou, looked indifferent and led more than 200 light cavalry from Yuzhou, faster than the other player lords. Everyone wants to gain more military exploits and is unwilling to be left behind. They knew that with Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei as the vanguard, the possibility of defeating the Yellow Turban Army was very high, and they wanted to grab the heads in time. Lord, we can't be in a hurry. Lu Yafu promptly dissuaded Chu Tian, who was actively fighting, from rushing ahead. Why? The general just recalled the movements of the Yellow Turban Army and discovered that when reinforcements arrived, the Yellow Turban Army began to retreat in an orderly manner. This is inconsistent with the Yellow Turban Army's combat style. The general thought that the Yellow Turban Army would have an ambush. Lu Yafu's words shocked Chu Tian. Most of the generals of the Yellow Turban Army have well-developed limbs and simple minds. But Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang were able to organize the Yellow Turban uprising and stick to Guangzong County. They also had some strategies, and were by no means reckless. Do you want to remind Army Sima? It's too late to remind us now, and it might have the opposite effect. And with the elites of the Han Army, they may not be defeated. Lu Yafu's reasoning made Chu Tian determined to continue pursuing the Yellow Turban Army, but he did not rush to the front. There were more than 20,000 soldiers and horses, and there were people everywhere. Chu Tian could not find the military commander Zhang Tai in time. According to Lu Yafu's reasoning, when the entire army has launched an attack and its morale is at its peak, if Chu Tian shouts that the Yellow Turban Army has an ambush, the morale of the army may be shaken, and the Yellow Turban Army will turn around and counterattack, with even worse consequences. The Han Army and the rebel army who came to the left and right had already surrounded him, and Zhang Liang retreated to the hillside between the Han Army camp and the Yellow Turban Army camp. Zhang Liang underestimated the strength of the 3 brothers Lu Guan and Zhang and the elite Sanya cavalry. The 2,000 Yellow Turban soldiers at the rear were defeated by 500 Han cavalry. Lu Guan and Zhang pursued them to the bottom of the hillside. Second brother, third brother, don't chase me anymore. Liu Bei's intuition made him vaguely aware of the danger. 500 Han riders pulled the reins, and the free players following Liu Bei didn't know why Liu Bei stopped. They looked around. There is a dense forest below the hillside. The Yellow Turban Army led by Zhang Liang has reorganized its lineup. Uncle Lu Huang, why did you stop? A group of free players asked Liu Bei in confusion. Possibly. Ambush. Let's retreat. Liu Bei, who was good at saving his life, had a keen intuition of danger and wanted to lead his 500 Han cavalry to evacuate in time. Kill. Thousands of Yellow Turban troops lurking in the dense forest came out armed with swords and spears. A hail of arrows pierced the sky and fell among the Han cavalry. Guan Yu's Qinglong Yan's sword slashed and knocked away more than a dozen arrows. But the rain of arrows could not hurt him. Some of the Sanya cavalry were hit by arrows, and a dozen free players following Liu Bei were killed in the attack of the Yellow Turban ambush. I am the General Zhang Liang. The court is incompetent, and the eunuchs are wielding power. Why don't you obey God's will? Zhang Liang set up an ambush and led his army to turn around and attack Lu Guanzhong's 500 cavalry, intending to defeat the Han cavalry first. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were locked in a bitter battle, and yellow turban soldiers were everywhere. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei killed dozens of yellow turban soldiers one after another, which was extremely fierce. Even Liu Bei killed more than a dozen yellow turban soldiers with 2 swords. But there were too many yellow turbans, and there were yellow turbans everywhere, trying to kill Lu Guanzhong alive. If Guan Yu and Zhang Fei could kill Zhang Liang, maybe the yellow turban army would be defeated. However, Zhang Liang was very cunning. He always hid behind the army, and was guarded by a large number of third-level yellow scarf chiefs, denying the opponent a chance to capture the thieves and capture the king first. After Lu Guanzhong fell into a bitter battle, 5,000 Han troops, led by Sima Zhangtai of the Han army, came to respond in time and attacked the yellow turban army. The 4,000 reinforcements from the Han camp circled left and right, hoping to cut off the yellow turban army's retreat and completely annihilate this yellow turban army. The two sides were fighting at the bottom of the hillside. This is a great opportunity to gain military honors. Chu Tian and other lords in the rear saw the battle between the Han army and the yellow turban army, and led their respective troops to join the battle as reserve forces. Put up a spear formation. Lu Yafu drew his Han sword and commanded. Xiaozhen's 500 infantry formed a spear phalanx, with sharp iron spears pointing forward at a certain angle. Under the leadership of Lu Yafu, the spear phalanx moved forward step by step. The spear formation was both offensive and defensive, with Shuzhou archers shooting from behind to clear the way for the spear formation. Facing the airtight spear formation, the yellow turban army were at a loss. All of them fell under the spear formation, and the Xiaozhen infantry stepped over their corpses. Ruthless, Lu Yafu was expressionless during the war. In his eyes, only the dead yellow turban soldiers were good yellow turban soldiers. H Mulan and the light cavalry were recharging their strength. As long as the yellow turban army collapsed and turned around and fled, the light cavalry led by her could carry out the harvest and bring a lot of military exploits to Chu Tian. Chapter 66: Attacking the Yellow Turban Camp. Zhang Liang underestimated the fighting power of Lu Guanzhong and the Han army. Lu Guanzhong, who was ambushed, fought back and joined the incoming Han army. Zhang Liang's yellow turban army gradually collapsed due to being attacked by the Han army. Some yellow turban soldiers had already turned around and fled. Zhang Liang saw that the situation was not good and had to retreat. Even if it is an ambush, it still depends on who the target of the ambush is and whether there are reinforcements. Chu Tian chopped down a yellow scarf soldier, and blood splashed on his face. The smell of blood stimulated him and made him breathe quickly. He rode a war horse, holding the martial sword captured from the yellow turban general Zhang Kai, and chased the yellow turban soldiers with H Mulan and Xiaozhen light cavalry. The fleeing yellow turban soldiers exposed their backs, and the cavalry could easily chase them down. 2 legs cannot outrun 4 legs. The lords with cavalry quickly expanded their victory, and a large number of yellow turban troops fell on the way to escape. Prince Yan, the lord of Yuzhou, had faster cavalry and won military honors. Chu Tian finally noticed this lord from Yuzhou. He seemed to be a player who made a lot of money quietly. In fact, the lord with more than 200 cavalry is already the best among all players. The existence of the military merit system drove many lords into madness. In order to obtain official positions and rewards from the Han dynasty, they had to take risks and bravely kill the enemy. The more achievements in battle, the greater the rewards. The Han army kept chasing Zhang Liang's yellow turban army and drove Zhang Liang back to the yellow turban army camp. Open the village gate. The yellow turban general guarding the gate of the yellow turban camp hurriedly led a group of yellow turban soldiers to open the wooden city gate and meet Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang looked a little embarrassed. Lu Guan, Zhang and the Sanha cavalry were more powerful than he expected. They were clearly ambushing the Han army, but they were still chased and killed by the Han army. Zhang Liang returned to the camp with the yellow scarf leader and immediately shouted, "Close the city gate! But the general and our brothers are outside the city. Obey the military order. If you don't close the city gate immediately, once the officers and soldiers come in, everyone will be killed." Zhang Liang calmed down, and the heavy wooden door of the yellow turban camp began to close. Some of the yellow turban soldiers, who had no time to escape into the camp, were blocked outside the wooden door. The Han army wiped out the yellow turban army in front of the yellow turban army's camp. But the yellow turban army in the camp was powerless. The rebel army is an insurrectionary army after all. As long as the Imperial Army does not lose its combat effectiveness, it is impossible to resist the officers and soldiers. Chu Tian followed the Han army until they reached the edge of the bow and arrow range of the Yellow Turban camp, and then stopped. Lu Yafu's infantry is like a hedgehog, and H Mulan brings a halo of friendly forces, so the losses in this battle are very small. H Mulan's cavalry was responsible for the pursuit and brought a lot of military exploits to Chu Tian. Lu Sandao's archers also killed many Yellow Turbans, and all these military achievements were attributed to Chu Tian. Capture the Yellow Turban camp and destroy the Yellow Turban thieves. Sima of the Han army gathered 38,000 people and made a concerted effort to take advantage of the declining morale of the Yellow Turban army and prepared to eradicate the Yellow Turban army camp in one fell swoop. Liu Bei was ambushed by Zhang Liang. Although Zhang Liang was repelled by the bravery of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and the strength of the Sanhe cavalry, Liu Bei was hit by an arrow in the shoulder. A Han army physician helped Liu Bei heal his injury. The Han army, who was preparing to storm the Yellow Turban camp, plundered the Yellow Turban army's simple ladders and distributed the simple ladders to some lords. Chu Tian was assigned 2 ladders. This was the first time Xiaojun attacked a camp defended by wooden walls and arrow towers. Attacking the city was more difficult than defending it, so Lu Yafu was determined not to let Chu Tian participate in the siege. The battlefield was full of stray arrows, as well as stones, wood, and kerosene. As a lord, if Chu Tian personally led his troops to attack the city, he would most likely be killed by the defenders. Therefore, in ancient times, most monarchs would not take risks to attack a city by themselves. The first generals to attack a city were fierce generals, who would really take the risk of death to bring their troops up. In order to boost morale, a general or a low to mid-level officer must personally lead the soldiers to attack the city. Chu Tian wanted to choose the officers to attack the city. During this Yellow Turban rebellion, Chu Tian was accumulating experience from defending the city to attacking it. In previous village battles, there was no need to even use ladders. The generals and soldiers could just focus on attacking the opponent's village entrance. Large-scale battles are different from the small-scale battles that Xia Town has experienced in the past. My lord, let me lead my troops to attack the Yellow Turban camp. H Mulan volunteered. You and Guangzong will prepare. Considering that there were really no qualified candidates, Chu Tian could only send H Mulan and a silver-level general as siege officers. The Han army and various lords are also quickly preparing siege teams. More than 4,000 soldiers served as the first offensive echelon, and the second offensive echelon was also ready. Zhang Fei wants to be the first to ascend. There was a commotion among the players in the Han camp, and Liu Bei sent Zhang Fei to lead the Han army to attack the Yellow Turban camp. A fierce general whose strength may exceed 95 went into battle in person, and the siege was stable this time. You must be careful. Even if you cannot capture the Yellow Turban army's camp, you must save your life and come back alive. Chu Tian warned H Mulan and Gongsun Wu. They would lead a small group of infantry to attack the city, while Lu Sandao led the Xia Town archers to provide cover for the rain of arrows. Lu Yafu led the infantry to prevent the Yellow Turban army from counterattacking in the camp. The drums of the Han army sounded. Zhang Fei and 2 military princes led 2,000 Han troops and 2,000 rebel troops to stand ready, using more than 100 simple flying ladders. The change of offensive and defensive positions was too fast. Except for attacking the main city of Guangzong County, the Han army and other camps did not have heavy siege equipment such as ladder trucks, siege towers, rams, and catapults, and could only use flying ladders. Groups of well-disciplined Han archers came forward. They were well-equipped and carried arrow pots on their backs. Among the archers of the Han army were soldiers from the Shisheng Battalion of the 5th School of the Northern Army of the Han Dynasty. The middle and lower-ranking officers of the Han army personally led the team and took archers to suppress the Yellow Turban army on the city wall. Lu Sandao sent by Xiaojun was also suppressing the Yellow Turban army archers. Arrows rained down from both sides. The wooden city walls were filled with arrows, and hundreds of archers were killed. Zhang Fei changed into a suit of iron armor, and his burly figure made the iron armor tighten. Follow me to the city wall and kill the thieves! Zhang Fei shouted loudly, and his own morale increased greatly, while the Yellow Turban army was shocked and their morale dropped greatly. Is this Zhang Fei's characteristic? Chu Tian noticed the bonus Zhang Fei gave to the army. Generally speaking, the exclusive characteristics of imperial-level generals are not weak. Zhang Fei is still an ally now, but if he becomes an enemy in the future, it may be very difficult. Chu Tian also wants to know as much as possible the characteristics, abilities, and personality of any historical general. Sima Zhang Tai of the Han army encouraged everyone at the right time. The first one to climb will be rewarded with 800 points of military merit and 100 taels of silver. For a moment, everyone was excited and gearing up. Even Liu Bei was a little moved. The military merit won by the cavalry led by Liu Bei does not entirely belong to him, but to Liu Ji's troops. He needs more military merit to become Pingyuan Prime Minister. Liu Bei placed his hope on Zhang Fei. Third brother, try your best to climb first. Zhang Fei patted his chest. Don't worry, brother. I will be the first to climb this time. No one here can compete with me. Chapter 67, First Up. Fire the arrow. The sound of arrow rain piercing the sky rang out, falling into the Han army below the city. When the yellow turban archers appeared, the sharpshooters of the Shisheng battalion of the Han army fired their bows, like strings, and hit the yellow turban's archers. The Shisheng battalion was one of the 5 schools of the Northern Army. They led the archers of the Han army, and the archers of the various rebel armies to suppress them. The yellow turban archers on the city wall were killed and injured, and the speed of firing arrows was slowed down. Flying echelon! With the support of their own archers, the Yun echelons and infantry of the Han army camp began to charge despite the rain of arrows from the yellow turban army. Xiaojun said 2 flying echelon teams, one led by H Mulan, and the other led by Gong Sunwu. Gong Sunwu is a surrendered general of Lingyan town, and a silver-level hero. There were hundreds of flying echelons on the Han army's side who charged at the same time, and climbed onto the city wall. Half of them were lords of the Han army's camp. These lords are also familiar with how to siege cities. Below the yellow turban army camp, there are trenches and traps, which are full of dangers. All the Han army officers and lords commanding from the rear focused their attention on Zhang Fei, who is in charge of the main attacking team. There are at least a dozen flying ladders on Zhang Fei's side. As long as one of the ladders successfully hooks up the city wall and allows Zhang Fei to lead a group of elite Han infantry to attack the city wall, the yellow turban camp will most likely fall. That's Zhang Fei. It's impossible for one person to kill 10,000 people. But it's still okay to kill dozens or hundreds of soldiers in one battle. If I had such a strong general, I would have become the #1 in Donghan district. The lords of the Han army camp were the most excited because they knew how ferocious Zhang Fei was. It was precisely because Lu Guangzong appeared on this small battlefield that they were able to quickly reverse the situation. The hidden bonus brought by Lu Guangzong is too high. In contrast, the lords of the yellow turban camp felt numb. They actually stood on the opposite side of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. There are many yellow turban camps on the battlefield in Guangzong County, and each small battlefield has its own winners and losers. But their yellow turban camp happened to encounter Lu Guangzong. How should they fight now? General, that general is very powerful. We must stop him. Otherwise, if he is allowed to board the city, we will be in great trouble. A group of players from the yellow turban camp urgently issued a warning to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang had also noticed the threat posed by Zhang Fei, and immediately assembled a large number of archers to target Zhang Fei. All nearby arrow towers. Shoot down the Han army's advance team for me. Zhang Liang became hysterical. If he is wiped out in this military camp, then the Guangzong County town defended by Zhang Jiao will be in danger. Zhang Fei was targeted like never before. Arrows rained down from Zhang Liang's army, and a row of level 60 yellow turban long archers had their bows full of strings. Soldiers following Zhang Fei were constantly shot to death by arrows and fell to the ground. Under Zhang Liang's order, more than a dozen yellow turban army wooden arrow towers nearby also targeted Zhang Fei. Zhang Liang even personally used an excellent longbow to specifically snipe Zhang Fei. Zhang Liang's level is higher, and he has a force of more than 80. Bows and arrows are a threat to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei held the Zhangba snake spear and showed great power, deflecting the arrow shot by Zhang Liang. His wrist was slightly numb. Zhang Fei became more and more majestic, with a few arrows hanging on his armor, and he reached the bottom of the wooden city wall, only to find that the flying echelon behind him did not follow. The Han infantry carrying the flying ladder were hindered by the yellow turban army's arrow rain offensive at all costs, resulting in large casualties, and the flying ladder falling to the ground. It is obvious that the yellow turban army also knew Zhang Fei's ferocity, and did not dare to let Zhang Fei ascend first. Otherwise, once Zhang Fei gained a foothold on the city wall, densely packed Han troops would soon swarm the city wall. As long as there is no flying ladder, Zhang Fei will not be able to attack the city wall. Use the stone? Under Zhang Liang's order, The naked yellow turban strongman threw rocks downwards in an attempt to kill a fierce general of the Han army. Zhang Fei kept dodging falling rocks and couldn't help but get anxious. The flying echelons behind him were almost completely wiped out. He could only wait for the second batch of flying echelons, or use the flying ladders of other lords. A tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and a spear will kill the first bird. The ancients will not deceive me. Chu Tian saw that Zhang Fei overturned under the attack of the Yellow Turban army. It seemed that personal bravery may not play a decisive role in such a large-scale offensive, especially when being targeted by a large army. Liu Bei seemed a little anxious. The Yellow Turban army sees you as brave, so even if they target you, there is nothing you can do. Zhang Fei can still withstand the rain of arrows, but the soldiers at the rear may not be able to withstand it. In order to kill Zhang Fei and Zhang Fei's soldiers, the Yellow Turban army paid a huge price with the lives of the archers and the Han army archers below. The second batch of flying echelons, come forward! Zhang Tai, Sima Zhang Tai of the Han army, arranged for the second batch of flying echelons to go to support Zhang Fei. Another group of Han troops, led by a military lord himself, braved the rain of arrows from the Yellow Turban army to storm the city wall. One general success, and 10,000 bones withered. Someone boarded first. Not long after the second batch of flying echelons entered the battlefield, someone suddenly exclaimed. Both the Han army camp and the Yellow Turban army camp focused their attention on Zhang Fei, somewhat ignoring the other lord troops who stormed the city wall. When Zhang Liang personally took action with the most elite Yellow Turban archers to deal with Zhang Fei, a flying ladder team braved the rain of arrows and hooked the city wall. A general held a shield and a Han sword and cut off the spear thrust by the Yellow Turban soldier with one knife. And then smoothly he fought his way up the city wall and occupied the narrow wall. Everyone is curious about whose subordinate achieved the first victory, being able to brave the rain of arrows from the Yellow Turban army to get there first. This person's military power must be extraordinary. Ding! Your subordinate H Mulan won the first place, and you will receive 800 points of military merit and 100 taels of silver. Chu Tian quickly received the system prompt. Dot! Even Chu Tian was a little surprised. After he learned that Zhang Fei was going to fight in person, he thought that Zhang Fei would probably take away the credit for getting there first, and finally fall on Liu Bei. But he didn't expect that Zhang Fei's movements would cause Zhang Liang to mobilize his elite to deal with him and the Han army around him. H Mulan quietly gained the first place. It seems that it is better to keep silent and make a fortune. Chu Tian had some understanding from it. Compared to Chu Tian's unexpected gain, Liu Bei's face didn't look good, no matter whether he had the intention to compete in the Central Plains at this time. It was somewhat uncomfortable to see his military achievements taken away by others. After H Mulan climbed onto the city wall, the Han army adjusted its offensive direction, and a group of elite Han soldiers turned to assist H Mulan in capturing the city wall. The Yellow Turban army fell into a passive position. The city wall was narrow and personal force played a greater role. The Yellow Turban army could not drive H Mulan off the city wall, but the elite Han soldiers climbed up. The level of this group of Han soldiers was generally between level 50 and 70. Between levels, he can be regarded as an elite in 100 battles. As the Han soldiers ascended the city, the morale of other flying echelon troops was greatly boosted and flowers bloomed everywhere. It was only a matter of time before the Yellow Turban camp fell. Chu Tian, Zhou Yafu and 2 silver-level generals led the remaining soldiers in Xia town to prepare to rush into the camp and plunder the loot. Chapter 68 General Trend. The officers and soldiers are coming. General, if we escape back to Guangzong County, we may not have a chance to turn defeat into victory. The Han army broke through the door, and Zhang Liang retreated again and again. At this time, he led a team of yellow scarf leaders to climb down the rope and hastily escaped from the fallen camp. After the players in the Yellow Turban army camp learned that Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were helping out in the Han army camp opposite, they were already ready to run away. They are here to try to gain military glory, not to actually work for the Yellow Turban army. When the situation goes bad, they are the first to run away. A large number of ropes were hung down. The really smart Zhang Liang and the player escaped from the camp in time. Only some low-level Yellow Turban soldiers were blocked in the camp and became prisoners of the Han army. Capturing the Yellow Turban soldiers will result in the same military merit as killing the Yellow Turban soldiers. If possible, Chu Tian would still be happy to capture the Yellow Turban soldiers. The reason is very simple. Killing the Yellow Turban soldiers will not only bring no additional benefits, but will also reduce the durability of the weapon. Captured yellow turban soldiers can be taken away from the battlefield and become enslaved coolies in Xia Town. Whether it is farming or mining, shipbuilding, logging, construction, or recruiting soldiers, a lot of labor is required. War will consume Xia Town's strong labor force. Without the inflow of labor, Xia Town will eventually become a town with more women than men. After breaking through the yellow turban camp, Chu Tian alone captured more than 500 yellow turban soldiers, and all of them became Chu Tian's spoils of war. Lu Yafu led the infantry into the main tent of the yellow turban army and snatched the spoils of war with other Han troops and lords. The situation was a little out of control for a while. But this is not important, because the situation of the collapsed Zhongliang army is worse than that of the Han army snatching the spoils. And it is impossible to organize a counterattack in time. Zhang Liang led the remaining troops to flee back to Guangzong County and abandon the yellow turban camp. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Liang guard Guangzong County, while Zhang Bao guards Tuyang City. They are the horns of each other, and there are a large number of yellow turban camps in the middle. After Chu Tian and others divided up all the spoils of war, it was getting late, and the earth had a murderous look. The victorious Han army destroyed the camp and won the victory. They grabbed about 200 taels worth of gold, silver and copper coins. These yellow turbans don't seem to be rich. Now they may not even be able to collect the pensions for the fallen soldiers. Chu Tian harvested lightly, and the trophies he got were not very good. Most of them were equipment, blueprints, and skill books of poor quality. The yellow turban army did not have many war horses, only 1,000, while the Han army, including the large number of lords, had a total of more than 30,000 people looting. So Xiaojun only robbed 31 horses. The main treasure of the yellow turban army should be in Guangzong County. Chu Tian made a simple but probably correct guess, because H Mulan achieved the first victory. Chu Tian, who had obtained 800 military merits, was temporarily ranked first in the Eastern Han District. The competition in the 3 battlefields in the Eastern Han District was fierce, and Chu Tian was not sure that he could always lead. It is only the 3rd day of the epic battle of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Other lords will also try to complete tasks such as being first. No one dares to say that they are number 1 until the end. Your performance in Xia Town is very good. This time you conquered the Yellow Turban Army camp, and your military achievements ranked first. Returning to the Han Army camp, Army Commander Zhang Tai specially summoned Chu Tian and asked him to reward him with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver were next, mainly 800 points of military merit, in addition to the military merits obtained by capturing and killing the yellow turban soldiers in this battle. Chu Tian received as many as 2,154 military merits in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Players in the Han army camp focused their attention on Chu Tian again. Chu Tian became as important to this military camp as Liu Bei, mainly because he took the credit that should have belonged to Liu Bei first and climbed to the top of the Eastern Han dynasty. With his position as one, it would be difficult for the players in the camp not to notice him. To be honest, Chu Tian didn't want too much attention on himself. Rather than fame, he just wanted to get the first place reward. The reward for first place will undoubtedly be huge. But Chu Tian seemed to have lowered Lu Guangzhong's favorability towards him. Regarding this, Chu Tian was also helpless. H Mulan is actively fighting, and he cannot let H Mulan give up the military glory that is easily available to him in order to befriend Liu Bei. This will chill your subordinates. You deserve this 100 taels of silver. Chu Tian directly transferred the 100 taels of silver rewarded to him by Zhang Tai to H Mulan. 100 taels of silver was originally the reward that the first one to climb in would deserve. Isn't it too heavy? Facing a package of silver, H Mulan also felt that it was a bit much. And the lord, 100 taels of silver weighs 5 kilograms. And fighting with 5 kilograms of silver on his back is a bit unimaginable. Let's do this. I'll have someone keep it for you, and you can pick it up when you get back to Xia Town. Chu Tian was still very generous to his subordinates. The army is the basis for self-preservation and expansion in troubled times. Only if the generals and soldiers are well fed and watered will they work hard for you. Otherwise, the army may rebel. For Lu Yafu, Lu Sandao, Gong Sunwu and others, Chu Tian also had rewards for each of them, and ordered a knife and pen official to record everyone's merits, and then return to Xia Town to implement the rewards. There are also rewards for every soldier who participates in this battle. Every soldier in Xia Town has his own file for future evaluation of titles and motivation for soldiers to fight. I just want to farm. I am Prince Yan, the Lord of Yanle County, Liaoxi County. Yu Zhou. I wonder if I can get to know you. Lord Yuo, who had been silent all this time, took the initiative to deal with Chu Tian. It was obvious that Xiaojin's performance in the attack on the Yellow Turban army camp was recognized by him. Yanle County. Liaoxi County? Chu Tian knew the location of Liaoxi County, just to the west of Liaodun County, and it was also one of the border passes of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Then Sui of the Qin state proposed the diplomatic concept of making friends far away and attacking near, making friends with distant lords and annexing nearby lords. This diplomatic concept is even more widely used in lords. Chu Tian would not enmity against the lord of Liaoxi County, who was quite far away from Langya Kingdom unless necessary. There is no need to be the enemy of the whole world and forcibly increase your own difficulty. Prince Yan's development in Liaoxi County is still good. It is said that he has 300 to 400 cavalry. You should know that Liu Bei's hometown is in Zhua County. Right. There are many free players who support him. He will definitely become a prince. And with the support of a large number of players, Liu Bei's development speed will not be as slow as history. And he may even quickly become a prince. A powerful force. He has two possible choices. One is Zhujian in Yuzhou, and the other is Pingyuan County in Qinzhou. Qinzhou is near Shuzhou. You should know what that means. If Liu Bei succeeds in Zhujian, I may be the unlucky one. If he becomes prime minister, you may be the unlucky one. Although Prince Yan is usually silent, he is obviously an ambitious lord, and his analysis of the general situation is reasonable. With players behind the scenes, the development speed of Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian may accelerate, and many events will change. Sun Jian and Sun Su may not necessarily die young, and Liu Bei may not necessarily leave Jingzhou. If Liu Bei does not go to Jingzhou and Shishu, then Liu Bei's forces are likely to compete with Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Gong Sun Zan for northern hegemony in Yuo or Qinzhou. Chapter 69 moved to Guangzong City. Chu Tian didn't think much about the possibility of competing with Liu Bei for the Qin and Su states in the future, regardless of whether Liu Bei chooses to develop in Yuo or Qinzhou. This is something Chu Tian can't decide. The only thing he can do is to enhance his strength. Even without Liu Bei, Boss Chao is still in nearby Yanzhou, which is still uneasy. Shuzhou is the place of the four wars, except for the sea to the east. No. If the borders of the civilized zone are open, it may not be safe to be close to the sea. On the fourth day, Liu Bei led Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Han Qi to leave the Han army camp. Army commander Zhang Tai summoned all the lords. They want to move the camp. Bei Zhonglong removed Lu Ji's vacated troops and participated in the siege of Guangzong County. This time it was more difficult to attack the city than to attack the Yellow Turban camp. Guangzong County is an intermediate level city and is Zhang Jiao's base camp. Therefore, the city wall was heightened and reinforced by the Yellow Turban army. It is 8 meters high and has a base of 10 meters thick. The earthen walls are covered with bricks, making them stronger. All the lords were a little uneasy when they heard that they were going to attack a medium-sized city. The 8-meter-high city wall is no longer a fortification that can be captured by a simple ladder. It is 10 times more difficult to attack Guangzong County than to conquer a Yellow Turban camp. Fortunately, the main force in the siege was B's Honglang General Lu Ji and the elite Han army led by him. Strike camp! As the Han army moved out of camp, the lords in the camp followed suit. Unless the lord has the ability to change the situation of the battle by himself in the midterm, it is better to follow the Han army. Now there are only dozens or hundreds of lords who would die if they left the main force of the Han army. Finally, I have a chance to meet Lu Ji. Chu Tian had a high opinion of Lu Ji. After all, he was one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, and was currently in charge of the last elite of the Eastern Han dynasty. Lu Ji's military camp is located outside Guangzong County, with tens of thousands of Han troops and hundreds of thousands of rebels. Historically, Lu Ji did not have so many soldiers and horses. But in Lords, the area expanded 10 times, and the population also increased greatly. So the number of Han troops and Yellow Turban troops skyrocketed. In addition, various lords came with their troops to support. So it seemed like a huge crowd. This is the main force of the Han army in Jizhou. Chu Tian was greatly shocked. There were thousands of Han troops patrolling just outside the military camp. These are elite soldiers of the 3rd level or above, with very high levels. Not only that, Chu Tian, who was riding on his war horse, could see the tall siege tower in the Han army camp. This was the first time he saw large siege equipment. The flying ladders used before were just simple ladders with low technical content, but they were flexible and convenient. In this attack on Guangzong County, it is obviously not realistic to just use a simple ladder to climb the 8-meter-high city wall. In order to capture Guangzong City, Lu Yafu had already prepared a large number of siege equipment before the battle began. There are at least hundreds of large siege equipment including ladder trucks, siege towers, rams, catapults, and chariots. Just these large siege engines are already amazing. As expected of a famous general at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he has been unable to leave, just to prepare siege equipment. Among other things, it is a catapult. If there is not a siege equipment battalion of level 5 or above, mass production will not be possible. If someone brings with hundreds of these big guys coming to attack my town, I will surrender without saying a word. Huan, who came from the protectorate of the western regions, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the large siege equipment comparable to giant beasts displayed in the Han army camp. Many lords around couldn't help but nod after hearing Huan's words. In the early stage, no lord's town can block the attack of large siege engines. This kind of siege equipment is specially designed to conquer solid cities guarded by heavy troops, such as the Guangzong city in front of you. Chutian's territory, Xia Town, does not yet have a dedicated siege equipment camp. Chutian can build a simple flying ladder. As for catapults and siege towers, it is not as simple as building a pile of wood together. Seeing the hundreds of large siege equipment owned by Lu Yafu, Chutian couldn't help but think about whether Xia Town should also produce such large equipment when conquering more than a dozen counties in Langya Kingdom. What Lu Yafu wanted to attack was a county town with many soldiers and generals, and a strong city. The surrounding Han troops were uprooting the nearby Yellow Turban camps one by one, attracting the attention of the Yellow Turban army for Lu Yafu to attack Guangzong City. Once there are extra troops, Lu Yafu will mobilize them to attack Guangzong City. The camp where Chutian was located was transferred by Lu Yafu, under the leadership of Han Army Sima Zhang Tai. Chutian and others were able to enter Lu Yafu's camp and have their own camp. In addition to weapons and shields for fighting, there are also bedding, water bags, bowls, and other utensils. The temperature in December in the north is no joke. Without bedding, soldiers may freeze to death in the middle of the night. A large number of soldiers crowded into the Han army camp. Often more than a dozen soldiers crowded into a tent. Chutian tried his best to ensure that each general had a small camp. Only by appeasing his generals can their loyalty be guaranteed. However, Lu Yafu, Lu Sandao, Gong Sunwu and other generals rejected Chutian's kindness and were willing to huddle with the soldiers. The reason is also very simple. The actions of generals will affect the morale of soldiers. The reason why Wu Qi was so powerful in commanding the troops was largely because Wu Qi shared the joys and sorrows with his soldiers, and the soldiers were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Chutian understood the truth and lived in the same tent with the soldiers. The soldiers were flattered, and their morale increased by 5 points. Because H Mulan is a woman, the soldiers can understand why she arranged a separate tent. On the 4th day, Chutian broke camp to join Lu Yafu. He still had no chance to see Lu Yafu and did not participate in the battle. But his points still ranked first. Not all lords fight every day, and their troops cannot be depleted. Each feudal lord looked at the strategic intentions of the Han commander in order to move accordingly. Large siege equipment has been prepared, and Lu Yafu's offensive against Guangzong County is about to begin. None of the lords had ever experienced such a huge siege, with hundreds of thousands of Han troops and rebels attacking hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban troops. Even if all the hundreds of people brought by Chutian were wiped out, they would not be able to make a splash in this battle. In the early stages, the lord only needs to follow the commander to fight. In the middle and later stages, the lord's number of soldiers increases, and he can turn the tide on his own. In other words, all the Han army lords were likely to be wiped out in the attack on Guangzong City. The lords were more or less uneasy. The number of lords in Lu Yafu's military camp was larger than that in Chutian's previous camp. There were about several hundred lords, and these lords came from various states and counties. In addition to lords, there are tens of thousands of free players. The number of lords in the Eastern Han district was definitely not that small. Some lords were too late to participate in the first epic battle, and there were also many small and medium-sized lords who did not want to risk participating in the war, because many lords have died in the war. According to Lu Yafu's news, tomorrow, the 5th day of the battle, he will attack Guangzong City. Chutian, who couldn't sleep late at night, walked out of the tent and found many lords gathered around the campfire. They came from all over the world, including lords from Jiazhou, Yangzhou, and Yizhou in the south, as well as lords from Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou in the north, and even a group of lords. 2 lords of Yizhou. Yes, Yizhou is also a sacred and indivisible part of the Eastern Han dynasty. H Mulan, who was also not asleep, stood blankly outside the military tent. She noticed Chu Tian coming out and said, "My lord, it's snowing." Chapter 70. Attack Guangzong City. The land of Jizhou was in a state of mourning. Hundreds of Han army flags were fluttering in the north wind. Among them, the Chinese character flags and the Lu character flags were the most numerous. There is a thin layer of snow on the ground, and the horses neigh. Tens of thousands of regular Han troops and hundreds of thousands of rebels brought by the lords of the world were displayed under Guangzong City. Hundreds of large siege equipment stood among the army. Their purpose was to capture Guangzong City, which was defended by Zhang Jiao and Zhang Liang. The commander of the offensive side was Lu Ji, one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, while the leader of the defensive side was the legendary great sage Shang Jiao. This was a decisive battle between the last elite of the Eastern Han dynasty and the Yellow Turban Army, which shook the foundation of the Han dynasty's rule. Many lords chose the difficult battlefield of Jilu County just to meet Zhang Jiao. Defeating Zhang Jiao is definitely not that easy. Historically, in order to quell the rebellion in Jilu County, the Han dynasty changed its generals 3 times: Lu Ji, Dong Zhuo, and Huang Fusong. It was only after Zhang Jiao died of illness that the rebellion was successfully quelled. Lu Ji was replaced because he offended the supervisor. Dong Zhuo fought for 2 months, but he really couldn't defeat Guangzong and Xuyang. Finally, he was replaced by Huang Fusong, and Zhang Jiao died of illness before he defeated Guangzong and Xuyang. There are many more variables in Lord, because Huang Fusong was assigned to the Yingchuan County battlefield, and Lu Ji successfully launched the decisive battle against Zhang Jiao. More than 100,000 Han troops and soldiers from all over the world gathered together, and a large number of siege equipment were ready. Lu Ji's central army was led by strong men holding flags. Not only that, Lu Ji also used Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei as the vanguard of the siege. The role of special heroes is amplified in Lords, and coupled with the voices of many players. The use of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei is in Chu Tian's imagination. If he had such a general under his command, he would definitely use it. First, to suppress the Yellow Turban Army, an infantryman from Xia Town took a sip of white air to warm his hands. The battlefield was rapidly cooling due to snowfall, making it more difficult to attack the city. But we must capture this city no matter what. If Guangzong City cannot be eradicated in December, we will have to wait until next spring and summer to attack the city. Chu Tian glanced at H Mulan and Lu Yafu out of the corner of his eye. His 2 generals were not necessarily any worse than Liu Bei's generals. Both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had character flaws. Liu Bei currently does not have a qualified military advisor. As long as he uses them well, Lu Yafu can still lead his troops to defeat Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Chu Tian's eyes returned to Guangzong City. The 8-meter-high city wall of Guangzong City allowed the Yellow Turban Army to command a commanding height and gain a defensive advantage. A group of lords, who had been in the same camp as Chu Tian, now led their own soldiers and horses to display around Chu Tian's troops. This time their mission was to serve as a reserve team. Lu Ji was not willing to let the weak lords serve as vanguards to attack a fortified medium-sized city like Guangzong City. It was the elite Han army that attacked Guangzong City head-on. Do you think Lu Ji can take Guangzong City? Huan of the Western Region Protectorate and Prince Yan of Liaoxi County of Yuzhou were very close to Chu Tian. The 3 of them came from completely different states and counties. Chu Tian also needed to learn about the situation in the Western Region Protectorate through Huan, and through Prince Yan to learn about the situation in Eastern Liaoning and Western Liaoning. Both areas were on the border, and were easily invaded by grassland NPC forces and other civilized areas. I don't know whether Lu Ji can take Guangzong City, but one thing is certain: Liu Bei will definitely fight hard in this battle. Chu Tian thought that H Mulan had snatched Zhang Fei's first victory, and Liu Bei would definitely find a way to stand out in another battle. The Han army has begun to attack. Prince Yan, who had 2 swords hanging on his waist, reminded Chu Tian and Huan. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Han soldiers with bare shoulders beat huge drums. The sound of the drums shook the heaven and the earth. Everyone's blood was boiling, and the murder in the world was swept away. The final glorious battle of the Eastern Han dynasty begins. 10,000 Han troops formed a siege formation. Various large siege equipment were pushed by the soldiers. The 12-meter-high siege tower moved slowly among the army. At the top of the siege tower stood the bows and arrows of the Shishun Battalion of the North School of the Han Army. The expressions of this group of archers were solemn. Their goal was to suppress the Yellow Turban Army archers on the city wall. After approaching the city wall, they lowered the suspension bridge of the siege tower, allowing a steady stream of soldiers below to climb up the city along the siege tower. Just the huge siege tower was enough to scare the Yellow Turban Army trapped in Guangzong City. In particular, players in the Yellow Turban camp felt desperate when they saw the 12-meter-high siege tower. This was a siege equipment that was only available in the middle and late stages of Lords. But it appeared in the first epic battle. For the Lord who has not yet developed, this is simply A.H. Lish level of difficulty. As one of the three heroes of the late Han dynasty, Lu Ji is not just a casual talk. He has at least 80 commanders, and carefully prepares various siege equipment, and will not give the Yellow Turban Army a chance to breathe. There are still 25 days left before the end of the first epic battle. The mission of the Han Army in Jilu County is to capture Guangzong City in the remaining time, while the mission of the Yellow Turban Army is to defend Guangzong City. Under the protection of Han infantry, more than a dozen siege towers rolled on huge wooden wheels and slowly approached the city wall of Guangzong City. 5,000 elite Han cavalry are always on alert. As long as the Yellow Turbans dare to leave the city and destroy the siege tower, they will immediately go up and seize the city gate. B's Humblang General Lu Ji stood on a towering chariot. This huge watchtower was higher than the siege tower, and he could overlook the movements of Guangzong City. Liu Bei followed Lu Ji. Liu Bei, who had made great contributions by leading a small group of Sanha cavalry, began to gain Lu Ji's attention. Liu Bei looked down and saw tens of thousands of Han army elites arranged in neat formations, forming square formations. Even each siege tower had its own square formation. He couldn't help but secretly admire his teacher's ability, and there was a bit of fire in his eyes. Lu Ji's command was one of the last elite troops of the Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Jiao, it's not that easy to deal with. Lu Ji's tone was a bit worried. A few days ago, Xia Wangman's Woofing asked me for a bribe, but I refused. I don't know if it will affect this decisive battle. Your Majesty is generous. You should know that the general will not accept the orders of the foreign king. Changing generals before the battle is a taboo for military strategists. Liu Bei also has the ability to lead troops in war, and knows what it means to change generals on the spot. He didn't quite believe that Emperor Han Ling would send someone else to replace the excellent Lu Ji. Lu Ji cheered up a little. Prepare the ladder truck phalanx. Cooperate with the siege tower to launch a strong attack. We will definitely capture Guangzong City. Lu Ji gave the order, and the flag soldiers waved their flags to convey orders to the armies in the distance. The storming of Guangzong City began on the 5th day of the battle. 10,000 Han troops, as the first batch of siege troops, tentatively attacked Guangzong City. Kill! The shouts of killing of the Han army soldiers shook the heaven and earth. With the bonus of Commander Lu Ji, they stormed Guangzong City. More than a dozen tall siege towers, dozens of ladder trucks, and 10,000 Han troops went into battle. In other directions of Guangzong City, Lu Ji organized a group of lords originally under his jurisdiction to conduct a feint attack. Suddenly, Guangzong City was on fire.